Chapter 1: The Beginning of Everything. The tobacco leaves burned quietly, and amidst the swirling gray mist, Lu Xiao lounged lazily on the sofa in the corner of the CF. He slid his fingertips, constantly refreshing the web page on the laptop resting on his knees, while silently watching the chat messages in the WeChat group. It was a tranquil yet boring afternoon, ordinary to the point of tedium. October had already deepened into autumn, but outside the window, the world was still bathed in the harsh sunlight that felt ominous. Lu Xiao turned his head to glance outside the floor-to-ceiling window, then cast a sidelong look at the halo around the sun, his mouth twitching. The sun is a bit strange today. Silently, after typing a message in the group, he skillfully switched screens and clicked the button to send resume. This was Lu Xiao's last summer vacation that couldn't really be considered a summer vacation. At 23 years old, he had just finished the happiest learning phase of his life and was preparing to step into the so-called society, ready to contribute to human progress and to join the monotonous life of the office worker army that revolved around a 2.1-line routine. Yeah, we're the same here. It's been rainy for a while, and the meteorological station reported more rain for today, but today, 1-1. He glanced at the WeChat group message with a note game group and didn't bother further. He still had countless resumes to send and numerous good jobs waiting for his favor. If he didn't finish sending them today, these companies might miss out on an elite talent, losing a future business mogul, and thereby ruin their chances of ringing the bell on a share market and becoming one of the Fortune 500. Lu Xiao felt it was his responsibility and mission to prevent such a thing from happening of course. The premise was that the other party would first reply to his job application. Planet 932-221-0182, Intelligent Biological Entity. Huh. What's that sound? A clear, mechanical female voice echoed in Lu Xiao's mind. He instinctively reached to touch his ear, but realized he wasn't wearing headphones. He silently looked up and glanced around. The voice was clearly right next to him, almost whispering in his ear. However, there was obviously no one around. The closest person to him was the only waiter in the CF, at least 10 meters away, and besides, he was a genuine man. Strangely, this somewhat handsome waiter also looked puzzled and was glancing around. It seemed he had heard something too. Just as Lu Xiao scratched his head, not intending to dwell on it further, the mechanical and stilted female voice rang out again. Galactic Order Law 30102, all biological entities receiving the spirit sound will soon undergo dimensional drift. What the heck? Galaxy? Order? Spirit sound? Dimensional drift? Lu Xiao looked completely bewildered. Who's making noise? Can you keep it down? Not far away, a burly man in his 40s stood up and roared, glaring around. In his ears, only the gentle French melody continued to resonate in the quiet SAF. After scanning the surroundings, the man found that not only was no one speaking, but there wasn't even a single woman present, making the scene a bit awkward. The waiter, having some sense, turned off the sound system, considering that Planet 932-221-0182 has not undergone large-scale biological recruitment. This drift will be executed at order scale 0.0021, 30 minutes after the planet's time. A large chunk of burnt ash fell from Lu Xiao's fingers. Did you hear that voice? The waiter seemed somewhat skeptical and tentatively asked the customers. You heard it too? That planet thing? Biological? The previously agitated man hesitated. The waiter nodded emphatically. Lu Xiao noticed that the other customers in the CAF were also nodding in agreement. Glancing outside, under the glaring sun, the hurried people were bizarrely frozen in place. Though some of them laughed, some looked terrified, and others were confused. One thing Lu Xiao was sure of. Everyone, all the people he could see, had heard the same voice. Brothers, I think I might be haunted. I just heard a strange voice, but there's no one around me. Suddenly, someone in the WeChat group typed a message. You didn't hear something about the Galactic Order, did you? You heard it too. Damn, I seriously suspect you guys are pranking me. FCK? Is the game in early access? Get lost. In an instant, all the lurkers were brought to the surface. I'm in Qiantang, and I heard that voice too. It was a woman's voice, not very natural and not pleasant. Lu Xiao typed a message in the group. Same here in Yinjing. Someone replied immediately. Same here in Yangcheng. Same here in Shujun. I just asked, my grandpa didn't hear it. Same here in Jinling. Wait, you said your grandpa didn't hear it? Yes, my grandpa is right here, and he confirms he didn't hear it. Everyone, I feel something is going to happen. This is not something current technology can achieve. A big shot in the group spoke up. What we received should not be sound, but some kind of short-wave, high-frequency resonance or vibration. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a widespread effect. I think. While Lu Xiao was reading the various messages in the group, he dialed his father's number back home. The call was quickly connected. "Dad, did you hear a woman's voice?" Lu Xiao asked anxiously, gripping the phone. "You heard it too?" On the other end, his usually composed father sounded a bit shaky. "Yes, I asked many friends in other cities, and they all heard it." Lu Xiao could feel his heart racing like never before. "Dad," that voice said in half an hour, something about participating in a drift. There was a brief silence on the other end. "Son, half an hour isn't enough for you to come back home. You'll go find your mom now, and then we'll go to your grandmother's house. We'll be together. No matter what happens, if you have a chance, come back to your grandmother's house to find us. Our family will be together." His father's words suddenly paused, and after a moment, he said seriously, "If something really happens, remember, your mom and I have always been proud to have you. We will always love you." "Okay, Dad, I love you too. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. I'll call Mom now. Drive carefully. Maybe it's some high-tech testing like spam messages." Hastily hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, then called his mother. His mother on the other end clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, cheerfully saying it was nothing and asking when Lu Xiao would come back to cook him something delicious. Saying that, it seemed like having a mom like that was pretty good too, Lu Xiao thought. Glancing at the time in the top right corner of his phone, there were still 20 minutes left. Planet 9, 32, 221, 0182. All intelligent biological entities. Based on Galactic Order Law 30102, intelligent beings receiving the spirit sound must participate in dimensional drift. Given that Planet 932 221 0182 has not undergone large-scale biological recruitment, the first drift will be executed at cosmic scale 0.0021, 30 minutes after the planet's time. A big shot in the group typed out a long message. This should be what everyone heard earlier. I don't know if the wording is accurate, but it shouldn't be too far off. That's right, big shot. You're amazing. It should be correct. What I heard was exactly these words. Everyone hurry up and check the TV, Weibo, and all the major news websites. This thing is completely blown up. Lu Xiao quickly signaled the waiter to turn on the TV while also opening the news website himself. Various headlines and bold text immediately appeared on the screen. Mysterious sounds appearing simultaneously in multiple locations. The government urges citizens not to panic and to enter nearby buildings. First official contact from extraterrestrial civilizations. The visitors from beyond finally arrive. Origin drifting. Intelligent biological entities. Before Lu Xiao could click on the headlines to read the full articles, the television began to emit sound. Emergency news. 10 minutes ago, citizens across the country received unidentified sounds. The source and authenticity of the sounds are currently undetermined. Citizens are advised not to panic, not to leave buildings, and not to use elevators. If you are outdoors, please quickly enter the nearest building. Await further instructions. Emergency news. The anchor on the television began to repeatedly announce this notification, and one could sense the tremor in his voice. Fear stems from the unknown. The national response was swift, but in the face of the unknown, it seemed pale and powerless. Lu Xiao turned back to the WeChat group. Planet 932 221 0182 should refer to Earth. Intelligent biological entities are not just humans, cats, and dogs. It could also be intelligent beings that, if you have cats at home, check if they are behaving strangely. The big shots in the group began to analyze step by step. The Galactic Order Law 30102 should be a law or regulation issued by an extraterrestrial legislative body. The phrase, large-scale biological recruitment, is related to origin drifting, suggesting that intelligent beings are required to do something together. The cosmic scale 0.0021 corresponds to 30 minutes. Boss, although you explained it, I still don't understand. What exactly is going on? Yeah, what's with the cats and dogs in the galaxy? I can't comprehend. Lu Xiao basically understood the big shot's words and continued to read. In simple terms, it is a civilization higher than Earth that, according to their laws, requires all intelligent beings on Earth to do something. The big shot quickly typed this out. Got it. Received. I understand, but I feel like we're all doomed. Time ticked by. Lu Xiao lit another cigarette. In the CAF, the television kept repeating the same notification. Everyone was on the phone, and some guests came in one after another, all looking for nearby buildings after. Hearing the government's emergency announcement, sitting down with panic on their faces, Lu Xiao could hear faint cries and helpless shouts of, "What to do? What to do?" He slowly packed his computer and other devices into his backpack. Quietly, he gazed at the wall clock. Ding! He glanced at his phone screen. It was a text message from his father. "We've arrived at Grandma's house with your mom. Don't worry. No matter what happens, take care of your safety." He briefly replied to the message. Lu Xiao smiled faintly. Yes, the second hand made its final swing. The 30-minute deadline arrived. Chapter 2, starting from 5. Planet 932-221-0182 intelligent biological entities execute drifting in 10 seconds. That voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Consistently concise and straightforward, without a single unnecessary word or any intention of discussion. If this is indeed an extraterrestrial civilization, one can imagine how small and vulnerable humans appear in their eyes, even lacking the opportunity to struggle. 1098. Wow. Mom. In the CAF, a little girl cried out loudly, clutching the middle-aged woman beside her. "Honey, I love you. Son, Mommy loves you." Various farewell words echoed. This atmosphere reminded Lu Xiao of a very credible doomsday prediction in 2012. I still have 17 resumes to send. He turned his head to look out at the sky. What a perfectly ordinary afternoon it was. 1. His vision began to blur and distort. It wasn't the world before him that was changing, but rather, he was disappearing. There was no light enveloping him, nor any discomfort, just a sense of heat surging in his chest. There was no time for him to observe his surroundings, as suddenly, a powerful pressure surged in from all directions, making him feel as if he were trapped in a crowded subway. During peak hours, gasping for breath, everything in his sight was swallowed by darkness, pure black. The pressure kept increasing. Just as Lu Xiao felt he was about to burst, suddenly, the force acting on him disappeared. It wasn't gone, but had dropped to a bearable level. After about 3 to 5 seconds, everything before his eyes suddenly brightened. It started with the same hazy feeling, but quickly became clear. What the hell? People, countless people, everywhere he looked, it was all people, vast, confused, dazed, panicked, and smiling foolishly people. Then came a cacophony of voices. It wasn't a surge of noise, but a chaotic explosion of sound. Fear and confusion began to spread, infecting, exploding among the crowd. Some people sat on the ground, wailing loudly. Unfamiliar individuals embraced each other, freely expressing their panic. Lu Xiao remained silent, rapidly digesting the information around him. In just a few seconds, everyone had been collectively transported to an unknown area. The transportation following a certain pattern, he noticed that several customers and staff from the CAF were right beside him, including the mother and daughter from the CAF. All of their original clothing was gone, replaced by black jumpsuits. Lu Xiao himself was also wearing one. The jumpsuit covered him completely, from toes to neck, with only his head exposed. The soles were especially tough, functioning like shoes. He rubbed his fingers and found that, although wrapped in the jumpsuit, his sense of touch remained sharp and unaffected. The material felt like rubber, but certainly wasn't. It was highly elastic and very light, almost weightless. The surrounding noise continued to explode, yet Lu Xiao felt very calm inside. But he knew that venting emotions wouldn't solve any problems. Only by gaining a better understanding of this new environment could he find practical help. He gazed into the distance and discovered that the end of the crowd led to an endless forest, and beneath their feet was a large grassy area within the woods, with a winding river flowing through the grass, roughly dividing it into 2 sections. His bag was gone, and his phone was missing too. Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. Both his phone and laptop were bought with his hard-earned money, and now they were gone after just a few months of use. Looking around the crowd, Lu Xiao noticed a few things. First, there were no elderly people, specifically no one particularly old, and secondly, there were no children. The youngest among them appeared to be around 14 or 15. As he observed, Lu Xiao was astonished to find an information bar appearing above the people within his line of sight. Category: Organic Intelligent Biological Entity. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Height: 1.64 meters. Planet measurement note. Due to many people not reading carefully, I can't help but mention this as someone else's information bar. Physical ability: insufficient permissions. Psychic ability: insufficient permissions. Belief: insufficient permissions. Element: affinity. Insufficient permissions. Is this a game character or tribute box? Lu Zhao's eyelid twitched, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Are the aliens making us play a game? Initially chaotic and panicked, the crowd slowly began to quiet down, but this calmness was only relative. There were cries, but they were merely soft sobs. Once people no longer felt the danger in their environment, they would calm down. Some people who already knew each other began to gather and discuss countermeasures. More people are searching for their acquaintances or family everywhere. Some others are constantly waving their arms in the air, which should be a side effect of the information box in their line of sight. Many are adapting to this magical symbol. Due to the massive number of people and the lack of communication tools, those who know each other have formed a circle, with men placing younger boys and women in the center too. Prevent them from getting lost. In Xiantang, the city where Lu Xiao is located, the population is at least in the tens of millions. Roughly estimating, excluding the elderly and children, there are at least 6 to 8 million people transported to this patch of grass. This population base, in some mysterious way, gives everyone a sense of security. But an unsettling thought arises. Millions of people mean millions of mouths. What will they eat? What will they drink? As he thinks about this, he glances at the river not far away that should solve the drinking problem. But what about food that could both eating and drinking be sourced from this river? However, these survival issues do not trouble Lu Xiao for long. In other words, there are many people here, and even more smart individuals. There is no shortage of people from various industries in Xian'an. Surely someone has considered these problems? To put it bluntly, this is not something he needs to worry about. Lu Xiao begins to focus on studying this unknown entity that appeared in his body, which may or may not be a system. Since he can see some attributes of others, then, Lu Xiao tries various methods to obtain more information. It turns out it is not so difficult as soon as he thinks about it. An information panel appears. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: None. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical fitness: Toughness: 5. Strength: 5. Agility: 5. Explosiveness: 5. Psyche: None. Faith: None. Elemental affinity: None. Expertise: None. Physical skills: None. Psychic skills: None. Well, definitely a weakling, but still a 6-0 product. Originally, there was a glimmer of hope for some luck, but it seems he really starts from 5 none. Pulling away from the disappointment of his own attributes, at least Lu Xiao understands some information. One, that this system is not controlled by finger touch or eye gaze, but by consciousness too. It is obvious that this place is not the Earth. He is familiar with the attributes like psyche, faith, elemental affinity, and expertise in the status bar must have surpassed the original cognitive scope. 3. The settings here are more in line with the game, and based on his prior knowledge of games, Lu Xiao can even guess. This world has magic. Chapter 3: Origin. As Lu Xiao continuously attempted to activate the system's startup function, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Welcome to the Origin, intelligent beings from planet 932-221-0182. This voice is clearly different from the previous one. Although it's still a female voice, the tone is different. Previously it was more mechanical, while this one sounds more humanized. We're all humans, so I won't be formal. That's right, I'm also human, haha. Ahem, let's get down to business. The place you are in is called the Origin. Don't ask me why it's named that. You don't need to know right now. What you need to know is that this is no longer the area of planet 932-221-0182, also known as Earth. Therefore, most of the knowledge and skills you had before are useless here. Of course, the low-level technological civilization of Earth isn't of much use either. Here, your current bodies are unique to the Origin. As for your original bodies, they're still on Earth. What has been transmitted here is only your spiritual bodies, or consciousness. In other words, you are still alive on Earth, and you are also alive in the Origin, but the two dimensions have different bodies. Regardless of whether there were any diseases or disabilities before, the bodies here are completely healthy in the initial stage. However, if you die here and your spiritual body is not completely destroyed, the Galactic Order will send your spiritual body back to your original body on Earth. Do you understand? In other words, if you die here, you can return immediately, haha. But are you willing to return to that low-level, civilized world of Earth to barely survive? I know you want to ask why all of you were transmitted here. Please be patient and listen to me. According to the Galactic Order Law 30102, This time we are summoning intelligent life from planet 93222100182, which is just one of millions of planets. Therefore, you are just a small part of the vast number of lives summoned here. Got it? Don't ask me what the Galactic Order Law 30102 is. It's too long. In any case, it is a force you cannot resist. Well, I've explained the basics. Since I am your kind, no. I should say, I am your ancestor. I will make an exception to share some bonus information with my descendants. You need to listen carefully. I won't say it a second time. What you gain in the origin will benefit you on Earth, whether for yourselves or for Earth-S civilization. So, don't easily give up this opportunity. Yes, that's right. It is an opportunity. All right, I've said a lot today. Finally, I will execute the origin law. Ahem. The female voice cleared her throat and said solemnly, based on the origin law 271, intelligent beings entering the origin for the first time will be granted a free reward of either items or knowledge. This reward will be executed by the star domain where the life exists and the origin is authorized. All right, dear descendants, choose your first reward wisely. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xiao immediately saw a message. Please choose whether to accept Law 271. Lu Xiao concentrated, and the information transitioned, revealing another message. Please choose an item or knowledge. Lu Xiao hesitated, feeling a bit frustrated. I don't even know what items or knowledge there are. How can I choose? This is ridiculous. It was just him. Most people around were hesitating as well. But only most. There was still a considerable number of people who quickly made their choices. Perhaps for them, this wasn't a big deal at all. Soon, those who made choices had all sorts of strange items appear on their chests. No one knew how the items appeared or why they were on their chests. So as these items materialized from thin air, they fell to the ground, and no one had time to catch them. A quick glance revealed, wow, there really is everything. Benches, clothes, sunglasses, sleeping bags, frying pans. Well, it seems there are some practical items. At least the frying pan is versatile and a must-have for outdoor camping. The woman's voice seemed to have disappeared after that, and many people began shouting various questions towards the sky, hoping for a response, but Lu Xiao knew it was futile. Even if this woman is also human, would you answer millions of questions? Just like the countless people praying for blessings, would the Bodhisattva really show up? Lu Xiao still didn't make a choice. He had more important matters to attend to. He needed to find a group to gather more information. He did this not from life experience, but from years of gaming experience. In an unfamiliar world, only by mastering more information can one gain more resources. Remaining anonymous in a sea of people would mean relying on others to survive. Lu Xiao had few friends in Qiantang. Most of his former classmates had returned to their hometowns. He searched the crowd for a group that suited him or could accept him. Before long, he found one. It was a group of over 30 people, looking to be around his age, probably university students or recent graduates. Lu Xiao slowly approached. The 30-plus people formed a circle, with girls huddled together, some of whom looked exhausted, tears streaming down their faces, while the boys appeared much calmer and not panicking. Classmates, are you from the normal university? Lu Xiao asked, patting a boy on the shoulder. He asked this because the CAF he was previously in was near Qiantang Normal University. The boy turned around, seeing that Lu Xiao was about the same age as him, nodded and said, "Yes, we are graduates of the Normal University." "Why? I'm from a city college. Also a graduate. Can I join you? I'm not a local from Qiantang." Lu Xiao didn't want to be too polite and got straight to the point. The boy looked troubled. "You can, but I don't have the final say here." "Sure, that classmate, come over and join us." Strength in numbers. A tall and handsome boy at the center of the group said loudly, having clearly heard their conversation. "We are all not locals here, with no relatives or friends. And since we encountered this situation, we can only rely on each other." Lu Xiao nodded at him and stepped into the circle they had formed. This boy left a good impression on him. Based on his positioning, he and a short-haired girl were the backbone of this group. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Xiao, a graduate of the city college this year. I'm from Wuqing." Lu Xiao introduced himself proactively. "How coincidental. I'm also from Wuqing. Are you from Jiangnan or Jiangbei?" The tall and handsome boy asked with a smile, a very specific question that only locals from Wuqing would understand. "Jiangbei," Lu Xiao replied. "Haha, an old Wuqing native, just like me." My name is Li Tianjia. The boy didn't continue on that topic. He pointed to the ground. We're discussing survival issues here. Come join us. Lu Xiao nodded. Fatty, explain again how you got that fishing rod, and then Taoist, tell us about the details of skill rewards. Everyone, pay close attention. Li Tianjia motioned to a chubby guy beside him to start speaking. Okay, I chose the item reward, and the system prompted me to imagine the shape and function of the item in my mind. I thought with so many people, we would definitely need to eat. And there happens to be a river over there, so I thought about fishing and needed a fishing rod. As you all know, I'm an outdoor fishing enthusiast, so I'm familiar with every detail of the fishing rod. Later, this appeared. Saying this, he waved the over 3-meter-long fishing rod in his hand. Li Tianjia nodded and looked at another boy. I chose knowledge, and then the system presented me with a menu-like option, listing some names, most of which we could understand. I mentioned a few that I could remember. Cooking knowledge, rock and mineral knowledge, tailoring knowledge, construction knowledge, trap knowledge, planting knowledge, knowledge of low-level native plants in this area, knowledge of low-level native animals in this area, and the boy strained to recall more for a long time, but couldn't think of anything else. All right, then you can talk about the details, Li Tianjia said. I chose knowledge of low-level native animals in this area. This was agreed upon with the fat guy. He said he would handle fishing, but he might not recognize the fish here, so I need to learn about the animals to see which fish are edible. After selecting knowledge of low-level native animals in this area, all the information was instantly grasped. I now roughly understand what animals are around here, and I remember it particularly clearly, as if we had discussed it countless times in class. Indeed, the plants and animals here are not things from our traditional cognitive system, so everyone shouldn't rely on fixed thinking to make judgments. I believe we should try to collect a complete catalog of learnable knowledge, and then each person should learn one item without repetition. The remaining individuals can choose items based on this knowledge. If in the end, the knowledge and items we have are still insufficient to ensure everyone's survival, then we should bring others in. Does anyone have any other opinions? Li Tianjia scanned the crowd, and seeing that no one objected, his gaze finally landed on Lu Xiao. I agree, but I would like to add a speculation. Surviving here shouldn't be as simple as solving the problems of eating and sleeping. Combat capability will be very important. We need to maintain a certain level of combat power. Lu Xiao expressed his thoughts. I agree. Everything here feels too much like a game. But for now, let's make survival our primary goal, Li Tianjia said. All right, everyone, let's start acting immediately. The girls would study knowledge, ensuring they chose different types, while the boys would start after the girls were finished. This young group immediately began to take action. Lu Xiao walked toward the boy who had acquired the knowledge of low-level animals, wanting to inquire about the local animal situation. The boy was named Wu Pin, and everyone called him Daozhong. He was a classmate of the fat guy who had just received the fishing rod, and without holding back, Daozhong shared all the information he knew. Under his description, everyone was surprised to find that many animals were almost identical to those on Earth, such as wild rabbits, wild boars, and carp. However, there were also some creatures that had never been heard of before, like the glowing mouse. A mouse that emits fluorescence at night and has a single horn on its forehead. The floating insect, a bug that hovers in midair in the forest. And the frog-legged fish, a fish with legs like a frog. There were easily over 100 different types of animals. Before Daozhong could finish, Lu Xiao gestured for him to wait. Lu Xiao slowly stood up, and I could faintly hear an unusual voice coming from afar, followed by a sense of unsettling anxiety. Chapter 4: Survival in the Distance. A large crowd was surging towards the riverbank. Lu Xiao and his group were not far from the riverbank, just 100 meters apart, so they quickly walked towards it. The riverbank was crowded with people, and after much effort, they squeezed to the river's edge. Just one glance at the river's surface made Lu Xiao understand the source of his unease. On the calm river, several corpses were slowly drifting down from upstream. No, not just a few. He looked upstream, and that scene would haunt him for life. Countless bodies nearly covered the river's surface, drifting downstream bit by bit with the current. On both banks upstream, many people were continuously jumping into the water. Lu Xiao watched helplessly as a mother and daughter, crying, embraced, and submerged beneath the water. After a brief struggle, they disappeared. Facing death brought an overwhelming sense of oppression to everyone. Nearby, some women wanted to cry, but only dared to cover their mouths and choke back sobs. Their previous lives, while not necessarily happy, were free from war, famine, and death. They rarely faced primal fears. But now was different, completely so, even if, as that woman said, death here did not equate to true death. Everyone understood that the bodies now were undeniably real. Did they dare to choose to experience a death to verify the truth of what that woman said? What courage would that require? What if she was completely lying? People continued to jump into the river, and the floating corpses seemed to be conveying a grim truth to those on the shore. They have returned. You continue to suffer here. Thus, more people wavered, and more joined in. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiao could not bear to watch any longer. He turned away, squeezed out of the crowd, and left the riverbank. He did not believe, not that he disbelieved the woman's words, but he did not believe that the advanced civilization that brought them here would be without meaning. He remembered the woman's words. This was an unprecedented opportunity. If that were the case, why miss it? For thousands of years, who among the emperors at the pinnacle of their dynasties could claim their lives were better than that of a common middle-class person today? This was a gap in technology, a gap in culture, and a gap in civilization. Lu Xiao's lips curled up. At that moment, he made the decision to survive here. Fearing that the team members would be affected by the river jumping incident, Li Qianjia decided to move the group to a location farther from the river, closer to the woods. The team members remained relatively stable. After all, faced with death, rational individuals still chose cowardice. Meanwhile, the team size had slightly increased, with 7 more lone college students joining them. The girls had basically completed their knowledge acquisition. They also discovered that the knowledge rewards each person could choose were different, indicating that at the starting point, there was a wide variety of knowledge systems, making it nearly impossible to master them all. Everyone understood this, as even on Earth, in known knowledge systems, one person might not finish learning a lifetime, but at least they had acquired basic survival knowledge. Lu Xiao did not have time to inquire about each person's knowledge information individually. He only roughly understood what type of knowledge each girl had obtained and remembered their names and appearances. Soon, Li Tianjia gathered everyone to begin preparations for survival. There is a lot of knowledge information, and I'll mention a few directions. The girls can provide opinions based on their knowledge, and then we'll decide what items the boys should acquire and the next steps, Li Tianjia said as the crowd gathered. The most critical issues were food and safety, followed by rest. They still did not know the day-night cycle here, but it was best to be prepared. Yishan, Li Tianjia called out a girl's name. If Li Tianjia was the leader of this small group, Yishan was the big sister among the girls. She was a top student among the current graduates, somewhat famous on campus, straightforward and upright, and also the vice president of the student council. If not for her petite stature, which did not provide a sense of security in such an environment, she would have been the obvious choice for a leader. Okay, I'll speak, Yishan said, following Li Tianjia's lead. The river is still the main source of drinking water. Although there is plenty, it is flowing water, and those things haven't rotted yet. We can collect water and boil it, which will solve the drinking problem, but we need containers for water and utensils for boiling it. As for food, Yishan grabbed a yellow-stemmed plant at her feet and struggled to pull it up. Help me. Realizing her strength was insufficient, she turned to the boys for help. 2 boys immediately stepped forward to help her pull the plant out by its roots. The plant had several long, tubular stems at its root. This plant was called foot eggplant, and according to the records of lower plants, its roots and stems were edible. Saying this, she broke a stem in half to show everyone what it looked like inside. Doesn't it look a bit like yam? Is your yam this long? One boy broke off a piece and tasted it. What's it taste like? Everyone stared at his expression. It's not bad, a bit sweet, tastes like sweet potato, the boy said, savoring it and eating the rest. This is one source of food. Also, there's this half-human tall plant with a tuft of green leaves on top called Qinghao, whose roots and stems are also edible. And that plant with blue, finger-sized fruits is called padamai, and its fruits can be eaten directly. There are also some in the woods. Yishan looked hesitantly towards the distant woods. I warn everyone, besides the plants I've mentioned, many others can be dangerous, not just poisonous, but they can also be aggressive. Huh? What the heck? Aggressive plants? Yes, aggressive. Although we only understand the knowledge of nearby lower plants, Even these basic plants can sometimes attack. For example, there's a plant called muleae that grows on branches and resembles climbing ivy. It secretes venom towards animals on the ground. This venom drops from above and can corrode the fur of animals. If it lands in the eyes, it can lead to blindness, Yishan said seriously. I would say muleae is among the most threatening of lower plants. Some others can only slightly harm animals our size. As for what lies beyond lower plants, we cannot assess that yet. So, if we enter the woods later, we must be cautious. Perhaps because the number of humans we send over is vast, most lower animals nearby have already hidden in the woods. So before entering the woods, besides aquatic animals, we might find it hard to see any animals suitable for food. As for the rest issue, I'll mention a basic rule of the starting point. There is also a day-night cycle here, but the time for a complete cycle is not 24 hours, but close to 336 hours. That means a day here is half a month in Earth time, and a day here lasts a week on Earth. WEF? Does that mean we have to sleep during the day? Those evil capitalists have finally come up with the ultimate solution to 996. Let Yishan finish speaking first. Li Tianjia timely interrupted everyone as complaints. I'll continue. On Earth, sleeping helps the body and brain rest, allowing cerebrospinal fluid to enter the brain and expel metabolic waste and toxins. But here, sleeping may serve other purposes. Our body structure is already different from before. As for how it differs, I cannot answer that question for now. Although everyone was somewhat surprised, they did not continue to dwell on the issue. After all, the many unknowns in a short time had significantly increased their capacity for acceptance. During Yi Shan's explanation, Lu Xiao was also paying attention to the movements of other groups around them. We need to act immediately. Lu Xiao interrupted Yi Shan, though it was somewhat rude. He pointed to a group of people about 100 meters away. Look over there. They've already started gathering food. Everyone looked in the direction Lu Xiao was pointing, and indeed, about 100 people were bending down, purposefully searching for something in the grass. Some were even pulling out plants together, clearly identifying them as Qinghao and Jiao Qia. Among these people, many were carrying hoes and shovels, which significantly improved their efficiency. Although this patch of grass was large, it was certainly not enough to sustain millions of people. We must gather as much food as possible before more people start. Lu Xiao's words were not alarmist, but rather a harsh reality. To put it bluntly, if we want to survive at the starting point, we must be quicker than others in every aspect. Otherwise, competing for resources with the vast majority means we have no advantage, and our space for survival will be gradually compressed. This reasoning did not come from life experience, but rather from Lu Xiao's extensive gaming experience. In the popular online games in the country, when they first launched, millions of players would flood into the servers at the same time, crowding in a novice village to compete for the scarce resources, quests, and monsters. Sometimes, it would take up to an hour just to compete for one quest monster. In contrast, players who quickly completed quests and leveled up to leave the novice village would establish a significant gap in levels, equipment, and strength within a very short time, accumulating these advantages until the end. Lu Xiao was the type of player who quickly rushed out of the novice village, often ranking at the top of the game leaderboards. Li Tianjia also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately began assigning tasks. Zhou Peng, Cui Wei, you two handle the engineering shovels. Huang Yuchen, Hu Lei, one of you take an axe and the other take a saw. Wu Dongquan, I need a container for water, the bigger the better. Tiger, you handle the fire sticks, the kind for outdoor use. Tasks were assigned one by one, and the boys started choosing their items, while the girls immediately began gathering plums. In the end, including Li Tianjia himself, there were still 4 boys without assigned tasks, including Lu Xiao. The acquisition of items went smoothly, and one by one, the imagined props began to materialize into real objects. Yishan started assigning work to everyone, and everyone got busy. At this moment, Li Tianjia gathered the 4 boys who had not been assigned tasks together. Boss, don't we have work? Asked a boy named Zhou Yuka with a smile, clearly familiar with Li Tianjia. No work. What are you thinking? Li Tianjia lightly kicked him in annoyance. There is something I didn't team mention before, so I'll say it now. He gestured for a few to come closer and said in a low voice, earlier, Lu Xiao suggested forming a combat team. And I also had this idea. I have a strong sense of insecurity, feeling that something will happen. We were transported here, and it's definitely not as simple as just surviving in the wilderness. Lao Zhou, De Yang, Xiaoyang, all four of us are from the physical education department, so our physical conditions need not be mentioned. Li Tianjia glanced at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao is my fellow townsman, from Wuqing, the birthplace of the Qijiao army. No doubt about it. Let us form this first combat team of 5. What do you all think? We have no objections. Yang Zhen Yang Zhao replied in unison. They were twins, and both played for the physical education department's rugby team, looking incredibly strong. Boss, I'll follow your lead. Zhou Yuka, who specialized in sprinting in the physical education department, said, I have no objections either. I have a background in archery. How about you guys? Lu Xiao had been considering this issue earlier. During his time at school, aside from obtaining a driver's license, the only other skill he could showcase was his proficiency with a keyboard and mouse and being a 3-year veteran of the archery club. You can shoot arrows. Li Tianjia exclaimed in surprise. Great. I can handle knives, inherited from my ancestors. We both practiced martial arts in high school, said Zhang Zhao. I use a gun, and I use a sword, his twin brother Zhang Zhe added. Everyone looked at Zhou Yuka, who appeared somewhat stiff. I helped my grandma rake the fields during the summer vacation. Does that count? What do you mean? Li Tianjia asked, confused. I mean raking the fields, like this. Zhou Yuka mimicked the motion of holding a rake and swinging it down. You mean a rake? Like the one Zhu Beiji uses. His brother Yang Zhao chuckled. All right, that's fine. At least that tool can still be used for farming. Li Tianjia patted Zhou Yuka's shoulder to comfort him. Let us decide on this. Each choose the weapon you are best suited to. Lu Xiao nodded, reopened the reward box in his mind, and chose an item without hesitation. Subsequently, a message appeared. Please visualize the existence of this item through thought simulation. Note, the item must be a real object existing in the biological star domain. Lu Xiao began to close his eyes and imagine the wooden compound bow he was best at in the archery club, visualizing every detail in the scene of shooting arrows. When he opened his eyes, a compound bow identical to the one in his memory appeared in front of him, and he quickly reached out to catch it. To his surprise, in addition to the compound bow, a quiver and 20 arrows also appeared. As it seemed, the system considered these 3 items as a single set. The weapons of the other 4 also appeared one after another. Li Tianjia received a ceremonial knife, a relatively rare 2-handed sword that absorbed the essence of the Japanese katana and improved upon the Ming Dynasty's Qijiao knife, which was used by the Qijiao army when they defeated the Japanese invaders. Zhang Zhao got a long spear over 2 meters long, while his brother Zhang Zhe received a short sword. When the last weapon, or rather farming tool, the 9-tooth rake appeared in Zhou Yuka's hands, the others selectively turned their heads away, struggling to suppress their laughter. The 5 of them stood guard around the food pile, with Zhou Yuka carrying the rake, being particularly conspicuous. Lao Zhou Nice finally evolved into Zhu Beiji. Get lost, I'm Tianpu Marshal. Ha ha ha. The food gathering proceeded in a tense yet orderly manner. During this process, Lu Xiao noticed that the distance between different groups was widening, which was a bad sign, indicating that each group was slowly developing a sense of territory, shrinking their core areas. More and more groups understood the importance of gathering food, and it was believed that soon conflicts would arise between different groups over gathering areas. Sure enough, a group of 1,000 members entered the vicinity of a 100-member team to pick Qinghao, which triggered strong dissatisfaction from the 100-member team. After exchanging rude remarks, both sides began to engage in physical conflict. Subsequently, over 100 middle-aged men rushed out from the 1,000-member team, some carrying farming tools, others strange objects, and some clutching stones picked up from the ground, charging forward. The 100-member team was clearly at a disadvantage, as the opposing side's combat units equaled their total number of members. However, both sides were relatively restrained, merely confronting each other without drawing blood, as just an hour ago, they were all civilized people, probably never having fought in their lives. Eventually, the 100-member team collectively retreated to a distance, abandoning the area in dispute. This is not a solution. Lu Xiao felt an uneasy tension. He looked at his team, which had barely 50 people, not enough to fill the gaps left by others. When the pressure of survival exceeds civilized rationality, violence, that's nothing to worry about. He once again cast his gaze towards the distant forest, an endless expanse that lay before him like a colossal primordial beast stretching across the surrounding green wilderness. Chapter 5, A Small Step, I'm going to check the woods. Lu Xiao approached Li Qianjia and whispered. Li Qianjia was initially surprised. He looked into Lu Xiao's eyes, trying to confirm whether Lu Xiao was serious. Soon, he seemed to get his answer. Do you need us to come with you? No, I'll go alone. It's safer this way. Lu Xiao wasn't trying to show off. He believed the team needed the protection of combat units, while his actions were more like an exploration or pioneering effort. Go ahead, we can't stay here for long. You'll have to go into the woods sooner or later. You should scout ahead. But be careful. Come back immediately if there's any danger. Li Qianjia didn't say much more. He was well aware of the crisis facing the team's survival. The woods were the way out for everyone. Lu Xiao nodded slightly and turned to walk into the woods. Li Qianjia watched Lu Xiao's back until he disappeared from view. As his figure merged with the shadows of the trees, Lu Xiao stepped into the woods. The light became dappled, and the noise of the crowd gradually faded away. He cautiously moved in one direction, navigating through the enormous trees that dozens of people couldn't encircle. Sharp shrubs resembling spears sticking straight out of the ground, and countless unfamiliar flowers and vines. Lu Xiao didn't walk quickly. He would stop to carefully observe some plants he encountered. There was a girl in the group named Jiang Lina who had studied basic plant knowledge. Lu Xiao had asked her about plants to be cautious of, which were edible and which were poisonous. As he compared the plants along the way, he discovered that when you already had basic information about a strange organism and retained that memory, the system would automatically display the information about the organism upon encountering it in reality. This made things much more convenient. The knowledge memory entity detection system provided complete information. This was essentially the eternal formula of theory and practice. It was far more reliable than just staying at the knowledge stage. Having the system was beneficial. Although everyone had one, this practicality was tangible. Lu Xiao leaped over a thick root nearly a meter wide, which emerged from the ground, and couldn't even find the trunk it belonged to nearby. It was hard to imagine how large this tree must be. He crouched down and found the connection between the root and the ground. In a damp, dark corner, there was a small grass plant with 5 white, round fruits at the top of its spike. Finally found you. Forest shade fruit. Category: organic plant. Source: origin point. Name: forest shade grass. Features: grows in dark, damp soil. Can be found at tree roots, in crevices, or places lacking light. Its fruit is called forest shade fruit, round, white, and translucent. Grinding the fruit into powder has a rapid hemostatic effect. Lu Xiao picked the 5 fruits and examined them carefully in his palm. After confirming they were correct, he squeezed them together, and when he opened his hands, the fruits had turned into a puddle of white powder. He casually tore off a leaf nearby, folded it into an inverted triangle, poured the white powder inside, and then folded the opening over, completing a medicine powder package. Not bad. But why does it feel like I've found money? Why do I feel so happy, like I've discovered a treasure in a game? I can't be dreaming. After a brief moment of smugness, Lu Xiao stuffed the leaf package into his quiver and continued to venture deeper into the woods. A lizard-like reptile nimbly climbed on a branch, its blue and white colors flashing rhythmically. Sensing a sound, this palm-sized little creature first looked in the direction of the noise, then suddenly opened a pair of wings on its back and flew away. Soon, Lu Xiao poked his head out from the bushes. The animals in the woods were highly alert. Along the way, he had hardly seen any large animals. He had encountered quite a few insects and some organisms that corresponded with his basic animal knowledge, but perhaps this area still belonged to the edge of the entire forest. The sounds of human activity were so loud that medium to large animals had retreated deeper into the woods. Taking out an arrow, he skillfully marked a tree trunk. After walking for about 2 hours into the depths, he had found most of the plants Jiang Lina had highlighted. The plants that the system couldn't identify were either harmless or of no value. As for dangerous plants like the wood tears, which actively attacked organisms, Lu Xiao hadn't encountered any, probably because they were scarce. It made sense. If you were a plant actively poisoning animals, you couldn't escape, and you couldn't kill your target with poison. In that case, the outcome would be clear. It's easy to understand why they are so rare. Not to mention rare, they might be on the verge of extinction. Lu Xiao had added a belt made from a very tough tree bark tied around his waist. Attached to the belt were two palm-sized baskets that he had woven from vines. Although they were rudimentary, they were still practical. In fact, he felt quite helpless. The system had sent them here without any supplies, not even a garbage bag. Along the way, he had found more forest shade fruits and other plants with special effects, such as bay leaves that could relieve bruising, ring-tailed flowers that could detoxify certain poisons, and a strange smelling by tu xiang that could repel animals. He needed a place to store these herbs. So, he had to grit his teeth and, relying on a bit of memory and various attempts, managed to create a temporary storage belt. Based on his pace, he had probably only covered about 5 kilometers. Lu Xiao looked back in the direction he had come from. He didn't have exceptional stamina or wilderness survival experience, and he had mostly been stopping and starting to identify the plants and animals along the way. Ahead, he could see a noticeable slope. Was he finally going into the mountains? Just as Lu Xiao stepped onto the slope, the system displayed a message. Discovered a primary danger zone. Outer area of the falling star eye. Receive primary exploration reward. 1 endurance, a tribute point. Detected that an intelligent organism from the Galactic Order has entered this area for the first time. Galactic Order origin point merit points, 10. Obtain Galactic Order merit points, 1,000. Permission unlocked. Galactic Order merit redemption. Detected that the intelligent organism's spirit core has not undergone transformation. This permission cannot be used, Lu Xiao. He stared blankly at his feet, recalling Armstrong's first words upon landing on the moon. That's one small step for man. One giant leap for mankind. This time, the amount of information was quite substantial. First of all, does this mean I've finally left the novice village? The area ahead is already dangerous? This is understandable. They have to protect the newbies who are weak in combat. Secondly, exploring unknown areas grants rewards. And the first reward is an endurance attribute point. This means that by adding points, I can change the physical constitution of this origin point body. It makes sense. After all, the origin point can replicate a completely new body, so modifying it is a piece of cake. Thirdly, I am actually the first intelligent organism from the Galactic Order to enter this area, which means that the organisms sent by the Galactic Order are quite spread out. Among the trillions of intelligent beings across millions of planets, it can't be just me being the first to enter an unfamiliar area. Finally, there's this merit point. The origin point clearly holds a higher status than the Galactic Order, as the Galactic Order actually needs to earn merit from the origin point, while the Galactic Order rewards me with 100 times the merit. There is a lot to unpack here. What exactly is this origin point? As for the fact that the Galactic Order's merit cannot currently be redeemed, Lu Xiao understood that there was no point in dwelling on it. After all, no one would provide answers. Thinking of this, he felt quite like complaining. Others cross over and have systems that act like both a parent and a guardian. Fearing that the protagonist might not understand something, going through great lengths to provide the protagonist with a golden finger. But for him, well, if you don't understand, just leave it be. This system should be the SMS notification of 10,086. Looking at the character status information with free attribute points. 1. This is really practical. Chapter 6 Growth rewards the entire hesitation process was expected to last only 2 seconds. With a flash of thought, Lu Xiao's agility attribute increased to 6. At the same time, he could feel a slight change within his body. His legs, shoulders, and wrists felt a bit stronger. Just as he had thought. The agility attribute directly affects ranged attacks and speed. This allows for estimating the effects of other physical attributes. Toughness represents stamina, which is roughly equivalent to health points, defense, and similar aspects. Strength represents absolute power, influencing melee attacks and carrying capacity. Explosiveness represents instantaneous burst power, which affects both ranged and melee attacks. Finally, leaving the ranks of the weak, Lu Xiao did not immediately head deeper into the falling star eye. He knew that true danger was just beginning. Previously, he had merely been hopping around in the novice village, which was akin to a kindergarten child walking from the classroom to the hallway, and now, that child had reached the entrance. If he didn't prepare, he could really get into trouble. Lu Xiao turned sideways, holding the bow in his left hand, while drawing an arrow from the quiver with his right, knocking the arrow, drawing the bow and releasing it in one fluid motion. A standard three-point stance, aiming for a tree trunk 30 meters ahead, adjusting his breathing, calming his mind, and focusing his gaze. He shot. Whoosh! The arrow whistled sharply as it flew toward the target. Crack! Lu Xiao's mouth twitched. It was off, quite off, to be honest. After all, this bow was a gift from the system, and he still needed to gradually adapt to it. On the other hand, while the physical form was copied from Earth, muscle memory was certainly absent. Lu Xiao did not feel discouraged. He believed that anything lacking could be compensated for, and he was confident he could regain his previous archery skills in this undisturbed environment. Whoosh crack, whoosh crack, whoosh crack. Release, release, release. Until he could no longer feel arrows in his quiver, Lu Xiao picked up the arrows from the tree trunk and the ground and started again. I shoot, I shoot. I shoot, shoot, shoot. I refuse to believe that I can't shoot to clear the clouds and reveal the sun, or shoot down 9 suns. I'm known as the best archer in the city. Okay. When hungry, he would chew on some ground plums. When thirsty, he would drink some dew. When his fingers stiffened and his shoulders weakened, he would wrap his wrists with palm leaves to alleviate muscle soreness. Once upon a time, Lu Xiao was called the man guarding the spider cave in a certain game. What did that mean? This guy camped at a spider spawn point for 3 whole days to level up quickly, not closing his eyes for even a moment during that time. In his own words, only those who can endure loneliness and hardship can eventually earn everyone's respect. Drawing arrows, knocking arrows, drawing the bow, aiming, focusing, releasing. Drawing arrows, knocking arrows, drawing the bow, aiming, focusing, releasing. What is muscle memory? When the same motion is repeated many times, it forms a conditioned reflex in the muscles. As for how many repetitions are needed, it depends on how much you want that reflex to develop. This was the last palm leaf, which Lu Xiao wrapped around his trembling wrist. Glancing at the nearby tree trunk filled with arrows, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. After nearly 3 hours of high-intensity training, he could only barely reach 30 of his previous level. Out of 20 arrows, only 3 hit the target accurately. The others, while not as far off as at the beginning, could only be considered passable. But this was a fixed target. What about a moving target? Keep going. Not wanting to waste time talking to himself, he just did it. The palm leaves showed quick effects on recovery. The soreness and bruising were immediately alleviated. He shook his wrist and felt he was good to go again. After gathering the arrows, Lu Xiao stood firm, facing the target sideways. The motion of drawing the arrow was no longer stiff. Bending the bow, knocking the arrow, he shouted in his heart, "Arrow of the scorching sun." Whoosh! Crack! With the archer's special move accurately hitting the target, Lu Xiao was stunned. Not because this arrow had truly transformed into a legendary skill, but because the system provided a notification. You have reached the beginner level of bow mastery. Reward: 1 basic physical technique. Please choose from the following basic techniques. Basic precision, passive technique, slightly increases ranged attack hit rate. Basic sharpness, passive technique, slightly increases ranged attack power. Basic charge, active technique, consumes stamina to increase single ranged attack power. The system rewards had arrived. The legendary saying hard work pays off proved true. He quickly selected basic precision without hesitation. It was obvious, if you can't hit the target, no matter how strong your attack power is, it's meaningless. Acquired technique, basic precision. Detected that an intelligent being has acquired a technique for the first time. Acquired basic growth reward. 1 free attribute point in physical abilities. Double happiness. However, the nature of the reward had changed. The previous point was a basic exploration reward, while this was a basic growth reward. It seemed the reward system of this origin had a lot of variety. Without hesitation, he allocated the point to agility. As a newcomer who had just escaped from being weak, it was the best choice to enhance his only combat skill. Looking at his attribute information panel, there were changes. Category: organic intelligent being. Source: galactic order. Species: human. Gender: male. Title: none. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical abilities: toughness 5, strength 5, agility 7, explosiveness 5, psychic power none, belief none, elemental affinity none, mastery. Bow mastery: beginner. Physical techniques: basic precision. Passive technique slightly increases ranged attack hit rate. Spiritual techniques. None with an increase of 1 point in agility and basic precision, his archery skills improved dramatically. As the arrows flew, pop, pop, pop. Out of 20 arrows, this time 5 hit the target, and subsequent rounds yielded similar results. Previously, he had 3 hits out of 20 with an accuracy rate of around 15, and now it was 5 out of 20, raising the accuracy rate to 25. An increase of 10. This calculation only considered absolute hits on the bullseye. The accuracy of other shots also improved. Such an increase was no joke. Back on Earth, how long would diligent practice take to achieve such a qualitative leap? The key was that this was just a basic skill. What about intermediate? Advanced? There would be super skills, right? Thinking of this, Lu Xiao decided to head toward the falling star eye area. For more rewards, for faster growth. He absolutely would not be a sheltered flower in a greenhouse. He collected some palm grass nearby and applied it to his still sore wrists and shoulders as he entered the outer area of the falling star eye. Chapter 7. Seeking wealth in danger. Lu Xiao crouched in the bushes, his eyes fixed on the distance ahead. There, 7 or 8 goats with horns were munching on a green plant growing at the roots of a tree, occasionally emitting a whimpering sound. The sound did not come from the horned goats, but from the plants in their mouths. It seemed that the plant emitted the sound of a child crying whenever it was attacked. Quietly, Lu Xiao knocked an arrow and aimed at a goat that was chewing contentedly. Whoosh! The arrow struck the goat's head accurately, and it fell to the ground with a thud. The other goats immediately went wild, scattering in all directions and quickly disappearing from sight. After waiting for a while and seeing no other movement, Lu Xiao approached and pulled the feathered arrow from the goat's corpse. He tried to break off a horn with his hands but found it unyielding, so he left without further ado. It wasn't that he didn't want to make good use of the goat. He was tempted by its legs, but he had no tools. While he could start a fire with sticks, could he roast a whole goat? The wool couldn't be removed anyway. After confirming that killing the animal yielded no experience points, Lu Xiao felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought that hunting animals would earn him something, but it seemed he had overestimated it. The flora and fauna in the falling star sky I had already surpassed the knowledge range previously rewarded by the system, and various unfamiliar creatures were beginning to appear, making Lu Xiao increasingly cautious. The slope of the mountain was steepening, but due to the dense tree canopy, he couldn't see the height of the peak and could only ascend bit by bit. The whimpering sound came from afar. Lu Xiao recognized the sound and followed it. Sure enough, a large animal he had never seen before was voraciously consuming the surrounding grass. This creature stood nearly 2 meters tall and was 3 meters long, with 4 legs and a body resembling that of a deer, but completely hairless. Its head was large, and most strangely, it had a huge mouth resembling a suction cup that could probably fit a basketball when fully opened. The massive creature knelt down, methodically sweeping the area around it. Not right. Lu Xiao noticed that the animal's hind leg was caught in a metal trap, blood seeping from the clamp. No wonder it couldn't move. It could only nibble on the grass nearby. So the question arose. The metal trap was clearly a trap, which meant there were people nearby. No, to be precise, there were more intelligent beings, creatures that knew how to use traps. Lu Xiao found a concealed spot, using rocks and tree trunks to hide his figure while still keeping an eye on the large creature's position. He wanted to wait for the intelligent creature that set the trap to appear and see what it was. It wasn't long before he heard the sound of branches breaking in the distance, and the large animal began to struggle, clearly agitated. Lu Xiao sensed that the hunter had arrived. The large animal started to thrash violently, its massive body crashing around. But the metal trap on its hind leg prevented it from escaping. Lu Xiao hid in the shadows, quietly observing everything. The hunter's figure emerged from the bushes. It was a green creature roughly the same height as Lu Xiao. Except for its chest and abdomen, it was covered in green scales, walking upright with a long, sturdy tail swaying behind it. Its lizard-like head had blood-red eyes, and a long tongue forked at the tip occasionally flicked out from its mouth. Without needing the system to provide any hints, Lu Xiao already knew the name of this creature, a lizard man. The lizard man evidently possessed high intelligence. Although it wore no clothing, it carried a large pack and had a dagger and machete strapped to its belt. The craftsmanship of these items indicated they were no worse than Earth's technology. Looking at its prey, the lizard man appeared quite satisfied. It slowly drew its machete, emitting a series of cackling sounds that were likely its species language, which Lu Xiao couldn't understand. The large animal seemed resigned to its fate, having exhausted its strength, its small eyes merely watching the lizard man without further struggle. In a flash, the seemingly ordinary machete cleanly severed the animal's head, the cut as neat as if made with a paper cutter. At that instant, a feathered arrow whistled through the air. For the yellow bird, the moment the mantis catches the cicada is the best opportunity to strike, and Lu Xiao would not let it slip by. Thud! The arrow pierced the lizardman's neck, but it did not hit the most vital area. The intense pain in its throat threw the lizard man off balance. It had never expected to be ambushed while swinging its knife. Cackling in surprise, it reached for the arrow embedded in its neck, preparing to pull it out. The second arrow was already on its way. This time, it struck the lizardman's left eye, the arrowhead piercing directly into its blood-red eyeball. The second arrow was enough to be fatal, but the third and fourth arrows followed swiftly. The fifth arrow struck the lizardman's chest. This hunter, who had just felt triumphant, fell silent. After a brief moment of rigidity, it collapsed to the ground, perishing alongside its prey. Detected the Galactic Order's intelligent creature killing a cross-domain mutated creature. Earning 1 Galactic Order merit point. Earned 100 Galactic Order merit points. Detected an intelligent creature's over-level kill of another intelligent creature. Received over-level kill reward. 1 free attribute point for physical abilities. Detected the first kill of a mutated creature by an intelligent being. Receive kill reward. Please select reward type. Random auxiliary item, origin. Random physical skill, beginner. Random auxiliary proficiency, entry. 2 free attribute points. For physical abilities, Lu Xiao. Happiness always comes so suddenly. Last time it was double happiness. This time it's triple fortune. Could it be that cursing the system before yielded results? Indeed, fortune lies in danger, and great strength brings miracles. Historical experience has not deceived me. Lu Xiao had never expected that this lizard man would be so valuable. The reason he dared to ambush was that he felt the lizard man had keen senses and would likely notice his presence after killing its prey. Taking a risk, he seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow, thinking that regardless of whether it hit or not, he would run first. He didn't expect that even though the first arrow missed, it didn't miss by much, and the lizardman's shock at being hit prevented it from choosing to flee, leading him to follow up with 4 more arrows. Rubbing his palms together, Lu Xiao felt a rare sense of bewilderment. He admitted that he was tempted by the equipment in the lizardman's possession, harboring thoughts of robbery. He also acknowledged that at the moment he shot the first arrow, the lizardman's knife had made his heart sink. However, regardless, the outcome was so delightful. Forget about merits for now. Anyway, his permissions weren't enough, and the system didn't specify how to gain enough permissions. Over-level kills indicated that there was a class difference between him and the lizard man. He could succeed in the kill due to 2 factors: ambushing from a distance and choosing the right moment to strike. As long as he achieved an over-level kill, he received free attribute points for physical abilities, which was incredibly rewarding. As for the final reward for the first kill of a mutated creature, it was similar to a first kill. The system had informed him that he hadn't mutated, but this lizard man had already undergone mutation. He didn't know where the difference lay. Was it the color of the eyes? Or would he become a lizard man after his own mutation? Forget about that for now. This reward was indeed a bit of a dilemma. As for the last reward of a free attribute point, that was fine. After all, I am an archer. What do archers do? They are the pioneers of over-level monster hunting, as the old 6 in the jungle. Why would I covet this measly 2 points you're giving me for an over-level kill reward? The other 3 were all random, and he had previously received a beginner physical skill, but that was an exclusive skill given by archery proficiency. The risk of a random skill was too high. If he ended up with a skill for a rake, he'd have to go complain to a ghost. So he decided to pass on a random physical skill reward. Auxiliary Mastery, pass. It's not that it's bad, but Lu Xiao simply doesn't understand what auxiliary mastery is. Randomly choosing a mastery that he completely doesn't comprehend. What's the point? That only leaves auxiliary items. Lu Xiao must be pondering the two words in parentheses, origin. In other words, the randomly awarded auxiliary items belong to the origin, which gives it some value to take a risk. If it said Earth instead of origin, he wouldn't even glance at it. But origin, that is something that can put the galactic order underfoot. Stealing his resolve, Lu Xiao chose the random auxiliary item, origin. Chapter 8. Defective Products, Calculating Random Reward Auxiliary Item, Origin. Confirming Random Reward Auxiliary Item, Origin. Obtained Auxiliary Item, Origin Defective Product, WTF? Lu Xiao couldn't help but want to slap himself. Aren't 2 points of stamina and free attribute points appealing? Isn't auxiliary proficiency enticing? Why did I have to choose this thing? Look at what I got. A defective product. Is this something a person can give out? A brown cloth bag-like item appeared faintly in front of his chest. Lu Xiao clenched it in his hand, his anger rising even more. Isn't this just a tattered bag? Huh. The moment the system displayed the item information, his expression changed oddly. Name, defective product, quality, rare, creator, anonymous. Message, failed again. What a piece of junk. Item details, storage type auxiliary item, contains an independent sealed space. Space size is 125 cubic meters. Planetary measurement unit. Can be taken and placed at any time. Lu Xiao thought, this is really nice. He tried to reach into the tattered bag, and his hand disappeared. His hand vanished at the bag's opening, and as he reached further down, even his entire arm disappeared into the bag that was less than the size of a palm. Then, Lu Xiao began to stuff bags filled with effective plant leaves into it. The space inside was independent, vacuum-sealed, and there was no gravitational effect. He could feel that the items were fixed in the position he placed them. This is truly amazing, 125 cubic meters. Isn't that just a cube with 5 meters in length, width, and height? The two corpses in front of him could easily fit inside. And this is actually a failed defective product. What would happen if it succeeded? Forget it, don't be greedy. Having such a rare item, Lu Xiao was already satisfied. After allocating the newly obtained free stamina attribute points into agility, his agility attribute reached 8. He quickly walked over to the lizardman's corpse, taking all the items off him and placing them into the defective product. He then attempted to lift the massive animal's front leg to stuff it into the defective product. But he awkwardly found that he couldn't lift it at all. So, he could only take out the defective product, open the bag's mouth, and slip it over the hoof, moving it up little by little. Fortunately, the bag's opening could stretch to an amazing size of about 2 meters in diameter. Otherwise, he really couldn't fit this massive body inside. Following the same method, Lu Xiao stuffed the lizard man into it as well. The ground, aside from the large splatters of green and red blood, was devoid of other items. To be safe, Lu Xiao also buried the bloodstains with dirt, at least making it look clean. After quickly finishing all this, he headed in another direction. After rushing for more than half an hour, Lu Xiao found a relatively safe depression near a huge tree root and sat down to start counting his spoils. He didn't dare to linger too long in the previous environment. These lizard men were likely social creatures, and if other lizard men came looking, he would be in trouble. He reached into the defective product and pulled out the lizardman's backpack and belt. First, he tied the belt around his waist. He hadn't noticed before that this belt had 4 small pockets. He opened them one by one. Each pocket contained something. The first pocket held 3 dark red pills, each about the size of a tablet. The second pocket contained a meatball the size of a ping-pong ball, with a strong fishy smell. After just one glance, Lu Xiao was so repulsed that he tossed it back into the defective product. The third pocket had a small glass bottle. Calling it glass was inaccurate. It was more like a crystal vial containing a green viscous liquid. The fourth pocket also had a bottle, but instead of liquid, it contained a glowing flying insect. And indeed, they all seemed useful, but in fact they were useless, because he didn't know what they were for. He set these items aside. Lu Xiao opened the lizardman's pack. A metal clip one. Well, with the one on the massive animal's hind leg, he now had 2. Roasted animal leg 2. This is good. It solves the meat problem. An exceptionally elastic rope one. The material is unknown, but very strong. Should be useful. Conical goat horns 5. Lu Xiao had seen these before. They're the things that stick out from the head of a unicorn goat. It looks like these are useful. Otherwise, the lizard man wouldn't have preserved them individually. Unknown animal leather 1. The skin of an unknown animal, completely peeled off and rolled up. Unknown animal tendons 2. This is useful for Lu Xiao. It can be used as bowstring, but he doesn't know how to make it, so he'll keep it for now. Several unknown plant fruits, besides a few banana leaves. He didn't recognize any of the others. The bag was empty, with nothing else inside. Lu Xiao put everything back into the defective product, except for the roasted meat and the bottle with the glowing insect. These items should have value, but that's for later. They weren't useful right now. He gnawed on the roasted meat. The quality was average, a bit tough, and it didn't have any cumin, so it could only be described as finally being plain. Fiddling with the bottle, the little insect that had been quietly lying at the bottom suddenly flew up, its glow becoming brighter. What is this thing for? A night light? Impossible. This little bit of light is completely insufficient. For eating? It shouldn't be enough to fill gaps in teeth. Could it be kept as a pet? Lu Xiao, with a bit of a wicked sense of humor, said a few words to the bottle, but it showed no response. After taking off, the little insect kept bumping against one side of the bottle wall. At first, Lu Xiao thought it was just panicking and crashing around. However, after he changed the bottle's position and direction a few times, he noticed that the little insect continued to hit the bottle wall repeatedly, with different walls but the same direction. Suddenly enlightened, this little insect is a guide. Of course, Lu Xiao slapped his forehead. This lizard man could also get lost. It must have something that allows it to find its way back anywhere. This little insect should be its map and compass, and since it glows, it can be easily recognized even in the dark. What a good thing. Lu Xiao bit down hard on a piece of roasted meat. But where does it lead? No need to guess. It's most likely leading to the lizardman's nest, their gathering place. Where else could it go? He couldn't think of anything beyond his knowledge. He could only speculate based on the habits of homing pigeons and old dogs. Nest. Hee. The 6 words kill and receive rewards drop from the sky, making him bite down hard on another piece of meat. Quickly finishing the roasted meat, Lu Xiao dragged the lizardman's corpse out of the defective product, simultaneously removing the dagger and machete. Facing the lizardman's thick scales, he first used the dagger to slash at the top, leaving only a deep mark. Then he thrust hard, but the scales absorbed the force and bounced back. He then picked up the machete. He had seen the power of this machete firsthand. He didn't know what material it was made of, but he swung it forcefully at the scales. The machete directly split open the surface scales, but it was blocked by the deeper tissues and couldn't penetrate further. This didn't mean the machete wasn't sharp. It only indicated that Lu Xiao's strength was too small. After all, he only had 5. If it were Zhang Zhe or Zhang Zhao, or evenly Tianjia, this knife might not cut the lizard man in half, but it could at least cause fatal damage. After roughly understanding the defensive capability of the scales, Lu Xiao stepped back 10 meters and shot an arrow at the back scales. The arrow tip sank into the scales, reaching a depth of a finger. Indeed, the lethality of the bow and arrow could not cause significant harm to the lizard man from the covered areas. Lu Xiao flipped the lizardman's body over, exposing its abdomen. The lizardman's chest and abdomen were not covered in scales and appeared milky white, feeling quite soft to the touch. On this side, whether using a dagger or an arrow, he could easily cut through the surface skin. It seemed that the head, chest, and abdomen were the areas he could currently attack. He stuffed the body back into the defective product. Lu Xiao took out another bottle, and the green sticky liquid inside caught his attention. He needed to verify his guess. He dipped the tip of an arrow into the bottle, and after coating it with some of the liquid, he withdrew it. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao bent his bow in the bushes, aiming at a monkey clinging to a tree trunk, and shot an arrow. The feathered arrow struck the hind leg of the tailless monkey, which was the part he intentionally aimed for. The arrow pierced its body, pinning the monkey to the tree. The startled black monkey screeched and flailed its limbs in panic. Lu Xiao silently counted the time. Before he could even reach 4, the monkey's cries suddenly ceased, and its body hung limply, dangling from the arrow. Lu Xiao approached, pulled out the arrow, and carefully examined the monkey's corpse on the ground. The area around the wound was already showing large patches of black. The blood vessels throughout its body were swollen and also appeared distinctly black, and even the blood that flowed out had turned from red to black. He had confirmed it. It was indeed poison and highly toxic at that. Hee hee, Lu Xiao smirked. looking at the small bug in the crystal bottle, which innocently glowed. Chapter 9. At the peak following the direction indicated by the little bug, Lu Xiao continually ascended, trying to pass by some obvious landmarks along the way, as he still needed to return. He thought to himself, taking out the bottle from his pocket and glancing at the little bug inside. It was lying at the bottom of the bottle, so he shook it. The little creature was quite obedient and took off, colliding with the wall of the bottle. Lu Xiao gauged the direction based on the angle of the bottle before putting it back in his pocket. He didn't follow the initially indicated direction all the way. Instead, he ascended first, planning to head straight towards the destination pointed out by the little bug once it was at the same height as him. On one hand, it was difficult to discern direction in the forest, so moving in a straight line made it easier to find the way back. On the other hand, he didn't want to retrace the path the lizard man had taken. Who knew how many restless hunters were lurking along the way? That being said, he had made some preparations for this adventure. He had tied a lot of weeds and leaves to his belt, which made movement inconvenient but offered some concealment. At least when he crouched or lay still, it was difficult for the naked eye to spot him from close range. Of course, part of his reason for doing this was his obsession with the camouflage suit. In addition, he had smeared dirt all over his body to mask his scent. After nearly 2 hours of continuous ascent and navigating around a cliff, Lu Xiao finally reached the peak of the mountain. He plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. It wasn't easy. He had often gone mountain climbing in the past, but compared to this peak, it was a different level altogether. Being extra cautious along the way, paying attention to his surroundings and where he stepped had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Although he had reached the peak, the terrain was surprisingly vast at the top of this mountain range. It felt like when he visited the mountain city, taking an elevator from the first floor to the 13th, only to step out and feel like he was still on the first floor. Never mind, he thought. Let's take a break first. Before him, without the canopy of trees, the view of the landscape below was unobstructed. What a view from the top! In the far distance, beyond the forest, lay an expansive plain shaped like a hexagon. He could faintly see some moving black dots, wisps of black smoke rising, and a winding river flowing through. That must be where he had come from. Just thinking about the hundreds of thousands of people surviving in the wilderness on the plain made Lu Xiao sigh inwardly. He hoped that Li Tianjia and the others had stabilized their gathering point, at least ensuring the basic elements of survival. So many humans, yet there were no skyscrapers, no traffic, and no smog. It was quite an adjustment. He wanted to look further, to see what lay beyond the plains and the woods, but unfortunately, the peak he was on wasn't high enough to allow for that. The fatigue in his legs had dissipated under the effects of the bay. Lu Xiao stood up and took out the bottle. Sure enough, this time the direction indicated by the little bug was a straight line. After bypassing an incomplete skeleton, Lu Xiao had already encountered his 5th animal carcass. He had also discovered 4 traps on the ground. Unfortunately, these 4 had already become trophies and were packed into the spoils. The signs of intelligent beings' activities were becoming increasingly apparent. Paths trampled by people had appeared in the woods, making Lu Xiao even more cautious. At last, just as he was stowing away the 5th metal trap, Lu Xiao heard a strange chattering sound. The lizard men he had been thinking about appeared. Quietly, Lu Xiao crouched down and carefully pushed aside the branches obstructing his view. Goodness, it was a double act. Not far away, 2 lizard men were standing face to face, continuously emitting chattering calls. One of them occasionally poked the other in the chest with the tip of its tail, clearly provoking it. Lu Xiao imagined their dialogue. Lizard man, what are you staring at? Lizard man B, what about it? The other, indeed, impatiently swatted the first one's tail away. The chattering intensified. This enraged the first one, and its calls grew louder and more aggressive, clearly on the verge of a fight. Not to be outdone, the second one opened its large mouth full of sharp teeth, spitting out half a pound of saliva in response. What started as a shove quickly escalated into a contest of whose spit was greater. Their fangs clashed unexpectedly, and a battle erupted. Initially, they supported themselves with their tails to maintain balance, wrestling together in a tangle. Soon, their tails joined the fray, rolling on the ground, each occasionally whipping the others back with their sturdy tails. The scene wasn't bloody, as no blood was shed, but the intensity was sufficient. As the fight continued, one of them slowly sensed something was off. The opponent seemed to have lost strength and was allowing it to squeeze. But soon, it realized something was wrong. The lizard man that had been on top of it was clearly lifeless. It was a bit confused, blinking its small eyes repeatedly. Could it be that it was this powerful? At that moment, it noticed a long, thin spike stuck in the side of the other's head, with black and green liquid dripping from the wound onto its cheek. This seemed to be, poof, it felt a chill in its eye, a cold sensation piercing straight into its brain. Soon, in a daze, it gradually lost consciousness. Before it died, its one intact, I seemed to see a monster covered in green fur stealthily creeping out from the shadows of the woods. Lu Xiao separated the two corpses from their tangled state, opened the bag of spoils, and quickly stuffed the bodies inside one by one. 3 lizardman corpses and 1 giant beast, and only about a third of the internal sealed space of the spoils had been utilized. After covering a bit of the toxic blood with dirt, Lu Xiao immediately left the scene. Detected that a galactic order intelligent being killed a cross-star domain metamorphosis creature. Galactic order origin contribution point 1. Obtained galactic order contribution points 100. Detected an intelligent being killing another intelligent being beyond its level. Obtained over-level kill reward. Physical attribute free point 1. Detected that a galactic order intelligent being killed a cross-star domain metamorphosis creature. Galactic order origin contribution point 1. Obtained galactic order contribution points 100. Detected an intelligent being killing another intelligent being beyond its level. Obtained over-level kill reward. Physical attribute free point 1. Crouching in a relatively safe patch of grass. Lu Xiao happily allocated the 2 points to agility. He discovered one benefit of this system. It could verify whether a target was dead. This seemed trivial, but it was crucial in actual combat. Earlier, he thought the second lizard man was dead, but when he didn't, he received the system reward notification. He immediately laid down until the information appeared before getting up. His attribute value had reached an even number, but there was no reward. That was expected. Otherwise, wouldn't those Olympic champions or fitness enthusiasts be drowning in rewards as soon as they were teleported here? After scavenging the items from the 2 lizard men, the haul wasn't substantial. Unknown material chest armor X2, unknown use dark red pills X4, fist blades X2, belts X2 from the items on their bodies. These 2 appeared more like gatekeepers rather than hunters, and Lu Xiao had no interest in any of it. The chest armor offered some defense, but with his absolute strength being too low, wearing it would essentially negate the agility he had just increased. It was a pity there were no venom vials. After experiencing the benefits of the poisoned arrows, he felt that this slime deserved an award for the most valuable trap of the year, specifically designed to ensnare its own kind. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and before long, the surrounding light dimmed. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a loud crack of thunder that made Lu Xiao shudder. A torrential downpour began to pour down relentlessly. Lu Xiao quickly moved towards his target direction. The sudden rain provided him with a perfect opportunity. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the woods came to a halt in front of an open space. More than 20 low houses made of piled stones are scattered across the open area, with a high cliff at the edge. Above the cliff stands a stone house, surrounded by numerous animal skulls. Behind the stone house, a stone pillar, about 5 meters tall, rises majestically, with a statue of some creature at its top. A dark red lizard man, over 2 meters tall, stands on the cliff, roaring at the sky, while 2 other lizard men below look up at him devoutly. Each time lightning cuts through the dark clouds, the dark red lizard man waves a stick in his hand. Lu Xiao has no time to watch this bizarre performance. He just wants to confirm whether there are other lizard men in those stone houses. Kikek, the dark red lizard man, points at one of the lizard men and calls out. That lizard man stands up and walks up. He is not very tall, probably only about 1.5 meters, and his physique is not as strong as the ones Lu Xiao encountered before, giving off a feeling of being underdeveloped. He kneels down on one knee in front of the dark red lizard man. The dark red lizard man takes something out of a bag behind him. It's too far away, and the rain makes it hard for Lu Xiao to see what it is, only knowing that it emits a pure white glow. The short lizard man receives the glowing object with both hands. Soon, The light gradually dims. Meanwhile, the dark red lizard man continues to caw and wave his short stick. Lu Xiao notices that the statue on top of the stone pillar faintly glows. This is insane. The body of the short lizard man is visibly growing at a noticeable speed. This must be cheating. This tribe must have grown up with hacks. System, origin, I want to report. In Indy, no response. Lu Xiao feels he should change his thinking. The little lizard man has a glowing sphere, and then the statue emitted some light, and he became stronger. There is something wrong with the glowing sphere and the statue. If there is a problem, it needs to be taken away. Chapter 10, the strongest creature, green slime, dripped from the arrow tip, falling to the ground along with raindrops. Lu Xiao's gaze was locked on the dark red lizard man's head. The rain would slightly alter the flight path of the arrow. But how much was hard to say. To be safe, he still aimed for the head. The first ritual had already ended, and the dark red lizard man was urging the second small lizard man to come forward. The previous one was slowly walking down, its body still twitching involuntarily, clearly indicating that the process of transformation was uncomfortable and not quick to finish. A lightning bolt spread across the clouds like a spider's web. At the moment the lightning split the darkness, Lu Xiao released his fingers, and the poisoned feathered arrow shot out, accompanied by the rumbling thunder, targeting the dark red lizard man who was reaching for the light orb. As the thunder faded, the arrow pierced through the lizard man's neck. Lu Xiao's second arrow followed closely, this time aimed at the lizard man still enjoying the sensation of growth, hitting it squarely in the back of the head, causing the lizard man to fall to the ground before it could finish enjoying itself. The dark red lizard man had already noticed Lu Xiao. Its throat had been torn by the arrow tip and could not produce a sound. The small lizard man in front of it woke from its convulsions and turned to pounce at Lu Xiao, emitting a screeching roar. Lu Xiao quickly drew his third feathered arrow, aiming at the lizard man, charging straight at him, ready to release. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a head poking out from a stone house. Cursing his bad luck, he turned and shot an arrow at that head. The arrow struck the center of the forehead. Lu Xiao had only prepared 3 poisoned arrows, and the last one had just been used. Unhurriedly, he drew out a 4th arrow, continuing to aim at the small lizard man that had come close. Thud! The arrow embedded itself in the lizard man's chest, causing limited damage. The lizard man only paused briefly before continuing its charge. Lu Xiao threw the bow on the ground and reached for the machete from the discarded items. The small lizard man roared in anger, leaping up less than 2 meters away from Lu Xiao, pouncing towards him. Fool! The machete slashed downwards diagonally. The blade sliced from the lizard man's left shoulder straight to its right abdomen, nearly cutting the lizard man in half. The underdeveloped creature hadn't even touched Lu Xiao before it met its end. Lu Xiao quickly sheathed the machete, wiped the green blood splattered on his face, picked up the compound bow, knocked an arrow, and shot another at the staggering dark red lizard man. This arrow struck directly at its face, causing the lizard man's head to lean back and its body to flip over onto the ground. Without giving Lu Xiao a chance to catch his breath, 2 lizard men charged out from the surrounding forest, roaring as they rushed towards Lu Xiao, their eyes fixed on the twitching dark red lizard man on the ground. Unlike the earlier small lizard man, these 2 were not only robust, but also wore breastplates and wielded fist blades. If they got close, Lu Xiao would definitely be the one to die. At this moment, if he lost his composure, it would all be over. Lu Xiao maintained his pace, drawing arrows, bending the bow, aiming, and releasing. The 5th arrow skimmed past the lizard man's cheek without causing any damage. For the 6th arrow, he lowered his aim. The arrow pierced through the closer lizard man's calf, embedding itself in the ground. The lizard man, held back by the arrow, fell directly to the ground. The other one circled around it and charged toward Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao shot the last arrow he could from this distance. The arrow missed by a wide margin, falling at least a meter away from the charging lizard man. No, to be precise, it was aimed at the lizard man on the ground, and with a thud, it struck the lizard man's face as it struggled to pull the arrow from its leg. Due to the close distance and strong force, the arrow tip pierced through the back of its head, and it was clear it wouldn't survive. Putting away the compound bow, Lu Xiao turned and ran backward. At this moment, the lizard man was only 5 meters away from him. After running a few steps, Lu Xiao drew the machete, turned around to face the lizard man. He couldn't outrun it, so he had to fight. The lizard man didn't care about Lu Xiao's thoughts. It stepped over the severed body on the ground and charged towards him, believing that this small creature with skinny arms and legs wouldn't withstand even a single attack. "I'ma swallow this bastard alive." Crack! Huh? The lizard man felt a chill at its ankle, but before it could look down to see what was happening. Crack! Huh? What about the other foot? A piercing pain surged through it, and the lizard man screeched as it fell to the ground. At this moment, it saw that its feet were caught in traps, the sharp teeth cutting through its bones, and around it, there were actually 5 more traps. It raised its head, glaring furiously at the despicable creature in front of it. But what it saw was a cold light in the pouring rain. In a fleeting moment, it could see its own blood-splattered body, perfectly separated from itself, letting out a long breath. Lu Xiao didn't have time to reflect on the recently ended battle. He quickly opened the bag of discarded items, stuffing the traps inside. It took too long to deal with the corpses, so he hastily removed items from the body and placed them into the discarded bag. He hurried up the high cliff. The dark red lizard man had stopped twitching, and he intended to take this body with him. Lu Xiao reached the stone pillar, exerting all his strength but couldn't budge it. Indeed, something that could stand firm in such a place must have a solid base. He glanced at the statue atop the pillar with regret, realizing he couldn't take it. Regret? A little, but not much. Entering the huge stone house filled with skulls. The smell nearly knocked him over. Holding his breath, Lu Xiao stuffed anything that looked valuable into the discarded bag. After clearing it out, he dashed into a smaller stone house. No time. No time. I want it all. I want it all. 2 thoughts clashed in his mind. After searching 5 stone houses, reason overcame greed. Lu Xiao entered the forest he had come through, with the heavy rain disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Cautious on the way in, he now rushed out recklessly. Fortunately, the sound of the rain drowned out all other noises, giving him the opportunity to move freely through the forest. Soon, Lu Xiao reached the place where he had rested when he first climbed to the top and began to run down the slope. With over 20 houses, who knew how many lizard men were in this area? Only by escaping from the perimeter of the falling star could he be truly safe. Almost rolling and crawling, Lu Xiao endured numerous scratches and the price of his black bodysuit being cut open in over 10 places. Managing to reach the foot of the mountain in less than an hour. Lying in the grass in a star shape, he gasped for breath. The soreness and pain in his body surged at once. He didn't have time to stop the bleeding, just needed to rest for a while, as some wounds had already begun to clot. The raindrops pelted his cheeks, an indescribable refreshing feeling. Ha ha ha! Lu Xiao laughed heartily, his laughter mingling with the sound of the rain. Refreshing. It was only then that he had time to check the system information. Detected the Galactic Order intelligent creature killing the transformed creature in the falling star domain. Galactic Order origin merit point 1. 5. Gain Galactic Order merit point 100. 5. Detected intelligent creature killing an intelligent creature of a higher tier. 5. Gained higher tier kill reward. 1 free physical attribute point. 5. Detected Galactic Order intelligent creature killing the strongest creature in the primary danger zone. Galactic Order origin merit point 10. Gain Galactic Order merit point 1000. Detected intelligent creature killing the strongest creature in the primary danger zone. Gain primary danger zone kill reward. 5 free physical attribute points. Gain primary danger zone kill reward. Please select reward type. Random faith ability, intra-level. Psycho-energy crystal, broken. Random elemental ability, intra-level. Random auxiliary mastery, beginner. A huge harvest. And he even took down the strongest creature in the area? Could it really be that dark red lizard man? That creature was the strongest in the falling star IS perimeter? No way. The guy didn't even let out a fart before he died. Well, maybe it's because he did nothing. If he had done something, it would have been himself who ended up dead. 6 lizard men, 5 kill rewards. But that little guy who got cut in half by me didn't count, which means he was on the same level as me and hadn't undergone any transformation either. However, that one that grew stronger on sight had already transformed. Could it be that what I witnessed was the transformation process of the lizard men? Oh my, Is there a way to turn back time? Can the strongest lizard man help me out and let me transform too? Damn it, I've missed this opportunity just like that. And what about the kill rewards in this area? What the hell is a faith skill? And what kind of monster is an elemental skill? What about energy crystals? System lady, can you come out and clarify? I don't know anything. Let's continue for now. Randomly selecting might just waste it. 10 physical attribute points. All dumped into agility. Category: organic intelligent life form. Source: galactic order. Species: human. Gender: male. Title: none. Height: 1. 76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical abilities: toughness 5, strength 5, agility 20, explosiveness 5, psionic none, faith none, elemental affinity none, proficiency: archery proficiency, beginner, body skills, basic precision. Passive body skill: slightly increases ranged attack hit rate. Spiritual skills: none. Suddenly increased agility by 10 points. Lu Xiao instantly felt his legs filled with strength, and the coordination and power of his wrists, shoulders, and arms also multiplied. He could feel that now the arrows he shot could penetrate the lizardman's scales. Chapter 11. Transformation. This is a medieval European castle, with a spacious castle hall where thousands of various creatures are working nervously. Countless intangible, octopus-like entities are floating in mid-air, one of which suddenly falls from the air and lands in front of a human girl. The girl, who was dozing off, opens her eyes and makes eye contact with the elusive octopus for a moment. Seemingly understanding some information, her lips curve up slightly. She waves her hand, and the octopus returns to the air, continuing to float. The girl has her own seat in the hall, and there are thousands of other beings enjoying their exclusive seats, each belonging to different species. Gurgling sounds come from a creature near the girl, who looks at her with its throat moving, saying, "My kind is completely useless. Only 817 have transformed so far, and we were lucky to get a broken energy crystal." Gurgling. This creature is huge, resembling a giant worm, but with a human face. The casualty rate has exceeded 30. Gurgling. It seems that my evaluation is going to be unsatisfactory again. The face worm has a mournful expression, its small eyes darting around as it asks, "How about you humans?" Gurgling. The girl crosses her legs and smirks mischievously. "The casualty rate is about the same as yours," she casually replies. The faceworm's mood shifts from worry to joy, realizing it is not at the bottom. "But," the girl takes a deep breath, "I just learned that a human has completed the strongest kill in the area, and the origin merit has been credited. As for the number of transformations, it's only 893. Gurgling. Gurgling. The faceworm looks astonished, its emotions fully reflected on its face. "How is that possible? It's not even been one origin cycle." Hee. The girl smiles lightly, too lazy to continue engaging with this annoying worm. However, the fact that someone completed a regional kill in just 10 Earth hours leaves her a bit perplexed. As a member of the Galactic Order's judgment group in the Origin, she's responsible for the reception and evaluation of newcomers among the human race. Although her rank is not high, there are hundreds of billions of humans being transmitted into the Origin this time. The transformation ratio meets expectations, but what does this strongest kill in the area mean? Are humans' physical qualities this strong? Such situations are not uncommon in the Galactic Order, but they only occur among a few top species, all of which possess monstrous physical qualities. The girl gazes towards the end of the hall, which is still quite far from her, hoping this time will bring her position closer to that side. This little fellow should be rewarded, she thinks, and Lu Xiao's information appears. All right, this little fellow actually hasn't completed the transformation. The girl's expression darkens. "Forget it. It seems you made me discuss this worm." She snaps her fingers. The scene pulls back. Outside the castle, the mountains rise and fall, with more buildings scattered about, but all of this exists on the back of a gigantic dark tortoise, which leisurely floats above the clouds, soaring somewhere in the Origin. Lu Xiao applies the powder of the shade fruit to his wounds, and the effect is immediate. All wounds have stopped bleeding except for those on his back, which he cannot reach. Received information initiated by the Galactic Order. Do you accept? This information is initiated proactively by the Galactic Order, approved by the Origin. Accept. Intelligent Beings Transformation Method. Energy crystals contain the life force required for spiritual bodies, Absorbing the spiritual energy within energy crystals is one of the core methods of biological transformation. This, a knowledge welfare package sent by the Galactic Order, absorbing energy crystals can directly lead to biological transformation. So the lizardman's transformation process I witnessed, that glowing object was the energy crystal, right? Wait, the reward for killing in the initial danger zone includes energy crystal rewards. Doesn't that mean I can claim the reward to absorb? No. Lu Xiao held back and did not directly choose to obtain the energy crystal reward. Instead, he first sorted out the spoils of this battle. At the time, he hadn't paid attention. Now, as he takes out the items one by one, Lu Xiao realizes he has collected so many things. Boxing blades, for chest armor, 5 machetes, 2 daggers, for bone knives, 2 trap claws, 3 vials of venom, 12 dark red pills, 30 strong-smelling meatballs, 11 unknown white pills, 17 guide bug vials, 3 belts, for wraps, 7 complete animal leather, 5 complete animal fur, 1 unknown biological organs, 41, including horns, tendons, internal organs, tails, bones, etc. Bee skin maps, 3 bee skins with special writings, 9 metal hammers, 1 large metal rivets, 12 ropes, 3 roasting forks. These are the items he rummaged through in several stone houses. At the time, he was pressed for time and heavy on tasks, so Lu Xiao really just took whatever he saw. Now that he thinks about it, it seems there are many small items he didn't take. Regret. It's the original sin of insufficient strength. The main event is coming. He drags out the body of the strongest creature in the area, the lizard man with dark red skin. This guy died uneasily with a hole in his neck and face, and his entire head has turned black. Sorry, brother. Lu Xiao still feels a bit of awe towards the term strongest. He quickly removes all items from the corpse. Finally, he pulls out a short stick from the corpse's hand with some effort. The stick is about half a meter long, made of a material that seems like wood but is lighter than ordinary wood, with a monster statue in a sitting position embedded at the top. He tosses it aside and picks up the belt, opening each of its pockets one by one. There are also 4 pockets. The first one contains a crystal vial with 2 red stones the size of fingernails, which faintly emit a red glow. The second pocket holds a black, gelatinous sphere. Lu Xiao plays with it and finds the sphere is warm, but he doesn't know its use. Rubbing it with his hand, sparks appear on the surface. With a forceful squeeze, the whole sphere actually ignites. This thing is a Lizardman-esque lighter. This is a good item. It can provide light in critical moments, and can also be used as a warming device at ordinary times. The third pocket also contains a crystal vial filled with golden liquid, the purpose of which is unknown. The fourth pocket holds a stone, egg-sized and shaped. This can't be the Lizardman-esque egg, right? A chill runs down his spine, and he casually shoves it into the defective items. Finally, there's a bag made of bee skin tied to the belt, and Lu Xiao is most interested in what's inside. Sure enough, the moment he opens the bag, Lu Xiao feels a surge of excitement. Inside is a pear-shaped crystal, smooth and transparent, radiating pure white light. This should be the energy crystal. There should have been 2, but that little lizard man used one, and this one hadn't been used yet. This item can allow biological transformation. Lu Xiao carefully takes out the energy crystal. The moment his fingertips touch the crystal, system information appears. Found spiritual energy crystal, broken. Do you wish to absorb it? No wonder the Galactic Order's information didn't explain the absorption method for the energy crystal. It turns out it's fully automated. Lu Xiao takes a deep breath and selects yes. Charging spiritual body. Grow larger, my body. Lu Xiao internally shouts, preparing to welcome a transformation similar to the lizardman's. Unfortunately, what he receives is not the sound of his body growing stronger, but an internal change. A certain part of his body is rapidly filling up, a part that clearly belongs to him, but that he has never sensed before. At the same time, his heartbeat is steadily decreasing. The brain center seems to no longer need the energy contained in the blood, but is instead replaced by other energies. The energy crystal in hand is gradually dimming until it loses all luster. Spiritual energy crystal absorption complete. Intelligent life form has completed spiritual body transformation. Intelligent life form's spiritual energy supply detected. Central link established. Central link completed. Acquiring intelligent life form origin number 87242-82231-25241-2241. Intelligent life form origin permissions upgraded. Opening galactic order merit exchange. Switching civilization languages. Opening basic tasks for origin. Opening galactic order tasks. Opening galactic order merit exchange. Opening spiritual body attributes. Soul. 1. Spirit pool. 5. What's going on here? Looking completely confused. Chapter 12. Privilege upgrade this time. The system immediately provided feedback. Detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions about biological metamorphosis. Can consume 10 points of galactic order merit to exchange for related knowledge. This operation is approved. Do you want to exchange? Yes, 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 yes. Damn it, Lu Xiao couldn't wait any longer. Consume 10 points of galactic order merit. Biological metamorphosis. It changes the energy supply of the original biological core from biological energy to spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, as the foundation of all energy. Spiritual energy is the life energy of the biological core and can provide the necessary energy for all energy-type skills in the central system. Spiritual body. The spiritual body includes the core, spiritual energy, and other extraordinary abilities. The strength of the spiritual body determines its defense against mental interference and core attacks. The spiritual energy attribute is an index of the spiritual energy capacity. The larger the value, the more spiritual energy can be utilized. Core, the life core of all organisms. If the core perishes, the organism dies completely. All memories, extraordinary abilities, data information, and cognitive abilities are generated and preserved by the core. The existence of the core requires life energy to sustain it. Central system, an information core composed of advanced knowledge entities. Intelligent organisms interact with the central system by consuming spiritual energy. Okay, I roughly understand. In other words, there was already a core in my brain, but it was previously nourished by blood oxygen as life energy. Now, it has evolved into spiritual energy, and the core directly receives energy from it. The system I thought of is actually called the central system, and interacting with it requires spiritual energy. That's why the central system ignored him before. Now that Lu Xiao has completed his metamorphosis, he can support the energy required by the central system. And indeed, there is more interaction. Moreover, it seems that his permissions within the central system have also upgraded. Otherwise, it wouldn't respond directly to what he wanted to ask. The amount of information is vast, but Lu Xiao feels that he can fully accept it. His thoughts are incredibly clear, even childhood memories, some images, snippets, and words suddenly come to mind. Clearly, these are the effects after the metamorphosis of the spiritual body. He can also feel that there's a space in his head that is not in this dimension, filled with white liquid. The size of this space is impossible to assess, but the liquid is almost at full capacity. This should be the spiritual body, and this liquid is spiritual energy. If understood through game settings, this is like my magic points. With a flicker of thought, Lu Xiao wants to check out several newly opened functions of the central system. First is the Galactic Order Merit Exchange. Galactic Order Merit Exchange. Current merit, 2,790 points. Spiritual body teleportation, minus 100 points. Achieves teleportation of the spiritual body between the original space and the origin. Physical ability replication, minus 20 points. Can replicate a single physical ability of the origin to the original body. Body sustenance, minus 20 points. Maintains the existence energy of the original body. Identity protection, minus 1,000 points. The Galactic Order will protect its identity at the origin from being disclosed. Body modular replacement, minus 50 points. Replaces parts of the body with carbon-based materials at the micrometer level. Item exchange can achieve item exchange within the Galactic Order. Entering item exchange. Planetary ownership. Starting from 2,000,000 points. Galactic ownership. Starting from 100,000,000 points. What the hell is this? Galactic Order merit can directly allow me to obtain a galaxy? But what does starting from mean? The lowest price? Forget it. I can't afford it. Let's look at something more realistic. Intelligent organism directed search for exchange items. Earth human civilization, equivalent exchange items, RMB. Exchange ratio, 1 merit point 100, 000 RMB. Thud, Lu Xiao sat down on the ground. He suddenly recalled what that woman had said, that what he gained here would benefit the Earth version of himself. This is an unprecedented opportunity. He has 2,790 points of galactic order merit. And if he exchanges all of it for RMB, that's a whopping 279 million, and this happened within just over a dozen hours. I become a billionaire. Moreover, I can exchange for spiritual body teleportation at any time, allowing the spiritual body to return to Earth. ISNT this invincible. ISNT this reaching the peak of life. Detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has resistance to the Origin's thought fluctuations. Based on Origin Law 103, no intelligent organism's spiritual body may leave the Origin for more than one Origin cycle, 14 Earth days. Otherwise, indiscriminate erasure of the spiritual body will be executed, with the erasure carried out by the galactic order. All right, I understand. Can I not think about it? Lu Xiao suddenly realized that this central system also has the function of monitoring his consciousness. However, he also noticed a problem. Detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions about the interpretation of Origin Law. This information has no cost. For intelligent organisms that have not undergone metamorphosis, there is no need to bear the effectiveness of Origin Law 103. Lu Xiao then had another question. Detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions about spiritual body teleportation. This information has no cost. Spiritual body teleportation can be directed to other intelligent organisms. Those whose origin bodies have perished cannot perform bidirectional teleportation. Good. He breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, his parents or friends can be safely teleported back. But if they have already completed their metamorphosis, detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 wants to achieve information exchange with other intelligent organisms. This information costs 10 points of galactic order merit. Damn, sending a message costs 1 million. Gritting his teeth, this message must be sent. The central system cannot locate intelligent organisms that have not undergone metamorphosis. Organisms obtain biological numbers only after metamorphosis. It's over if they haven't undergone metamorphosis. They don't even have biological numbers, making it impossible to send messages. His heart sank. He originally wanted to send a message to his father, telling him not to undergo metamorphosis. It seems he must find his parents himself. Basic tasks of the Origin. Explore unknown areas of the Origin. Increase total physical attributes to 51. Increase total spiritual body attributes to 21. Possess any proficiency, beginner. Possess any belief, beginner. Elemental affinity, beginner. Energy skills, beginner. A milestone task for sure. It seems the main goal given to metamorphosed organisms by the Origin is to become stronger and then continue to explore. Let us take a look at the character system of the Galactic Order. Galactic Order tasks: explore origin areas, eradicate interstellar organisms, obtain spiritual energy crystals, find origin towns. The tasks of the Galactic Order reveal some key information. First, the Galactic Order also wants energy crystals. Secondly, the Galactic Order informs intelligent organisms through tasks to quickly find towns within the Origin, which can be considered a gray area. Who told the Galactic Order to have such a low status here in the Origin? Lastly, it seems that the relationships between star domains are not harmonious, as this task directly and openly instructs people to eradicate interstellar organisms. Is this to seize resources or to help the Galactic Order accumulate origin merit? Lu Xiao quickly digested all the information. From the moment of his spiritual body metamorphosis, he was no longer the recent graduate he once was. The lifestyle of Earth civilization had completely departed from him, just like Peter Parker being bitten by a mutated spider at the moment he became Spider-Man. He could no longer return to the past. Those resumes, it seems, are no longer necessary to submit. Chapter 13 Hunter Disguise. While picking up the items on the ground, Lu Xiao continued his endless questions. What is faith? What is elemental affinity? And let's also talk about auxiliary mastery. Faith, the deity worshipped by intelligent biological spirits. The creator deity gains the power of belief from intelligent beings and transfers its own power and abilities to the intelligent beings themselves. Faith is activated and materialized through biological spiritual energy. The higher the level of faith, the greater the power obtained from the deity. No deity faith detected within the intelligent biological spirit. Consume 10 galactic merit points, creator deity. Insufficient permissions, elemental affinity. The elemental core nurtured within the intelligent biological spirit. The foundational elements include water, earth, wind, fire, lightning, light, and darkness, as well as other hidden or subsidiary elements. Intelligent beings nurture elements within their spirit through elemental affinity and transform elemental power through abilities. This process requires biological, spiritual energy to activate and materialize. The higher the elemental affinity, the greater the energy of the elemental core within, and the stronger the elemental abilities that can be mastered. No elemental core detected within the intelligent biological spirit. Consume 10 galactic merit points, auxiliary mastery. Mastery is divided into combat and auxiliary types. Auxiliary mastery leans more towards the survival, creation, and adaptation of intelligent beings in their origin, including common auxiliary masteries such as leatherworking, forging, smelting, drawing, cooking, and planting. Consume 10 galactic merit points. In this way, faith and elements lean more towards combat, while auxiliary mastery is survival-oriented, more like life skills in a game. The rewards look good, but they're not what Lu Xiao wants the most. He wants physical skills, specifically archery-related physical skills. These so-called faith and elemental affinity sound grand, but with his 20 points in agility, they don't seem that practical. Of course, thinking this way also feels a bit sour, as he has neither deity faith nor elemental core. As for the energy crystals, well, he doesn't even know if they are good or harmful. After pondering for a while, Lu Xiao chose to randomly obtain an auxiliary mastery beginner. At least it seems somewhat useful for now, and he skipped the entry level. Additionally, there's a basic task in the origin that targets beginner mastery. Let's go with fate. Random reward auxiliary mastery, beginner, in calculation. Random reward auxiliary mastery, beginner, confirmed. Obtained auxiliary mastery, beginner identification, beginner. Detected intelligent biological 87242-82231-25241-2241. Obtain identification mastery, beginner. Automatically acquiring beginner material knowledge, beginner biological knowledge, beginner reconstruction knowledge. In an instant, a large amount of information surged into Lu Xiao's mind. Oh, it should now be called the spiritual core. The entire process lasted only 3 breaths. There was no dizziness, and the original brain, now the spiritual core, indeed shows a gap between heaven and earth. He clearly felt that the efficiency and capacity of the spiritual core in receiving information and data had increased by at least 100 times. All right, this is identification. How should one put it? This cannot be considered a skill, but rather a combination of knowledge types. It turns out that this also counts as auxiliary mastery. From the digested information, the role of identification belongs to the judgment and recognition of materials, including biological materials, mineral materials, elemental materials, and special materials. Not to mention, this auxiliary mastery of identification is quite useful for Lu Xiao, although it won't let him understand the habits and characteristics of every unknown creature. It will help him identify which items on these creatures are valuable. Not bad. Lu Xiao expressed his satisfaction. As for reconstruction, it refers to items reconstructed from various materials. For example, Lu Xiao picked up the lizardman's machete, and combined with the material science knowledge and reconstruction knowledge he had just mastered, the system immediately provided information about the knife. Name: hunting knife. Quality: ordinary. Origin: blade material, forged iron, handle material, rain willow wood. Item details: a relatively sharp ordinary machete. How should one put it? Even knowing this seems a bit redundant. Lu Xiao then took out 2 crystal vials looted from the dark red lizard man. One vial contained 2 red stones the size of fingernails, and the other contained a golden liquid. He took out 1 red stone and placed it in his palm. This should be the petal of blood cherry? Oh my! Lu Xiao's mouth twitched. This thing is actually a blood cherry petal. Name, blood cherry petal. Origin. Item details. Petals of the blood cherry tree, condensing a large amount of biological blood energy, can be consumed directly. After consumption, the blood energy will transform into body tissue, slightly enhancing toughness and strength. Creatures with insufficient physical toughness will burst due to excessive blood energy concentration. The item is indeed good, but the burst is truly daunting. Given that Lu Xiao's toughness and strength are both a measly 5, bursting is basically a certainty. He put the petal back in the vial and continued to identify the golden liquid. However, this time the identification did not go as smoothly. Just observing seemed ineffective. In his knowledge reserve, there are too many liquids of the same color. After smelling it, this strange thing actually has a slight fragrance, somewhat like the scent emitted by roses, which eliminates a large batch of incorrect options. He dipped his finger in and felt it. It wasn't sticky, great. Another large batch eliminated. Aha, got it. Name, Tears of Sorrow, flower juice. Origin. Item details. Juice from the Tears of Sorrow flower can be consumed directly. After consumption, it can neutralize the blood energy concentration in the body and also relieve blood-related toxins. So that's it. This bottle of flower juice is meant to be used in conjunction with the blood cherry petals. One raises blood energy concentration, while the other lowers it. Perfect. As for the dosage issue, Lu Xiao's identification mastery can only tell him the effects, but not the dosage. Let's give it a try. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Fortune favors the bold. Strength brings miracles. Here we go. He took out a blood cherry petal and put it in his mouth. Gulp. His throat trembled, and he swallowed a whole. Damn. It wasn't even the size of a capsule, and it immediately unleashed its overwhelming power in his abdomen. Lu Xiao could almost feel a scorching hot flow beginning to spread in his belly, rampaging through his body, and, at almost the same time, he saw the veins on his arms start to bulge, muscles feeling an outward tension. Soon after, bruises began to appear all over his body. This is the veins bursting. Without delay, Lu Xiao directly drank half a bottle of the golden liquid. If he didn't drink, he felt his life was in danger. Half a bottle down. The effect was immediate. The raging blood energy began to calm down. A cool flow circulated throughout his body, and gradually, the bruises disappeared, leaving his muscles feeling indescribably relaxed. After a few more breaths, everything returned to calm. Toughness 1. Strength 2. 2 lines of unremarkable information appeared, but it made Lu Xiao ecstatic. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the other blood cherry petal. He did this to see if he could directly suppress the blood energy of this one, while the effect of the Tears of Sorrow flower juice was still active. As he expected, this second blood cherry petal contributed its value very gently, with no tendency to burst, as mild as a cup of goji berry tea. Toughness 2, Strength 1. The enhancement to the body, is actually random? Or does the order of consuming the Tears of Sorrow flower juice affect the attributes gained? Forget it, this can be studied later, but overall I made a big profit. Of course, the good things are not over yet. As he obtained the proficiency in the basic skill, the center provided 3 pieces of information. At this point, he began to check them one by one. Basic task of the origin completed. Intelligent creature 87242-82231-25241-2241. Please select a reward from the following options. Item. Hunter's Camouflage, Energy Technique Clue, free physical attribute points. 2. This was Lu Xiao's first time completing the basic task given by the origin, and he directly ignored the attribute points reward. After the transformation, the information the center could provide was much more than before, and the rewarded items would also directly display all their attributes. Name, Hunter's Camouflage, Quality, Good. Creator, Taroto, Creator's Message, unable to find Shadow Rock, can achieve Invisibility Effect. Replaced with Flower Tree Bark. Item details. Resist certain energy damage. comes with camouflage effect, can be activated through psychic energy, camouflage. Once activated, it will change colors based on the surrounding environment. Lu Xiao unconsciously started rubbing his hands. This was clearly a reward item tailor-made for him. A piece of clothing that could activate camouflage effects through psychic energy. As for the energy technique clue, if it were a direct reward for an energy technique, Lu Xiao would hesitate for a moment, but since it only provided a clue, he decided to let it go. He chose Hunter's camouflage without hesitation. A dark green leather outfit appeared faintly on his chest. Without any nonsense, he put on directly. He looked at the black jumpsuit he had been wearing with disdain. Name, body wrap, quality, none, creator, galactic order, item details, covers the body. Provides minimal defensive capability. Lu Xiao had already experienced the defensive ability of this thing in actual combat. Even branches could tear through it. At most, it could be considered underwear. After changing his outfit, he felt much more sophisticated. No wonder players in the game were so keen on buying skins, as this was a symbol of spending money and strength. The hunter's camouflage was clearly made from the leather of animals, tailored into one piece. And the dark green color was a natural camouflage in the jungle. As he put it on, he could sense the difference in this clothing, with a thought. The psychic energy in his spirit body decreased slightly, estimated to be around 110. The energy was used to activate the energy contained in the hunter's camouflage. And when he looked at it again, the dark green surface began to change subtly, starting to show the deep green of the surrounding bushes and the brownish color of the plants, with gradient stripes appearing. When the colors stopped changing, the hunter's camouflage had fully blended into the surrounding environment, while Lu Xiao's exposed head was awkwardly suspended in midair. Good stuff. Lu Xiao really wanted to give his Taroto a good review. This item was perfect for him, simply the best choice for killing, looting, and sneaking around. With hunter's camouflage, who needs a ghillie suit? The answer was definitely not needed. Feeling delighted, Lu Xiao continued to check the other two pieces of information. Chapter 14 Return to Camp. Reach beginner level in appraisal mastery. Rewarded with one related item for appraisal technique. Please choose from the following recipes. Vision 1, Touch 1, Smell 1, Hearing 1, Taste reached intermediate level in appraisal mastery. Rewarded with one related item for appraisal technique. Please choose from the following recipes. Vision 2, Touch 2, Smell 2, Hearing 2, Taste 2 this time. It was 2 targeted rewards for progressing in appraisal mastery, but Lu Xiao did not expect that the rewards would actually enhance the 5 senses. Can this thing really be a reward? The fact told him it could, as the 5 senses are also part of the body. The enhancement of the 5 senses could indeed give appraisal mastery a tremendous boost. After all, the auxiliary mastery of the origin point is merely a knowledge system, not a skill, and the knowledge system must be practiced through the body. Lu Xiao suddenly realized something. He immediately chose the Vision 1 reward for beginner level in appraisal mastery. There was not much difference. The visuals he could see gradually became clearer, and the colors of the surrounding scenery became more vibrant. At the same time, his field of vision also expanded, extending further, where things that were once vague and indistinct were now very clear. Lu Xiao had learned in university that an organism's vision is determined by the number and density of photoreceptor cells. Eagles, being the animals with the best vision on Earth, have a photoreceptor density that is 6 to 8 times that of humans, allowing them to see a small insect in the grass 100 meters away or a rabbit several thousand meters away. As for humans, the visible distance is only 300 to 500 meters. As for small insects, you might be able to see them if you look carefully for half a day within 20 meters. After gaining Vision 1, Lu Xiao did not hesitate to choose the Vision 2 reward for intermediate level in appraisal mastery. This time he quietly closed his eyes, enjoying the moment for a few seconds. Then he suddenly opened them wide. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. His gaze reached far away, 60 meters and beyond that. On the branch of a shrub, a drop of orange-yellow tree sap was slowly flowing down along the tree's texture, drawing his bow whoosh. Crack! The arrowhead firmly pinned the sap to the trunk, and the tremendous force caused the arrow to pierce through the trunk. Nice! Lu Xiao silently pumped his fist. The enhancement in vision directly improved his archery accuracy. Not only that, but his visible range also increased threefold, which is crucial for both an archer and a hunter. as being able to spot and lock on a prey from a greater distance means much. The origin point indeed treated him well. It randomly granted him an appraisal mastery and provided items for a hunter's disguise and the incredible Vision 3 reward. Truly a windfall. This does not even account for how appraisal mastery allowed him to gain physique enhancement from blood cherry petals. Central thanks. Lu Xiao looked up at the sky, seemingly in a pious gesture with his hands clasped together. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: None. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical attributes: Toughness 8, Strength, Agility 20, Explosiveness 5, Spirit attributes: Soul 1, Spirit pool 5 senses: Vision, Mastery, Archery Mastery, Beginner. Appraisal: Intermediate physical skills. Basic precision, passive physical skill, slightly increases ranged attack accuracy. Checking his panel, Lu Xiao was quite satisfied, estimating that after being forcibly teleported to the origin point, from a bewildered novice to completing his transformation and roughly understanding a bit of the survival rules and patterns of the origin point, it took him about 16 hours. He was confident that if this were a game, he would be among the forefront players. But what awaited him ahead was uncertain. However, one thing he was sure of was that the origin point was not a game, but a real existing space or dimension where organisms were teleported here, abandoning their original technology and civilization, returning to the primitive state. With a super civilization like the Galactic Order involved, there must be dangers beyond his understanding and unimaginable treasures waiting for everyone. Since he could no longer escape the laws of the origin point, he had to move forward into the unknown. After repacking all items into the inferior goods, Lu Xiao quickly headed towards the plains. With agility reaching 20, Lu Xiao's speed through the woods was several times faster than before. Given that the danger level of this forest was negligible, it took him less than 20 minutes to reach the edge of the woods, where the shadows of trees gave way to the clear sight of the plains, and even people were visible. Along the way, he didn't idle. He identified the legacies left by the lizardmen one by one. The dark red pill was a product made from crushed fruit of a plant called manching mixed with the juice of another plant, malva, which served to quickly restore internal injuries and replenish vitality, almost equivalent to a simple and crude healing potion. The strongly fishy meatball was the salivary gland of a beast known as a camel beast, which emits a pungent fishy smell that can attract similar beasts from a distance. Perhaps the lizardmen particularly favored this beast, especially enjoying hunting them. The white pill was the fruit of the shade grass and the leaves of the banana plant, crushed and formed into pill shape, which could treat external injuries and bruises. As for the beast's skin and map inscribed with mysterious characters, Lu Xiao also wanted to decipher them. The system hinted that translation could be done, but it would consume contributions from the Galactic Order. He was not in a hurry and planned to wait until he returned to camp. Stepping out of the woods, he was greeted by crowds of people bustling about and the wafting smoke from cooking fires. Although he had only been away for a little over 10 hours, it gave him a sense of having returned to reality after a long time. Areas with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people had formed. With people using the items, they had to set up living spaces for their groups. The variety of modern items made Lu Xiao chuckle, especially seeing some middle-aged people sitting in lounge chairs having tea, which made him question whether this was just a camping trip for citizens during a long holiday. In fact, thinking about it, it wasn't wrong. People tend to maintain their usual lifestyle and habits until they encounter real danger, which is a normal human reaction. After all, who would think that just a few kilometers away, there could be unknown creatures ready to hunt them? Lu Xiao did not approach the crowded areas, and no one paid special attention to him because of his hunter disguise, as many people had chosen trendy clothing items. Soon, Lu Xiao spotted familiar faces in his field of vision, thanks to his exceptional eyesight. At that moment, the small group from the teacher's college was gathered around a campfire, with a simple wooden shed beside them. The number of team members had not increased, or rather, it seemed to have decreased. As Lu Xiao approached quickly, Zhou Yuka looked up, and, after a brief moment of confusion, his small eyes widened immediately. His surprise also caught the attention of a few people around, who looked up at Lu Xiao, perhaps because Lu Xiao had not interacted with them for long. After savoring the moment, astonishment and joy were oddly displayed on their faces. Li Tianjia stood up, smiling and nodding at Lu Xiao. Safe return? Absolutely. After a brief greeting, Lu Xiao curled his legs and sat beside Li Tianjia. No matter what they had been discussing just now, all eyes were now on Lu Xiao. Why does it seem like someone is missing? Lu Xiao looked around and asked. Jiang Lina and her boyfriend left. Her boyfriend is a local, and there's a group of over 1,000 people over there, Li Tianjia replied. Also, those 2 university students who temporarily joined us have left. They have relatives in Qiantang. Lu Xiao nodded. It was human nature to think that a group of fresh graduates could hardly amount to anything, especially with so few in number. So, what did you find in the forest? Where's your bao? Li Tianjia asked. Lu Xiao returned empty-handed, as everything was packed in the defective items. Let's not talk about the bao for now. This time we made significant gains and learned a lot about the origin point, which I will slowly share with everyone. Lu Xiao didn't want to publicly disclose the defective items yet, but sharing information was necessary. What I'm about to say might challenge traditional beliefs, so I'll relate it to some game settings. The area we're currently in is equivalent to a beginner's village, with almost no danger. And the outer areas of the forest are similar. However, deep within the forest are dangerous zones filled with various hazardous creatures, some of which are highly aggressive and not something we can easily contend with. I can't be certain if they'll come out. Here's the key point. Lu Xiao scanned the group and said solemnly, some of those dangerous creatures have already undergone spirit transformation and do not belong to the Galactic Order faction. Killing them will yield rewards from the system. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding. Lu Xiao had to patiently explain what spirit and transformation meant. Once they began to digest these unfamiliar terms, they gradually got into the groove. There's a type of reward called Galactic Order Merit, which, according to the system's display, can be exchanged for many valuable items on Earth. To put it simply, 1 merit point can be exchanged for 100,000 RMB. As for other things, I feel that curing terminal illnesses shouldn't be a problem. If taken literally, immortality shouldn't be an issue either. The group fell into a long silence. If Lu Xiao's words had seemed outrageous and blasphemous to these graduates who had studied hard for over a decade just a day ago, now, in the origin point, it seemed to have some possibility. You're not lying, are you? Zhou Yuka stammered. At first, I didn't believe it either. But a civilization or race capable of teleporting everyone here shouldn't need to deceive us, Lu Xiao replied with a smile. Swallowing hard, Zhou Yuka asked the question everyone wanted to know. Have you already undergone spirit transformation? Did you kill the dangerous creatures? Lu Xiao stared directly into his eyes and slowly nodded. I was lucky and killed a few. My spirit has indeed transformed. So my system now has a higher authority linked to the central hub, and I know more. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Lu Xiao. But I'm also bound by the laws of the origin point. Transformed beings cannot leave the origin world for extended periods. Cannot leave for long? Does that mean we can leave here? Yishan quickly asked. Yes, through the Galactic Order merit points, we can return to our original world, Lu Xiao replied. Clearly, after hearing this, joy spread across everyone's faces. And I believe what that voice said earlier is correct. Before spirit transformation, dying here allows for direct return to Earth. Lu Xiao felt it was necessary to share this information with everyone. It was a crucial choice. Sure enough, after hearing this, everyone's expressions turned strange and hesitant. Death meant returning to their previous lives, while surviving here meant danger and possibly being bound by laws like Lu Xiao, but it also meant infinite opportunities. Escaping the fate of Earth beings, achieving immortality. This was not a gift that Earth civilization could provide. However, everyone had different thoughts. I want to go back, a girl said timidly, even raising her hand as if speaking in class. Me too. Another girl beside her gathered her courage and said, for girls who were powerless, surviving here was no different from slow suicide. On Earth, having family to shield them from the storm and living an ordinary life wasn't so bad. I'll stay, said the twin brother Yang, then looked at his younger brother Yang Zhao. I want to stay too, Yang Zhao followed up. My brother and I have a sister who has had heart problems since childhood, and it hasn't been cured all these years. If what Lu Xiao said is true, We can use the merit points from the galactic order to cure her. I also want to stay. Worst case, I die, but I can return afterward, right? The chubby guy chimed in. Me too, I'll stay. Count me in. Regardless of the reasons, the vast majority chose to continue surviving in the origin point. This was something Lu Xiao hadn't expected. Lu Xiao, do you know why the galactic order brought us all here? Yishan thought differently from the others. I'm not sure. I just underwent transformation, and the central hub told me my authority is insufficient. Lu Xiao answered honestly. Then what is our purpose here? Yishan frowned and asked herself. Based on the information we have, the origin point hopes that we first strengthen ourselves and then explore more unknown areas. While the galactic order wants us to kill creatures from other star domains and find existing towns in this world. In other words, we must seek the answers ourselves. Yishan muttered. That seems to be the case, Lu Xiao replied. I will return to Earth once. Partly to verify some things, and partly to see the current situation on Earth. Upon hearing that Lu Xiao was going back to Earth, everyone became restless. Lu Xiao, please check on my parents for me. Okay? Can you ask about mine too? I'll send you their numbers. Me too. Lu Xiao remembered everyone's messages, including a lot of phone numbers, addresses, names, and appearances. Li Tianjia, what about you? Do you need me to confirm your family's situation? Li Tianjia had been silent, seemingly deep in thought. No need. My parents divorced a while ago and have their own families. I've been living on my own, so I don't have many burdens, Li Tianjia said calmly. It was clear he also intended to survive in the origin point, remaining silent to avoid skewing the group's judgment. All right, then at least tell me where you were when you were teleported. I want to confirm if it's safe. Another important reason for Lu Xiao's return was to check on his physical body on Earth and whether there was any danger, which was crucial for everyone. Lu Xiao looked at the girl who had just spoken about wanting to leave the origin point. Before I return, stay alive here, otherwise. If there's danger to your body on Earth, dying here might really mean death. After Lu Xiao said this, everyone realized that their bodies on Earth might also be in danger. So everyone reported the addresses where they were on Earth. After confirming there were no omissions, Lu Xiao patted Li Tianjia, signaling him to have a private chat. The two walked into a wooden shed. The shed was lined with straw on the floor, with a large amount of edible plant roots placed on the straw. Lu Xiao began to pull out supplies from the defective items one by one. Chest armor, machetes, daggers, belts, bags, animal limbs. Li Tianjia's eyelids twitched as he watched, when Lu Xiao dragged out the corpse of a massive beast. Li Tianjia reached out to lean against the shed, steadying his slightly swaying body. What is this? His voice trembled. After hunting for a while, Lu Xiao laboriously dragged out all the corpses, clapped his hands, and said that these supplies should be enough for them for a while. He was not sure how long he would be gone, and it was possible he might not come back at all. The Central told him that he could return at most for one original point cycle, if he hadn't returned within 1 day and night of the original point. They shouldn't consider going back by killing themselves. Although Lu Xiao spoke bleakly, he was confident that this return to Earth didn't carry much risk. Li Tianjia mechanically nodded, his gaze still fixed on the giant beast's corpse. How'd you take down this monster? There are things even more terrifying than this, but I won't bring them out to avoid scaring the girls. All right, you're really something. Good luck. If I'd been unlucky, I wouldn't have made it out. Thank you. Li Tianjia withdrew his gaze from the corpse and looked at Lu Xiao. Even though we've only known each other for a short time, you are definitely a trustworthy partner. Lu Xiao smiled at the boy who was half a head taller than him. I believe you are too. We may be few, but we are more united. In this place, having more people isn't necessarily a good thing. I will return as soon as possible. After saying that, he raised his hand. The two clasped their hands firmly together. Don't worry, with these supplies, we are already much stronger than others. If any emergencies arise, we can enter the woods. As long as we don't go into dangerous areas, the woods are quite safe. Li Tianjia nodded. After making all the arrangements, Lu Xiao chose to perform a spirit transfer, consuming 100 points of galactic order merit, preparing for spirit transfer. 100 points, that hurts a bit. Chapter 15. The Apocalypse Collective. The Galactic Order will perform a spiritual transfer on intelligent life. Form 87242-82231-25241-2241. Searching. Origin Rule 99 has approved this transfer. Retrieving life status of intelligent life form, transfer requirements met. Intelligent life form 87242-82231-25241-2241 is returning to its origin body. Spiritual transfer in progress. At the moment, Lu Xiao's spiritual body entered a state of ethereality. His physical body vanished into thin air before Li Tianjia. Li Tianjia noticed that an oval-shaped stone appeared where Lu Xiao had been standing. This stone was almost identical to the one Lu Xiao had found in the dark red lizardman's belt. Li Tianjia picked up the stone, examined it for a while, and carefully placed it into a bag. On Earth, in a CAF in Qiantang City, Huaxia, Lu Xiao, reclining on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. The familiar scene unfolded before him, the air filled with the refreshing scent of lemon. He didn't get up immediately, but instead surveyed everything around him. In the CAF, which was over 100 square meters, more than 10 people lay sprawled on the floor, while other customers slumped awkwardly in their booths. Opening his phone, he found a large number of unread text messages, most of which were from the service provider, seemingly warnings issued by the government, along with some from his grandmother's landline. The phone displayed that it was already the second day since his transfer. It seemed that the time at the origin and Earth was basically synchronized. Lu Xiao felt a bit relieved. He had previously worried that the time difference between the two spaces might be so great that he could return to Earth years later. Everything was eerily quiet. There was no music in the CAF, and the streets outside were devoid of passing vehicles or pedestrians, creating an unsettling tranquility. Lu Xiao calmed his emotions, making a conscious effort to adjust himself. The stark contrast between the two worlds was overwhelming, and he also needed to get used to the dissonance of his vision and physical state returning to normal. After a while, he felt accustomed enough to take out his phone and dialed his grandmother's landline. After a long series of beeps, the call connected. "Xiao Xiao, is that you?" His grandmother's hoarse yet delighted voice came through the phone. "Yes, Grandma, how are you? Are my parents with you? How are they doing?" "Xiao Xiao, you're okay. That's great." His grandmother's voice trembled with emotion. She was a very strong woman. When she was young, she had been sent to Wuqing, originally from the Yanqing Banner in Beijing. She married and settled in this small city she had never even heard of. Decades had passed, and in his memories, Lu Xiao had never seen his grandmother cry. "Grandma, I'm fine, very well, don't worry. Are my parents still sleeping?" "Yes, your parents and your uncle and aunt are all here, but they are asleep and haven't woken up. Their bodies are cold. I went outside to check and, aside from the elderly and children in the community, everyone else is asleep like that. I called you many times, but you never answered. As long as you're okay, that's good. You must not worry. I'm really fine. I was at my parents before, but now I have woken up. The sleeping people are fine. Their cold bodies are for their safety. So, Grandma, you don't have to worry. Just let my parents and uncle and aunt sleep. They will wake up soon. Please don't worry. They're all fine. Take care of yourself and don't be sad." Lu Xiao felt a pang of sorrow for his grandmother because most of his childhood was spent at her home. Okay. Hearing you say, that makes me feel much better. Xiao Xiao, you take care of yourself. You must pay attention to your health." Gradually, Lu Xiao sensed that his grandmother's emotions were stabilizing, but the unconscious presence of her children beside her must have been a tremendous blow. After chatting for a while, his grandmother finally emerged from the shadow. She was a sensible woman and, in the face of difficulties, decided to confront them bravely. After hanging up, Lu Xiao organized his belongings, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stood up. He approached a middle-aged man lying in a sprawling position on the CAF's floor. He reached out to check the man's breath. It was long and steady, indicating that he was still alive. However, when he touched the man's skin, Lu Xiao felt a chill. He touched the man's cheek and arm and found that his body was in a low-temperature state. Checking his pulse, he found a heartbeat, but it was very slow. It seemed that the galactic order had somehow kept the body at a low temperature to maintain its functions, which explained why he felt so cold earlier. This eased his mind a bit. At least under the long absence of nutritional compensation, these bodies without souls, or rather, without spiritual bodies, were safe. He pressed the light switch, but found that the CAF was in a power outage. Stepping out of the CAF, he found the road ahead was not wide, merely a two-lane street. However, as he looked around, everything he saw left him dumbfounded. People lay haphazardly on both sides of the sidewalk, and not far from the intersection, black smoke was billowing. In the midst of the smoke were a few cars that seemed to be crumpled together. Surrounding the accident were scattered damaged parts and charred black spots. Clearly, this traffic accident had occurred a long time ago, with the three vehicles reduced to skeletal remains. Lu Xiao could vaguely see human corpses that had been carbonized within the frames. It was easy to imagine that the drivers of these three cars were still in driving mode when they were transferred. At least they could not be considered truly dead as long as they hadn't chosen to return through death at the origin. Lu Xiao looked up in the distance. The sky was filled with swirling black smoke before he could regain his composure. He continued to gaze upward in shock. Higher up above the clouds, at the very top of the sky, there were actually gigantic words displayed, spanning the horizon. Someone was writing in the sky, and each letter was enormous. Origin Record 3 incredibly clear and majestic words were abruptly etched in the forefront, followed by galactic order. Planet 932-221-0182 Race Proxy Merit Record 1. 87242-82231-25241-2241 2802. 87242-82339-43242-3245 1603. 87242-82644-52133-6634 1500. 100. 87242-82524-34120 7795, 1000. There were a vast number of words, but each was clearly visible. It was not hard to understand that this text was likely the merit numbers of all humans on Earth obtained at the origin. As for the race proxy, he was unclear about what that meant, but the galactic order-esque conduct at the origin resembled that of a strict stepmother, running to Earth and behaving so arrogantly. Was it necessary to create such a grand spectacle? No. Wait, not knowing if it was due to gazing at the sky for too long. He suddenly felt a bit dizzy. The first entry in the merit record, although the number was a bit long, felt somewhat familiar. A thought crossed his mind. Intelligent life origin number, 87242-82231-25241-2241. Indeed, after the transformation of his spiritual body, he could still interact with the core outside the origin. Another realization struck him. The first entry in this merit record was indeed himself. Lu Xiao suddenly felt that perhaps he should change his name. He was originally an inconspicuous person, someone who wouldn't stand out even if thrown into a flock of chickens. But now he had become so ostentatious, already at the top of the world. Admired by everyone, there had never been such an outrageous performance art, both ancient and modern, across cultures. Moreover, looking at the ranking on this merit record, it seems that my 2,800 merits will be hard to surpass in a short time. Huh? Does that mean I don't even need to submit a resume? Just find a big company, let HR see my number in the sky. Wouldn't that guarantee an interview? Putting aside his dark humor, Lu Xiao secretly decided that once his merits were higher, he must exchange for that identity protection. Otherwise, if this continues, not to mention whether there will be any substantial risks, at least he doesn't want to be a public figure. After a brief fantasy, Lu Xiao began to analyze the information brought by this merit record. First of all, after the galactic order collectively transported most humans back to the origin point, it was clear that they were not prepared to let Earth stabilize and develop. It was plainly telling all the powers and ruling forces on Earth that this was my doing, my support, so don't pretend you can't see it. Don't think about suppressing or resisting with public power. Your level of technological civilization is nothing compared to me, and I've knocked you down. I ask you, are you afraid? Secondly, the merit record shows the top 100, but as the current number 1, apart from the rights to exchange merit points, I haven't received any other substantial benefits. So what is the value of this thing's existence? Intelligent Life 87242-82339-43242-3245 questions the value of the merit record's existence. Intelligent Life lacks sufficient permissions. Get lost. Cursing inwardly, Lu Xiao was too lazy to dwell on this matter any longer. The situation in Xiantang City was not optimistic, even to say it was terrible. Lu Xiao walked a few blocks, and although the scene was not completely devastated, it was nearly chaotic. Most areas were experiencing power outages, and the roads were filled with vehicles, most of which contained people who were completely unconscious. Car accidents, short circuits, and fires caused by unmanned mechanical operations were rampant. And most importantly, there were no police, firefighters, or military personnel to maintain public order. He saw many people as well. On the street, there were those crying loudly, panicking, and running around. The vast majority were elderly, with many adults, especially women. It was easy to imagine that these adults must have been among those who chose to end their own lives. People were searching for their loved ones in panic, calling out to the unconscious, and feeling lost in confusion. This was not the end of the world, but apart from those like Lu Xiao who had some understanding, who could say it wasn't, given such a chaotic scene? Lu Xiao did not attempt to persuade the panicking people. He knew it would be meaningless. Stepping over a security guard lying in front of the university gate, Lu Xiao entered this university, once famous because of a successful entrepreneur. A girl ran towards him with her face covered, staggering past him, then rushed out of the campus. Lu Xiao had become somewhat numb to this. He quickly walked towards the gymnasium. Pushing open the gymnasium door, he found a standard indoor basketball court, with over 20 sleeping boys and a few girls on the court. Lu Xiao checked the boys' appearances one by one. Finally, he found Li Tianjia, the Yang brothers, and Zhou Yuke on the court. He also found the fat guy, the Taoist, and two others on the sidelines. Lu Xiao's only goal was to confirm that each person's body in the group was safe. After confirming that these few were all at peace, he moved on to other areas. The search went smoothly until he arrived in front of a girls' dormitory building. Looking at the blackened walls, Lu Xiao had an ominous premonition. Starting from a dorm room on the east side of the first floor, almost 1/4 of the dormitory building was affected. From the charred doors and windows, one could imagine how fierce the fire had been. As for how the fire was eventually extinguished, he could not know. Lu Xiao stepped on the wet floor and walked up to the third floor, stopping outside the third room on the east side to take a glance inside. He then continued to the second and first rooms on the east side, just taking a brief look inside. After that, he arrived at the first room on the east side of the first floor and checked the situation inside. He sighed deeply and left. The source of the fire was a hot plate, which, after its owner lost consciousness, burned itself until it had drained all the liquid from the kettle, continuing to emit high temperatures until it self-ignited. Lu Xiao could understand why there was a power outage. If it wasn't due to the absence of power grid workers, it was to control similar incidents from occurring. And this not-so-small fire also determined the fate of 4 girls in the group. Among them were those 2 girls who chose to return immediately in Yishan. Chapter 16. Information. Lu Xiao casually hopped onto an electric bike in the park and quickly left the teacher's college. Body reshaping, 1,000 points. Reshape the body of the spiritual entity that has recently undergone transformation into an intelligent biological being based on the latest data anchor. Flipping through the list of achievements redeemable in the galactic order, Lu Xiao found this entry. It was indeed possible to resurrect a body that had died on Earth. But, data anchor. The central system collects and stores biological data for any spiritual entity undergoing transformation into an intelligent biological being. Intelligent beings that have not completed the transformation cannot execute data anchors. This was an infinite loop. Currently, the only way for humans on Earth to complete the transformation was at the starting point, but once transformed, they were constrained by the laws of the starting point. And without the transformation core, biological beings could not have data anchors, making it impossible to reshape a body that had already died. For the second time, Lu Xiao felt the overwhelming malice of the galactic order. The answers seemed to suggest that beings that had not completed the transformation were not worth reshaping at all, as they were considered garbage. Gripping the handlebars tightly, the electric bike sped forward. The social order was gradually showing signs of collapse. At the entrance of a large supermarket, Lu Xiao saw many people pushing shopping carts, rushing out with their goods. But this was understandable. People needed to survive. Without cashiers, without cash registers, and without police to maintain order, the concept of order had vanished as well. Faced with the empty food shelves, Lu Xiao left helplessly. This city, which did not originally belong to him, now felt even more unfamiliar. Eventually, he found some seal bread, canned food, and bottled water in a small supermarket with its door broken down, sitting by the roadside and quietly eating. Just when he felt a bit aimless, his phone received a new message. It was a notification from VX. Surprised, he clicked on the pop-up. Someone in the gaming group had spoken up. Are there any living people? The username Han Jiang spoke up. I'm here. Before Lu Xiao could respond, another user, See Me, chimed in. There really are living people? Han Jiang asked next. Don't mention it. So damn unlucky. I was just watching the fun from the side and ended up getting shot by a stray bullet. Blood gushing from my carotid artery. Couldn't stop it. Ended up dying in so much pain. Ha 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 ha. Let me laugh first. You're more unlucky than me. We were charged by a group of monsters here. Probably not a single living person left. Monsters? Han Jiang, you're in Gillen, right? How could there be monsters at your spawn point? Yeah, how would I know? Everything was developing fine. We started building infrastructure and preparing to farm. And suddenly these things rushed out from everywhere. We had weapons too, but the key is that the monsters were too strong. We couldn't fight back. And in no time we were all taken out. I still break out in a cold sweat thinking about the moment I lost my head. Damn, is this starting point really that fierce? Then we're better off. See Me, you're in Jinling? Yes, I'm in Jinling. After I left, my parents committed suicide and came back. This might be better. But now the city is in chaos. Everything is a mess. We're better off here. After all, almost everyone has died. I just saw an ambulance driving on the street. Actually, it's better if everyone died. At least life could stabilize. I heard over there that the military want to return. They need to do big things there, and us ordinary folks just need to handle logistics. The government knows more than we do. Why is this starting point so mysterious? I still feel like I'm dreaming. Like I played a game and got killed by a high-level monster right at the start. Ha ha, me too. And I woke up to find that another apocalyptic game has continued. See Me, now that you mention it, I've realized it seems to be true. Look above your head. What the hell? What is going on? Brother, how has appeared? What does that mean? Damn it. What do those numbers mean? Should be the country or the planet. That is people. At this moment, the ultimate boss of the group, Long Yu, suddenly spoke up. There aren't many members in this gaming group, only about 50, but they form the core backbone and combat power of a gaming guild. This guild, made up of these 50 people, has been notorious in any game, though this fame doesn't necessarily mean they're the best in the server. But they're definitely public enemies, because these people are either killing or fighting, and they're all leveling maniacs. And Long Yu is the leader of this group. There was even a post online listing the top 10 Legion leaders in the national online gaming scene, and he ranked 8th. With a touching evaluation, battle power 11 out of 10, intelligence 5, management 5, diplomacy 0. In short, he couldn't be bothered with anything except leveling and fighting. Diplomacy is useless. Just do it. Brother Long. Hello, Brother Long. Congratulations on coming back from the dead. Get lost. You think I'm one of you? I was teleported back. What does that mean? Do you understand spiritual transformation? We had a team here, killed 5 tiger beasts, and roasted them to eat. And as a result, I ate one of their heads, and my spirit transformed. Each transformed spirit will have a number, just like the one on your heads. Lu Xiao believed Long Yu's words. The system had also informed him that absorbing energy crystals was one of the ways to transform the spirit. It seems that consuming the spirit of already transformed beings can also lead to transformation. Hello, Brother Long. Lu Xiao felt there was no need to stay silent anymore and actively spoke up. Old Xiao, you're actually lurking? See Me exploded. Welcome to the Undead Legion. Get lost, Undead Retreat. I was teleported back too. Lu Xiao retorted angrily. Old Xiao, not bad. Long Yu immediately replied. What is the situation over there in Xiantang? How did you complete the transformation? There's a forest over here in Xiantang, and deep in the forest, there are lizard men from an extraterrestrial galaxy. After killing them, I got an energy crystal, and with that crystal, I could transform my spirit. Lu Xiao briefly explained. There's such a method. After we killed the tiger beasts, we also received system notifications, including rewards for over-level kills and cross-galaxy kills. But to transform, we must eat their spirits before they die completely. Otherwise, it doesn't work. We only transformed 2 out of the 5 tiger beasts we killed. So that is how it is. When intelligent beings die, their spiritual cores are automatically sent back to their original bodies, while those who don't die completely are naturally devoured. It seems that the energy of the consumed spirits can recharge one's own spirit. And the reason for not completing the transformation might be that the spirit had already been sent away, or the remaining spiritual energy wasn't enough to meet the transformation requirements. What's your number? Let us keep in touch later. Long you continued typing. This made Lu Xiao very conflicted. If he revealed his number, anyone would know he was currently ranked first in the world. Let me contact you. I'm busy right now. A lot of people died over here in Xiantang, some of whom I knew. Lu Xiao made up an excuse. Those who died could not return. Okay, my number is. Long Yu sent his number without hesitation. See me, I think we're redundant now. Han Jiang said sadly. Yeah, doesn't it feel just like that previous game's open beta, when we didn't squeeze into the server at the moment it opened? And they all got in? Who says it's not? When facing a strange world, what's most important? Of course, it's information. Only by knowing more can one move faster and go further. On the road, Lu Xiao's electric bike sped like the wind. 2 crying children blocked his way, forcing him to stop. Here is the entrance of the district kindergarten. At this moment, the kindergarten gate is wide open, and several security guards and teachers are lying on the ground. A group of children are silently crying on the playground. They have hardly eaten for nearly a day and have long lost the strength to cry loudly. Lu Xiao takes the hands of 2 children in the middle of the road and brings them back to the kindergarten. Brother, Mom and Dad haven't come to pick us up yet. The little girl holding his left hand speaks in a hoarse voice, her watery big eyes looking at Lu Xiao. The teachers are also asleep. Lu Xiao squats down and strokes the girl's head, saying, Mom and Dad are just asleep. They will come back soon. The little girl is very happy and turns to the other children, forcing a smile as she says, I told you Mom and Dad will come. Lu Xiao scans the scene. There are at least 40 children here, and the condition of 7 or 8 of them is already not optimistic. Their parents are likely migrant workers from outside, and without their elders in Xiantang, they can almost be considered orphans unless their parents can return quickly. He dials 110, 119, 120, and even 12345. No one answers. What to do? He is not a saint, but he would never allow the children to starve or die of thirst here. Even though he knows that there could be hundreds of thousands of children in the same predicament in Xiantang alone, he cannot save them all, just as he is anxiously distressed. Intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Do you accept the spirit sound interaction request? Accepting interaction does not require merit points. Lu Xiao is momentarily stunned. The system is indeed a system, and it can even be used like a phone. Accept. Hello. The voice echoes in his mind, as if a real person is right beside him. But what does this poor English mean? Detected that the spirit sound interaction party is using different civilization languages from this planet. Do you want to initiate language conversion? No merit points required. Hello. Ignoring the system prompt, Lu Xiao, after all, is someone who has gone through the college entrance examination, so he directly replies in English. Nice to meet you. Lu Xiao squints. What the hell is this unfolding? Nice to meet you too. How are you? Fine? Thank you, and you? A standard soul 3-piece combo. Damn. A Huaxiao person. The code matched. The other party finally stops the terrifying first lesson of English from the first year of junior high. Chapter 17. Hidden dragon who is looking for me? Lu Xiao replied irritably. What a great aura. Truly worthy of being the top among us agents. I am Leng Yufeng, affiliated with the Hidden Dragon organization. You should have returned to Earth. May I request a meeting? Lu Xiao felt like cursing. The awkward English was bad enough. And now this classical language was really hard for a science student like him to accept. Speak plainly, I'm busy right now. Lu Xiao indeed had urgent matters to attend to, as so many children still needed him to find food and fresh water. However, he didn't cut off the spiritual communication immediately for a reason. This Leng Yufeng must have completed his transformation, and there seemed to be state power backing him, which also meant he might possess more intelligence. As expected, you're straightforward. I will be frank as well. The Hidden Dragon organization intends to recruit ambitious individuals from our country. The chief has garnered 2,800 merit points in just one day, which is beyond what ordinary people can achieve. In this chaotic world, we need strong individuals like the chief to co-create a prosperous era at the origin. Lu Xiao remained silent, waiting for the other party to continue. The Hidden Dragon Organization is a national treasure. Every member is a dragon among men. I, unworthy, can barely control wind element affinity and have slain a few extraterrestrial barbarians, gaining some merit and return to handle some mundane tasks. Lu Xiao wanted to curse. This Lung Yufeng actually obtained wind element affinity. Was it due to his name, sheer luck? Or the restrictions for joining the Hidden Dragon? What benefits are there? Lu Xiao was treating the other party like an HR for recruitment, which could be translated as asking about performance requirements and salary. Good, with the chief's accent. You must be from East China. May I know which city you are currently in? Qiantang. The other party pondered for a moment. Good. There are no restrictions for joining the Hidden Dragon. Just need to maintain spiritual communication. After returning to the origin, I will include you in the Hidden Dragon's star pattern, and then members can share information. For valuable intelligence, the Hidden Dragon Organization will reward handsomely after verification. And once you agree to join the Hidden Dragon, you will already enjoy some privileges of the organization. You can call this number to know the details. The other party provided a strange number, which Lu Xiao noted down. Does that mean I'm considered a member of the Hidden Dragon now? Lu Xiao found it hard to accept this direct entry behavior of a phone interview. Indeed, I have a question. Please, can you stop using classical language? Brother, our Hidden Dragon is a prestigious secret organization with a long heritage. Using classical language adds an air of mystery, doesn't it? Goodbye. Lu Xiao prepared to end the communication irritably. Wait, no, hold on. Speak. How did you become a transformer? It's a bit presumptuous, but this information is very important. I can tell you, but I have a question for you. How did you obtain wind element affinity? Deal. I obtained a spiritual energy crystal from an extraterrestrial creature. I see. The other party didn't seem surprised, indicating they knew the method of spiritual body transformation. Brother. Chief, you know that it's impossible to move long distances within the origin. If a spiritual energy crystal appears, it means there's a crystal mine near the Qiantang teleportation point. Are you saying there's a place where a lot of spiritual energy crystals can be mined? Yes, this information is very important. Energy crystals are already a strategic reserve resource for the country, and the Galactic Order places great importance on them. Brother, if we can master a crystal mine. The other party paused, seemingly organizing their thoughts. Our country's technological civilization will undergo a tremendous transformation. I'll try to look for it, but don't get your hopes up. Knowing this information, Lu Xiao certainly wouldn't let it go. But would extraterrestrial creatures not want a crystal mine? That was unlikely. The danger was certain. If you can find it, then brother, you will have done a great service for the country. You answer my question first. Lu Xiao interrupted him. Ahem, brother, as you know, the initial stage of element affinity is to cultivate an elemental core within the spiritual body. How to put it? The elemental core relies 1 on opportunity and 99 on talent. The wind elemental core in my spiritual body was formed during the transformation process. This situation can be described as the awakening of the elemental core. Damn, Lu Xiao couldn't hold back anymore. 99 talent. But I got nothing after my transformation. Brother, what did you awaken? Critical damage. Accumulation. Goodbye. This time Lu Xiao ended the communication without hesitation. He then prepared to call the strange number Lung Yufeng had given him. But he hesitated and suppressed his impulse. Instead, he went to the roadside to find a comatose person's phone. Beep beep. Hello, how can I help you? Hello, Lung Yufeng asked me to call this number. This Lung Yufeng didn't give him any code word, so Lu Xiao could only state his name. Okay, please hold on. I'm transferring you now. Transferring, please wait. Thank you for your patience. May I ask who you are? Soon, a crisp female voice came through, sending a shiver down Lu Xiao's spine. Speak Mandarin. Hello. May I ask who you are? Lung Yufeng just contacted me about joining the Hidden Dragon Organization and asked me to call to inquire about the benefits within your organization. The other party fell silent. Lu Xiao also fell silent. Okay, since it was Lung Yufeng who actively recruited you, there shouldn't be any problems. May I ask how to address you? This simple question stumped Lu Xiao. He couldn't just say his name was Lu Xiao. That would expose him. But he couldn't randomly pick a nickname either, like Temujin, Feng Qingyang, or Sweeping Muck. Or use a game name. Something like Grieving Love or Qiantang Pengyuyan. Ugh. 40 thieves? Please be serious. All right, my name is Ren Pingsheng. Okay, Mr. Ren, I'll make a record. I don't have the surname Ren. Ren Pingsheng is just my title, not my name. All right, Mr. Ren Pingsheng, may I ask where the 3 characters? One raincoat in a misty rain, Ren Pingsheng, the last 3 characters. Lu Xiao was getting a bit impatient. Understood, recorded. Mr. Ren Pingsheng, you are now a probationary member of the Hidden Dragon Organization, code name Chaofeng. All right, I just thought a name, and now I have an additional code name. Chaofeng, in the future, I will be your dedicated contact and personal assistant. My code name is Bailing. I will now give a brief introduction to the organization's rules and regulations. Lung Yufeng said that there were currently no restrictions on me. As long as I maintained spiritual communication at the origin, exchanging information would suffice. Lu Xiao directly interrupted. Wait, let me confirm. After a few minutes of silence, the other side spoke again. Chaofeng, what you said has been confirmed, but an additional point has been added. Any information about the Hidden Dragon Organization must not be leaked. This is a bottom line. I will start over, introducing the privileges and benefits of becoming a probationary member of the Hidden Dragon Organization. Okay, go ahead. Lu Xiao said with satisfaction. 1. Granting of military rank. 2. Family members can enjoy related benefits as top talents, including medical resources. 3. Can establish a company with no more than 100 people, fully funded by state-owned enterprises, with an annual cost not exceeding 100 million renminbi. No profit requirement. 4. Equipped with a private jet covering all domestic routes, airport parking space, dedicated pilots and crew. 5. Can obtain 1-star confidential documents. 6. If a preparatory team member dies, their family will continue to enjoy the benefits stated in Article 2. Lu Xiao remained silent for a long time. A phone call with a few pleasantries amounted to just over 100 words exchanged. The family still enjoys the treatment of top talents, and their social status is fully granted. Every year, they receive 100 million, along with a private jet, allowing them to fly anywhere domestically. If you unfortunately perish, it's all right. Your family's benefits remain unchanged. Well, I have to say, Lu Xiao was a bit dazed by the impact. The reason he didn't faint directly was the chaotic state around him, reminiscent of the apocalypse. But he knew this was temporary. The country is a highly systematic and meticulously operating machine. As more and more people return from the origin point, society will always revert to normal. Feeling someone shaking his hand, Lu Xiao looked down to see a little girl staring at him with wide eyes. I am now going to issue a decree. Lu Xiao spoke with determination. Please go ahead, Bai Ling replied calmly. Please resolve the survival issue of the children trapped in Qiantang within 2 hours. They need food, water, and adult protection. Each word was spoken with extra emphasis. All right, noted. I will provide updates on the progress at any time. Is there anything else? Not for now, goodbye. Lu Xiao chose to end the call. He looked up at the sky. His identification number was still far ahead. Chapter 18. Echoes. The original setting of Chapter 17 contained sensitive words, so it had to be changed. After finding some clean, fresh water in the kindergarten, the children were given a little to drink. For a few kids in worse condition, he fed them with a spoon. Fortunately, these kindergarten children had already learned to use the small toilet. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenging operation. While the parents were struggling for survival in the wilderness, the children were enduring hunger on Earth. After accompanying these slightly older children for nearly an hour in the kindergarten, the distant sound of a tractor engine could be heard, gradually getting closer until it finally stopped in front of the gate. It was a cargo tricycle, and 6 adults got out of the vehicle, 5 women and 1 man. The 6 adults hurriedly ran into the kindergarten. The man was dressed in military uniform, likely a soldier from the Qiantang Station forces, while the women were in formal attire and white coats. The soldier approached Lu Xiao, who was surrounded by dozens of children, saluted, but said nothing more. The salute was enough to convey everything. Watching them continuously unload food and fresh water from the tricycle, the doctor began to treat the few children who were in poor condition. And Lu Xiao felt relieved. He said a brief goodbye to a few children and left amid their reluctant gazes. Smart being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Do you accept the spirit sound interaction request? Accepting interaction does not consume merit points. While riding his fast electric bike, Lu Xiao received another spirit sound interaction request. Did this cold wind have something else to say? Accept. Salad. Divine generation. A different civilization language from this planet has been detected from the interaction party. Would you like to enable language conversion? No merit points are required. Lu Xiao silently chose to enable it. Dear Chief of the Agents, hello. Go ahead. After a brief silence, the other party probably started the language conversion. So, it is the great people of the Huaxian nation. It is a great honor to communicate with you through spirit sound. Continue. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Noel, from the Bonaparte family of the Gallic Republic, ranked 71st in the merit record. I am taking the liberty to contact you via spirit sound in hopes of becoming friends and inviting you to join the Brotherhood. Please rest assured, the Brotherhood is not centered around religion. Its members include not only several strong individuals from the merit record, but also some members of ancient families, active nobility, and sages. As the current chief of the merit record, you are qualified and in need of some strong support. Continue. The world.The structure is about to change. The original nation's civilizations, systems, distribution of interests, and class concepts will all be overturned. In the near future, whoever obtains more original point resources will hold the world.'s discourse power, and power has always been in the hands of a few strong individuals. The strong need powerful partners and strong backup to remain strong, and I believe a respected person like you can certainly understand my meaning. This Noel indeed interpreted the possible direction of future Earth from a higher perspective, and Lu Xiao could not refute it. Anything else? To show my sincerity, I can reveal a piece of intelligence to you, which is one of the highest secrets of the Apocalypse Brotherhood. After a pause, Noel continued. This time of human drifting is not the first. Since ancient times, one could say that when humanity evolved into intelligent beings and reached the standard of intelligence, there have been continuous cases of individuals drifting to the original point. Lu Xiao suddenly braked sharply and stopped at the roadside. Historically, many large-scale population disappearances or mysterious deaths are related to this. Of course, these are not the main points. In Europe, there are some families that have been passed down through generations, whose power and wealth remain eternal. Some family members even possess incredible strength, which is not solely dependent on the wisdom and noble blood of the family members. The merit record at the top of the heavens only records the data of this human drifter event, and those ancient ones are not included. Now, are you willing to join the Apocalypse Brotherhood? Noel's tone kept changing, and in the end, he seemed certain that Lu Xiao would cry out to join them. Let us talk later for now, that's enough. Lu Xiao twisted his hand and continued to ride forward. He was too lazy to consider whether this Noel from the Bonaparte family was somewhere throwing a tantrum. Since you want to recruit me and have given me a piece of intelligence, I also thank you, but I am already taken. After this long-winded conversation, Lu Xiao suddenly found cold wind much cuter. As for that piece of intelligence, how should he put it? It was quite valuable. Where was its value? At least Lu Xiao knew that there were other humans surviving at the original point, and those people might be so powerful that he couldn't imagine, which also meant that certain individuals or organizations held a lot of original point intelligence. However, from Noel's performance, Lu Xiao deduced that the support these predecessors could provide to the younger generation was very limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to proudly hold the top spot. Nor would these people take the initiative to recruit him. In this original point, even the Galactic Order had to obtain permission to do anything. However, following this line of thought, if there were predecessors in Gaul, there was no reason for there not to be any in Huaxia. He should find an opportunity to ask about it later. In the next hour, Lu Xiao received 3 spirit sound requests in succession, one from a European country's recruitment, one from a private forces friendly contact, and the last one was simply a personal invitation to be friends. These 3 were either insincere, lacking benefits, or devoid of intelligence, typical 3 no products. It annoyed Lu Xiao, who directly consulted the system about whether he could turn off spirit sound and refuse all spirit sound interaction requests. But upon remembering that Yinlong seemed to require him to maintain smooth communication, he could only reluctantly give up. He actually had experience with this situation previously in online games. He often occupied the top 3 spots on the leaderboard, and everyday, unfamiliar players and guilds would incessantly bother him, as if they hadn't played the game unless they had talked to him. The game settings were also quite bad. They gave him a huge title over his character's head, making him the target of relentless attention wherever he went. Lu Xiao was not the type to go around holding a dragon-slaying sword and idling in a novice village. He just wanted to play the game well. For him, the admiration, goodwill, respect, and reverence from strangers felt nice, but what practical significance did they have? Exploring unknown worlds and experiencing thrill and excitement in battles. Was that not more enjoyable than chatting with a few strangers? When buying things, one should consider cost-effectiveness. When playing games, one should consider timeliness. With that time, wouldn't it be better to farm for some gear? After a round in the urban area of Qiantang, Lu Xiao finally got a grasp of the family situations of all members in the teacher's college team. He was somewhat fortunate that the bodies of the family members were preserved intact and were in safe zones. However, the entire Qiantang remained in chaos, with fires everywhere, accompanied by occasional explosions. A large number of casualties seemed unavoidable. Following Lu Xiao's orders, the children's conditions had improved. A text message from Bai Ling arrived on his second phone, stating that within 2 hours, all kindergartens and primary schools in Qiantang had mobilized personnel. Once the state machinery started operating, its execution ability was indeed formidable. At this moment, Lu Xiao was at the entrance of the expressway, looking at the congested highway that was blocked tight, silently sighing. It was no longer possible to return to Wucheng via the highway. These stationary vehicles could not be moved in a short time. Before his electric bike ran out of the last bit of power, Lu Xiao returned to his rented high-rise apartment, opened the door, and collapsed face down on his bed. As his thoughts gradually settled, he realized that in just one short day, he had experienced too much. Even someone as strong as him needed a little time to reflect and soothe himself. The past days can no longer return, and this is not a dream. I'm no longer a fresh graduate. The plans and aspirations I had for life have collapsed and shattered with that sound of spirit. The sheets are still soft and warm. How I wish this was just an ordinary afternoon, a weekend spent in bed until I urgently need to use the bathroom. How I wish. Lu Xiao suddenly clenched his fists and quickly propped himself up to stand. He took a deep breath, then turned off the gas, the water pipes, and the main power switch, closing the windows one by one, leaving only half a window open for air circulation. After everything was ready, he used 20 points of merit to exchange for a physical body, receiving a green flower bud. Following the instructions, he placed the flower bud at his temple, and it embedded itself in his skin like rooting. He quietly lay down, called his grandmother, and explained some things to her. Finally, he glanced at the wind chime on the windowsill. Then he closed his eyes. Spirit transfer in progress. Chapter 19. Enemies meet on narrow paths. Opening his eyes, Lu Xiao's vision gradually restored, as if he had put on glasses. Everything in front of him became clear and bright. Why am I in the woods? He was surrounded by a thicket of bushes. He remembered leaving from a plane, and just as Lu Xiao was about to turn around to check, his nose almost bumped into someone's chin. With a strange cry, the sudden change startled Lu Xiao, who jumped back. Li Tianjia, what are you doing here? He saw that the person he nearly collided with was indeed Li Tianjia, and he too had a look of shock on his face. Li Tianjia was speechless for a long time, seemingly confused about the situation as well. Wasn't I on the plane when I left? What happened? In Lu Xiao's understanding, the origin point would leave a comatose body on Earth, similar to how humans are transported by spirits, but it seemed that was not the case. At least Lu Xiao didn't think Li Tianjia and the others would leave him in the woods. I'm just as confused. Let me think slowly. Li Tianjia scratched his head, looked at the distance between himself and Lu Xiao, and sat down. Lu Xiao's sudden appearance in front of him, along with his jump that had sent him over 5 meters away, left Li Tianjia a bit bewildered. Unintentionally, Li Tianjia glanced at his belt, where a package had been torn open. You didn't get that from the stone egg, did you? As if he thought of something, Li Tianjia spoke. What stone egg? What are you talking about? Lu Xiao became even more confused upon hearing his words. It's like this. After you were transported away, there was a stone egg on the ground about this big. Li Tianjia gestured with his hands. I thought it was some kind of supplies, so I put it in my waist pouch. Lu Xiao frowned. Li Tianjia's description reminded him of something. Stone egg? Is this what you mean? Lu Xiao took out a stone egg from his discarded items, which he had found on the dark red lizard man. Yes, that's it, exactly the same. How do you have one too? Just as Lu Xiao held the stone egg in his palm, it suddenly made a noise. The surface of the egg began to crack at a visible speed, and white light burst forth from the cracks. Lu Xiao looked at Li Tianjia, who was also looking at him. In their eyes, they both read the same thought. What the hell is going on? A tremendous force surged from the palm of Lu Xiao's hand, and he quickly withdrew his arm. The stone egg, enveloped in white light, fell to the ground. And at the same time, a massive figure materialized from the void. The figure stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, its body covered in bumpy scales. And its forearms, which tightly gripped a fist blade, were thicker than Lu Xiao's thighs. It had 5 long spears strapped to its back, and its skin was a dark red color. What the hell? Li Tianjia had never seen this creature, but Lu Xiao was all too familiar with it. Isn't this the damn lizard man? And it's dark red. Run! Lu Xiao shouted, and immediately turned to flee deeper into the woods. Who wouldn't run is an idiot. Li Tianjia reacted quickly as well, running in another direction. Chirp! Chirp! The lizardman's roar came from behind them. As Lu Xiao ran, he glanced back. This glance sent chills down his spine. He saw the lizard man raising its spear, gathering strength, its blood-red eyes staring directly at him, followed by a swift arm movement. Damn it! Lu Xiao threw himself sideways without hesitation. He didn't even look at the trajectory of the spear, because by the time he saw it, it would be too late. Ugh! The spear pierced the air, whizzing past his ear with a sound like a ghostly wail. Boom! 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 The muffled sounds of tree trunks being pierced echoed continuously, each sound sending a shiver down his spine. The overwhelming power made his scalp tingle. Is this beast maxed out on strength? Moreover, why was it using a spear? What chance did he, as an archer, have? Rolling and springing up, Lu Xiao continued to sprint forward. This time, he no longer pursued a straight line to create distance, but instead used the thick tree trunks to hide his figure. As he ducked behind a tree large enough for 5 people to hug, a second spear followed closely behind. The seemingly sturdy trunk could not withstand the spear's might. The tip pierced through the tree and flew just 2 fist lengths away from Lu Xiao's face, the resulting air turbulence stinging his eyes and sending splinters flying, cutting 2 gashes on his face. Lu Xiao, are you okay? Not far away, Li Tianjia shouted anxiously. The lizard man had been attacking Lu Xiao, giving him time to escape. But he hadn't left. Instead, he was hiding behind a large rock, observing the situation. Don't worry about me. Just run, Lu Xiao shouted, eyes stinging, keeping them closed. This lizard man was the strongest creature he knew of, likely with strength exceeding 20, and with its spear's accuracy, its agility couldn't be lower than 10. Against such an enemy, he needed to maintain sufficient distance. After exhausting its spears, he could not face it head-on, let alone with the primitive Li Tianjia. The lizardman's strange cries echoed through the woods. After missing 2 spears, it began to stride toward Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao would not sit idly by. He prepared to zigzag away into the distance. But the 3rd spear whizzed through, blocking his path, and he refused to give up, darting in the opposite direction. The 4th spear didn't give him any chance. It seemed to have anticipated his thoughts and had gotten used to his speed. Lu Xiao felt a chill in his right leg. He knew something was wrong. Looking down, his eyes nearly bulged. His thigh had been pierced by the spear, and the impact had torn a large hole in the wound. Although his bone was not broken, it was a bloody mess, completely losing strength. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lu Xiao crawled back behind the large tree. His eyes were bloodshot, leaning against the tree as he gasped for breath. Trembling hands pulling out a red pill and shoving it into his mouth. He had no idea how effective the pill would be, but he could only try anything at this point. He was only about 60 meters away from the lizard man. It might only take a few seconds, or even the next instant, for it to appear before him. What to do? What to do? Bang! 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 Just as despair set in, he heard the sound of metal clanging not far away. Grandson, I'm here, followed by Li Tianjia's roar. Hey, long worm, look at this. La la la. Not just Li Tianjia, but also Zhou Yuka's strange cries. Lu Xiao turned his face to the direction of the sound. He saw Li Tianjia and Zhou Yuka confidently standing on the stone where Li Tianjia had previously hidden, making various poses to attract the lizardman's attention. Especially Zhou Yuka, who was wiggling his buttocks towards the lizardman and occasionally slapping his own rear. Ha! Lu Xiao, in excruciating pain, couldn't help but laugh. But the movement pulled at his injuries, causing him to convulse with pain. Yang Zhao and Yang Zhe were also there, hiding behind a giant rock. Yang Zhao made a shushing gesture to Lu Xiao, while Yang Zhe pressed his hands down, signaling him to stay still. How the hell did you come out like this? Your dad must be that old turtle next door. Hey, don't get mad. Why are you staring at me with those tiny eyes? I didn't even notice your eyes were open. The old turtle family sees you're ugly and doesn't want you. That's normal. After all, you didn't grow a turtle shell. Zhou Yuka's barrage of insults continued without repetition, leaving Li Tianjia at a loss for words, yet he was still enjoying himself, cursing the lizardman's entire family. Zhou Yuka had no idea that extraterrestrial beings could understand foreign languages through a central transformation. As for whether the lizard man could do that, Lu Xiao didn't know, but the lizard man was indeed enraged and began charging towards them. In the eyes of the lizard man, Lu Xiao's current state is merely that of a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. After all, he is unarmed and has injured his right leg. A half-disabled prey with no strength to bind a chicken cannot compare to two lively and mocking prey. As the lizard men approached step by step, Li Tianjia and the others chose not to scatter and flee, but instead tightened their grip on their weapons and stood high on the boulder. The lizard men also retracted their last spear, cackling as they drew closer, not even speeding up. From the sound, Lu Xiao could sense that the lizard men were laughing, mocking those weak prey who dared to confront them. Oomph! Laugh all you want, you filthy creatures. Drawing his compound bow, Lu Xiao disregarded the pain and began to apply poison to the arrowhead. Laugh to your heart's content. I really can't take you head on, but if you force me back into the shadows, that's your foolishness. Camouflage activated. Chapter 20. Hunter and prey on Lu Xiao's side. Preparations for battle were underway. While on Li Tianjia's side, they were already engaged in close combat. Both sides were at a standoff due to the presence of a massive boulder. The lizard man leapt into the air, swinging its powerful tail at Zhou Yuka, while its clawed fists swiped at Li Tianjia. Zhou Yuka used a rake to block, immediately feeling the disparity in strength. The force of the lizardman's tail made him lose grip on the handle. In an instant, the rake's head was at his chest, and he was sent crashing down from the boulder with a loud thud. Li Tianjia didn't fare any better. His ceremonial knife was shattered as he attempted to block the dual strikes, leaving him with only a broken blade in hand. Damn it! As the lizardman's foot landed on the boulder, Li Tianjia rolled off the top. In just one exchange, both were stunned. This beast is so fierce, Zhou Yuka exclaimed, but he showed no sign of retreat. He swung the rake at the lizardman's lower leg, and at the same time, a spear and a sword attacked. As Yang Zhao and Yang Zhe had been lying in wait for this moment, the rake landed squarely on the lizardman's leg, but the 9 prongs failed to penetrate the bumpy scales. The spear met the same fate, unable to pierce the surface. And Yang Zhe's sword was even worse. It broke upon impact. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Kiskiviko, kiskiviko. The lizard man mocked with a few sounds. It kicked the rake aside and dismissed the spear tip. Stab its belly and head. Li Tianjia shota. Knowing that their weapons and strength could not breach the lizardman's scale defenses, with only the exposed abdomen and head left as targets. Yang Zhao's second thrust aimed at the lizardman's abdomen, but the lizard man deflected the spear with its tail. It leisurely jumped down from the boulder. The force scattered, but did not retreat, surrounding the lizard man in an encirclement. Li Tianjia and Yang Zhe discarded their broken blades and drew the machetes they had tucked at their waists, positioning them in front of themselves. Damn, this thing is useless. I need to change gear. Zhou Yuka tossed the rake away and also drew his machete, squatting down and licking his lips. Brothers, cover me. The others looked at him in confusion. Rotate. Zhou Yuka roared and charged forward. The lizard man was drawn to him, glaring at this chatterbox from earlier. However, after just a couple of steps, Zhou Yuka ran back. I'm just trying to scare it. Let us see if it's afraid. He chuckled awkwardly and suddenly kicked, sending a clump of dirt flying at the lizardman's face. Unfortunately, his aim was off, and it only landed on the chest armor. But the four attacked simultaneously. Yang Zhao's spear struck first, targeting the lizardman's eyes. The lizardman crouched low to dodge the thrust, never expecting to have to defend against these soft-footed creatures. Yang Zhao's machete came down, striking the scales and creating sparks. Li Tianjia thrust his machete, but the lizardman collided with him head-on, sending him flying several meters away. Zhou Yuka was clever enough to dodge to the side, preparing to stab at the lizardman's waist, only to be swatted away by its tail. He shouted mid-air and landed next to Li Tianjia, trembling. The Yang brothers attacked again, but they were a beat too slow, getting knocked away left and right. Yang Zhao fared better, using the spear's handle to absorb most of the impact, but it bent at a 90-degree angle and was rendered useless. Yang Zha hit his head on a tree trunk upon landing. Even though the trunk wasn't hard, blood flowed freely from his head and his left shoulder dislocated, leaving his left arm hanging uselessly. Li Tianjia took a direct hit to the chest from the lizardman's head, breaking his ribs and causing him to cough up blood. Struggling to breathe, he fought through the pain, using his machete as a crutch to stand, but after spitting out another mouthful of blood, he knelt on one knee, unable to rise again. The only ones still able to fight were Zhou Yuka, who got back on his feet, and Yang Zhao, who drew his machete. Kiskiviko, Kiskiviko. The lizard man grinned, mocking the four foolish creatures before it. In its eyes, these beings were less dangerous than the prey it usually hunted. Yet these creatures not only did not flee, but dared to confront it directly. Perhaps these beings were so unintelligent that they did not understand that in the face of a stronger opponent, fleeing was the only way out. The one it had fought earlier was much smarter and obviously faster, which is why it had wasted 4 spears on it. As for these 4, its crimson eyes roamed over Zhou Yuka, assessing this bipedal creature for its more succulent parts. Xiaoyang, it seems to have its eyes on me, Zhou Yuka said innocently. It can't be thinking of taking me back as a captive, right? Yang Zhao scoffed, then your back door might just bloom. Get lost. Before Zhou Yuka could finish, the lizard man lunged at him, its fists poised to strike. Damn! Zhou Yuka cursed as he bent down, gripping his machete, determined not to retreat even a step. Whoosh! Thud! Zhou Yuka was pleasantly surprised to find an arrow embedded in the lizardman's thigh, piercing through the scales, with a third of it buried in its leg. The lizard man was momentarily stunned. Then another arrow flew, piercing its right arm and continuing through its body, firmly embedding itself in a nearby tree. At this point, it finally snapped back to reality, its crimson eyes darting towards the direction from which the arrows came. But there seemed to be nothing there. Its small eyes narrowed sharply. Just when it thought the thicket was empty, an arrow suddenly appeared out of thin air. It let out a shrill cry and instinctively turned its head, barely dodging the arrow, which grazed its eye and pierced through its nostril. Though the nostril had always been penetrated, this time it was leaking air. The lizard man was thoroughly enraged, disregarding the 4 around it and charging towards the source of the arrows. Another arrow flew, but it was blocked by its massive tail, embedding itself in the flesh of the tail, leaving only the fletching exposed. At last, it locked onto its enemy, a brown composite bough suspended in midair, with a blurry figure blending into the surrounding environment behind the bough. The eyes locking onto it sent a dangerous feeling deep into its heart. With a powerful swipe of its tail, it knocked Zhang Zhao aside, no longer caring about this weakling. However, it felt something was off. Its once unstoppable tail moved sluggishly, clearly slower than before. The sound of an arrow whizzing through the air rang out again, and the lizard man raised its left arm to block, only for the arrow to pierce through its left arm and embed itself in its chest. It screeched, this time not mockingly, but out of genuine pain and rage. It forcefully yanked out the arrow, tearing away a large chunk of flesh in the process, and with a crack, it snapped the arrow in its hand. Another arrow came, but this one missed as the lizard man dodged low and pulled out its last spear. Aiming at those hunter-like eyes, it was simultaneously targeted in return. I'll skewer your back door. A furious shout erupted from behind. The lizard man hesitated for a moment, but it still hurled the spear with all its might. Thud! The arrow pierced its neck, spraying green blood, while the spear it had thrown missed its mark entirely. The lizard man gritted its teeth against the excruciating pain, turning in anger to see Zhou Yuka stabbing his own abdomen with the machete, the blade having sunk deep into his body as he struggled to pull it out. With a powerful grip, it seized Zhou Yuka by the neck and lifted him up. Zhou Yuka grabbed the lizardman's wrist with both hands, struggling with all his might. The struggle was effective. Just as his face turned purple and he was about to suffocate, he suddenly felt the lizardman's grip weaken, allowing him to break free and crash to the ground. The lizard man looked in disbelief at his right arm, the gaping hole pierced by an arrow, oozing black blood, with his arm covered in black veins. It seemed to realize something, suddenly turning its head to look not far away, its eyes filled with terror and anger. This time, it saw a person removing their hood, the very prey that it had initially injured. Now, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. Lu Xiao approached quickly, raising his hand to shoot 2 more arrows, one pinning the lizard man's left leg to the ground, the other hitting its left arm. He stood in front of the lizard man, who was now too weak to stand, collapsing to the ground, one foot still pinned and unable to move. Lu Xiao looked down at this fierce creature, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He tossed a bottle containing red pills to Zhou Yuka, urging him to give them to the others quickly. He had personally experienced the efficacy of the red pills, with the new flesh on his thigh being proof of their healing properties. Watching the others struggle to swallow the red pills, Lu Xiao drew out a machete and swung it with all his might at the lizard man's left arm, striking until it was severed cleanly at the root. Then he did the same to the right arm. After finishing this, he crouched beside the lizard man's head, locking eyes with the still living creature. I know you can understand what I'm saying. I don't want to ask you anything before you die. I just want to tell you that I've killed many of your kind, including a dark red lizard man like you. Upon hearing this, the lizard man's eyes constricted sharply, trying desperately to lift its neck and bite Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao smiled slightly, looking at the 4 people slowly gathering around him. Li Qianjia appeared much better, and Zhang's dislocated shoulder was clicking back into place. After returning to Earth, I received intelligence that consuming the spirit of a devourer could lead to the transformation of one's own spirit. Here's a choice for you. Do you want to become devourers? Lu Xiao's words plunged the 4 into silence. Becoming a devourer meant they would not be able to return to Earth for long periods, essentially saying goodbye to their previous lives. This choice could only be made by them. If we become devourers, can we become like it? Zhou Yuka pointed at the lizard man, now resembling a human stick. It's hard to say. Everyone has their own talents. Some awaken their innate abilities after transformation, while others gain nothing, like me. But transformation itself brings the chance to become powerful. It's just the starting point. I cough. Li Tianjiao was about to speak, but ended up coughing out a mouthful of blood, followed by another. This. Zhou Yuka. How many did you give him? A handful, probably 4. Damn, that stuff is a major boost to vitality. Do you want him to explode from it? While speaking, Lu Xiao took out a golden potion and gave Li Tianjia some. You said to give him some, but you didn't say how much. How was I to know it was so potent? Zhou Yuka's mouth twitched as he looked at the small bottle containing red pills. After taking the potion, Li Tianjia's flushed face was slightly alleviated. I want to become a devourer. You all know my situation. Whether I'm here or not, it makes no difference. Plus, if a devourer dies, they can still return. Li Tianjia said resolutely. All right, you 3 can think about it more. We don't have time to waste. Otherwise, this guy will die completely, and his spirit will be lost. Without a second thought, Lu Xiao prepared to behead the lizard man for Li Tianjia to consume. But he suddenly stopped. Something fell off. Was consuming the head raw the way to devour the spirit? It seemed there was a problem with this approach. At the time, Long Yu only mentioned roasting the corpse, but didn't say how to consume the spirit. Could it be that roasting was the secret? He attempted to interact with Long Yu through spirit sound, but the system directly indicated that the other party was not within the origin point, making interaction impossible. Damn, does spirit sound interaction have a service area concept? No wonder no one has used spirit sound to disturb me since I returned to the origin point. He decided to take a gamble. With a swift motion, he struck the lizard man's forehead with the knife, opening a gash. "I'll take its brain out and eat it." Lu Xiao was unsure if this was right, but he let Li Tianjia try first. Li Tianjia, trusting him, used both hands to pry it open. The scene made everyone watching gasp in horror, while Lu Xiao secretly felt relieved that his method of transformation was so clear and unique. Just as Li Tianjia's right hand was about to reach into the lizard man's skull, he suddenly froze in place, stiffening weirdly. Lu Xiao hoped the lizard man could still contribute its final value. It was undoubtedly the strongest creature Lu Xiao had encountered since returning to the origin point. If it weren't for the fearlessness of Li Tianjia and the others, and a lizard man's underestimation, Lu Xiao's attack methods being unknown to it, it certainly wouldn't be lying on the ground now. This was the nature of hunter and prey. Either one dies or the other lives. It was just that this guy had met a rather tragic end. As Lu Xiao lamented the lizard man's unfortunate fate, Li Tianjia slowly stood up. Lu Xiao patted his shoulder. "It's okay, there will be another chance." "No," Li Tianjia said excitedly. "There's no need to wait for another chance. I'm already a devourer." Chapter 21. Containing the Pearl. Chapter 21. Talent. Containing the Pearl. Wait a moment, let me digest this. Li Tianjia closed his eyes, signaling everyone to wait for him. Lu Xiao understood and told the others not to disturb him. "Didn't you all receive any system notifications just now?" Lu Xiao asked. "What notifications?" Everyone looked puzzled. "The reward information for killing the lizard man." "No, what is the reward?" "Stamina attribute points." "What the hell? Why didn't I get any?" "All right." Lu Xiao had nothing to say. Either the killer gets the credit or it depends on the contribution to the kill. Throughout the process, the four of them played a significant role, but if looking solely at the direct damage to the lizard man, it could be ignored. Stamina points can be rewarded. Lu Xiao. "Doesn't that mean you're almost like Superman now?" Zhou Yuka asked curiously. "Killing this one rewards a bit. What do you think?" Lu Xiao replied irritably. "That's way too little. We nearly risked our lives to kill this one, and it only gives 1 point? I'm at toughness 6, strength 6, agility 7, and burst 7. I still feel weak." Zhou Yuka openly stated his attribute points. "Sprinters are all weaklings." The Yang brothers scoffed. "Damn it." As someone whose initial stats were all 5, Lu Xiao suddenly didn't want to chat with this group of sports types anymore. "By the way, how did you guys get into the woods?" Lu Xiao wanted to change the topic. "With the supplies you gave us. Everyone doesn't have to worry about survival for a while." Li Tianjia felt it was time to prepare for the next step. "So we came to the woods to see if there were suitable gathering spots," Yang just said, rubbing his shoulders. "Speaking of which, how did you come back so quickly? I thought you'd stay at least half a month." Yang Zhao asked. "I just went back to verify some things. Once I finished, I returned. Right now, Qiantang City is quite chaotic. Most adults are still at the starting point, and in a city without anyone maintaining order, the situation is understandable. So, how is our situation?" When Zhou Yuka mentioned he naturally referred to everyone's bodies lying still at the school. "Don't worry, you're all lying safely in the gym. The Galactic Order keeps your bodies active through low temperatures, and I've confirmed everyone is fine. I've also contacted your families. Your elders are with your parents." But what?" the group asked at the same time. "The girls' dormitory at the teacher's college caught fire, and Yishan and 3 other girls can't go back." Lu Xiao said somewhat regretfully. Upon hearing this news, the 3 felt a bit upset. They weren't foolish and naturally understood the implication of Lu Xiao's words. How could this happen? Younger brother Yang Zhao pounded the nearby tree trunk angrily. Being fellow fallen souls and trusted classmates and partners, he could empathize with this pain. Compared to dying at the starting point, the destruction of bodies on Earth was even harder to accept, as it meant there was no way back. There is still a chance to return. What other way is there? Bodies on Earth can be remade. I haven't tried it, but with the power of the Galactic Order, it should be possible to achieve rebirth with a certain amount of merit. But the premise is to become a transcender. Hearing Lu Xiao say this, everyone felt relieved. After all, where there is a will, there is a way. And what they feared was having no way at all. As long as there is a way, everything could be negotiated. "What's your next plan?" Li Tianjia suddenly asked Lu Xiao. "I've finished my side. I heard what you said earlier." I plan to continue exploring deeper into the woods. There's a mountain over there belonging to a primary danger zone, but the strongest monster there should be no match for this one. If you're talking about that direction, I'll go with you. Li Tianjia pointed to a direction deeper in the woods. Lu Xiao frowned. What do you want to do in that direction? I don't know, but something is calling me over there. Lu Xiao squinted his eyes, feeling like he wanted to curse. You Haven T awakened something incredible, have you? He asked tentatively. No, not really. Just feel like something is calling me in that direction. Lu Xiao felt a bit overwhelmed. After his transformation, why did he feel nothing? All right, let us go together. Lu Xiao decisively agreed. Li Tianjia wasn't a hindrance. Although he lacked combat power, growth takes time, and helping a reliable partner become strong was equally significant. Guys, can we first solve the problem of being hungry? Zhou Yuka clutched his stomach, exclaiming. I've been so hungry since earlier that I'm seeing stars. Did you bring food? Lu Xiao looked around at everyone. They all shook their heads in unison. With a twitch of his lips, he spread his hands. Before we left, I gave you all the food. Now I have nothing to eat. Among the leftovers, only some supplies and lizard men corpses remained, so there really was no food left. What should we do? We've been deeper into the woods for quite a while. If we go back now, we might starve to death. Zhou Yuka looked dumbfounded. Let us just roast it and eat it. Li Tianjia pointed to the corpse on the ground. Let us treat it as grilled gecko. The crowd. Since a decision was made, everyone didn't waste words. Zhou Yuka kicked the lizard man's head away, looking a bit creeped out by it. The Yang brothers gathered dry wood and quickly started a fire. One person cut off a piece, ready to roast it over the fire. Damn, we can't eat this. I almost forgot this thing is poisonous. Lu Xiao quickly tossed away the lizard man's limb in hand, signaling the others to hurry and throw theirs away too. So what should we do? Zhou Yuka asked miserably. Lu Xiao struggled to drag a complete lizard man corpse from the leftovers. This was also Lu Xiao's first prey. Everyone was speechless. After tidying up again, the five finally sat around the campfire, chatting and laughing as they watched the lizard skin and meat crackle in the fire. The lizard meat roasted to a golden color, releasing yellow grease, looking quite appetizing. Taking a bite, So tough. I can't chew. Turns out I bit into the skin. Let us switch sides and take another bite. The meat is tender and melts in the mouth. Who would have thought this creepy thing could actually be a delicious dish? After exchanging glances, the group immediately devoured it without caring about their image. Just as Lu Xiao was enjoying the food and the dopamine rush, Zhou Yuka suddenly said, Oh, not bad. This lizard man roast can temporarily add 1 point to toughness and 1 point to strength. This caught Lu Xiao off guard. What is this situation? It's not bad. That previous beast only temporarily added 1 point to toughness, but I don't know how long this will last. Li Tianjia said calmly. You have it too. Lu Xiao looked at the nonchalant Li Tianjia, as if this experience was nothing special. Last time it lasted half an hour. Let us count the time this time. Zhang Zhi chimed in. It's a pity we didn't eat a few bites before encountering this guy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so miserable. Then it was his younger brother, Zhang Zhao. Lu Xiao's gaze shifted between them. Did I eat too little? Or is it that my Mercury is in retrograde, and my fate is that of a broom star? Why am I having no reaction at all? It's just delicious, and I can fill my stomach. So why didn't I gain attribute points? Lu Xiao suddenly felt like crying, disgusted to the point of tears. Am I not a normal person? It's one thing not to get elemental affinity, but others like Li Tianjia have something calling them after their transformation. And what about me? Just eating roasted meat? Others get attribute bonuses, and I don't? What does that mean? Are you guys bullying the archer? Oh heavens! Earth! Lu Xiao looked up, tears of unwillingness welling in his eyes. Look, Lu Xiao is choking. Tears are coming out. Zhou Yuka elbowed Zhang Zhi and whispered, Spirit talent, containing pearl, passive activation, absorbing the body of intelligent organisms, slight enhancement of physical attributes. What's going on? Could it be that my situation is so tragic that the origin is feeling pity? Lu Xiao quickly checked his panel, but there was no change in physical attributes. He was puzzled and took a few more bites, and that message popped up again. Absorbing the body of intelligent organisms, slight enhancement of physical attributes. Now he was unsettled. Checking the panel again, but still no changes. It popped up twice more with the same result, just as a large chunk of roasted meat was about to be finished. New information appeared. Absorbing the body of intelligent organisms, strength, attribute 1. What the heck? Lu Xiao finally understood what was happening. The previous prompts were telling him that he was consuming the body of an impressive creature, hence his strength was increasing. But he hadn't eaten enough yet. So it only indicated an enhancement without reaching the point of increasing the attribute value. The so-called quantitative change to qualitative change was probably this meaning. This is amazing. It turns out eating the meat of higher-level organisms can increase attribute points. Moreover, while others gain temporary attributes from eating meat, I gain permanent attributes. Isn't this invincible? Detected intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions about the spirit talent. Can spend 10 points of galactic order merits to exchange for relevant knowledge. This operation is approved by the Origin. Do you want to exchange? Consume 10 points of galactic order merits. Spirit talent is a hidden talent ability within the spirit itself, with a wide variety of abilities. As their activation conditions differ and are in a hidden state when not activated, neither the individual nor others can perceive it through spiritual energy. Thus, the currently known number of spirit talents is 92,819, with clear activation methods for 51,112 of them. Detected intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions about the containing pearl spirit. Can spend 1,000,000 points of galactic order merits to exchange for relevant knowledge. This operation is approved by the Origin. Do you want to exchange? Huh, is that so? This spirit talent containing pearl. Just asking about it costs so many merits? Origin. Is it because my name Xiao has 4 mouths? That's why it's like this? Lu Xiao tilted his head back. Tears of happiness welling up. Look, he got choked up again. Chapter 22. The Coming Storm. Lu Xiao. How hungry can you be? Zhou Yuka finished his meal, looking satisfied as he got up, only to see Lu Xiao beside him still stuffing grilled meat into his mouth. Lu Xiao ignored him and kept eating voraciously. He had completely devoured a whole arm, and his strength had increased by 2 points. This way of gaining experience just by eating is something you wouldn't understand. Help me out. It wasn't until Lu Xiao could no longer fit any more food that he stopped his frenzied eating. However, he soon realized that he was struggling to even stand up. Of course, there was another reason for his temporary cessation. He discovered that while the spirit body was absorbing power, his own spiritual energy was also being continuously consumed. Lu Xiao estimated that his strength had increased by about 2.8 points, while his spiritual energy had decreased by more than 20%. Coupled with the previous 2 uses of disguise, he was left with only half of his remaining spiritual energy. He had to be cautious about both his stomach and the risk of running out of spiritual energy. After all, the spirit core required spiritual energy to provide energy. Once it was depleted, who knew what kind of trouble would arise? Moreover, the self-recovery speed of spiritual energy was extremely slow, and he had no idea how long it would take to fill it back up. He couldn't waste what he couldn't finish. He had to pack it up and take it with him, stuffing the remaining corpses into the defective items, including the dark red lizardman's body. Looking at this encounter, the benefits were indeed minimal. Aside from the equipment on the dark red lizardman, he was almost empty-handed, leaving everyone with a sense of disappointment. However, at least this fierce creature contributed a living spirit body, and Li Qianjiao's spirit body transformation was considered a decent gain. Zhou Yuka supported Lu Xiao, and slowly, everyone made their way towards the edge of the forest. By the way, Lu Xiao, how did that lizard man suddenly appear? This question had troubled Li Qianjia for a long time, but he couldn't figure out the reason. That thing should have appeared in the same way as you. If I'm not mistaken, that stone egg is equivalent to a coordinate. Creatures that leave the Origin and return again would use this stone egg as a reference. But I always feel that the stone egg itself should have other functions. As for what they are, I can't even guess. In fact, Lu Xiao had also tried to consult the central system about this question, but the system asked for 1,000 merit points to provide an answer. So he had to give up. That theory should be correct, But why did that guy teleport back as soon as you took it out? Li Tianjia continued to ask. That's a bit complicated. I haven't figured it out either. However, we can consider some rules together. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment and said, First, there's a time limit for leaving the origin. You must return within one origin cycle. Otherwise, the spirit body will be directly erased. Second, the stone egg was in my items, and the space within items shouldn't provide the conditions for creatures to return. We can simulate it. If someone is preparing to return to the origin, but finds that the return teleportation cannot be executed and the time limit is approaching, they would definitely keep trying. Just as I took out the stone egg, they would hurry to execute the teleportation. That's what I think. Now that you mention it, it does seem to make sense. Li Tianjian nodded, deep in thought. If we put the enemy's stone egg into your item space and leave it there for 14 days, even if the other party is a god, they would still be done for. Seems like it. Hearing Li Tianjia say this, Lu Xiao also realized that the defective item had this function. This implication was quite interesting, and he instantly thought of many deadly traps. After the transformation, my permissions in the central system have also been upgraded, but acquiring any knowledge requires consuming galaxy order merit points. That's right. And the central system won't provide prompts unless it's about something that has already happened, Lu Xiao added. It seems the central system wants us to find the answers ourselves or earn enough merit points. Sometimes, a good question is more important than a good answer. Before seeking answers, we first need to know the right questions. It feels like the central system and the system are both quite irresponsible, Li Tianjia said helplessly. Or maybe the central system knows very little about the origin, just like cloud computing on Earth, which relies on the accumulation of big data rather than innate knowledge. Otherwise, why would they always want us to explore the unknown here? Lu Xiao had his own judgment. Maybe, but it's also quite interesting. At least everyone's starting point is the same. Not necessarily. When you say everyone, you can only be referring to our group. What do you mean? Literally speaking, Earth has existed for billions of years. Did the galaxy order only bring humans here once? Damn, Li Tianjia was a bit unsettled. Does that mean we could potentially encounter ancient people? Who knows? Maybe those old folks have all died out. Lu Xiao didn't even believe his own words. Tell me about your spirit body transformation. I see you didn't do much. How did your spirit body transform successfully? You ask me? I still want to ask you. Li Tianjia said angrily. Didn't you say you ate that guy's head? As soon as I reached in to take it out, I touched a hollow space in the middle. And then I got a prompt asking if I wanted to charge. It was that simple. Hollow space? In the head? Lu Xiao pressed for more details. That's right. That area had nothing in it, as if there was a spherical hole in the middle of the head, Li Tianjia recalled. By the way, as the spirit body started charging, several reward notifications popped up on my side. First kill, surpassing level kill, cross-star region kill, granting 1 free attribute point and 100 merit points, plus a reward for the first kill of a transformed creature. Okay, it seems that the winner takes all rule for kill rewards is indeed the case. Lu Xiao finally understood the rules for kill rewards. Didn't you get any? Li Tianjia frowned and asked. The winner takes all means whoever delivers the final blow gets all the rewards, Lu Xiao explained. Then didn't I take the rewards that should have been yours? Li Tianjia panicked. No, this lizard man was killed by you. These rewards should go to you. Don't be silly. Not only does the reward for this lizard man have to go to you, but if there are more opportunities in the future, we should also give those opportunities to the others. Not for anything else, but for the first kill reward. The earlier you get this reward, the better. The same kill would only give me 1 attribute point. Besides, if it weren't for you guys fighting hard to buy me time and conditions, we would be the ones being roasted and eaten right now. The system can coldly execute the rules, but we are human, not machines. We have brains and emotions. We can't be so rigid. That's true, but Li Tianjia still wanted to say something. Tianjia, Lu Xiao is right. We need to maximize our efficiency in obtaining rewards under the rules so we can quickly improve ourselves. We don't want to be a burden every time. Yang interrupted what Li Tianjia was about to say and continued. This is my first real battle at the origin. To be honest, I'm very unwilling. I believe you guys feel the same way. Back on Earth, we could puff out our chests and look down on others, but here we don't even measure up. If we don't get stronger quickly, we won't be able to protect the other students, let alone our own lives. Bro, it's rare for you to be so passionate. I support you this time. Yang Zhao gave his brother a thumbs up. I also want to get stronger, and I've decided that after you, I'll be the next one to become a transformed being. Anyway, even if I don't go back, you can. Bro, the job of serving our parents will be up to you then. Get lost. If you're leaving, we all leave together. Since you decided to stay, then I won't leave either. Yang Zhe slapped his younger brother on the back. You all say that, so I definitely can't leave the organization. Let's settle it this way. After Yang Zhe, it's my turn to transform. Who told us we are the Lumberjack League? Get lost. Several people shouted in unison. The battle started suddenly, but it showed Lu Xiao the true side of several partners. Their courage in the face of a strong enemy and their willingness to die for their companions earned his deep respect. Lu Xiao kept a close eye on the battlefield, remembering everyone's performance. Some emotions can be well hidden on ordinary days, but in the face of death, everything is laid bare, from beginning to end. Not a single person trembled out of fear, nor did anyone shrink back. Lu Xiao asked himself if he could do better than them in the same situation. The group walked slowly out of the forest, chatting and laughing. As they approached the edge of the woods, they gradually began to encounter unfamiliar teams and lone individuals, indicating that they were not the only ones with thoughts about this forest. Once out of the woods, a vast number of adults appeared in their view, which made Lu Xiao, who had just returned from Earth, feel quite unaccustomed. Each group began to build their own wooden sheds and houses, with a large number of trees being cut down. People used various tools to saw the thick tree trunks, then manually transported them back to the gathering area. Some people even changed their base to the edge of the woods to cut wood and build houses nearby, making the edge of the woods exceptionally lively. Upon arriving at the area belonging to the student group, Lu Xiao was immediately surrounded by students eager to know the status of their bodies and families. Lu Xiao patiently replied to each one. During this process, Yishan and 3 other girls were called into the wooden shed by Li Tianjia. Soon, cries of female students came from inside the shed, but shortly after, the sound subsided, and Yishan and Li Tianjia walked out. Upon learning that her body on Earth had died, Yishan surprisingly did not show much emotional fluctuation, which made Lu Xiao pay extra attention to this female academic elite from the teacher's college. Don't disturb them, let them calm down. Yishan instructed the others before walking away with Li Tianjia to talk about something. Once the students learned that they and their loved ones were safe, they asked Lu Xiao about what he had seen and heard since his return. When they heard that the entire Qiantang was in a state of social disorder and basic living conditions were difficult to meet, confusion and helplessness appeared on everyone's faces. A few individuals had already made up their minds to return to Earth, since Lu Xiao had confirmed that their bodies were safe. The next step would be to decisively end their lives at the origin to quickly return to their familiar lives, but the current state of Earth made them hesitate. Even if they returned, would the world still be the same? No one knew. Lu Xiao told them the situation on Earth without hiding anything, giving them the choice. He had no intention of deciding other people's fates, even though he could easily do so. Lu Xiao, we have some situations on our side to discuss with you. Yishan and Li Tianjia called Lu Xiao over from a short distance away. What happened? Lu Xiao asked as he approached them. It's like this. The station troops in Qiandang have integrated armed police, reserves, veterans, police officers, and military academy students, preparing to implement temporary military control here. During the time you were away, military personnel contacted various groups, hoping everyone would obey the command. I don't think it's a bad thing, but I want to hear your opinions as well. Yishan remained practical and calm, as always, making it seem like she didn't even know she couldn't return to Earth. Does the military have any plans? What should we do after the military control? Lu Xiao agreed that military control was a good thing, but organizing millions of people would still require a plan. First, the military hopes at least half of the people can return to Earth as soon as possible, especially those with physical abilities below 20. Second, the military will quickly compile a list of those unable to return to Earth, and before the list comes out, they ask everyone not to do anything foolish. Third, all lethal weapons should be surrendered to the military. Fourth, those with special abilities, special items, or special skills should join the military. This is the information I have received. It seems the military has a way to know the situation on Earth. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment and continued, At present, the military's decisions seem correct. Allowing most people to return is necessary to stabilize the situation in Huaxia, as everyone's roots are still there. However, this list will likely not come out so quickly. The military might allow certain specific professions to return first, such as doctors, firefighters, and electricians. Otherwise, the chaos over there will persist, and the number of those unable to return will only increase. Li Tianjia told me about your next steps and what happened in the woods. After that, you can rest assured, I will take good care of the remaining people. With the military's involvement, Before Yishan could finish, a commotion from a distance caught their attention. They saw people running towards the riverbank, shouting that something had happened on the other side. Hurry over to take a look. In an instant, a large crowd began to surge towards the riverbank, and strangely, those originally by the river were desperately pushing away from the center. Lu Xiao could clearly see the terror and panic written on their faces. It really seems something happened, Lu Xiao said, joining the crowd as they rushed forward. Chapter 23. Chaos. Soon they reached the riverbank, but facing a human wall composed of tens of thousands of people, Lu Xiao could not squeeze in. Gome, get on my shoulders. Li Tianjia's voice came from behind. Lu Xiao turned around and found him half squatting, indicating for him to step on his shoulders. Without any hesitation, Lu Xiao lightly jumped up, standing on the shoulders of the nearly 9-meter-tall Li Tianjia. His field of vision instantly widened, and Lu Xiao looked up. They were on the north bank of the river, where countless people were trying to swim across, while on the south bank, even more people were wading through the water, struggling to make their way over. The river was at least 100 meters wide, with a third of it being very deep, and these people were crying for help, hoping that those on the north bank could lend a hand, even just by throwing them some wooden planks. Farther down the south bank, Lu Xiao saw armed men. From their eyes and upright postures, it was clear that they were soldiers, likely the original station troops of Qiantang. Normally, the army should be organizing to manage the chaos, but each of them was silent, uniformly facing south. What on earth was happening? At first, Lu Xiao thought a large number of civilians were launching a new round of collective suicide by jumping into the river, but this time it was clearly different. The eyes of the people were filled with a desire to live and a fear of death. Finally, with his vision 3 times better than that of an average person, he saw something unusual. It was nearly 5,000 meters away from the south bank, and due to the distance, Lu Xiao could only make out the outlines. A group of people was desperately fleeing, while a monster easily caught up to them, leaving no room for struggle. Some were torn apart alive, followed by severed limbs and blood splattering into the air, dyeing the surrounding ground red. In less than 2 breaths, the monster continued to chase after other humans, and not a single one of that group was left standing alive. Lu Xiao swallowed hard, realizing that there were at least tens of thousands of such monsters. The entire south bank had turned into a hellish battlefield. He suddenly remembered the encounter that C-Meter mentioned in the game group, where the entire Gillen was completely slaughtered by monsters. He tried hard to suppress the unease in his heart. The people around him should not yet be able to see what was happening in the distance, but those swimming over from the south bank had already begun to spread panic. Run! The monsters are coming. People over there are dying. Run! Someone shouted hoarsely after being pulled ashore, suddenly breaking free from those helping him and desperately pushing through the crowd toward the north. Run! That monster has 4 legs and 4 arms. As soon as it sees us, it kills. 1 claw can rip us open. We're done for, run. Another middle-aged man in his 40s collapsed on the ground, gagging as he spoke to those around him. More and more people coming from the south bank shouted the same warnings, their desperate cries causing the crowd on the north bank to waver, leading to chaos as many onlookers began to flee toward their gathering points. Area warning. The designated area of Dandan River Valley Plain has been changed to a war zone. Area warning. The designated area of Dandan River Valley Plain has been changed to a war zone. Area warning. The designated area of Dandan River Valley Plain has been changed to a war zone. The continuous system warnings made everyone's expressions, including Lu Xiao's, grow solemn. Tianjia, hurry and lead our people into the woods until the system warns of a dangerous area. We can leave the supplies behind, just go. Lu Xiao jumped down to the ground and looked into Li Tianjia's eyes as he spoke. Okay, what about you? Li Tianjia absolutely trusta, Liu Xiao Zhumin. I'll stay here to gather more information. Don't worry, I run fast. Here, take this. Lu Xiao took out 2 guiding worms contained in bottles and handed them to him. Be careful, we'll wait for you. After saying that, Li Qianjia turned and ran toward the gathering point. Lu Xiao continued toward the riverbank. At this point, the crowd by the bank was not as dense. More people were brushing past him, running away behind him, while Lu Xiao was one of the few going against the tide. Brutal slaughter was occurring all over the south bank, human blood staining patches of grass, with severed limbs and entrails scattered everywhere. Some picked up weapons to resist, but their hands trembled, and before they could swing their blades, they had their skulls crushed. Some knelt down to beg for mercy, but received no compassion whatsoever. Others played dead on the ground, but the monsters seemed unwilling to leave behind a single complete corpse, turning everything into a bloody mess. The wind blew from the south, carrying a heavy stench of blood. This was perhaps the true origin point, a savage land where the strong dominated, and all beings fought for survival through slaughter. Sporadic gunfire erupted from the south bank as the monsters' vanguard approached the army's defensive line. From this distance, Lu Xiao could see very clearly. The monsters were indeed, as described by the fleeing people, with 4 legs and 4 arms, standing about the same height as humans, covered in a dark brown color. Their 4 arms were long and bony like dry branches, with claws for fingers. Their waists and lower limbs resembled a cauldron, with limbs extending in 4 different directions. The upper body looked more human, but the head had a large, gaping mouth full of fangs and a single massive eye. The running speed of the monsters was twice that of an average human, and their upper limbs were equally agile, though their waists appeared bulky. A dense barrage of gunfire erupted as soldiers crouched and fired at the monsters, flames spitting from their muzzles and bullets whistling toward the creatures. The first few monsters charging in front instantly fell under the concentrated fire. Even at the origin point, the power of hot weapons remained formidable. The distant monsters, noticing their companions falling, abandoned their pursuit of humans and turned to charge toward the army's defensive line at the riverbank. Tens of thousands of monsters surged forward, sweeping along with countless fleeing humans. The monsters mixed in with the crowd, indiscriminately reaping lives around them. Their short stature allowed them to blend in, making it difficult for the army to aim. Close ranks! Close ranks! The sergeants shouted while running along the line. But the chaos and the scattered ranks made it impossible for their orders to be executed. One monster burst out from the crowd. The 2 soldiers in front of it hadn't even had time to fire before being sent flying. After running a short distance, the monster stopped, ready to turn toward another side, when a sergeant pulled out a pistol and shot it repeatedly in the head and chest at close range, taking its life. Just as the sergeant intended to check on the 2 soldiers knocked down, a claw pierced through his chest, clutching a still-beating heart among its 5 talons. More monsters charged into the unprotected line. Gunfire erupted everywhere, and the slaughter between the strongest forces of monsters and humans began under unequal conditions. Fight those monsters! Running won't help. If we don't fight, we'll all die. You fools! Cowards! Some adults, armed with hoes, spears, or anything that could serve as a weapon, shouted angrily in the blind rush of the crowd. Many strong men stopped, picked up stones, and joined the fight, while more people continued to run blindly toward the opposite bank, having lived in a well-ordered and comfortable environment as citizens of Huaxia, the world's second-largest economy, where danger was seldom encountered, let alone life-and-death battles. What they thought was simply to run with the crowd, hoping the monsters would kill others, thereby giving themselves a chance to escape. And those brave enough to confront the monsters, both soldiers and ordinary people, were deeply grateful, thanking these individuals for buying more time with their lives. But it was all just gratitude. Nevertheless, the humans here still had a significant numerical advantage. A monster was hit by a bullet and staggered to the ground. Several burly men with clubs rushed forward and beat it until it was reduced to a pile of mush, dead beyond any doubt. The fact that a monster was killed by ordinary people gave more men the courage to fight back, many of whom had friends and relatives who had died at the hands of the monster. With the thought that they might as well die and reunite with their families on Earth, they prepared to confront the monster. The lines, which had been scattered by the monster's charge, began to show signs of reversal in certain areas. with scenes of dozens of people surrounding and beating a monster appearing in various places. Perhaps this was also the deeper meaning behind why the army positioned their lines near the river, as the despair of the river and the hope of victory finally made those with fighting spirit brave enough to act. At this time, many people still remained on the north bank. Besides helping those who swam over successfully, there were also many holding spears and bows who, like Lu Xiao, did not leave, but anxiously watched the situation across the river. Those who were good swimmers were a minority, even though the current wasn't rapid. Only about a third managed to cross, while the majority became floating corpses drifting downstream. Hundreds of rafts were continuously moving across the river, transporting as many women back as possible and sending weapons and soldiers over. "Look, the west has been breached." Hearing the shout, Lu Xiao looked towards the west line and indeed saw more than 10 monsters breaking through the defense line and charging into the crowd on the riverbank, slaughtering women and terrified men like livestock, while those who hesitated in the shallow water were forced into the deep water, struggling for a moment before disappearing. More monsters surged towards the riverbank from the breach, moving from west to east, and the chaos on the front line left the army powerless to stop this small group of monsters from the rear. Some men armed with cold weapons rushed over, but their numbers were clearly insufficient, and they soon met a tragic end at the riverbank. Soon, more men began to gather, this time numbering over 1,000. The leading monsters did not charge directly, but instead turned around, leading more than 40 monsters straight into the river, swimming towards the north bank. They must not be allowed to cross the river. Lu Xiao's anger had nowhere to go, and seeing these beasts choose to cross gave him a chance. "The monsters are crossing the river. Let's go and kill them. They've killed so many of us, they'll pay for it." Those who remained on the north bank were not without fear of death, but they were the bravest and strongest group, sharing Lu Xiao's thoughts as they roared and ran towards the west. The moment the monsters entered the deep water, they displayed abilities different from humans. Their somewhat bulky waists floated like airbags on the water's surface, and their forelegs moved swiftly underwater, making it seem as if they were walking on solid ground. And they swam quickly. Soon, several monsters crossed the midpoint of the river and were immediately met with a barrage of stones and arrows from the north bank. But the crowd's aim was disheartening. Only a few small stones hit their targets, causing little damage. Sensing danger, the monsters dove into the water. And apart from the floating corpses of humans, no trace of the monsters could be found on the river surface. "Get away from the riverbank. They can dive." The men on the bank scattered in panic, while a group with long spears and wooden sticks filled in the gaps. They nervously stared at the water's surface, ready to stab at any moment. Just when everyone thought they could play a game of whack-a-mole, over 30 monsters suddenly emerged from the riverbank, their forelegs pounding the ground as they leapt into the crowd. Like tigers entering a flock of sheep, the monsters' long, agile arms acted like 4 long knives, swiftly dancing among the crowd. In an instant of landing, they pierced through the chests and abdomens of those nearby. A middle-aged man's chest was pierced, but he desperately clutched the monster's arm, shouting for those around him not to let it escape. Unfortunately, before anyone could avenge him, his eyes dimmed. More than 10 men with short sticks surrounded a monster, each one fearless, but the lethality of the wooden sticks was limited. Even after the last person fell in a pool of blood, the monster remained unscathed. At the landing point, there were at least 300 to 400 monsters, and in just a few minutes, they all perished at the riverbank, while the number of monsters they killed was still less than 10. Without the support of firearms, humans faced a chasm-like gap in physical conditions, combat skills, and fighting will compare to these monsters. After the slaughter, the remaining 20 or so monsters did not leave, but formed a semicircle to guard the landing point, while more monsters were rushing from the breach of the line towards the south bank, preparing to cross the river. They must not be allowed to hold the landing point. The reinforcements that gradually arrived stopped 100 meters away from the monsters' line. With insufficient numbers, rushing over would only be sending themselves to death. Lu Xiao was quick, but barely made it in time. "Don't go over. Wait until there are more people." A strong man saw Lu Xiao trying to rush over alone and kindly reminded him, but seeing Lu Xiao's lack of response, he could only shake his head helplessly. Suddenly, Lu Xiao broke away from the crowd, drew his bow, and without much aim, released an arrow that shot out with a whoosh. The arrow flew like a meteor, hitting a monster that fell without even a chance to dodge, collapsing instantly. Impressive. Nearby, a few others with bows were amazed. Hitting a target from 100 meters away was almost a fantasy for them, and just being able to hit something was already considered good. Just as they marveled at this incredible shot, Lu Xiao fired 3 more arrows in quick succession. Each arrow found its mark. 1 struck the shoulder, 2 pierced the chest. Incredible. If hitting 1 arrow could be considered luck, then hitting 4 in a row was absolute skill. The way people looked at Lu Xiao changed completely. The monsters also focused on Lu Xiao. The fact that the enemy had such precise long-range attack capabilities startled them. After exchanging glances, half of the monsters sprang into action, charging directly at Lu Xiao, drawing an arrow, knocking it, aiming, and releasing. Lu Xiao shot through the head of a monster that had just started moving. At 80 meters, another arrow flew out, hitting a monster in the neck, causing blood as red as humans to spray into the air, and after staggering a few steps, it fell. At 50 meters, a monster suddenly flipped over on the ground, rolling several times before lying motionless. At 30 meters, Lu Xiao remained calm. At this distance, he hardly needed to aim. With a horizontal grip on his compound bow, he released an arrow that struck the monster in the abdomen. Although the beast continued to charge forward, the intense pain and the arrow lodged in its innards made it roar in agony, quickly losing its combat power. "Protect this young man!" Several men shouted simultaneously, blocking in front of Lu Xiao. More people rushed forward from behind him, forming a wall. Lu Xiao shot another arrow, muttering to himself. The monsters collided with the human wall, sending the front row of men flying. An arrow pierced through the crowd, accurately striking a monster's single eye. Another arrow sealed the throat of a monster that was dripping with human blood, causing it to fall in shock. More than 10 middle-aged men who had stood in front of Lu Xiao fell to the monster's claws, but they saw Lu Xiao's vengeful arrow, which killed the hairless beast that had slain them, and it fell in a pool of blood. More people arrived, quickly surpassing Lu Xiao, charging fearlessly towards enemies far stronger and more brutal than themselves, and that arrow had severely injured their target. Lu Xiao coldly counted each shot. Every arrow was filled with his anger. A system prompt indicated he had received a message. He reached for his quiver, only to find it completely empty. "Here, use mine." A stranger's voice came from nearby, and Lu Xiao turned his head to see a girl looking at him with excitement, handing over a bundle of arrows. "Thank you." Lu Xiao merely nodded slightly, took the arrows from her, and continued to look at the next target. In that instant, the girl was startled by Lu Xiao's instantly freezing gaze, which made her heart tremble. His eyes were filled with anger, indifference, and a desolate contempt for life. She took a deep breath, encouraging herself to be a qualified arrow passer, determined not to let this somewhat handsome guy lose his weapon. Although those eyes were frightening, she still wanted to get to know him. The girl secretly watched Lu Xiao's back, and that sense of safety made her blush slightly. We won." The last monster charging into the crowd fell under the onslaught of the people. Everyone present shouted from the bottom of their hearts. Even though there were just as many monsters waiting for them ahead, at least this time, they had won. Chapter 24. Ant 10 slashes. As I took a close look at the monster that had already passed away, its information was displayed. Category: Organic intelligent creature. Source: Polaro. Species: Qi Xiao. Gender: male. Height: 1.78 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical ability: insufficient permissions. Mental energy: insufficient permissions. Belief: insufficient permissions. Elemental affinity: insufficient permissions. It was indeed an extraterrestrial creature. This monster, called Qi Xiao, was probably thrown into the origin by a higher civilization, just like humans, and used its formidable combat ability to rampage. They left no survivors, likely searching for the transcendence among humans, and they did not feed on corpses for the same reason. Only the spiritual bodies of transcendence held value for them. This group of Qi Xiao were not transcendents, at least not the ones Lu Xiao had killed. Otherwise, there would have at least been a merit reward from the Galactic Order. Speaking of rewards, Lu Xiao's mind shifted, and the information he had overlooked during the battle appeared. The number of war domain creature kills has been achieved. Obtaining the war title, Ant 10 slashes, Title name. Ant 10 slashes, title acquisition. Completed 10 kills of ant-level creatures in the war domain. Title effect. All physical attributes 1 in the war domain. All spiritual attributes 1. Well, it seemed he still didn't understand the rules of the origin well enough. For the Chixiao race, the significance of this war seemed not only to kill transcendence among humans, but also to obtain war titles, which should be one of the main reasons. However, this title was quite appealing, even though it only took effect in the war domain. Category: organic intelligent creature. Source: galactic order. Species: human. Gender: male. Title: ant 10 slashes, height 1. 76 meters, planetary measurement. Physical ability: endurance 8, 1, strength 1, agility 21, explosiveness 5, 1, mental energy, hidden pearl, hidden spirit 1, 1, mental pool 5, 1, 5 senses, vision 3, proficiency, archery proficiency, beginner. Identification: intermediate body technique. Beginner precision, passive body technique, slightly increases long-range attack accuracy. Opening his personal panel, the title's bonuses were tangible. However, Lu Xiao was somewhat puzzled by the Origin's refusal to let him have a name. Query found regarding intelligent creature 87242-82231-25241-2241 about the existence of creature names. Can consume 10 merit points from the galactic order to exchange for relevant knowledge. This operation is permitted by the Origin. Would you like to exchange? Yes. Low-level intelligent creatures are not worthy of having names. Lu Xiao. Thank you, Origin. This malicious yet justified answer made him both angry and amused. And about this title, 10 slashes is just fine, but what does it mean to add in front of it? Can't you just change ant to something else? Have I just killed 10 ants? Or am I just an ant myself? Lifting his gaze, he fixed his eyes on the Chixiao arrayed on the shore. With 10 slashes. It implied 100 slashes, 1,000 slashes, 10,000 slashes, and even more war rewards, adding yet another reason to kill them. People gathered around Lu Xiao, but they made space in front of him, allowing him to shoot arrows calmly. With 3 muffled sounds, the Chixiao on the shore began to waver. These 3 arrows directly caused 1 death and 2 injuries among them. The leading Chixiao was not foolish. It was clear that holding the line was not an option, and charging again would be suicidal. The pupil of its single eye trembled in its socket, seemingly a manifestation of extreme anger. It did not turn around, but instead walked directly back toward the river, still facing Lu Xiao's direction. Run? Did you ask for my permission? Lu Xiao surged forward in a burst, moving at incredible speed. By the time the crowd around him reacted, he had already rushed out over 30 meters, simultaneously shooting 2 arrows, but the accuracy while in motion was insufficient, and he missed both shots. Kill them. Annihilate these monsters. Avenge the people in the south. The morale of the crowd on the north bank, who had just achieved a small victory, was skyrocketing as they followed Lu Xiao into the fray. The remaining Chixiao, after leaving behind 3 corpses and 2 severely injured companions, all submerged underwater. The Chixiao swimming from the south bank also quickly dove back. Pulling arrows from the corpses and shaking off the blood, Lu Xiao stood 10 meters from the riverbank, the crowd regaining lost ground. But the tense situation on the opposite bank gradually wiped the excitement off their faces. The victory on the north bank stemmed from the open terrain, the courage of its fighters, the numerical advantage, and most importantly, Lu Xiao as a long-range killing machine. However, on the south bank, apart from a numerical advantage, they had nothing else. The soldiers of the army had already fixed bayonets and began close combat with the Chixiao. Like Lu Xiao's bow and arrows, the initial ammunition provided was only 1 magazine. Once a clip was fired, the rifle became a firewood stick. The line still held because more and more ordinary people overcame their fears. They could not defeat their fear, but could deceive themselves, convincing themselves that surviving meant victory. People trembled and cried, still hugging the waist of the Chixiao. Even if their bodies were torn apart, they would create conditions for those behind them with weapons to attack. All around were small-scale skirmishes. The Chixiao had plunged into the crowd and could no longer escape, with voices and chaos everywhere. Should we go help? Someone beside Lu Xiao tentatively asked. Given the situation on the opposite bank, Lu Xiao's shooting skills could not be utilized at all, and with his close combat strength. It was better not to embarrass himself. Going over world.The help. We just need to hold the riverbank. Someone replied before Lu Xiao, reminding him that their family and friends were still behind them. Suddenly, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. On the opposite river surface, a Qi Xiao had just poked its head up when it was hit by an arrow, truly disappearing into the water this time. Wow, what shooting skill! What vision! A true 100-step pierce. This guy is definitely an Olympic champion. The crowd did not hold back their praise for Lu Xiao, as if every compliment could grant him a buff. Go for it. The girl handing him arrows said softly. Lu Xiao glanced at the bundles of arrows she was holding, estimating there were at least 100 more. It seemed that those who chose arrows as their initial reward had handed them over to her. Before, he had hesitated to shoot arrows at the opposite bank, worried about losing one arrow after another, but now it was clearly unnecessary. The Qi Xiao were fast runners and agile in their upper bodies, but their sturdy waist structure made them less flexible. The Qi Xiao submerged in the water dared not show their heads, while those on the opposite bank were doomed. Lu Xiao drew his bow, aimed slightly, and released an arrow that shot across to the opposite bank, directly piercing the skull of a Qi Xiao engaged in fierce combat with surrounding humans. This time, he decided not to count. Counting was useless because many Qi Xiao that fell did not immediately die, but were finished off by the humans that surrounded them afterward. So ultimately, the number of kills would depend on luck. If lucky, it would be a one-shot kill. If unlucky, it would at least be an assist. But this assist would not yield a reward. His maximum shooting range was about 300 meters. It wasn't that he couldn't shoot further, but he was limited by this earth-crafted compound bow. However, for now, this shooting distance was sufficient. One Qi Xiao after another fell under the cold arrows. And the crowd on the south bank also noticed a miraculous archer from the north bank, although they couldn't see who was shooting from the opposite bank. Whenever someone was saved by an arrow, they would wave vigorously towards the north bank. Some even deliberately lured the Qi Xiao to the shore, surrounding them without attacking, giving Lu Xiao enough margin for error. Or perhaps they were also afraid that if Lu Xiao's hand twitched, he might accidentally shoot them. The arrows in the girl's hands quickly decreased, and Lu Xiao's shooting speed increased. Each arrow shot out was accompanied by cheers from the surrounding crowd. The 10 or so riders could no longer stay in the water and all jumped out together. Finally out, right? If you have the ability, continue holding your breath. Lu Xiao found the leader among the riders. Its build was clearly more robust than the others. It's you I'm aiming for. He aimed at that guy's head, pulled the bowstring taut, and with a whoosh the arrow shot out. This powerful arrow, like a streak of light, pierced through the back of the rider's head and exited from the front. The beast, which had just been so arrogant, collapsed on the shallow riverbank. Unable to believe that Lu Xiao would hold such a grudge. It had only glared at this human a few times. After all, kill and 100 slashes, detected the killing of a transformed creature from the Galactic Order's intelligent beings. Gaining 1 Galactic Order merit point. Gain 100 Galactic Order merit points. The system prompt flashed by. It turned out that this rider was a transformed being. What a pity to miss the chance for an ordinary person to transform. But it avenged the hundreds of people it had killed. Chapter 25. The melancholy battlefield within the range of fire. There was no trace of the cavalry left. Lu Xiao reluctantly lowered his composite bow and turned to look at the arrow girl beside him, discovering that she was still holding several bundles of arrows in her arms. He didn't know where she had produced so many, and as their eyes met, filled with admiration, he quickly turned his gaze back to the southern battlefield. Scattered skirmishes were still ongoing. Most of the cavalry had been annihilated under the onslaught of countless humans. Their bodies were mercilessly whipped by the enraged populace until they turned into clumps of black meat paste. What? The Geneva Convention? That S for dealing with humans. Do these things count as humans? The army began to tally personnel and military supplies. This chaotic battle would undoubtedly lead to significant losses among the soldiers, and the remaining ammunition was still an unknown quantity. Having finally survived this ordeal, Lu Xiao pondered whether his decision to have Li Tianjia and the others retreat into the woods had been a bit hasty. After all, with nearly 10 million soldiers and civilians, there was a reasonable chance of dealing with tens of thousands of extraterrestrial creatures. But nonetheless, it was not wrong to take precautions. If it weren't for the effective organization of the Qiantang garrison, it would have been difficult to inspire the fighting spirit and determination to resist among ordinary people. It was hard to say whether they could withstand even a mere few thousand cavalry. When the last cavalry fell in defeat, a wave of cheers erupted from the south, sweeping across both shores like a gale. We won! We won! Humanity is the strongest. We're the strongest. Long live Waxia! Long live the army! People rejoiced, embracing each other and releasing the last effects of adrenaline. Lu Xiao also jumped a few times in a perfunctory manner. As the ground trembled with the simultaneous jumping and shouting of hundreds of thousands of people, strangers rushed to him, enthusiastically embracing him. The arrow girl beside him shyly hugged his waist from behind, and soon a group of people lifted him up, tossing him into the sky. After all, he was the greatest contributor from the northern shore and deserved to enjoy this treatment. With a face full of despair, Lu Xiao saw someone squeeze close to him and salute him with a standard military gesture. The crowd wisely set him down. "Hello, I'm Chun Sui from the 2nd Battalion of the 105th Division of the Qiantang garrison." The soldier introduced himself earnestly. "Hello, my name is Run Pingsheng." Lu Xiao did not reveal his real name, addressing himself as he had with the hidden dragon. "We saw your performance from the opposite shore just now. In such a critical situation, you stepped forward. On behalf of the 105th Division, I want to thank you. I have also received permission from my superiors to recruit you to temporarily join our forces," Chun Sui said straightforwardly. "Sorry, I've already joined another official organization of the country." Lu Xiao directly declined. With the hidden dragon group in place, the allure of the local military had diminished significantly. "In that case, I wish you peace and success on behalf of the 2nd Battalion of the 105th Division. Goodbye." Without dragging things out, Chun Sui nodded slightly to him, saluted again, and turned away gracefully. A wooden raft was waiting for him by the riverbank. "That guy is impressive. The army is extending an olive branch to you." "What are you talking about?" "Our brother ran from a northern shore, single-handedly killed at least 100 monsters. Even if their army has guns, who can achieve that?" "Exactly. But I heard the Army-S guns are out of ammo. The initial reward only gave one magazine, just 30 rounds, and that's it for this battle." As Chun Sui left, the crowd around began to discuss, shifting the topic from Lu Xiao to the military and then to the differences between the northern and southern shores. Lu Xiao felt helpless. He planned to quickly call Li Tianjia and the others back, lest they encounter lizard men while he was away. Lizard men were much more formidable than cavalry. Not to mention, if lizard men attacked with equal numbers, the outcome would certainly not favor humanity. The strength of the cavalry lay in their physical structure being more suited for battle, but they were strong in attack and weak in defense. Coupled with their generally superior physical attributes, they could trample millions of humans with tens of thousands. In contrast, lizard men were another concept altogether, with tough skin and flesh, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Lu Xiao even doubted whether the current firearms on Earth could penetrate their scales. Despite the victory, it was still a Pyrrhic one. In the southern plains, people searched through the heaps of corpses for their loved ones. Many carried the bodies of their relatives, jumping into the river together. Even uncertain about whether their bodies on Earth would be safe, surrendering their lives to fate amidst their grief. The casualties on the southern shore were estimated to be at least half, if not more. This melancholic conclusion left the people, who had calmed down from the joy of victory, feeling desolate and speechless. The number of people who drowned, were trampled, or committed suicide even surpassed those killed by the cavalry. A rough calculation revealed a casualty ratio of nearly 100:1. Lu Xiao was not inclined to observe the situation on the opposite shore. He decided to first head into the woods to call Li Tianjia and the others back. As the hero in their eyes turned to leave, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, but the arrow girl and 2 other bowmen followed him. These 3 had previously expressed their desire to join his team. They were all university students and not locals of Qiantang. They had temporarily joined the organization of the community where they rented, but clearly could not integrate into that owner-controlled temporary team. The 2 boys had some archery skills, and Lu Xiao's heroic performance naturally made them want to follow him. Lu Xiao did not refuse. After all, he didn't have to worry about bringing in newcomers. And the arrow girl was carrying so many arrows, bringing her own supplies. Why not? Boss, I chose a bow and arrow as my initial reward. And I was mocked by those around me, even regretting whether I made the wrong choice. Now it's their turn to regret, one boy joked. Who says it's not? A guy in our community has been showing off his recliner in front of me, saying it could be both a chair and a bed. And if necessary, he can fold it up to use as a weapon. Haha, I'm speechless, the other boy chimed in. These two were typical comedic partners, always playing off each other. Speaking of which, those 3 warnings earlier really scared me. You mean the warning about the area changing to a war zone? Yeah, 3 times in a row. Terrifying, right? Indeed, I was shaken when I saw it. But now that the battle is over, shouldn't there be a message explaining things? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Right, the battle is over. The attributes of the war zone should have changed. Why hasn't there been a prompt? He turned around, his expression serious, gazing towards the south as unease surged within him. Unless the war hasn't ended at all. His gaze continued to extend southward, where it seemed a patch of black was writhing. The distance was too great, and Lu Xiao couldn't see clearly, shifting his gaze elsewhere. But that mass of black kept growing, and when his focus returned to it, his expression changed entirely, becoming twisted and grave. What is wrong? The 3 beside him sensed something was off and asked simultaneously. Lu Xiao fell silent, his gaze lowered, taking a deep breath before closing his eyes to contemplate. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "You all go. Quickly get into the woods." His tone was cold and powerless. He took out a guiding bug bottle and handed it to the girl, then gathered all the arrows she was holding. "Follow the direction indicated by this bug. You'll meet my team. The leader is named Li Tianjia. Tell them what's happening here. If I'm right, humanity has no chance this time." How could that be? The 3 were somewhat disbelieving, surprised. "Quickly go. I'm not sure if the cavalry will attack the woods. We'll discuss everything when I return. If I'm not back within 2 hours, you should listen to Li Tianjia." Lu Xiao did not waste any time. He turned and quickly walked back towards the riverbank, stuffing bundles of arrows into his makeshift backpack. The 3 of them didn't ask any more questions and quickly walked towards the woods, occasionally glancing back at Lu Xiao and Nanan, until they saw it. That surge of black torrent, like a sharp sword piercing through the crowd, crushing everything in its path, unstoppable. "Run," a boy shouted, changing from a brisk walk to a full sprint. "What about Ringo?" a girl cried out, her voice choked with emotion. In her eyes, Lu Xiao's defiance was both dangerous and intoxicating. "If the great God said so, we just follow it. No more talking, hurry up, or we won't be able to escape." Another boy grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her to run with him. Lu Xiao shrugged his shoulders, took a white pill, and the soreness in his shoulders and arms quickly vanished. At that moment, he stood alone on the northern riverbank, glaring at the black torrent across the river. Chapter 26. Catching the wind, now, Lu Xiao could be certain that the tens of thousands of cavalry from before were merely the vanguard of this race. With the vanguard surrounded and annihilated, what followed was the main force. This black torrent had already filled the mountains and wilderness, numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands. The crowd on the southern bank, having learned from previous experiences, formed circular formations, but these circles shattered like bubbles under the sweep of the cavalry, vanishing without even a splash, and the torrent showed no signs of stopping. The plains were the cavalry's territory. Their 4-legged charge was like a knife through butter, and their mass charge was reckless and unstoppable. In less than 10 minutes, the cavalry had cleared all humans from the outskirts and was about to collide with the million humans gathered by the shore. The battlefield on the southern bank reminded Lu Xiao of his war title, Ant, 10 slashes. It was indeed a vivid image. Humans were like the common black ants in the home, working diligently, living hard, small in stature, while the cavalry were like army ants, cruel and savage, wreaking havoc without a nest. The previous chaos did not repeat itself. People seemed to have awakened, rallying around the army. Rafts on the river continuously shuttled back and forth, transferring women from the southern bank to the northern bank, but they returned empty. No one was willing to go back to the southern bank. The army had regrouped, quickly distributing cold weapons to ordinary people, building a wall of flesh with the corpses of humans and cavalry, preparing for a final resistance. On the northern bank, large crowds gathered again, some watching the spectacle, others wanting to help, but all were silent, quietly watching their compatriots on the opposite bank being harvested for their lives. Just as a layer of flesh wall was being constructed, the cavalry army had already arrived, using their momentum to leap over the more than 1-meter-high wall of corpses, crashing directly into the dense crowd. The first batch of cavalry was caught off guard by human spears and clubs, suffering heavy casualties. But as countless cavalry surged into the formation, the humans' dense defensive line collapsed in an instant. Without the absolute numerical advantage, the human counterattack became utterly futile. Lives were ruthlessly buried under the hooves of the cavalry. Limbs flew, blood and entrails splattered in the air, and as people waved their weapons in stubborn resistance, they found their chests pierced, only to be thrown backward by a black, withered hand protruding from their chests, and then torn to pieces by the cavalry behind them. With no chance of victory, the last line of defense formed by hundreds of people was rapidly divided and devoured, cries echoing across the southern bank. The hellish scene causing many on the northern bank to kneel and vomit. Lu Shao shot an arrow, killing a cavalry that had entered his range on the spot. More cavalry no longer focused on the humans being slaughtered on the southern bank, but turned their single eye toward the opposite bank. Large groups of cavalry began to enter the river at various points, and at this time, it had been less than 20 minutes since the cavalry army appeared. Chaos erupted on the northern bank. Spectators began to turn and flee, while those determined to fight built a defensive line at the shore. And the plains were in even greater disarray. Millions of ordinary people, who had just calmed down from their panic, were once again dominated by fear. Running in all directions without thought, spilling hot water, kicking over campfires, helpless women crying out, and armed individuals moving against the tide, creating a scene of chaos. Lu Shao mixed into the crowd by the shore, shooting arrows at the cavalry on the opposite bank. The people gathered around him the most, and many were also shooting arrows. He glanced and estimated that about 30 people were using bows, but apart from a few who could hit their targets, most had poor shooting skills, essentially wasting arrows. The crowd gathered around him, hoping to provide protection and believing he was powerful. In fact, Lu Shao wanted to tell those around him to run quickly. He stayed behind because he had calculated that the cavalry's speed was slower than his own, which gave him the confidence to remain. But he didn't say it out loud, as their presence could hold back the cavalry crossing the river, buying more time for the ordinary people behind. "Leave the riverbank," Lu Shao shouted, quickly retreating. After backing up 30 meters, he steadied himself. Sure enough, over 100 cavalry emerged from the water, then leaped onto the riverbank. At this distance, Lu Shao didn't need to aim. His compound bow quickly shot, hitting 5 cavalry as they accelerated forward, and the 30-meter distance prevented the cavalry from gaining speed, making their impact less terrifying. The strong men beside him had long been eager, charging toward the cavalry. Thousands of humans armed with long weapons rendered over 100 cavalry unable to fend for themselves. These people from the northern bank learned from watching. Their long weapons were twice the length of the cavalry's arms, allowing them to control the distance and maximize their safety, while making it difficult for the cavalry to accelerate. Lu Shao glanced at the millions of people behind him, hoping more would survive. On the other banks, many cavalry were also coming ashore, but the fighting strength of the humans at the shore was swiftly crushed. The bowstrings buzzed incessantly. The cavalry had long set their sights on Lu Shao, charging at him continuously, but they were met with long weapons wielded by fearless people. While Lu Xiao's cold arrows were nearly unstoppable, if he locked onto a target, an arrow would follow. From their constantly trembling single eye, one could guess how furious these cavalry were. These beasts were truly silent in their ferocity. Lu Shao had not heard a sound from the cavalry the entire time and did not know what their split mouths were for. More cavalry crossed the river, and those from other directions were also attracted by the fighting here, abandoning their pursuit of ordinary people and charging at full speed toward this side. "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" Lu Shao shouted. The charging cavalry were not something his group could withstand. He shot 2 more arrows, knocking down 2 leading cavalry, but these 2 were unfortunate, being trampled into mush by the cavalry behind, causing the entire speeding formation to stall momentarily. The bloodthirsty people heard Lu Xiao's call and, without hesitation, began to withdraw. Behind them, numerous black heads emerged from the water. Lu Xiao shot his last arrow, taking down a lightly injured cavalry that was tailing him. He turned and ran toward the woods. He was the last to retreat, but in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the crowd in front. And in another blink, he was running at the very front of everyone. Damn, the master truly lives up to the title. The people initially thought Lu Xiao was covering for them, their hearts swelling with emotion, nearly brought to tears, only to realize in an instant that this incredible person was running faster than the monsters. Lu Xiao ran unreservedly, his mind slightly wandering, because after that last arrow, the system popped up a message. Achieve Bound Mastery Level 1. Rewards 2, related skills. Please choose from the following options. Dynamic shooting technique, passive skill. Shooting accuracy while moving is unaffected. Guided arrow level 1. Active skill, consumes spiritual energy to slightly alter the flight trajectory of the arrow. Shadow breaking arrow level 1. Active skill, arrows shot while consuming spiritual energy cannot be detected. Shockwave arrow level 1. Active skill. Arrows shot while consuming spiritual energy will knock back or repel the target upon impact. Item. Catching the wind. Bound Mastery finally reached level 1. 5 choices down to 2, great. This time, the rewards seem to be all good things. He wanted them all, but multiple choice questions are indeed cruel. Dynamic shooting technique was a must-have. Lu Xiao knew his shooting accuracy while moving was abysmal, and this technique perfectly complemented his combat capabilities. As for the 3 active skills, one allowed arrows to slightly curve, but slight meant not much curvature, so he gave it up. Another was a jungle assassination tool, making arrows invisible upon shooting, valuable for surprise attacks and self-protection. The last could repel close enemies, also a necessary skill for escaping. And then there was catching the wind. Lu Xiao ran, while checking the attributes of the wind catcher. Name, wind catcher. Quality, good. Creator, Kesai. Creator's note, made casually from scrap materials. Item details, hunting bow. The bow handle is made of rootless wood, and the bowstring is made of the tendons of a dining beast. Slightly increases shooting speed. Slightly increases arrow flight speed. Slightly increases arrow lethality. Shooting range is determined by the holder's physical fitness. Star pattern engraving. Rapid fire stance. Rapid fire stance. Archery skill upon activation. Continuously consumes spiritual energy. Significantly increases shooting speed. No more running, this is it. Lu Xiao was already dissatisfied with the compound bow in his hands. His agility stat of 21 had long been limited by Earth's technology. Now that there was a good item with a starting point, he couldn't wait any longer. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another. Impatiently grabbing the black hunting bow that appeared in the void, the dynamic shooting technique was also displayed on the panel. Lu Xiao turned his head to look behind him, locking onto a cavalryman 500 meters away. Without stopping his steps, he turned and shot an arrow. The bowstring of the wind catcher was far more resilient than that of the previous compound bow. With a bang, the arrow turned into a black dot. The moment it was shot, directly piercing through the cavalryman, and without losing momentum, it shot through another one behind him. No, it was 3, directly skewering them together. When did the cavalryman become as fragile as paper? In his surprise, Lu Xiao reassessed the power of the wind catcher. The slight enhancements mentioned in the details were improvements beyond the bow and arrow themselves, and the material of the wind catcher was far superior to Earth materials. Not only did it perfectly exhibit Lu Xiao's physical attributes, but it also provided a significant absolute enhancement. Lu Xiao felt as if he had undergone a transformation. He coldly glanced at the crowd of cavalrymen surging behind him and silently activated the rapid-fire stance. Chapter 27. Carrying against the wind what the star pattern imprint was. He did not know, but as long as it could be activated directly with spiritual energy, then it was a good thing. Holding the wind catcher, he could feel a chill emanating from the bow's grip. This unusual sensation quickly spread throughout his body, as if some force was compelling Lu Xiao to maintain an exceptionally comfortable archery posture. He leaned to the side, drew the bow, knocked an arrow, and released. Without looking at the result of this shot, he quickly followed with another. His movements were fluid and incredibly smooth, his body repeating the archery motion like a precise machine. And Lu Xiao only needed to focus on aiming and shooting. The power in his body concentrated in his upper limbs, allowing him to shoot 3.5 arrows in the time it originally took to shoot 2, a direct increase of 75. This was truly exhilarating. In contrast, the cavalry pursuing this crowd in a straight line from a distance were having a terrible time. Originally, Lu Xiao's arrows were meant for precise kills. Now they were piercing through multiple targets. The most brutal shot directly pierced through 6 cavalrymen. At this point, he was no longer aiming for single target kills, but specifically looking for trajectories that could hit multiple enemies. What terrified the cavalry even more was that this human-esque shooting speed was astonishing, often just as one arrow shot down a nearby companion. The next arrow was already coming for them, fast and furious, leaving no chance to dodge. War Domain Creature Kill Count Achieved. Obtained War Title. Ant 100 Kills. Title Name. Ant 100 Kills. Title Acquisition. Completed 100 kills of ant-level creatures in the War Domain. Title Effect. All physical attributes 5. All spiritual attributes 5 in the War Domain. The holder generates primary deterrence to nearby creatures within a short distance, with no energy cost for this effect. Deterrence, primary affected by deterrence. The enemy's creature's spiritual strength and willpower may induce fear, confusion, and reductions in physical or spiritual attributes. Friendly creatures will experience obedience, resolve, and increases in physical or spiritual attributes. With 100 kills achieved, the title changed, and the effects were greatly enhanced. This primary deterrence was incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, it was not melee, or he would have liked to see how the cavalry reacted when approaching him. However, the gazes of the people around him had indeed changed, especially those within 10 meters of him. They exchanged surprised looks toward Lu Xiao, and gradually, the slight fear and panic in their expressions disappeared, replaced by a sense of cohesion centered around Lu Xiao, as if they were dutifully guarding him. Great God, shoot with confidence. I will swear to protect you with my life. Lu Xiao recognized the middle-aged man speaking. During the earlier escape, he had been trembling all over, but now he seemed like a different person, tightly gripping a kitchen knife in front of himself. To kill 100 people on the battlefield and receive such an effect with no energy cost made Lu Xiao a bit envious of the 1,000 kills title. All attributes at 5 would elevate his lethality to another level. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: Ant 100 Kills. Height 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical attributes: Stamina 8.5. Strength 5. Agility 25. Explosive power 5.5. Spiritual attributes: Hidden Pearl. Hidden Soul 1.5. Spirit Pool 5.5. 5 senses: Vision 3 proficiencies. Archery Mastery Beginner. Identification: Beginner, body techniques. Beginner precision, passive body technique, slightly increases ranged attack hit rate. Dynamic shooting technique, passive arrow technique. Shooting accuracy while in motion remains unaffected. Moreover, the doubling of the spirit pool attribute allowed him to vaguely sense the increase in spiritual energy. This was crucial for Lu Xiao, as the abundant nourishment of the hidden pearl spiritual body relied on this spiritual energy, and a rapid-fire posture also continuously consumed spiritual energy, though the consumption rate was still within a controllable range. I need more arrows. Others, don't waste them. Lu Xiao's words were like military orders, and soon nearly all the bowmen around him rushed to bring their arrows. The crowd, led by him, continued to move rapidly toward the woods, but at this moment, Lu Xiao was running at the back of the team. The advantage of this was that it could assist the main force in escaping, and his intention was to make himself a larger target, drawing the surrounding cavalry to chase him in a straight line, making it easier for him to shoot multiple enemies. Arrow shadows flashed, and a dozen cavalrymen fell in succession. Several streaks of light pierced through them and dove into another group of cavalry 100 meters behind, followed by a series of thudding sounds. The impact of the arrows was so great that the first pierced cavalryman had a gaping hole the size of a bowl burst open in his chest. Detected kill of Galactic Order Intelligent Being. Collapse, Star Domain, Transformed Creature. Galactic Order Merit Point 1. Received Galactic Order Merit Points 100. He didn't know which unlucky fellow had contributed to his merit points. With a dry laugh, he shot 4 arrows in quick succession towards 4 different directions. Closing the rapid-fire posture, he turned and ran. A true warrior does not look back at the results behind him. One row after another of cavalry fell to the ground, but more cavalry surged forward. Local victories could not change the overall trend. The slaughter on the southern bank was nearing its end. The final military formation was breached, and the soldiers, unafraid of death, fought alongside the remaining few ordinary people for a last stand. As the black tide merged into one, it also marked the complete fall of the southern bank of the valley plain, with millions of humans slaughtered. Liu Xiao noticed that among the cavalry, there was one particularly eye-catching figure, a cavalryman clad in bright red armor, his size nearly double that of an average cavalryman, and a similarly red helmet obscured his face, leaving only one eye exposed. That guy must be the leader of this million-strong army. The distance was too far, and he could only take a distant glance. The northern riverbank was at least 5 or 6 kilometers away from the woods. Even after nearly an hour of fighting, most humans in flight were still far from the edge of the forest. The overweight men, some women, and those with weaker physiques could no longer sustain such high-intensity running. Sitting or lying along the way, preparing to accept death, the valley plain stretched for dozens of kilometers. After crossing the river, the cavalry army began to disperse in pursuit. Liu Xiao and the others were far from the crossing point, and the million-strong army had wasted quite a bit of time crossing the river, allowing him and the crowd to move northward at a leisurely pace. It wasn't that the cavalry didn't want to pursue them. It was just that the pressure Liu Xiao exerted was too great. Wherever they went, they died. By the end, he had wiped out all the nearby cavalry. So what was there to chase? Wouldn't it be easier to hunt down those defenseless humans instead of seeking trouble? After following this team of nearly 1,000 people for more than half an hour, the woods were now not far away. During the process, Liu Xiao hunted around but yielded little, which left him somewhat frustrated. The woods were filled with shadows of people, everyone supporting one another, with some who had already exhausted themselves being helped into the forest by others. Some teams that had already set their gathering points at the edge of the woods now looked incredibly wise in their decision. Sharp wooden stakes were quickly made and distributed to strong men. What amazed Liu Xiao the most was the hundreds of people holding torches, standing spaced out by dozens of meters in a straight line, their gazes intense and fixed ahead. This was preparing to create a stronghold. Liu Xiao couldn't help but applaud the ancient wisdom of China. If a pile of fire was placed on the grass-covered plain, it could indeed withstand the cavalry's fierce assault. Moreover, people had cleared a layer of vegetation outside the woods, so there was no worry about the fire spreading into the woods. Stumbling along, the 1,000-strong team finally entered the woods, many hugging tree trunks and vomiting, having never run so desperately for so long in their lives. They gasped for breath after the disaster, enjoying a moment of respite. With his powerful agility, Liu Xiao stepped on the tree trunks and climbed to a higher vantage point. Looking out into the distance, the cavalry was swiftly charging in AV formation. And, without mentioning the slaughter along the way, the vanguard was already less than 500 meters from the woods. The nearest fire holder hurriedly ignited the haystack in front of him. As black smoke rose, all the fire holders sequentially set fire to the haystacks before them, tears in their eyes as they apologized to their compatriots who had not yet entered the woods. For the majority, these people had to be sacrificed. The flames spread rapidly, and the north wind carried the fire southward. The vanguard of the cavalry immediately fell into disarray, coming to a sudden stop, but was then crashed into by the fast-advancing central army, causing many cavalrymen to be directly thrown into the flames. Thousands of cavalrymen were seen rolling and scrambling in the fire, quickly turning into charred corpses. The vanguard was in chaos, while the left and right flanks of the V formation had already halted their advance. After a moment of daze, these cavalrymen began to stomp vigorously with their forelegs around them, while their agile arms quickly cleared the surrounding vegetation. Damn, these beasts are surprisingly clever. Liu Xiao cursed inwardly as he jumped down from the tree. This action also drew the attention of the people below. It was 6 or 7 meters high. and he jumped down without a tremor, while others, who were living comfortably, still had to take a big step. This wall of fire wouldn't hold them for long. They had to continue deeper. His words were like military orders, and those around him stood up first. There was no way around it. Who let the people within 10 meters of him be affected by the threat? The others weren't fools either. The reason they had been so safe along the way was because of this young man. Good Lord. A single person with a bow could shoot and eliminate all enemies around him. If he could turn the tide in such adverse conditions, imagine what would happen in favorable ones. He could just lie back and relax. They also wanted to persuade others to move together, but some still chose to stay behind, claiming they wanted to see those monsters burn to death. In reality, they were simply too exhausted to move, even struggling to stand. Chapter 28, Convergence. The forest was densely populated with people. In fact, people weren't foolish. The body structure of the Kigyo was not suitable for movement in the woods. Their main territory was still the plains. So many held onto the hope that Kigyo would not enter the woods. After all, who could say for sure if there were more terrifying creatures deeper in the forest? The strange plants everywhere had already frightened them out of their wits. Moreover, there was no water source, no food. Going deeper was essentially a death sentence. As Lu Xiao and his group continued to delve deeper, the number of people gradually dwindled. The fire on the plains was not going to be extinguished anytime soon, which bought humanity a significant amount of time. As for what would happen after the fire extinguished, Lu Xiao asked himself, and he did not know either. After nearly an hour of walking, they had seen fewer and fewer densely packed crowds along the way. At this point, the 1,000-strong group arrived at the large tree where Lu Xiao had previously undergone his transformation. The terrain here was open and flat, making it a good campsite. Let's take a break. Lu Xiao found a protruding tree trunk from the ground and sat down. It might not be entirely safe, but the limited visibility in the forest made it relatively safer. Even if Kigyo entered the woods, it would still follow the crowd, unless they were determined to sweep through the entire forest. Everyone sat around Lu Xiao, too exhausted to speak, only able to nod frequently. Lu Xiao extended his hand, pointing backward. Over there are creatures more terrifying than Kigyo. I will go there later. How you arrange your next step is up to you. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, a man beside Lu Xiao stood up abruptly, wanting to speak, but Lu Xiao pulled him back down. Those beside me, don't speak. A few people around. Great God, we owe our survival to you this time. I want to follow you. Me too. Yes, great God, we have nothing else to offer, but we could be cannon fodder. If we die, it's no big deal. We could just go back to Earth. The crowd was filled with enthusiasm. In their hearts, Lu Xiao was the strongest pillar. If they didn't cling to him now, when would they? Do you really think that if all of you die, you can go back to Earth? Lu Xiao took out a roasted lizard man and began to eat it unabashedly. In Xiantang, there are car accidents, fires, and various incidents everywhere, and all the bodies are mindless vegetative states. You better recall where you were and what you were doing before the transmission. Upon hearing this, everyone began to carefully recall their last moments on Earth, and many people's faces gradually turned pale. Great God, how do you know? Have you been back? A college student asked in confusion. Lu Xiao ignored his question and continued. No one wants to be cannon fodder. The creatures over there can take your life, or even mine with just one strike. And the weapons in your hands can't hurt them at all. With that, Lu Xiao stood up and walked deeper into the woods. This time, more than 200 people followed closely behind him. In the starting point, we are like ants, but even ants must cherish their lives. Lu Xiao finished and disappeared into the bushes. It turned out that the guiding worm was indeed a local navigation artifact of the starting point. After nearly 2 hours of continuous advancement, Lu Xiao saw shadows of people moving in the distance, but the other side clearly hadn't spotted him at this distance. As they continued to approach, voices could be heard ahead. Someone is coming. Then several heads popped out, first looking surprised and then seemingly recognizing Lu Xiao. They immediately broke into smiles. It's Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao has brought a large group of people. There were no warm embraces. After Lu Xiao scanned the area and confirmed there were no familiar faces missing, he instructed everyone to sit nearby. The more than 200 people who followed him, along with nearly 40 from the student group, totaled almost 300 people, which looked quite substantial. I'll introduce everyone briefly, although Lu Xiao is not one for formalities. Since he is the intersection point of both groups, he can only reluctantly act as a middleman. Everyone who came with me are skilled fighters against monsters, having experienced life and death together. This group here is made up of students from Qiantang University, who are also fighting partners. The two sides nodded at each other, with the students appearing somewhat shy. To summarize what happened, nearly 10 million of us were transmitted from Qiantang, suffering at least a 70 casualty rate. The entire river valley plain has fallen, and the station troops are gone. The remaining survivors have mostly fled into this forest, and it appears that our current position should be safe. Lu Xiao said this casually, but it stirred up turmoil in the students' hearts. The 3 college students who had arrived earlier had already shared some battle reports with them, saying humanity had won the previous battle, but the future was uncertain. Little did they expect that this uncertainty would ultimately result in a complete collapse, with millions being slaughtered. Some girls covered their faces and lowered their heads, but did not cry. Lu Xiao, why do you think this place is safe? Li Tianjia asked gravely, his expression serious. 1 is motivation, and 2 is timeliness. Lu Xiao raised 2 fingers. This creature is called Qijio. It is an extraterrestrial being. I suspect there are several motives for Qijio's attacks on us. 1 is for war rewards, 2 is for merits in maintaining galactic order, and 3 is to seek out the transformers among humans. The more than 200 people who followed Lu Xiao looked bewildered, some nodding seriously as if taking it all in. Don't ask questions now. We'll discuss later. Seeing someone raise their hand to ask a question, Lu Xiao directly interrupted. Once we enter the jungle, the efficiency of killing becomes very low, which also means the timeliness decreases. Qijio is unlikely to venture deep into the forest without a large human gathering. Li Tianjia nodded thoughtfully. This war has disrupted the original plans. I discussed with everyone and decided that everyone will go with you to that place. Yishan spoke up, focusing more on the future rather than dwelling on what had already happened. Are you sure? Lu Xiao frowned and scanned the crowd of students. For some reason, the students noticed that Lu Xiao had changed significantly since his return. His aura was almost suffocating when his gaze swept over them. They even felt a chill run down their spines. Sure, Yishan replied with determination and confidence. Within 10 meters, the effects of intimidation displayed by people were completely different. Some timid or hesitant individuals became submissive, whereas those with strong will, like Yishan and Li Tianjia, became even more resolute. In that case, let's rest and regroup here before setting off. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate any longer. Since this was the choice of everyone, he respected it. Lu Xiao, setting off now is too ominous. Can we change the term? Zhou Yuka protested. Sure, we can call it knowing that there are tigers on the mountain. Yet choosing to go up the mountain, how about that? Lu Xiao winked at him, jokingly. Seems like there's no difference. Zhou Yuka muttered sulkily. Lu Xiao handed over the more than 200 people who followed him to Li Tianjia and mentioned the matter of battle titles to him. Clearly, he didn't want to manage so many people, but since they had followed him, they were considered a team. The students began to compile statistics on the names, specialties, and weapons of this group of people. Surprisingly, those who dared to confront Qijio without retreating were not only more resilient and courageous than average people, but their physical attributes were also somewhat higher, at least better than Lu Xiao's initial data panel. The statistical work was completed quickly, including the student group and Lu Xiao. There were a total of 303 people. Based on physical attributes and personal characteristics, these 303 people were categorized into long-range soldiers, short-range soldiers, archers, logistics, and medical staff. Long soldiers are those who wield long-handled weapons, and their role is to besiege and maintain distance, totaling 133 people. Short soldiers are those who carry hunting knives, kitchen knives, and other short weapons, and they need to take on the roles of protection and assault, totaling 57 people. As for archers, there are 33 people armed with bows and crossbows, and at this stage, they're the main output combat power and reconnaissance units. The logistics team is responsible for producing arrows, setting up temporary camps, and cooking, with a considerable number of 70 people. The remaining 10 are medical staff. And the most peculiar thing is that among these 10, There are actually 3 real doctors, and they are emergency department doctors from Qiantang First Hospital. These 3 are the backbone of the group, while the other 7 are tasked with dragging the injured out of the combat zone. There are 5 teams, each with a captain. The Long Soldier, Captain Yan Yunlong, who comes from a martial arts school, wields a spear with great skill, has toughness 7, strength 8, and explosiveness 8, truly an extraordinary human. The short soldier, Captain Li Tianjia, who also serves as the leader of the entire team of 303 people, is one of the 2 metamorphoses. The archer, Captain Lu Xiao, who doesn't need any introduction, as others wouldn't dare to take his place. The logistics Captain Yi Shan, who is unanimously recognized for her organizational skills and intelligence, and the medical Captain Zhang Quan, nicknamed Zhang Yishou, whose barehanded hemostatic skills are unmatched in Qiantang First Hospital. After the division of labor was completed, they got down to business. First, Li Tianjia, combining the information he received from himself and Lu Xiao, explained some of the rules and logic of the origin point to everyone, including metamorphosis, central control, the galactic order merit system, and reward tasks, etc. The benefit of this was to allow everyone to have some foresight about their future growth and to correctly position themselves in the origin point. However, he did not disclose any key information, especially that related to Lu Xiao, and under Lu Xiao's instruction, they began to refer to him as Ren Pingshen. The new team members also became aware and were not overly surprised. Instead, they were very excited and worked hard to remember all the information points. At the moment they chose to follow Lu Xiao, they also had thoughts of surviving in the origin point. This information was too important to them. The cohesion of the new team rapidly increased. After the cultural education class, Li Tianjia dragged out a lizard man corpse, which Lu Xiao had prepared in advance. At this point, everyone finally recognized the power of what Lu Xiao had mentioned earlier. Li Tianjia then explained the lizardmen's attack patterns and weaknesses, while Lu Xiao made additional comments. After that, the combat units began training under the leadership of their captains, with the training goal being that 1/5 of the people would achieve entry-level proficiency. Yishan then promptly began assigning tasks to the logistics team, with the priority being to collect medicinal plants like bay leaves and shaded grass nearby, then to find sturdy branches to make arrows, and finally to gather fresh water and food. Of course, these 3 tasks could be carried out simultaneously. The medical team led by Zhang Quan was relatively relaxed, with 3 emergency doctors teaching some first aid knowledge on the spot, hoping it would be useful. Everyone was highly motivated, with captains sharing their knowledge generously. The only outlier was Lu Xiao, who sat continuously at the tree roots, munching on roasted meat. He appointed someone with decent archery skills as deputy captain, while he himself just watched and enjoyed the pleasure brought by the spirit of the pearl. The key was that everyone felt that what he was doing was completely justified. He was a god, after all, and with great physical exertion, he needed to eat more. Although he couldn't eat anymore. After this bout of eating, his strength attribute had already surged to 12. Chapter 29, Beast Skin Leisurely. Lu Xiao took out 3 beast skin maps and 9 beast skin documents. Ever since he returned from Earth, he had been in almost continuous battles, and only now did he have a bit of time to study these spoils. He spent 100 merit points to learn the language and script of the lizardmen and began to read. This reading was not trivial. Just the first beast skin revealed something extraordinary. It recorded the lizardmen's research results on spiritual body transformation. The information about energizing spiritual energy crystals goes without saying, but the key point was the consumption of the spiritual bodies of the transformed. It turned out that his previous understanding was wrong. The beast skin stated that the spiritual body of a deceased, transformed individual would still exist for a short period of time. If there was a kill notification, it would still be possible to find the spiritual body within the corpse. In other words, after the physical body dies and a kill notification appears, obtaining the spiritual body is feasible without needing to bring the enemy to the brink of death and hastily digging up the corpse. This made Lu Xiao reevaluate the reckless killing behavior of his mount, and it significantly increased the likelihood of human transformation on their side. Indeed, knowledge is the primary productive force. He continued to look further. The next document recorded the growth of the lizardman population, showing the number of transformed and untransformed lizardmen during each origin cycle. the number of transformed individuals, their transformation times, and the reserves of spiritual energy crystals. Lu Xiao was unfortunate. It stated that only 2 spiritual energy crystals remained, just as he was about to launch a surprise attack, and 1 was used in the process. If he had gone earlier, he would have obtained more spiritual energy crystals. There were 217 transformed lizards and 339 untransformed lizards, which made Lu Xiao feel somewhat challenged. But at least knowing the total number of the enemy was quite valuable. The next beast skin document recorded something strange. It was a timetable documenting a belief skill called power release. The table recorded the usage time and effects of this skill. From the effects observed, lizardmen subjected to power release generally saw an increase of about 15 points in their power attribute. Unfortunately, there was no other information about power release. This made Lu Xiao recall the peculiar ritual he had spied on, where a small lizard man, after energizing with spiritual energy crystals and completing its transformation, indeed appeared to have been subjected to some sort of magic, rapidly growing larger in size. It seemed that was the effect of power release. This explained why Lu Xiao initially thought the body would instantly become stronger after transformation. He had guessed wrong. Speaking of which, that dark red lizard man, the strongest creature in the outer area of the falling star eye, had mastered some kind of divine belief. At that time, when it waved its short staff, it was likely releasing the belief skill power release. No wonder it seemed so mystical, almost like performing a shamanic dance. Lu Xiao had always felt that the strongest creature in this area was somewhat overrated. It turned out the other party was a mage. And what do mages fear the most? Sudden attacks and cold arrows. Well, I apologize to you, strongest creature. Before you could show your true strength, you were already done for. The next 5 beast skin documents detailed the physical attributes of each transformed lizardman, which was similar to what his team was doing, as understanding each member's attributes would help better coordinate their combat power. Lu Xiao gained a rough understanding of the lizardmen's physical attributes, unbaptized by power release. The lizardmen were essentially small lizardmen, with physical attributes generally around toughness 13, strength 15, agility 8, and explosiveness 7. However, those baptized by the ritual had strength generally exceeding 30. Fortunately, they weren't all supermen. Otherwise, Lu Xiao would have been finished the first time he encountered a lizardman. This time, he had a comprehensive understanding of the lizardmen, which increased his confidence in overcoming this group of extraterrestrial beings. The final beast skin document recorded the growth of a single lizard man over a period of 24 origin cycles, with its final physical attributes reaching toughness 22, strength 41, agility 15, and explosiveness 14, and it specifically noted that this lizard man had returned to its home planet. Well, Lu Xiao realized which individual the document referred to. This hope for racial genius was currently lying uneasily among the scraps, or rather, part of it. Fortunately, his group accidentally killed it. Otherwise, this 4-dimensional Superman would have definitely made his group experience what it means to be overwhelmed in battle. Having finished reading the beast skin documents, he couldn't help but notice that the energy crystal mine he had been thinking about was not mentioned at all, with so many spiritual energy crystals among these lizard men. If they hadn't found a vein, even Lu Xiao himself wouldn't believe it. There was no choice but to look at the maps. Perhaps he had missed some important supplies in his hasty escape last time. He unfolded the first beast skin map, which was an aerial view of the entire falling star eye, drawn in an extremely rough manner, with only lines outlining the general shape. The falling star eye was indeed aptly named. The entire region resembled an eye. The outer area was shaped like a juju pit, while the core region was a standard circular shape, overall resembling an eyeball and an eye socket. The outer area included the foot of the main mountain range to the peak, and combined with Lu Xiao's memory, the mountain peak was flat and quite large. The core area was a massive sky pit, a circular sky pit. Falling star? Could it really be that a star fell and smashed down here? This map mainly depicted the outer area, including lizardman gathering points evenly distributed in 8 directions, and marked several locations that could lead down into the sky pit. What a stroke of luck. The second beast skin map depicted the situation around the southern gathering point, including some freshwater resources, animal nests, and plant distributions. which held little value for Lu Xiao but should be useful to Yishan. The last bee skin map left Lu Xiao puzzled until he discovered the curved long lines and the blank spaces on either side, which made him think it might represent the river valley plains where humans were located, and he gradually inferred from the direction that this was a map drawn by the lizard men after exploring the surrounding area. The center of the map was in the northwest direction of the falling star eye, at a lake called Mirror Lake. He had no idea if the scale drawn by the lizard men was accurate, but this Mirror Lake appeared larger on the map than 6 river valley plains combined, and it even marked a name called Aiden, without any explanation of what it referred to. Centered around Mirror Lake, only the southeastern corner had patterns and text, while other areas were left blank. The area extending southeast to the edge of the map was the river valley plains, and the distance between the two was hard to say. The lizardman's map was truly crude. The map depicted several winding lines, all starting from an area called Smoke Sand Wetland in the west of the falling star eye, with each line extending towards Mirror Lake from different angles. But none reached the lake in the end. Lu Xiao was also puzzled about why the lizardmen were so obsessed with this Mirror Lake. Could it be that the lizardmen intended to spawn in the lake? Whatever the case, he didn't understand and couldn't jump to conclusions. What did this Aiden represent? Was there a huge monster called Aiden in the lake? Was the lizardman's deity named Aiden? Or was there a city called Aiden there? It seemed that the answer could only be sought by himself. What a pity there was still no information on the core area of the falling star eye. And the energy crystal mine was completely unrecorded, but at least there were clues about entering the core area. These documents and maps were still very valuable. Lu Xiao carefully rolled up the beast skins and returned them to the scraps. Chapter 30. Facing the enemy, the area determination in the war zone had not yet concluded, indicating that the pursuit and extermination of humans by the cavalry had not ended, or that the number of hostile races within the same area remained within a war-acquired range. It was unclear how the situation outside was, what the aftermath of that fire would be like. Perhaps answers would only come upon reaching the mountaintop. The training of various teams continued vigorously. Individuals like Yang Yunlong, who had a good foundation, only needed some adjustment to reach the entry-level proficiency with the spear. However, for others, especially those without any combat or weapon experience, it might take a long time to reach the entry level. For these people, they could afford to wait and take their time, but Lu Xiao didn't want to waste time. He only had so little time to give to others. The physical condition of humans at the starting point was almost negligible. If they did not grow rapidly to gain more initial advantages, and instead held onto a mindset of steady development, they would soon be left with nothing, as evidenced by how easily they were defeated by the cavalry. No one would give them time. If humans wanted to become strong and establish a foothold at the starting point, they could only take greater risks to grow quickly. Lu Xiao approached Li Tianjia and said a few words to him. 1 hour left. Then, Li Tianjia shouted to everyone. A logistics team member holding a stopwatch immediately began the countdown. Lu Xiao then found Yishan and asked her to draft a list for the spirit transformation in order. The 4 girls must be among the first 4, and the order would be arranged based on each person's personal willingness and the danger level of the environment before teleportation. He also gave her a map marking the resource points around the lizardmen gathering spots, roughly explaining the meaning of each mark and note. Yishan's logistics team was very efficient. They quickly found suitable hardwood in the forest for making arrows. With multiple people working together, using rudimentary tools, they had already produced hundreds of arrows. However, without metal, the arrowheads could only be sharpened wooden shafts, greatly reducing their lethality. Lu Xiao tested a few arrows and shook his head helplessly. These would hardly penetrate the defenses of the lizardmen unless they hit weak points like the eyes. But it was better than nothing, and since lizardmen could produce weapons like hunting knives, daggers, and fist blades, they must have tools for smelting and forging. Anything they lacked could simply be taken. The 8th Route Army initially also had no guns or cannons, yet the enemy provided them. The weapons of the long and short weapon teams were somewhat more presentable, as they had cobbled together some truly lethal weapons using the materials and weapons Lu Xiao had previously looted. An hour quickly passed. After the new round of statistics, it was impossible to complete the established tasks. Only 17 individuals had reached entry-level weapon proficiency. Among them were 3 from the long weapon team, 12 from the short weapon team, and 2 from the archer team. It didn't seem like many, but it was actually more than Lu Xiao had anticipated. Among them, Li Qianjia, Yang Zhao, and Yang Zhe had also successfully reached proficiency, while Zhou Yuke did not count. He had no foundation and was merely at the level of doing some farm work during his vacation. The two archers who reached intra-level proficiency were the first two to follow Lu Xiao, and as Lu Xiao's number 1 and 2 followers, they naturally chose beginner-level precision. The teams assembled, with Lu Xiao at the front, followed by the long weapon team, short weapon team, medical and logistics teams, and finally a small group of long weapons bringing up the rear. Before departing, Li Tianjia addressed the group. Our goal this time is to capture the outer area of the falling star sky. Our enemy is over 500 lizardmen, and everyone should be aware of the enemy's situation. Here, I will reiterate, we are not going to die, but we cannot fear sacrifice. We, the Huaxiao people, must show our fighting spirit at the starting point. Being slaughtered by beasts does not indicate our weakness. It only shows that we are not strong enough. After this battle, those who survive will have the opportunity to become strong, and those who sacrifice will be remembered by this land and by each of us. I have finished speaking. Let us depart. Depart. They load their voices, gathering their strength to roar. NND, take a breath. When I and the great God are strong enough, we'll come back and take down these beasts. With the spirit transformation, I am ready to fight these alien beasts at the starting point. Although their thoughts differed, the morale of the 300-strong team was unprecedentedly high. Holding a guiding worm in a bottle, Lu Xiao moved through the woods, with a large group silently following 3 meters behind him. The pace was not fast. After nearly half an hour, area information finally appeared. Discovered primary danger zone. Outer area of falling star sky. The front was truly entering a danger zone. The team made a brief adjustment and continued to advance. Gradually, various animals and unfamiliar vegetation began to appear around them. The logistics team members were somewhat excited, as food reserves were severely lacking, but after communicating with Lu Xiao, Yishan decided not to hunt animals for the time being. Lu Xiao's goal was to first capture the southern gathering point of the lizardmen, the same place he had successfully ambushed last time. Their advantage lay in being hidden. If the lizardmen gathered together, their small number would surely be insufficient. Combat power is not merely a matter of adding attribute points. A transformed lizardman, in terms of attributes, is about 1, 2, or 1, 3 compared to a human. But can 2 to 3 children defeat an adult? What about an adult wielding a slaughter knife? How would one fare against an adult clad in scales? The advance was surprisingly smooth. Not only did they not see a single shadow of a lizardman, but they also did not encounter the traps used for capturing beasts that they had seen before. With no dangers along the way, the team reached the mountaintop of the falling star sky. As the crowd marveled at the vast view from the heights, they also witnessed a horrifying scene. In the distance, the river valley plain was no longer a comfortable camping ground for humans, but had become a hunting ground for the cavalry. Ordinary people could not see clearly, but Lu Xiao could see the cavalry searching for humans who were feigning death or were still alive in the plain, while more cavalry were feasting on the corpses of humans and their own kind. At the edge of the forest, trees occasionally fell or shook, likely evidence of the cavalry pursuing humans within the woods. As Lu Xiao had said, the deeper they went into the forest, the quieter it became. There were almost no signs of pursuit or large-scale movement at the foot of the falling star sky. As witnesses of the racial war, people felt a blur in their hearts. At this moment, everything felt so distant from them. From the early evacuation of college students to Lu Xiao's measured maneuvers on the battlefield, and now to their distance from the battlefield. These facts told them that everything was within Lu Xiao's expectations. Even in a chaotic battlefield, Lu Xiao still had the ability and confidence to retreat unscathed. This undoubtedly made everyone present look at Lu Xiao's back with even more admiration. It should be noted that after leaving the war zone of the river valley plain, the effects of Lu Xiao's title had disappeared, but his influence over the crowd had not weakened at all. After a brief rest, the team continued to advance. Everyone's expressions grew more serious, and their movements were especially cautious, as they were now close to their destination. Lu Xiao scouted ahead alone, having increased the distance between himself and the team from the original 30 meters to over 100 meters now. Amidst the shadows of the trees, Lu Xiao silently pulled up his hood, activating his camouflage, completely blending into his surroundings, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes visible. Seeing Lu Xiao disappear, Li Tianjia raised his right arm, and everyone stopped, bending down, waiting quietly in anxiety. They didn't dare to breathe, and aside from their own heartbeat and the rustling of leaves, no other sounds could be heard. The painful wait felt incredibly long, and each person silently encouraged themselves to remain calm, trying to steady their trembling hands gripping their weapons. Not feeling nervous? That was impossible, especially on the eve of a great battle. Unless one was seasoned in combat, no one could escape the instinctive drive. A male student from a long weapon team was assigned to the second row, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He tried hard to control it, but it was of no use, as if his body no longer belonged to him. A large hand slowly pressed on his back. In panic, the student turned his head and looked at the adult man beside him, who was smiling kindly at him. Feeling the warmth of the hand on his back, the student bit his lip and nodded with difficulty at the person next to him, adjusting his breathing and gradually calming his mind. A blurred figure quickly moved from the front to the front of the line, whispering a few words to the leader, Li Tianjia, before disappearing back into the shade of the trees. Battle formation, prepare for combat. Li Tianjia's voice was low but full of power. Orders were passed down one by one in hushed tones, and a rustling sound began to rise as each team awkwardly took their positions. The long weapon team protected the front and flanks. The short weapon team stood behind them. The archers positioned themselves on several large rocks in the center, and the medical and logistics teams were at the back of the line. Come on, come on. People encouraged each other, both to those beside them and to themselves. Once the formation was set, all that was left was to wait, with 302 pairs of eyes fixed intently on the forest ahead. Chapter 31. Team Battle. It wasn't long before strange screeching sounds and the crackling of branches echoed from afar. As everyone held their breath and tightened their grip on their weapons, a figure with mottled colors appeared in sight. The figure moved agilely like a spirit cat, leaping and darting side to side while approaching. A hunting bow occasionally let out a series of thuds, and the muffled sounds of arrows piercing tree trunks followed. Lu Xiao showcased his skills in front of everyone, not intentionally, but simply wanting to inflict as much damage as possible on the lizardmen before the two sides clashed head-on. He had already infiltrated near the lizardmen's gathering point, and this time the lizardmen were clearly on guard, with at least 40 of them visible. Not to mention they were building a low wall with stones and wood. Most likely, it was because several corpses from the last encounter had arrow holes in them, making the lizardmen wary of ambushes, so they decided to build a wall for simple defense. After understanding the situation, he returned to the team and briefly Tianjia on the lizardmen's gathering point and the follow-up plan, then returned to the vicinity of the gathering point. This time he didn't waste words. There was no way he would charge in, so he thought they should come out on their own. He raised his hand and fired a few arrows, targeting 3 lizardmen outside the low wall, along with 2 still building the wall. 3 of them were inexplicably shot through the head, while the other 2 arrows went slightly off but still resulted in fatal injuries. The sound of the arrows was quiet, but the wounded lizardmen let out a heart-wrenching howl. Having learned the lizardmen's language, Lu Xiao understood their cries. Help! Help! Well, it's only natural. Calling for help is understandable. Now he had stirred up a hornet's nest, as a group of lizardmen screeched and rushed out from behind the low wall, with even more lizardmen angrily charging out from the stones. Good grief, counting them casually, there were already over 100. 8 gathering points, over 500 in total. How could a quarter of them be here? In bewilderment, a large number of lizardmen gathered outside the low wall, searching for their enemy with their beady eyes. Yet despite so many of them, they couldn't find their target for a long time, creating an awkward scene. Where's the enemy? Where's the enemy? The lizardmen screeched, but couldn't locate the one who had ambushed them. Lu Xiao was too lazy to play hide-and-seek with them. He looked for an angle and let his arrows fly. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing flesh was music to his ears. The tension in the bowstring perfectly demonstrated the lethality of his arrows, as they pierced through 2 lizardmen and still had enough force to stab into the chest of a third. Hundreds of fierce red eyes finally spotted Lu Xiao, hidden among the shadows of the trees. There! Kill him! I want his head. No one else touch it. It must be this beast that killed the chief. Capture him and sacrifice him alive." Amidst the cries for blood, the lizard men, swinging their long tails, charged fiercely towards Lu Xiao. As he shot while retreating, Lu Xiao darted through the woods, using dynamic shooting techniques to effectively kite the enemies, and continually pulling the lizardman's formation apart was advantageous for his arrows' penetrating damage. Just when he thought he could wipe out the 100 lizardmen by himself, several lizardmen with spears stuck in their backs brought him back to reality. The enemy had ranged attack capabilities, and he couldn't afford to be arrogant anymore. He had a zigzag while retreating. He had learned the hard way about the danger of thrown spears, and the memory haunted him. "Be careful of their spears," he shouted loudly, urging everyone to find cover before they engaged in close combat. Those who acted quickly hid behind rocks or trees. The smart ones crawled down, while those who froze in place were out of luck. In an instant, several thrown spears flew through the air. For members of the polearm squad had not reacted in time and were pinned to the ground. In his line of sight, dozens of ferocious lizard men charged like rampaging rhinos. Even having seen the corpses of lizard men before, the terror was still overwhelming when faced with living, vicious creatures. As fear began to grip the frontline polearm squad, many were shaking in their legs. Li Tianjia shouted fiercely at the front lines, "Remember, this is the first battle initiated by humanity at the starting point, but is by no means the last battle. Remember, after this battle, we will all become strong." Meanwhile, Lu Xiao, atop a giant stone, was hitting his targets with deadly accuracy. A lizard man charging at the front was taken down by his 2 arrows and fell flat. Entering rapid fire mode, Lu Xiao shot like a Gatling gun from the cold weapon era, releasing 2 arrows in a second. Li Tianjiao's rallying cry and Lu Xiao's prowess greatly boosted everyone's morale. The chill that had engulfed them gradually transformed into a surge of hot blood. "Kill! Come on, beasts!" In the throes of a heart-wrenching roar, the people emerged from their fear of battle, rebounding from the depths of despair to unleash their courage in the face of death. Creatures from different star domains collided at this moment. The lizard men charging at the front directly crashed into the formation of polearms, creating a cacophony of sounds. These lizard men experienced the delightful sting of traps, their eyes bulging in fury, yet they staggered forward. Many polearms and wooden sticks were snapped instantly. However, some long-handled weapons embedded with animal horns also pierced the unprotected abdomens of the lizard men. After a brief encounter, the vanguard of the lizard men failed to break the formation of the polearm squad, and aside from the 4 who were pierced by spears, there were no other losses on the human side. This was already a perfect start. The damage the polearm squad could inflict was extremely limited. Their role was just to prevent the lizard men from disrupting the formation. The real killing power, however, came from the archers. In just 2 breaths, over a dozen lizard men blocked by the polearm squad became Lu Xiao's arrow victims. More spears were thrown, 3 of which were aimed directly at Lu Xiao. He narrowly dodged the distant ambush, but several members of the polearm squad were pierced by the thrown spears. The injured were severely hurt, yet they remained silent, which made Lu Xiao feel a deep respect for his team members. The medical team had just dragged the previously injured 4 to the back when they hurriedly charged forward again. The lizard men horde emerged from the shadows of the trees. The real battle had begun. Dozens of lizard men crashed into the human line. Under their immense strength, many polearms were snapped. Without traps to slow them down, the lizard men charged like war chariots. Casualties rapidly increased. The lizardmen's fists and blades flew up and down, harvesting lives as easily as chopping vegetables, while their massive tails swept aside weapons that came at them from the side. Besides, polearm squad rushed in to support, barely holding the line. Several particularly strong lizard men broke through the center line and charged straight into the melee of short weapons. Li Tianjia wielded a fist blade in his left hand and a hunting knife in his right, engaging in chaotic combat with these lizard men. Even though his strength had surpassed 10, he was still no match for the lizard men in a one-on-one fight. The gap in strength could only be compensated for by swordsmanship. With all his might, he deflected a downward strike from a lizardman's fist blade, but the grip of his knife broke. Li Tianjia's left fist blade stabbed fiercely at the lizardman's chest and abdomen. With a thud, it pierced into the lizardman's weak, pale abdomen. Having succeeded in his strike, the lizard man screeched in pain and swiped at him, pushing Li Tianjia back. In an instant, 2 hunting knives stabbed into its lower abdomen. Zhang Zhe and another teammate, after landing their hits, cut sideways, and green blood and chunks of internal organs spilled from the gaping wound. The few lizardmen that had charged into the melee were quickly taken down by the combined efforts of the team. Drag the bodies to the back. Yishan, Lu Xiao shouted loudly from atop the giant stone. These lizardmen were robust and clearly evolved. If they died without being devoured by spirit bodies for an extended period, it would be a blatant waste. Logistics team. The voice of Yishan came from behind, and soon, dozens of men began dragging away the corpses that had fallen within the front lines, while also taking on the responsibilities of the medical team, pulling back the incapacitated wounded. In just a few minutes, the 133-member long weapon team showed signs of collapse. As dozens of lizard men charged at them simultaneously, heavy casualties were unavoidable. Captain Yang Yunlong roared as he pulled a spear out of the chest of a lizard man, while the remaining members slowly retreated. At this moment, Lu Xiao had already dealt with 8 lizardmen skilled in the use of spears. Once these 8 lizardmen threw their spears, they began picking up stones to throw, forcing the archer team to dodge around, which infuriated him, leading him to kill them one by one. Without the distant harassment, the remaining 28 archers finally revealed their fangs, and arrows flew like locusts, instantly hitting the entangled lizardmen to their satisfaction. This significantly reduced the pressure on the engaged team members, allowing them to reorganize their formation. Lu Xiao stood at the highest point, his sharp gaze directing where to shoot, with every arrow hitting its mark. A girl stood behind him like a medical assistant, accurately handing him arrows, which increased his shooting speed. Lu Xiao was completely caught up in the frenzy of killing. At this distance, every arrow was aimed at the heads of the lizard men, with hardly any pauses. He knew that every moment he shot safely was earned with the lives of his comrades. Bang, 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 bang. Green blood splattered in his sight. Flesh exploded beneath his arrows. To him, lizard men were like ants in their eyes, crushed under the might of the powerful. The bowstring was hot, and sounds gradually ceased. The intense gasping became the only sound on the battlefield. People swallowed hard, looking at each other. Their eyes reflected hesitation, excitement, and the relief of surviving a disaster. When the dust settled, a suppressed exhilaration erupted from their throats, forming a simple word. Oh! Everyone raised their weapons high, screaming with all their might. In front of them lay the once mighty extraterrestrial beings, far stronger than the cavalry that had once crushed humanity. They had tough scales, unmatched weapons, and powerful tails, but in the end, they fell at their feet, at the feet of their weaker selves. This was what victory felt like, for everyone except Lu Xiao. It was their first real taste of victory in their lives, let alone some who had never seen blood before. But these people had won, not just by surviving, but by truly winning. Everyone was scared, but no one chose to flee. Even if they had to die, they would face the enemy. Those on the list. Quickly consume the spiritual bodies. Lu Xiao's shout interrupted everyone as they continued to revel in the joy of victory. Those numbered 1 to 100 on the list. Consume the spiritual bodies nearby. Yishan's voice rang out. She had already numbered the list of those who requested transformation, prepared for this very situation. A crowd rushed like they had just awakened from a dream towards the still warm corpses of the lizard men, picking up their clawed weapons to strike at their heads. Meanwhile, many wounded were being treated on the spot. 3 emergency doctors were already sweating profusely, their bodies stained red with blood. The logistics team searched the lizardmen's corpses for red and white pills. These could be life-saving. What the 3 doctors could do was to quickly stop the bleeding. Without instruments and medicines, their options were quite limited. Most of the severely injured had open wounds, and many couldn't help but turn away to vomit. Everything was too bloody. One by one, red and white pills were found, cut open or directly stuffed into the mouths of the wounded based on their injuries. Lu Xiao saw a male student desperately pressing his hands against another middle-aged man's abdomen, where blood was gushing out. The boy's young face, smeared with red and green blood, still smiled at the man. "Big brother, hold on, Open your eyes, look at me. Don't sleep. The boy would never forget how this man had given him warmth when he was trembling with anxiety. Now it was his turn to do something. The pale-faced, middle-aged man raised his hand in pain and grasped the boy's hand. Smiling, he closed his eyes. The boy continued to press on the wound. Unwilling to let go, tears streaming down his face. He was just going home. Someone patted the boy's shoulder and softly said to him. The boy turned his head to look at Lu Xiao standing behind him, wiped away his tears, and silently nodded. I still don't know his name. He is your comrade. Everyone here is. After saying this, Lu Xiao walked away. Cleaning up the battlefield would take quite a while, and this process had little to do with him. After exchanging a few words with Li Tianjia, Lu Xiao left. He returned to the lizardmen's gathering area, where there were still fewer than 10 lizardmen left, and, judging from their size, they had not undergone transformation or experienced the baptism of power release. Walking slowly, Lu Xiao entered the area behind a low wall, leisurely passing by the recently fallen bodies. Finally, he stopped in front of a large stone house at the edge of a cliff, sat down on the ground, and looked at a long list of merit rewards. Not clicking on it, but luxuriously exchanging a merit point for a cigarette he often smoked. He tore open the plastic wrap, took out a pack, opened it, pulled out a stick and lit it. Thus, the southern gathering point of the lizardmen was fully occupied. Chapter 32. Farewell. At the end, nearly an hour later, human figures appeared outside the low wall. The team, after a period of rest, began to step into the architectural complex built by extraterrestrial beings. Li Tianjia sat down beside Lu Xiao, who offered him a cigarette, but he refused it. 79 people died, and 14 were severely injured or disabled. The rest have mostly recovered, Li Tianjia said softly. Lu Xiao nodded noncommittally. This casualty rate was lower than expected. 54 people had completed their transformation, including Yishan and her 3 companions. The numbers are a bit off, Lu Xiao spoke up. Some must have exceeded the time limit for spiritual presence, Li Tianjia speculated. Can you roughly calculate the time? Yishan said it should be 5 minutes. Lu Xiao nodded, but did not continue speaking. The red pill has no effect on severed limbs, Li Tianjia said somewhat dejectedly. That's normal. So this time, the actual casualties are 93, Lu Xiao replied. You'll get used to it. We only moved part of the lizardmen's corpses over. How will we handle the rest? I'll take care of it. Good. Tianjia. I may need to leave the team, Lu Xiao said, throwing the cigarette but on the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. Why? Li Tianjia looked at him in surprise. As long as I'm here, the team won't be able to grow. I counted, and there are 77 kills attributed to me personally, and there are no more rewards for tier-skipping kills. This means I'm now on the same level as the lizardmen. Lu Xiao's gaze was unfocused. This was a decision he had thought through deeply. But without you, Li Tianjia azitata. With me, everyone's role will always be as tools, and most of the resources will be taken by me. Without me, you all will have a chance to grow, even though the cost will be very high. Lu Xiao lit another cigarette. The ground was already littered with butts. I've always been thinking about what the point of the origin throwing us here is. Is it just to make different beings kill each other? No, killing is just a means, not the goal. What is the goal then? Perhaps it is to allow some people to grow rapidly in the midst of brutal battles. Survival of the fittest? Li Tianjia murmured. Right? Wasn't it the same when Homo sapiens first appeared on Earth? That sounds somewhat reasonable. Are you confident? Lu Xiao looked into Li Tianjia's eyes. I should be, Li Tianjia replied, returning his gaze. The two suddenly laughed together. By the way, that thing that summoned you, which direction is it? Behind you, Li Tianjia casually answered. Huh? Lu Xiao became agitated. He turned his head to look at the stone house behind him. Inside the house, Li Tianjia shook his head, stood up, and pointed in a direction. Lu Xiao looked in that direction, which was indeed the stone pillar by the cliff's edge. His mouth twitched, and he stared blankly at Li Tianjia. That's it. I can feel it, Li Tianjia said solemnly, slowly walking towards the stone pillar. Lu Xiao watched his back, not speaking further. Li Tianjia arrived beneath the stone pillar and looked up at the statue atop it. Then, kneeling on one knee, he bowed his head in reverence and whispered. Under the sunlight, the statue faintly glimmered, and at that moment, the surrounding noise vanished. Everything became eerily quiet and solemn. Lu Xiao crossed his arms and waited silently. The entire process did not last long. Li Tianjia slowly stood up, opened his eyes, and his gaze seemed to contain a bit more brilliance. When he returned to Lu Xiao's side, before he could speak, Lu Xiao was the first to ask, "Did you gain a faith in a deity?" Li Tianjia nodded. "The god of war, the creator deity of the origin. I had my suspicions before, and now it's finally confirmed." Lu Xiao checked Li Tianjia's panel information, and indeed, a title appeared on Li Tianjia's panel. "War Envoy, did you gain a power release?" Lu Xiao was impressed by this faith ability. Unfortunately not. It was a 3-choice option, and none were similar to a power release. I chose Battle Roar, which can temporarily boost my side's strength and resilience while weakening the enemy's abilities. That's also quite good. Step by step, how does one improve their faith? Simple and brutal. Keep fighting, Li Tianjia chuckled helplessly. All right, it seems the way to enhance divine faith is related to the deity itself. Understood. It's a pity there's no power release. Otherwise, don't bite off more than you can chew. Maybe that ability was meant for spellcasters. Don't overthink it, Lu Xiao said, extending his palm. Now that you have faith in a deity, I feel much more at ease. Are you leaving already? Li Tianjia looked at the outstretched hand and asked, "What else? Continue being a babysitter for you? Or just watch you develop slowly?" Lu Xiao replied with a smile. "Huh." Their hands clasped tightly together. "Be careful. The end awaits you." After a brief exchange with the Yang brothers in Yishan, Lu Xiao left without further ado. The others gathered around Li Tianjia, watching Lu Xiao's receding figure. Is Lu Xiao really leaving just like that? Zhou Yu asked in confusion. What else? Does he need to play babysitter and bodyguard for you? Li Tianjia scufa. That's not what I meant, Zhou Yu hurriedly explained. What did you mean then? Yang Zhao spoke up. I meant, why didn't he say goodbye to me before leaving? Everyone, get lost. By the way, boss, did you talk to him? About Yishan? Yang suddenly asked. Li Tianjia slapped his forehead. Damn, I forgot. Everyone, all right then. Returning to the previous battlefield, the human corpses had been buried on the spot and scattered all around were the incomplete bodies of lizard men. Lu Xiao stuffed as many of these giant bodies as possible into the remains. These were his resources for growth, and he naturally wanted to pack them up without waste. More than 400 lizard men. This battle had claimed over a quarter of them, but if the remaining forces gathered to deal with Li Tianjia and the others, it would definitely be a disaster. Lu Xiao unfurled the beast skin map, determined the southeast direction, and set off towards another lizard man gathering point. 2 hours later, at the southeastern lizard man gathering point, Lu Xiao stood at the center of a circular area surrounded by more than 10 stone houses, with over 20 lizard man corpses lying beside him. He methodically counted the number of corpses and, after finishing, looked up to calculate the remaining number of lizard men. Frowning slightly and cursing, why are there still so many? He then leapt into the shadows of the forest, disappearing from sight. 3 hours later, Lu Xiao's figure appeared atop the treetops. From his high vantage point, he looked down at the lizard man gathering point ahead, which was significantly larger than the previous one, with over 50 visible lizard men. Locking his gaze on a lizard man carrying a spear, he slowly blended into the surrounding foliage, drawing his bow, and then, bang! The previously chaotic gathering point instantly erupted into chaos, with campfires being kicked over and flames dancing wildly. More lizard men rushed out from the stone structures, only to fall inexplicably. Once the spear-throwing lizard men were picked off one by one, the slaughterfest in the midst of the chaos truly began. Lu Xiao, high above, was like a Gatling gun in the shadows, mercilessly reaping the lives of his enemies. When the lizard men finally spotted him in the treetops and scrambled to climb up, exerting tremendous effort to reach the branches, they discovered that this cunning enemy had already jumped to another tree, bouncing along the branches with a playful smile directed at them. A deep sense of powerlessness enraged the lizard men as they looked up, chasing after Lu Xiao, who leaped back and forth among the branches, until the last lizard man was pierced through the head by an arrow. This seemingly unfair battle came to an end. Pulling down his hood, Lu Xiao lightly landed, pointing at the corpses on the ground and collecting the arrows from the bodies, tree trunks, and ground one by one. 67. He lifted his chin and continued with his mental subtraction, clearly satisfied with the number that followed the equal sign this time. Lu Xiao's goal was simple. The remaining lizard men couldn't be too many or too few. Otherwise, Where would the tear-jumping kills for Li Tianjia and the others come from? Without even a practice enemy, that would be somewhat unreasonable. After searching around, he took away as many useful supplies as possible and wrote a rude message on the outer stone wall using the green blood of the lizard men. Lu Xiao reopened the animal skin map, looking for the marked location of the core area of the falling star heavenly eye. The nearest mark had almost coincided with the eastern gathering point he was in. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, he found a lifting device, a rudimentary tool resembling a basket. By pulling a rope, he brought a wicker basket up from the bottomless pit, and letting go of the rope worked for descending, which was much simpler and more straightforward. Lu Xiao tested the resilience of the rope and found it reliable, so he tightly gripped it and climbed into the basket himself. Slowly releasing the rope, the basket carrying him began to descend gently. 20 minutes later, he was surrounded by thick mist, with the pit above shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see the situation inside the pit from the cliff. After continuing to descend for another 5 minutes, the originally milky white mist began to change, shifting from dense white to bright red, until it turned dark red, with a bloody scent wafting through the mist. As Lu Xiao emerged from the blood-colored mist with the basket, the world inside the pit finally revealed itself. At the same time, the system popped up a notification. Intermediate Danger Area Discovered. Falling Star Heavenly Eye, Chapter 33. Within the Heavenly Eye discovered Intermediate Danger Zone. Falling Star Heavenly Eye received Intermediate Exploration Reward, 5 Freedom Attribute Points in Physical Ability. Detected that the intelligent life of the Galactic Order first entered this area. Galactic Order Origin Merit Points 50. Received Galactic Order Merit Points 5,000. With the system rewards in place, Lu Xiao's Galactic Order Merit Points officially exceeded 20,000, reaching 20,050 points. If all merit points were converted into RMB, he would have entered the ranks of billionaires with assets of 2 billion. Unfortunately, the merit points of the Galactic Order had very few uses within the Origin, mostly for knowledge payments, language learning, and the transportation of some mediocre items. He allocated all the freedom attribute points to agility, bringing it up to 25. Having seen the 4-dimensional superhumans among the lizard men, this value seemed rather paltry. There was nothing he could do. Every little bit counts. Lu Xiao could only comfort himself, having already acquired the Pearl Spirit Body. Asking for more seemed a bit unreasonable. Under the blood-red mist, the sky pit was dark and eerie, with the desolate ground showing signs of decay, devoid of any living thing, not even flowers or trees. Within the sky pit spanning several dozen kilometers, apart from the reddish-brown soil and scattered small puddles, there was only one tree. To be exact, it was a massive tree with a lush blood-red canopy. The tree stood alone in the center of the circular sky pit, towering over 200 meters high, with the top third already obscured by thick mist. Is this the intermediate danger zone? But there's nothing here, still suspended in midair. Lu Xiao looked around and indeed saw no living creatures. Of course, it could also be due to the dim light in the sky pit affecting his visual range. The basket made of vine branches landed steadily on the ground. Lu Xiao stepped out, inspecting the rolled-up vines on the ground. After confirming they were fine, he prepared to leave, relying on these vines. He began to examine everything around him. The soft, moist soil sank a little with each step, and blood-red liquid seeped from the surrounding soil. He bent down, dipped his finger in it, and brought it to his nose. There was indeed a bloody smell, but it wasn't as intense as fresh blood. It was more like diluted blood water. He casually grabbed a handful of something that floated in the air like dandelion seeds, and this substance, which was everywhere in the air, landed in his palm. Opening his hand, it turned into blood water in his palm. It was not a living organism, but simply a substance formed by coagulated blood water. Everything here exuded danger and the uncanny, completely different from Lu Xiao's original conjecture. He gazed at the massive object more than 10 kilometers away. It seemed the answer could only be found there. As his footsteps made a papapious sound, Lu Xiao walked slowly towards the center of the sky pit. The irregular protrusions on the ground were roots that had drilled up from the earth into shallow pools. Bubbles occasionally rose from the bottom, and when they broke the surface, a strong bloody scent could be smelled. What has made this place barren, and what has drenched it in blood? Is it just that tree? To be honest, Lu Xiao felt a bit uneasy. This was an intermediate danger zone, and if there were powerful creatures everywhere, he wouldn't have much to say. He could just run away. It would be better to come back later when he was stronger, but here, nothing was present. What was that lizard man doing here? Could it be laying eggs? He wanted to mock himself for being so preoccupied with the idea of laying eggs. But being in such a strange and dim environment made it hard for him to find humor in the situation. Suddenly, Lu Xiao stopped. Slowly pulling a cigarette from his waist bag, he lit it for himself. In this environment, it was particularly suitable to smoke one. It is said that cigarettes are a man's spiritual support, and when one is under great pressure, they especially need the psychological comfort brought by the tobacco. In fact, Lu Xiao could not feel the pleasure of nicotine being released in his alveoli because he was smoking a rolled cigarette, which meant the smoke didn't reach his lungs, but only swirled in his mouth and throat before being exhaled. However, the whole process of smoking still made him feel very relaxed. The damp, bloody air extinguished the cigarette's ember within moments. Growing impatient, he lit it again. If this cigarette cost 20 renminbi per pack on Earth, here one cigarette was worth 50,000 RMB. After all, he had exchanged 100 merit points for it. Wasting it would be too much. Lu Xiao suddenly felt very foolish. Why did he exchange for a 20 renminbi pack of cigarettes? In the eyes of the Galactic Order, it was all the same. Next time, he should exchange for a premium 999. Yes, that's what he would do. While self-deprecating, he also drew closer to that magnificent towering tree. Why use the word magnificent? It wasn't because Lu Xiao was at a loss for words, but because this tree could be compared to the tallest single buildings in the Shu region of Huaxia. In front of it, he felt like an ant. Looking up, the blood-red canopy had already enveloped him in its shade, the blood-red branches blocking the sun, with countless blood-red flowers embedded in the branches. Wait. Lu Xiao's vision suddenly caught some unusual glimmers. He focused his gaze, and at some of the withered flowers, tiny specks of light flickered, like stars hanging in the blood-red night sky, appearing small yet distinct. That's it, spirit energy crystals. As he scanned the canopy, the once calm Lu Xiao was now astonished, unable to close his mouth. The whole tree was hanging with countless spirit energy crystals. What on earth is going on? Didn't Lung Yufeng say that spirit energy crystals are produced from energy crystal veins? Is this a mine? Isn't this just fruit growing on a tree? Or is this what is called a mine? Is this tree a vein? Lu Xiao felt his mind suddenly become overwhelmed on the verge of crashing. Is internet slang this non-mainstream now? Has it reached the point of calling a deer a horse? Soon, another thought arose. This is it. This is a complete windfall. The value of this thing is to recharge spirit bodies, and it is also specifically mentioned in the tasks of the Galactic Order, clearly indicating that even a high civilization like the Galactic Order highly values its worth. Moreover, with an endless supply of spirit energy, he could forge ahead on the path of gluttony. At worst, he could return and turn all the lizard men into cured meat. And after a year or so of hard work, he could become a four-dimensional superhuman. Ha 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 ha. A boy with a dazed expression stood foolishly in the eerie environment, lost in various internal monologues. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Lu Xiao was suddenly jolted awake from his reverie by an incredibly deep voice resonating within his spirit body. The presence of this voice was reminiscent of the spirit sound initiated by the Galactic Order, as if someone was whispering in his ear. Who is it? He quickly scanned his surroundings, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, it's not a Mo2A person. It's a human. The voice carried a hint of surprise, mixed with mockery. Well, at least you're smarter than those miscellaneous pieces. The voice muttered to itself. Who are you? Why can't I see you? Lu Xiao knew the other party was definitely nearby. Can't see me? Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, the entire canopy trembled. The rustling sounded like a gale blowing at 12 levels. Looks like you're not that smart either. The source of the voice seemed to be scrutinizing Lu Xiao. Face me. The voice suddenly raised its volume, shaking Lu Xiao's spirit body. It was an internal and external intimidation. If it weren't for his strong will, he might have knelt down right then. Lu Xiao slowly turned around, facing the massive trunk that was several hundred meters wide. He vaguely felt that the source of this voice was the tree itself. Now, what do you see? Foolish human. Stupid humans. Why does this phrase sound so familiar to Lu Xiao? It seems like all extraterrestrial beings particularly enjoy saying it. Are you, Mr. Tree? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xiao felt embarrassed. It sounded so disgusting. The other party seemed to be disgusted as well, making the situation awkward. Humans of the galactic order, your kind in the not-so-distant south has indeed provided me with a lot of blood food. The south? The River Valley Plains? Did the blood of the dead humans get swallowed by it? So far away, but it doesn't seem impossible. This guy's roots have already reached the sky. Having just been released from the spirit, knowing a bit of archery, he killed quite a few people in a battle with a bunch of misfits. There seems to be some aura of a seal master on him. The Mo-Tuok people have been made miserable by you. Lu Xiao felt like a little wife stripped of her clothes in front of this guy, desperately trying to cover his body, only to find he couldn't keep any secrets. What level is this tree at? Is it really just a medium threat? Why do I feel like I'm nothing in front of it? Wait, what is releasing the spirit? Does it mean the transformation of the spirit body? It seems to be about that. Mr. Tree, are the Mo-Tuok people the green-skinned lizards you mentioned? Despite feeling a chill inside, Lu Xiao pretended to be very humble. What else? Besides those stupid green reptiles that eat each other, there are no other intelligent beings here. The voice clearly held a grudge about this. For the sake of your kind, I won't kill you. But if you kill the Mo-Tuok people, you must replace them. The voice was high and mighty, seemingly controlling the life and death of all living beings around. Replace them for what? Lu Xiao asked. To provide me with enough blood food. Before this, the blood of the camel beast was quite tasty, but now, your human blood seems even better. So, what you need to do is deliver 100 living humans to me every day. Remember, they must be alive. Damn. No wonder the lizard men like to catch camel beasts so much. It's all to feed this thing. And now it even likes to drink human blood. Can it be picky? I really want to ask if it has ever tried the taste of excrement. Perhaps it would overturn your cognition. If you want me to find 1,000 living people to produce excrement for you, I'm absolutely willing. Mr. Tree, when you say tomorrow, do you mean a complete cycle? There aren't many humans left. It might not be enough to serve as your blood food. Lu Xiao asked with a feigned innocence. Nonsense. So, what can I get in return? Lu Xiao tried his best to act like a sycophant. The same as the Mo-Tuok people, blood sakura and energy crystals. Got it. The blood sakura of the lizard men is also provided by this thing. Lu Xiao squinted and smiled flatteringly. But the cavalry in the south and the remaining Mo-Tuok people are still threatening me and my kind. I'm also worried that these misfits will make your future blood food less and less. Umph. The voice was filled with threat. That's something you need to worry about. Lu Xiao cursed inwardly. If I chop you down, how many blood sakura and energy crystals would I have? Listening to you talk nonsense. Little misfit, you seem. To want to play tricks with me. Lu Xiao felt a chill down his spine, sensing countless eyes watching him. It seems that you lowly misfits still don't know who you're facing. As the voice fell, the earth trembled, and countless roots burst from the ground, swaying like long whips in the air, closing in on Lu Xiao. Mr. Tree, you must have misunderstood me. As Lu Xiao spoke, he began to retreat, not understanding why this guy suddenly turned hostile. Could it be mind reading? Is that so? Then wait until I extract your spirit core to see if it's a misunderstanding. It seems there's no negotiation left. Lu Xiao drew his wind catcher and jumped backward. The opponent, a medium-threat creature, wasn't enough to make him afraid to take action, although it was indeed quite large. He quickly fled into the distance. The sound of roots slapping the air behind him was piercing, and he needed to get away as quickly as possible, planning to reassess once he reached a safe distance. Suddenly, he felt that taking out his bow was a mistake. Where to shoot? This is a typical case of shooting at nothing. Little misfit, you actually have a ceiling space container. The voice seemed surprised by something on its body. Turning his head, he saw behind him countless long roots straightening into lines, stabbing toward him. As he dodged, a root wrapped around his ankle, a tremendous force pulling him toward the trunk. Lu Xiao hurriedly drew his hunting knife, severing the roots that entangled him, rolling on the ground. Just as he stabilized himself, a root like a wooden spear pierced through his calf. He felt an immediate loss of strength and looked down to see the root piercing his calf, continuously sucking his blood. This is like a leech. With one slash, he cut the root, blood splattering from the severed root. I'm cutting you, yet my blood is flowing. A red pill was stuffed into his mouth. Lu Xiao held his hunting knife with both hands, the blade flashing up and down, temporarily blocking the roots that were entangling him. As the red pill began to take effect, the wound on his calf rapidly healed. He had no time for nonsense. After a couple of quick slashes, he turned and fled. Agility of 25 is no joke. His running speed would definitely make him a world champion on Earth. Of course, he couldn't compare to a cheetah with an absolute speed of 100 kilometers per hour, but leaping more than 10 meters in a second is still quite impressive. At full speed, the roots merely kept their distance, making it difficult to close in again. If it weren't for the soft soil, he might have actually escaped directly. Without stopping, he ran 10 kilometers. As he saw the basket, he had descended in ahead. Lu Xiao slightly turned his head to glance back, and found he seemed to have already escaped the range of the roots' attacks. There are no more roots chasing him. Well, I can only say I was too serious while escaping. Just as he caught his breath, he suddenly felt unstable underfoot. The ground began to churn, and something was clearly trying to rise from beneath. Damn, there are all the hairs of this tree's spirit below the sinkhole. Bang, 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 the sounds around echoed, and roots thicker than his entire body burst through the earth, raising their heads like giant pythons. This is a bit unreasonable. Lu Xiao quickly analyzed the current situation. Clearly, just running away wasn't going to work. He had to fight. Shooting arrows? Useless where to shoot. The trunk is bigger than a football field. Could it be that he could only use fire? Chapter 34. The burning of Chao Gong in his mind flashed a phrase from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. To defeat Chao Gong, one must use fire. Wasn't Chao Gong the very one lying within the chasm? It wasn't just a matter of iron chains linking boats. It was as if he had conjured an aircraft carrier. Burn him. Since fire was to be set, he had to play the role of Huang Gai. If the fire ship didn't crash in close range, the fire couldn't be lit. He hadn't forgotten that the lit cigarette extinguished after a moment without being inhaled. The air in the chasm was too saturated with blood energy. But the premise was to shake off the roots, get closer to the trunk. He wasn't sure how the tree spirit could lock onto his position from this distance. Could see with its eyes? He didn't believe a tree spirit had such good eyesight. Lu Xiao made a large curve, shaking off the relentlessly pursuing roots behind him while tilting his head to observe their trajectory. He found that his position was consistently being correctly locked onto, dragging out part of a lizard man's corpse from the remains. He threw it into the distance, and indeed found some roots moving towards the location where the corpse landed, quickly wrapping it up like a zongzi. However, this subtle change in trajectory made Lu Xiao realize something. The corpse only attracted the root's attention after it hit the ground. Did this mean that the tree's spirit locked onto his position through the vibrations on ground? Thinking of this, Lu Xiao pushed off the ground with force, leaping high, and landed more than 20 meters away. In midair, he noticed countless roots entangled at his takeoff point, intertwining in the air. So that's how it is. Correct judgment. Oof. Intermédiaire danger. Lu Xiao glared at the distant trunk, narrowing his eyes. Without needing any props, he jumped and landed, bouncing closer to the center of the chasm. While the roots that kept emerging from the ground could only lock onto his brief takeoff position, always a step behind. You dare to come back? When Lu Xiao was still 500 meters away from the trunk, that voice echoed in his spirit again. Too lazy to waste words, Lu Xiao pulled out a black gelatinous sphere in midair, stuck it on an arrowhead, rubbed the surface vigorously, and the sphere ignited in flames, falling lightly to the ground. He picked it up again, aimed at the treetops, drew the bowstring, and shot a fiery arrow. This wasn't enough. Lu Xiao mimicked the action, as he had plenty of these gelatinous spheres from the lizard men, shooting 7 or 8 fiery arrows at different positions. You dare. The voice remained calm, but was clearly furious. At the treetops, flames ignited the branches. The originally insignificant spark quickly grew larger until it burst into a raging fire. Chao Gong, hello, I'm back. Lu Xiao smiled, wearing a face that begged for a beating. Foolish human, do you know what you've done? Typical villain monologue. And Lu Xiao was too lazy to respond. The roots that had been chasing him around suddenly stretched towards the tall trunk, trying to beat back the now fierce flames, hoping to disperse the fire. Unfortunately, it was of no use, and instead ignited many roots, spreading the flames to more areas. In less than a few minutes, a third of the treetops covering several kilometers had been engulfed in flames. A large number of spiritual energy crystals, like ripe apples, fell with a crackle. Lu Xiao's heart bloomed with joy. But when he saw large patches of blood cherry blossoms being consumed and melted by the flames, he could no longer smile. Without the entanglement of the roots, Lu Xiao acted like a scavenger, quickly grabbing the fallen energy crystals and stuffing them into the remains, moving swiftly and skillfully. Some branches fell after being burned through, and naturally, some blooming blood cherry blossoms were collected by him. Lu Xiao's heart was in full bloom, but the tree spirit's heart was bleeding. The entire treetop had been consumed by flames, resembling heavenly fire burning in the night sky. The massive blood cherry tree emitted a wailing sound, with huge flaming branches crashing down continuously. The dense fog in the sky was shrouded in firelight. The blood-colored mist was dispersed by the black smoke, and everything here seemed like a scene of doomsday. The burnt roots lay limp on the ground, and this blood cherry tree, which had lived for who knows how long, was dying in the sea of flames. In stark contrast was a little boy picking mushrooms, cheerfully collecting pear-shaped crystals and blood-colored cherry blossoms, happily stuffing them into his arms. Lu Xiao's smile was radiant. This harvest was enough to wake him up from countless nightmares with a laugh. Until the starfall I has changed to an advanced danger zone. The starfall I has changed to an extremely dangerous zone. The starfall I has changed to a death zone. The starfall I has changed to a domain distortion zone. What does this mean? Lu Xiao looked in terror at a series of system prompts, his mind blank, as events far beyond his comprehension were unfolding. This unpredictable sense of danger caused every pore in his body to explode in an instant. This blood cherry tree has been fused with my spirit for nearly 1,000 years. I never expected that today it would be completely destroyed by you, a mere human. It was still that voice, but this time, the disdain and superiority were replaced by a cold self-mockery. Mr. Tree, what are you talking about? Lu Xiao truly didn't dare to act recklessly this time. Medium danger was his limit to handle, and now, ha ha! The laughter was mad and piercing. Mr. Tree, do you really think I am just a blood cherry tree? As the voice fell, Lu Xiao was horrified to discover that in the surrounding soil, in the blood pool, even in the air, blood was separating from other substances. Droplets began to coalesce in mid-air, forming continuously pulsating blood orbs. That's fine, humans are weak, but there is no other choice at the moment. Countless blood orbs suddenly smashed towards Lu Xiao. Although he felt no pain, the blood orbs fused and gathered around him until his entire body was enveloped by a massive blood orb, leaving only his head exposed. He could not struggle at all. From that moment on, Lu Xiao's body became unresponsive, as if the blood flowing through him was being controlled by someone, firmly binding him. There is definitely some misunderstanding between us, actually. Lu Xiao struggled to launch a verbal offensive, but the other party didn't give him a chance to finish. The blood orb compressed violently, and he felt his entire body twisting, as if a giant was squeezing him in its palm, trying to turn him into meat paste. The pain almost made him lose consciousness, and in his fading vision, he saw a blood shadow flying out from the trunk, instantly crashing into his mouth. That thing felt solid, and as it entered his body, it began to wander throughout him, quickly seeming to find where his spirit was. A sense of indescribable powerlessness pierced through his body and mind. This was an attack on the spirit. Lu Xiao's consciousness gradually blurred. The death of the spirit would mean his complete erasure. Memories from the past 20 years flashed rapidly before his eyes. When everything froze in that afternoon at the CAF, the reverse of the memories came to an end. Death, so this is how it is. I also, after all, am just an ant. The cold darkness slowly began to devour his thoughts and soul. Chapter 35, Blood Demon. Lu Xiao, what is death? No one can explain it clearly. It is vaguely perceived as a kind of pain or a kind of liberation, the sorrow of loved ones or the joy of enemies. At the moment when consciousness is completely severed, death is a kind of nothingness, a thorough darkness, as if turning into a speck of dust. aimlessly drifting in the boundless void. God said, "Let there be light." Indeed, light appeared in the darkness. The light was so intense that it instantly dispelled all darkness. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and Lu Xiao found himself on a vast and boundless battlefield. His body turned out to be a gigantic and grotesque monster, towering and robust, with 3 heads and 6 arms, standing several meters tall, entirely blood-red. He had only consciousness, but could not control this monster, as if he were merely watching a first-person movie in VR. Different races of beings were fighting desperately on a desolate black land, various bizarre colors blooming in the air and on the ground. The feet of this body stood on a pool of blood, and every drop of blood spilled from the surrounding creatures was attracted to the blood pool, converging towards it. Countless arrows and spells struck this body, but only stirred up ripples of blood. This body, like an indomitable war god, rampaged through the enemy ranks, reaping lives with hardly any resistance, until a human-wielding twin swords emerged from the opposing crowd. This human was so conspicuous, not only because he was the only human here, but also because both sides were retreating from him. Lu Xiao could even feel the body he inhabited begin to tremble slightly. This was a silent world with only visuals. Lu Xiao followed the gaze of this towering monster, fixated on the human ahead. The blood pool beneath him exploded, and countless blood droplets transformed into sharp arrows, shooting towards that human. At the same time, the figure of that human vanished from the spot and reappeared right in front of him. The vision trembled as he looked down at this human, and in an instant, his body was struck by hundreds of swords. The perspective suddenly shifted to the side of his head, and that human was already far away. Countless blood swords trailing behind him like shadows, but all were easily dissipated with a wave of his hand. A rectangular void door unfolded before him, and the blood swords disappeared behind that curtain of water, never to be seen again. The body was grievously wounded, and the blood around it quickly moved towards the wounds. An arm clenched tightly, and the creature surrounding that human instantly exploded. Yet that human vanished again, and the vision switched between 3 different heads, never finding the human's trace. In the distance, the battlefield extended infinitely, with countless creatures twisting together like a torrent on the ground, while in the sky, shadows of light swirled, with dragons exhaling fire in the clouds, while numerous black dots trembled along with them. Just a glance, and the vision turned behind him, where that human stood at the neck connecting the 3 heads. That stern and heroic face was so close, those obsidian-like eyes were deep and indifferent. At this moment, he pressed a hand on the nape of this body and opened his mouth to say 2 words. Although Lu Xiao couldn't hear, he could deduce from the lip movements that the words were spiritual seal. A wave of darkness engulfed him, and in an instant, the body began to collapse. The blood floating around began to fall back to the ground one by one, and the vision started to blur, as if the body was losing control, and he was fleeing, running away frantically without regard for anything. But there was nowhere to escape. That human effortlessly extinguished his dying assault like a parasite. The vision suddenly locked onto that void door, and the entire body crashed into it. After a brief darkness, the scene suddenly brightened. Lu Xiao's consciousness followed this body as it emerged from the sky, uncontrollably smashing to the ground. At this moment, what he could see no longer belonged to the body's perspective, but rather to the spiritual entity still attached to the body. This feeling was wonderful, because he could perceive everything around him without being limited by sight. In the silent visual realm, the body crashed into a sea of flowers like a meteor, dust flying everywhere, the earth trembling, and everything around collapsing and surging. When everything returned to calm, time flowed quickly. The body lay quietly in the wasteland, eroded by time, returning to dust. Meanwhile, the conscious spiritual entity, just before its impending demise, merged with a seed of a blood cherry tree. Spiritual entity containing a pearl, passive activation, absorbing the spiritual entity. Absorption complete. It was warm and very comfortable. He slowly opened his eyes. In his line of sight, the enormous crown of the blood cherry tree continued to burn in the air. He realized he was lying on his back. Lu Xiao slowly sat up, examined his entire body, and found no abnormalities, not even a scratch. Did I just have a dream? He pinched his somewhat heavy head. Wasn't he trapped by the blood sphere and then killed by that blood shadow? How did he end up lying down taking a nap? And what was this long string of system prompts? This is acquired blood source pearl. Spiritual entity talent quality upgraded to level 1. Intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Total attributes of the spiritual entity reached 21. Intelligent being total attributes reached 21. Please choose from the following rewards. Spiritual entity free attribute points 2. Random auxiliary item reward. Beginner ability, Night Owl. Intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Total attributes of the spiritual entity reach 101. Intelligent being total attributes reach 101. Please choose from the following rewards. Spiritual entity free attribute points 5. Intermediate ability. Focus. Intermediate ability. Eagle Eye. Spirit pool reaches limit value. Spirit pool transforms into Spirit Lake. Spirit Lake reaches limit value. Spirit Lake transforms into Spirit Sea. Intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Please find the domain marker as soon as possible. Intelligent being acquires beginner ability. Blood Guide. Please choose from the following rewards. Spiritual entity free attribute 1. Random jewelry item. Faith clue. Detected that the Galactic Order intelligent being killed the Origin Magic Tier life form. Blood Demon. Serkin. Galactic Order Origin Merit Points, 100,000. Acquire Galactic Order Merit Points, 10 million. Receive Galactic Order Identity Protection. Detected intelligent being exceeded tier to kill intelligent being. Acquired exceeded tier kill reward. Physical free attribute point 1. Detected intelligent being killed the Origin Magic Tier life form. Blood Demon. Serkin. Acquired Magic Tier life form kill reward. Physical free attribute point 50. This domain limit. Acquired Magic Tier life form kill reward. None. This domain cannot provide Magic Tier life form kill rewards. Completed. Magic Tier life form kill. Obtained title. Demon Slayer. Title name. Demon Slayer. Title acquired. Killed Magic Tier life form. Title effect. Damage dealt to life forms with dark and forbidden source cores is greatly increased. Significantly enhances native faction reputation. Detected intelligent being possesses Magic Tier blood source core. Obtained title. Blood Demon. Title name. Blood Demon. Title acquired. Possesses Magic Tier blood source core. Title effect. The holder's blood source abilities are greatly enhanced when released. Dear Galactic Order Human, your strength has been recognized by the Origin rules. Please name yourself. This name will become your unique name in the Origin, permanently recorded in the Origin Chronicle. Smack! Lu Xiao fell straight down, lying back down. Quietly, he checked his attribute panel. Category, Organic Intelligent Being. Source, Galactic Order. Race, Human. Name, to be named. Gender, Male. Title, Demon Slayer. Height 1. 76 meters, planetary measurement. Physical, 50 toughness, 8 strength, 12 agility, 25 explosiveness, 5 spirit. Pearl Eye, Hidden Blood Origin Pearl, Hidden Blood Origin Core. Demon Hidden Soul, 93 Spirit C, 5121, 5 senses. Vision, 3 proficiency. Archery proficiency beginner. Identification beginner. Physical skills. Beginner precision. Passive physical skill. Slightly increases ranged attack hit rate. Dynamic archery. Passive archery skill. Archery accuracy unaffected while in motion. Energy skills. Blood summon. Blood source beginner energy skill. Active skill. Deactivates blood within control range. Blood to soldiers. Blood source beginner energy skill. Active skill. Materializes blood into weapons. Blood armor. Blood source intermediate energy skill. Active skill. Covers the body with blood to form armor. Source blood physique. Source core energy skill. Passive skill. Continuously generates own blood while spirit is unharmed. Blood scent. Blood source beginner energy skill. Passive skill. Obtains biological information through the scent of blood and can sense biological locations within a certain range. Close, open, close again, open again. After countless confirmations, Lu Xiao discovered that all of this was real, a little too real, making him feel inexplicably confused. The energy crystals crashing to the ground no longer seemed appealing, and the blood cherry blossoms falling from the sky were no longer beautiful. He stared blankly at the sky, his already malfunctioning mind feeling dizzy. Perhaps if he dreamed again, he would return to reality. Chapter 36. Galactic Shock in the Medieval Castle. Countless creatures were busy at their respective posts. A small beast, with feet but no hands and a head resembling a tray, was slowly walking around the hall, balancing a delicate porcelain plate. As it passed a high-backed chair, a slender arm reached out and took a string of translucent white grapes from a plate. In the high-backed chair sat a girl with 2 buns in her hair, crossing her legs and pouting her red lips in frustration, without making any other movement, as a grape flew directly into her mouth. In midair, a creature resembling an octopus floated before her, seemingly bearing bad news. The girl impatiently turned her head away. The little octopus slowly drifted back to the hall's ceiling, merging with countless others of its kind. Then several more little octopuses landed in front of her, but this time she waved her hand to shoo them away. Gurgle, gurgle. Oh, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? A face worm beside her stretched its head over, grinning. Who has provoked the great human windbreaker? Gurgle, gurgle, tell me. I'll get back at them for you. Quickly move your stinky mouth away. The girl frowned and shouted, Don't you know you have bad breath? Gurgle, gurgle, hey. I ate 2 river worms last night, so it is a bit smelly, but it was delicious when I was eating. Gurgle, gurgle. The face worm shifted its massive body, pulling its head back a little. What's wrong? Gurgle, gurgle. Not enough merit? Or are there too many weaklings? Tell your brother. Maybe I can help. The girl shot at a fierce glare. What can you help with? We're evenly matched. If you have the ability, give your merit to me. Or are you saying that this time you won and you won't sit in my place? The face worm grinned and winked at the girl. Gurgle, gurgle, come on. We're from 2 different races. We're practically outsiders now. Humph. The girl turned her face away, swallowing a white jade grape. Then you'd better stop talking. This time the outsiders are all tough ones. Gurgle, gurgle. Our 2 races are originally weak. Being able to maintain our current position is enough to make me laugh until my back breaks. But your position is still quite appealing. Gurgle, gurgle. Sigh. The girl was too lazy to respond, sighed, muttering, the casualties have already exceeded 50, and it hasn't even been a day since the origin point. This time, let alone the racial merit assessment, I'm not even sure if we can send enough humans into the Middle Thousand world. The sages of the Academy will definitely scold me to death. What should I do? As she thought, the girl felt like crying. She shouldn't have taken this job. She thought she would gain some benefits, but the result was so tragic. More and more little octopuses gathered in front of her, and no matter how she commanded, they wouldn't leave. So she simply pulled her hood down, closed her eyes, and pretended to sleep. Come on, bad news, come on, bully me anyway. I'll just be scolded. Windbreaker, Song Ching Fong, come here for a moment. Suddenly startled, the girl Song Ching Fong jumped up from the high-back chair. Yes. After speaking, her body floated up, and she turned to fly towards the inner hall. Hee, gurgle, gurgle, that guy must be angry. Thankfully he didn't call me. Gurgle, gurgle. The face worm watched the girl's back, gleefully. As she flew past thousands of high-backed chairs, Song Ching Fong looked enviously at those creatures sitting in the front row, thinking about how majestic it would be to sit there one day. At the end of the hall, a feathered man sat at a stone table, elegantly pouring wine into the exquisite cups before him, and then poured some for himself as well. Song Ching Fong landed lightly, changing from her earlier despondency to a solemn demeanor. Arrow Sage, I have arrived. Sit. The feathered man gestured with his hand. Song Ching Fong sat down somewhat nervously, her gaze fixed on the exquisite cup before her, wondering when Arrow Sage became so good-natured to pour wine for her. He wouldn't be trying to kick her out, would he? Try the rolling wine from the little realm, it tastes good. The feathered man spoke kindly, causing Song Ching Fong's heart to beat even faster. But she still weakly extended her small hand, picked up the cup, and brought it to her lips to taste. Her eyes sparkled, and she quickly swallowed a mouthful. Good wine, delicious. She put down the cup, praised it a couple of times, and blinked at the incredibly handsome feathered man before her. This Arrow Sage was strikingly handsome, and his figure was even more impressive, but the imposing aura he exuded was too strong. Windbreaker, your human race performed very well this time. Your assessment has passed. Huh? Song Qingfang's already large eyes widened in shock. Arrow Sage, did I hear you wrong? The feathered man frowned slightly, clearly feeling that the other party was a bit rude, but considering the great merit the human race had achieved this time, he didn't mind too much. I will inform the sages of the academy shortly. Your reward will be sent to the academy. As for your position, Song Qingfang's mind was still stuck on the previous sentence. She didn't hear anything else the feathered man said. For now, sit in the first position. If there are any adjustments later, I will inform you. Song Qingfang, feeling dizzy, could only nod. This time, the human race's merits. The galactic order has other rewards. You may go. The feathered man finished his drink from the stone cup, indicating that Song Qingfang could leave. Then, he extended a hand as white as jade from his white feather robe and pressed down on a corner of the stone table. Star patterns floated, shadows rippled. In an instant, all the seats in the hall, starting for the second one, moved back one space. And the high-backed chair that Song Qingfang had previously occupied was carefully carried in front of her by a small beast and gently placed in the first position. This first position was right in front of the feathered man's stone table. The top 10 positions had ample space, with a semicircular long table filled with exotic fruits and drinks, and there were 3 little beasts for exclusive service at each position. Song Qingfang stood dumbfounded in front of her seat, looking bewildered. What is going on? Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Thousands of eyes from afar were staring at her, also asking themselves the same question. What happened to the human race? What did the human race do? After a long time, Song Qingfang touched her unfamiliar yet familiar high-backed chair and sat down, shifting her hips to find the most comfortable position. With a snap of her fingers, a large group of little octopuses that had been waiting for a long time hurriedly floated to her front. No way! The sudden exclamation from Song Qingfang echoed in the quiet hall, causing many floating little octopuses to drop directly. The feathered man, sitting at the stone table practicing calligraphy, directly swiped his brush to the side, raising his head impatiently to glare at Song Qingfang. Shrinking her head, Song Qingfang curled up in the high-backed chair, not daring to look up. 100,000 merit points. Killed the blood demon. What is going on? And directly received identity protection at the highest level. Even I don't know who did it. She looked terrified. What kind of monster did the humans send this time? Who is he? Where is he? What exactly did he do? Chapter 37. Adjustment with a sudden leap. Lu Xiao sprang up from the ground. What are you sleeping for? Get up and get excited. Come on. Let's think about what exactly happened and how it suddenly turned out this way. It's a bit chaotic, but it's okay. Let's sort it out first. My elementary school teacher taught us that questions should be followed by answers. My middle school teacher taught us that there are reasons behind everything. Master Ikkyu taught us that questions are followed by responses, and Buddha taught us that every cause has its effect. However, to unravel the mystery, one must find the right question based on the nature of the situation. Lu Xiao prepared to first lay out the established facts. Firstly, I killed a life form deemed magical by the central system, and the system gave me full affirmation and high praise for this kill. Secondly, during the process of receiving rewards, some original tasks were also completed simultaneously, resulting in a new batch of rewards. Thirdly, my spiritual attributes were significantly enhanced, and my spiritual talent increased by a level. Fourthly, I obtained the blood magic inheritance of the deceased, with a blood source orb appearing within my spiritual body. And I learned 5 techniques clearly related to the blood source orb. From the conclusions alone, one answer has become quite obvious. That is how this blood demon, Seekin, was killed by me. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao's expression became somewhat strange, as he wanted to laugh, yet felt a hint of fear. The irony is that this blood demon lord, whose power is unknown after I destroyed the blood cherry tree body, directly attempted to invade my body for a possession, but was instead devoured in reverse by my spiritual body. Or perhaps it shouldn't be called devoured. At least a blood source orb was left behind. The fear stems from the fact that if it weren't for the domineering effect of my spiritual body, I would have long been dead. The last moment of memory, that shadow of blood lunging towards me, should be the spiritual body of the blood demon Seekin. He dared to pounce so brazenly, naturally confident of his victory. This kind of thing has likely been done by others countless times. But today he flipped over. This can't even be called kicking a metal plate. It's like a fly hitting a fly trap, unable to escape. So, that vividly real memory should belong to this blood demon Seekin. It turns out that this Chow Gong Gong, who hides in trees and enjoys drinking blood, once had his glory, but unfortunately, he was easily exterminated by our human race. Speaking of which, the man who defeated Seekin was absurdly strong. At least in my understanding, he was beyond the 5 elements, no longer within the 3 realms. The speed of that sword, and the ease with which he summoned the Void Gate, especially that last phrase, Spirit Seal, made Lu Xiao shake his head in intoxication. It was truly amazing. Regardless, I must thank this extraordinarily powerful human. It was he who defeated this blood demon Seekin. And it was also because of the Void Gate he summoned that Seekin escaped to the falling star Heavenly Eye, allowing me to reap a great benefit. If there's a chance to meet this human again in the future, I must express my gratitude. However, that seems unlikely, as so many years have passed. And Seekin has been surviving here for hundreds of years. The human should have long since passed away. Under the blazing firelight, Lu Xiao rested his chin on his hand, pacing back and forth. The next question is somewhat troublesome. How exactly does this spiritual talent, the blood source orb, operate? The spiritual attributes have obviously improved significantly. Based on this enhancement value, even if I were to eat lizardman's flesh, it might take me years, yet this time it only took a little over 10 minutes. Additionally, there is now a blood source orb inside the orb. What is going on with that? And most outrageously, 5 blood source techniques appeared out of nowhere. It's not that I think 5 is too few, but to say that a character like the blood demon Seekin only has 5 basic or intermediate techniques is certainly unbelievable. You've turned him into an orb and put him in your mouth. How did you end up with 5 techniques? Of course, I'm not saying these 5 techniques aren't appealing. They are indeed very appealing. But why not something like Divine Realm Descent or Earth Shadow Rebirth? Techniques that fit the blood demon's temperament? Just to reiterate, they are indeed appealing. Gradually sorting through the details, Lu Xiao felt his mind clear up considerably. He didn't like being troubled by too many problems. This shouldn't be considered a form of mental cleanliness. It's simply a dislike for carrying too much burden. This time, the origin was very generous, directly granting him the right to name himself. It seems he was finally no longer at the level of an ant. Name, Run Pingsheng, naming completed. You now possess the unique name, Run Pingsheng. This name will be recorded in the origin record at this moment. Next came his favorite multiple choice segment, as he had no options in his previous state. Total attributes of intelligent, biological, spiritual body reach 21. Please choose from the following rewards. 2 free spiritual attribute points. Random item reward from the origin. Basic technique. Night Owl. The free spiritual attribute points reward. He would likely never choose in his lifetime permanent pass. Lu Xiao selected the basic technique. Night Owl. Night Owl, basic active technique. Can maintain vision in darkness after activating through spiritual energy. The night in the origin could come at any time, after 7 consecutive nights. This technique serves as a preparation. Next, total attributes of intelligent biological spiritual body reach 101. Please choose from the following rewards. 5 free spiritual attribute points. Intermediate technique. Concentration. Random intermediate proficiency in auxiliary skills. Looking at the description of intermediate technique. Concentration. It's an auxiliary performance skill that enhances elemental affinity absorption efficiency. Although he didn't know the specific value or the growth logic of elemental affinity. It should belong to a divine skill for those with elemental talents like Cold Wind. However, for Lu Xiao, it was utterly useless. Next, viewing intermediate technique. Eagle Eye. There was no doubt this was what he needed. Eagle Eye, intermediate active technique, consumes spiritual energy to summon a spiritual eagle at high altitude, sharing its vision. Continuing, intelligent biological obtains basic technique. Blood Link. Please choose from the following rewards. 1 free spiritual attribute point. Random jewelry item. Faith clue. This one was obvious. Lu Xiao decisively chose the random jewelry item. Random jewelry item calculation in progress. Random jewelry item confirmed. Obtain jewelry item. Amber ring. A small ring landed in his hand. Name, Amber ring. Quality, ordinary. Item details. Slightly increases the wearer's agility attribute value. One could only say it was standard, but accessories are always rare. Having one is already good. Ah, here I am, a single man for over 20 years, and I've already put on a ring without much happening. Is it destined to find a girlfriend here? That's too far-fetched. Distributing 50 points of free physical attribute points evenly between agility and explosiveness. Then enjoying the pleasure of system rewards. Total physical attributes of intelligent biological reach 51. Please choose from the following rewards. Basic physical technique. Hardening. 2 free physical attribute points. Item. Poison spike. A glance at hardening. A defensive technique, while poison spike is a spear with poison elemental damage. Neither seems suitable for him. However, considering the old saying that having more techniques doesn't hurt, Lu Xiao still chose hardening. Hardening, basic physical technique, temporarily increases the hardness of the body's skin and muscle tissue. Thus, all obtainable rewards were finally cleared out. As for the kill reward that couldn't be given in this realm, Lu Xiao didn't mind much. After all, there was no customer service hotline to appeal to. But with the origin rules in place, this reward likely wouldn't escape him. He checked his panel attributes. Category: Organic Intelligent Beings. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Name: Rin Pingsheng. Gender: Male. Title: Blood Demon. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical attributes: Stamina, 8. Strength, 12. Agility, 50. Explosiveness, 30. Spiritual body. Pearl containing eye. Hidden blood. Origin pearl. Hidden blood. Origin core. Magic hidden. Soul, 91. Spirit, C 5121. 5 senses. Vision, 3 proficiencies. Archery proficiency. Beginner. Identification, beginner. Physical skills. Beginner precision, passive physical skill, slightly increases ranged attack hit rate. Dynamic archery, passive archery skill. Archery accuracy is unaffected while in motion. Hardening. Active physical skill, temporarily increases the hardness of skin and muscle tissue. Energy skills. Blood drawing, blood source. Beginner energy skill. Active energy skill. Deactivates blood within control range. Blood drip to soldier. Blood source. Beginner energy skill. Active energy skill. Materializes blood into weapons. Blood armor. Blood source. Intermediate energy skill. Active skill. Covers the body with blood to form armor. Source. Blood physique. Source core energy skill. Passive skill. Continuously generates blood as long as the spiritual body is uninjured. Blood scent. Blood source. Beginner energy skill. Passive skill. Gains biological information through the scent of biological blood and can sense biological locations within a certain range. Eagle eye. Intermediate active energy skill. Consumes spiritual energy to summon a spiritual energy eagle at high altitude, sharing its vision. Night owl. Beginner active energy skill. Can maintain vision in darkness after activating with spiritual energy. Hee hee. This time it really feels like trading a bird gun for a cannon. An endless sense of satisfaction fills my heart, and the bloody smell in the pit feels so sweet. Moreover, Lu Xiao turned his head to look at the blood cherry tree with its flames gradually extinguishing and the spirit energy crystals scattered all over the ground. Chapter 38. Spiritual. Sound. The bodies of the Mo2A people, which were piled up among the defective products, were cleared away. In front of the spiritual energy crystal blood sakura, what could be taken was no different from what was left behind. The enormous blood sakura tree was in a state of decay, completely losing its former grandeur. Lu Xiao expressed skepticism about the blood sakura tree bearing spiritual energy crystals, as his appraisal expertise told him that the blood sakura tree could produce blood sakura flowers and blood sakura fruits. But it definitely would not bear something like spiritual energy crystals. This was likely something concocted by the blood demon. After all, it was already a miracle for the blood sakura tree to grow this large. The defective product, with a ceiling space of 125 cubic meters, felt quite large before. But in front of the scattered spiritual energy crystals, it seemed somewhat cramped. Rin Pingsheng, I am the wind, envoy Song Qingfang. A somewhat familiar voice echoed in the spiritual body, and Lu Xiao stopped his actions to listen carefully. Congratulations. You have become the first person of the human race in the galaxy order to reach the Walker realm in the small thousand world. Lu Xiao recognized who the voice belonged to. It was the female voice that had echoed in everyone's spiritual bodies when he had just drifted to the origin point. As the receiving officer of the human race in the galaxy order, I am here to communicate with you according to the rules of the origin point. Hello. Lu Xiao replied lightly. You are quite boring. I have said so much, and you only replied with 2 words? The female voice said with slight anger. Sorry, I was a bit distracted earlier. Hello, Song Qing Fong. I remember your voice. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I want to hold it against you. But directly calling someone by their name is extremely disrespectful. You must address me as Wind Envoy Song Qing Fong. My voice is so pleasant. It would be strange if you didn't remember it. Oddly enough, you clearly Haven T left the insect curse. How do you have a name? Sorry, what is insect curse? Lu Zhao's mind raced. He felt this girl should be able to answer many of his questions. Haha. Insect curse is just our term. The place you are in is actually called the Small Thousand World. Any being that hasn't reached the Walker realm will be stranded there. Have you found the Dow marker? What is a Dow marker? It refers to towns. The Dow markers in the Small Thousand World are all in towns. All right. No wonder there was a task in the galaxy order that required me to search for towns. It turns out it means this. I currently have no clues about any towns. Is that so? You haven't even found the Dow marker, yet you are already at the Walker realm. Not bad, not bad. It seems my juniors still have some talents. Wind Envoy Song Qing Fong. Are you also from Earth? Correct. I should be a few hundred years older than you. Lu Xiao. An ancient person? What modern ancient? In the origin point, age has no significance. I am very curious about this Small Thousand World. Can you tell me about it? Why do you call it the curse? And what does the Walker realm mean? Well, there's nothing much to tell you. After all, you're already a walker, even though you haven't entered the Middle Thousand World yet. The curse is a term used on Earth. You must have heard of it. It refers to throwing various poisonous insects into a jar, sealing it up without letting them out or giving them food and water. So the poisonous insects kill and eat each other, and the ones that survive become stronger. Doesn't that sound similar to the realm you are in? As for the Walker, it is a term for a level of strength. Beings in the Small Thousand World are divided into 4 tiers: weak, feeble, ordinary, and strong, corresponding to your physical attribute values. Most of us Earthlings are feeble, which is the lowest tier. You just broke through to strong and entered the Walker realm. I see. Throwing beings from different races and star domains here is meant to quickly cultivate strong individuals through brutal fighting. Are all humans in this Small Thousand World? Of course not. What are you thinking? Do you think the Small Thousand World is so big that it can hold all of you? The rules of the origin point are very strict. They allocate based on the total attribute values of the population of each race. The more powerful races will have fewer individuals together, while Earthlings, due to their low attributes, will have more together. But each batch will drift in different Small Thousand Worlds. Understand? Now that you mention it, I understand. I remember you said before that the number of humans who drifted to the origin point is in the tens of billions. Am I the first to become a walker? I'm not sure about other star domains, but in the galaxy order, you are indeed the first. How does it feel to have such honor? Moreover, Earthlings are the weakest among all human races. From feeble to walker, oh, it's really difficult. Song Qing Fong seemed to recall her own experiences from back then, still feeling a bit fearful even after so long. The low gravity of Earth means the physical attributes of humans are weak. Starting low is indeed very difficult. What is the true meaning of us being drifted to the origin point? Lu Xiao finally asked the most critical question. Child, you should ask, what is the meaning of your existence on Earth? Lu Xiao did not expect the other party to counter his question, and he found himself unable to answer. Living and dying? Experiencing the myriad facets of life? These are merely the essence of existence. What is the meaning in that? Lu Xiao wanted to say contributing to the socialist cause, contributing to human progress, but he knew that was merely the ideology instilled by the ruling class. And he truly did not understand the actual meaning. Can't answer, huh? The reason the origin point is called the origin point is that it is the place where everything begins just as life originates from spirit. And the universe originates from the origin point. It's too profound for you to understand. You just need to know that the reason Earthlings can enjoy carefree times is not because they are an exceptionally excellent race, but because there are ancestors like me fighting in the origin point, understand? It's very hard. What if there were no you? No us? You have seen beings from other races, right? You don't really think they can't find Earth, do you? or that Earth's civilization can withstand them. Is Earth always under protection? What else? I've said so much useless stuff. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Hurry up. What should I do after finding the down marker? This, I can't tell you, because you can only understand the situation of the small thousand world. This is a restriction of the rules of the origin point. I can only say that once you find it, you will know. Besides transforming the spiritual body, what other functions do spiritual energy crystals have? Simple. They're used to energize the spiritual body. This thing is hard currency. You can think of it as money. How are energy crystals produced? Are they dug from the ground or produced from trees? Produced from trees? It's ridiculous that you thought of that. When life dies or dissipates, the remaining spiritual energy in the spiritual body or corpse decays along with the body, turning into energy crystals. You mentioned digging from the ground. There is some truth to that. How big is the small thousand world? What if I can't find the down marker? The size can vary. I don't know which small thousand world you are in. If you can't find it, just keep looking until you do. Don't expect me to tell you. To be precise, I don't know which small thousand world you're in, nor do I know where the down marker in your small thousand world is. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Then, all right, that's enough. I've already made an exception to tell you too much today. You are the first to enter the Walker realm among the human race in the galaxy order, so naturally, you will have some benefits. But those can only be realized after you find the down marker. Until we meet again, child. With that, there was no more sound. Lu Xiao remained silent for a long time. The message conveyed by Wind Envoy Song Qing Fong was substantial, answering many of his questions and clarifying his next goal. Find the down marker. Chapter 39. Target 8 in the falling star sky is no longer as eerie as before. The blood on the ground seems to have dried up along with the destruction of the blood cherry tree, and the blood remnants floating in the air have long since vanished with the soaring flames. This place was originally a vibrant sanctuary, and perhaps before long, it will regain its former vitality. The ground is no longer littered with debris, and the remnants have been completely filled in. The bodies of the Mo-Tuo people have long been cleared away. After tidying everything up, Lu Xiao searched for the basket. He descended in and gradually ascended, passing through the thick fog and returning to the mountaintop. With his current understanding of the little thousand world, the only way to find a landmark is to rely on the number 11 bus. As for the Mirror Lake and Aiden marked on the Mo-Tuo people's B-skin map, he speculates that they are likely the location of the town. Fortunately, there is no time limit. Since he has already gained enough benefits, there is no need to rush. Heading north, Lu Xiao boldly traverses the jungle. It's not that the Mo-Tuo people pose no threat to him anymore, but rather that his current speed and agility make it impossible for them to catch up easily. Weak, feeble, ordinary, strong. Before becoming a traveler, there are actually 4 tiers, just as Song Qing Fong said, categorized by physical attributes. Isn't that just a grading system of 25, 50, 75, 100? Then it seems he truly belongs to the weak category, and he should belong to the average among male humans on Earth. Well, saying that Earth humans are weak is not incorrect at all. While contemplating the philosophy of life, Lu Xiao raised his hand and shot an arrow. A dark green leopard fell from a nearby branch. He lifted his right hand, activating the blood call. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound of the leopard, quickly gathering in the palm of his right hand and transforming into a scarlet blood arrow. This arrow, formed from coagulated blood, can be both flexible and firm, with a weight equivalent to that of the blood itself. He knocked the arrow and shot it with a whoosh. A series of thuds echoed through the forest. The trees along the straight line were pierced, and after finally nailing into a large rock, it turned into a small pool of blood. Lu Xiao couldn't be more satisfied. The blood-summoned soldiers provided him with an endless supply of arrows on the battlefield, and the speed of arrow manifestation greatly increased his shooting frequency. His spiritual C attributes exploded, and both the spiritual energy storage and recovery speed allowed him to hardly consider the consumption of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, this blood demon Serkin was left with only a lingering spiritual body. Otherwise, if his physical body had also been swallowed by Hanju, wouldn't that be? However, it must be said from both sides, if others still have their physical bodies, would there even be an opportunity for him to pick up the scraps? Lu Xiao chose not to head west into the Mo2A people's marked smoke and sand wetlands, but instead opted to go north, to the area crossed out by the Mo2A people. The reason is rather amusing. First, he doesn't like wetlands, and second, he has already tasted the flesh of the Mo2A people and wants to try something different, with no issues along the way. He quickly arrived at the northernmost part of the falling star sky mountain. Standing on the cliff edge, he gazed into the distance. The endless forest stretched far away, with no end in sight. Eagle-eye, he saw a phantom eagle soar from above Lu Xiao straight into the clouds. If this mountain isn't high enough, then I'll go see from the clouds. The phantom eagle circled in the high sky, and Lu Xiao finally took advantage of its line of sight to see the edge of the forest. It was a patch of gray-yellow desert. There should be something at the border between the forest and the desert, but this angle didn't allow him to see it. At least he now knows the area he needs to traverse. Back on Earth, Lu Xiao had visited the Northwest several times. He personally quite liked the vast plains shaped by the wind. After all, at least there was no sudden emergence of something unexpected. Could it be that the Mo2A people dislike dry places, which is why they marked it with a cross? Previously on Earth, it was so difficult to just take off on a spontaneous trip. However, here, it seems to already be a daily routine. Quickly descending the mountain, Lu Xiao moved through the forest like a leopard, and in fact his speed and agility had already surpassed that of a leopard. The jungle quickly receded from his view, and various strange animals in the woods were startled and scattered by this rushing creature. Lu Xiao would occasionally stop to observe some special flowers and plants. Among them, there were likely many good things, but for now, he could only satisfy his curiosity and enjoy the spectacle. His proficiency in identification was only at the beginner level, and it seemed that this proficiency could only be improved through knowledge accumulation. However, this is understandable. After all, if one could perform identification without knowledge, it would be too game-like. This is a real world. Ahead, a herd of leisurely grazing wild cattle, which could hardly be called cows, but were similar in size and had 2 horns, were quickly running. With a whoosh, 3 arrows flew out, and 6 robust mutant cattle struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground. A large pool of blood was attracted and gathered around their bodies, forming a continuously radiating scarlet blood armor. The entire process was seamless. Lu Xiao passed by as if merely giving a casual greeting. With this blood armor, the surrounding animals were in trouble. The blood from the armor continually transformed into blood arrows, and Lu Xiao felt no remorse in shooting them. He didn't want to waste time rushing, as he was certain that his archery skills wouldn't grow solely based on rewards. While rapidly dashing through the jungle, he continuously aimed and shot at moving animals. The blood-red light traced fleeting red lines through the forest, and any unfortunate creature, bird, beast, insect, or snake, could get pierced by an arrow, and that luck depended on Lu Xiao's archery skills. At the same time, he gradually comprehended the effect of explosive attributes. The power released in an instant not only made the arrows he shot faster and more lethal, but also gave him explosive speed and quicker acceleration on top of his constant speed. Why is a muscular person unable to defeat someone trained in combat or free fighting? Theoretically, their constant force is not on the same dimension. But understanding how to explosively release muscle strength and quickly unleash power can resolve battles in an instant. The same goes for dribbling in basketball or soccer. Your evasive maneuvers rely on flexibility and explosive power. If you start slowly, others can still catch up to you. Pushing off the ground, Lu Xiao leaped directly to a height of 10 meters, lightly landing on a branch. This wasn't even his limit, taking advantage of the branch's elasticity. He soared forward and shot another arrow in midair, but clearly, he wasn't skilled enough for such actions, and it veered off target. He had previously only seen such sprinting movements in ninja anime, yet now he could easily perform them himself. Unfortunately, the running motion with his arms swinging back looked ridiculous and was utterly impractical, leading him to decisively disdain it as not ergonomic. Lu Xiao stopped in front of a corpse of a blue-blooded leopard. After drawing blood, he found that the blue blood would turn red once it gathered on him, indicating that the hope of creating a blue blood armor was dashed. He decided to take a break. Having run this far, he had covered at least several dozen kilometers. He lit a campfire and placed the whole leopard on it to roast. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, attracting some vines that stealthily crept over, only be brutally cut down by Lu Xiao. After consuming the roasted meat, the spiritual body of Han Zhu awakened from its slumber, beginning to absorb the leopard's vitality, leading to a slight increase in power. His current toughness and strength were still quite low, but he could accept it. After all, he was an archer and didn't need to engage in close combat. At this rate of consumption, he could gradually recover. When the prompt for Strength 1 appeared, Lu Xiao stopped eating. Running with a full stomach would be a nightmare. The road ahead was long, and he very considerately buried the open flame before continuing northward. Running and shooting along the way, time seemed to pass quite quickly. When a large patch of gray-yellow appeared among the shadows of the trees ahead, he finally reached the edge of the forest. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Entering Lingfeng Canyon. This area is currently in a war zone. Chapter 40. War Filmo, The Realm of War. Seeing these 4 words, Lu Xiao felt a little nervous and excited. With a hawk-like gaze, he looked down from a high cliff, surveying the entire scene. The gray-yellow desert showed no signs of war breaking out. Below him, at the junction of desert and forest, a massive east-west crack in the ground divided the forest and desert. This must be Lingfeng Canyon. Lu Xiao stepped out of the forest and stood on the high cliff on one side of the canyon. The wind howled like a wailing ghost. This canyon should not be called Lingfeng. It should be named Ghost Cry. The canyon was deep and unmeasurable, as it was impossible to see the end. The width from north to south was at least 1 kilometer, and the rock walls on both sides were covered with creatures resembling flutes. They clung to the rocks with their tails, swaying in the wind, and the ghostly cries were produced by countless beings that were neither animals nor plants. Inside the canyon, oh my, 2 armies were facing each other from a distance. On the east side, there was an endless mass of insects. There were only 2 types of insects. One type was the size of a wolf, had 6 legs, and a head resembling pincers, with 2 large claws, called the shovel beetle. The other was a giant maggot, called the corruption yen. The corruption yen was likely the queen of the insect tribe, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of shovel beetles. On the west side, the orderly formation of 1,000,000 Cardorians stood. The names sounded strange, but they looked quite similar to humans, albeit taller. Their appearance resembled that of elves in fantasy films, with the males being tall and handsome, and the females not only beautiful but also curvaceous. Each Cardorian held a longbow, indicating that they were clearly well prepared for this confrontation. There was a distance of 1 kilometer left blank between the 2 armies, with Lu Xiao positioned on a high cliff at the center of both sides, over 300 meters above the ground, and the rock walls on both sides were nearly vertical. The Cardorians stood firmly at the advantageous position, waiting for the insect tribe to launch an attack. The atmosphere was tense, almost frozen. Lu Xiao sat cross-legged, took out a roasted leopard leg, and set up a small stool, like an audience member bringing snacks to watch this epic war film. After a long time, until Lu Xiao finished the roasted meat in his hand, there was still no movement from the insect tribe. The only spectator present was getting anxious. Had these 2 sides been in a standoff here for days? What a waste of time. If this were Earth, they would have demanded refunds by now. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiao drew his bow and shot an arrow at the nearest corruption yen. A bloodline cut through the sky above the canyon. Although the canyon's fierce winds deviated the arrow slightly, fortunately, the corruption yen was massive, and the arrow still managed to injure the heavy maggot, though the actual damage was likely limited due to its thick flesh. A sharp scream echoed. The injured corruption yen twisted violently, and the shovel beetles around it became restless, perhaps thinking that the Cardorians had initiated the attack, or simply deciding to fight back as they were already within the Cardorians' range. A large number of shovel beetles began to charge forward, and as the vanguard rushed in, the following shovel beetles also surged forward. Lu Xiao grinned maliciously and sat back down. The show was finally starting. In the swirling sand, countless shovel beetles charged towards the Cardorian formation at high speed, unafraid of death, obeying the Queen's command. Their 6 legs stomped in the dust, and their large claws snapped open and closed. In front of them, the Cardorians stood ready, showing no signs of panic. One Cardorian, clinging to the cliff, was constantly monitoring the distance between the shovel beetles and their own line, shouting something. But it was too far for Lu Xiao to hear. When the shovel beetle army was 500 meters away from the Cardorians, tens of thousands of Cardorians collectively bent their bows and nocked arrows, with the front two rows aiming forward and the back rows raising their bows at a 30-degree angle. The sound was drowned out by the dust, and a rain of arrows soared from the Cardorian formation, tracing a beautiful arc before ultimately falling into the rushing shovel beetle horde. In an instant, right below Lu Xiao, numerous shovel beetles were struck by arrows, rolling on the ground, some even pinned to the ground, and those injured or on the brink of death were trampled into a puddle of green blood by their fellow insects rushing up behind. The second wave of arrows followed closely, causing another wave of chaos. Lu Xiao had never seen a race as orderly as the Cardorians. Each of them stood firm like a statue under pressure, not shooting randomly, their movements synchronized, firing in unison each time. This area attack was far more effective in battle than individual shots. After the third wave of arrows beneath Lu Xiao, the bodies of the shovel beetles began to pile up, creating small mounds that hindered the advance of those following behind. Lu Xiao roughly calculated the timing of each volley, which was about every 2 seconds. Wow, these Cardorians were born archers. The vanguard of the insect tribe faced setbacks, but the subsequent shovel beetles continued to charge forward, some using their hooks to climb up the cliff and keep pushing forward. Although they suffered heavy casualties, the front line still advanced towards the Cardorian formation. When the charging shovel beetles were less than 300 meters from the Cardorian line, the first 2 rows of Cardorians switched to individual shooting mode, as the shovel beetles on the cliff were too troublesome and would hardly be affected by the rain of arrows. Who would have thought that in a 2-dimensional war, the insect tribe suddenly launched a 3-dimensional offensive? Fortunately, these insects only relied on inertia to climb a certain distance and height on the cliff. Otherwise, Lu Xiao would have to change positions to continue watching the show, as it would not be good to accidentally get hurt by the actors. At 200 meters, the Cardorian formation changed. Some Cardorians moved backward while the remaining tens of thousands directly charged into the shovel beetle horde. Lu Xiao could clearly see that these charging Cardorians had even left their arrows behind, charging to their deaths with just their bows. Lu Xiao realized what they were doing. They were sacrificing themselves. To give their rear troops time and distance to attack, they had to march to their doom. Moreover, like Lu Xiao, each Cardorian only had a quiver with 20 arrows. Once shot, they couldn't be retrieved, so they could only go to their death with their bows. Tens of thousands of Cardorians formed a wall of flesh, crashing straight into the shovel beetle horde. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, limbs scattered, and the shovel beetle's large pincers easily tore apart the Cardorians, while simultaneously the Cardorians behind shot arrows in rage, killing their own comrades and the shovel beetles that were devouring them. This was a war of races, and it was also a battle for survival. Song Qingfang was right. This was a poison, and everyone was a worm inside this poison. The advantage of the Cardorians lay in their strict discipline, with each individual being a skilled archer and having a mature sense of warfare, while the advantage of the insect tribe was their fearlessness of death. Their bodies adapted to various environments and their strong melee capabilities. It was hard to say who would win this war. The first batch of Cardorians began their death charge. This kind of human shield strategy could not be deemed foolish, as under such conditions, it was the only option. Those who had the chance to survive and withdrew from the charging group should be the ones who earned the title of Ant 10 Slashes. They were the seeds and elites given the opportunity to live. Lu Xiao always felt that these Cardorians must know about the origin point. Otherwise, why would everyone carry standardized bows and arrows? This race must have been in a state of war before coming to the origin point. It was clearly a nation of soldiers. Batch after batch of Cardorians perished under the pincers of the shovel beetles and the arrows of their comrades. And the battlefield was already soaked in red and green blood. Lu Xiao didn't know if it was because of the blood origin pearl, but seeing blood now made him feel a bit excited. The insect tribe suffered heavy losses, but it slowly closed the distance between the vanguards of both sides. Once the shovel beetle army broke into the Cardorian line, the Kardorians would be in great danger. The Khador clearly understands this as well. From Lu Xiao's position, it can be seen that their rear has quietly moved back, preparing to establish a second line of defense 500 meters behind the first. Moreover, they have piled up a stone wall over a person's height in front of the second line of defense. Of course, these movements are completely invisible to the Zerg. The small million Khador who are holding their ground here have become isolated and expendable. Lu Xiao is watching and learning. These are things that cannot be learned in a university classroom. The shovel beetles finally broke into the Khador phalanx. The Khador, fighting desperately, used longbows to strike and arrows as swords, hoping to take as many of these bugs with them as possible. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Just as they had suffered greatly from being shot at, they were now being bitten fiercely. Almost none of the dead Khador had complete bodies. They were all literally torn apart. If it weren't for the order from the Rotten Queen to attack quickly, these corpses would probably have been gnawed to the bone by the shovel beetles. The first line was broken. Over 1 million Khador were brutally killed, and the Zerg's casualties would be even higher. The Khador did not waste the blood of their compatriots, while the shovel beetles were slaughtering them. They had already unleashed a rain of arrows. Lu Xiao wanted to tell the leader of the Khador, "You are truly cold-blooded," but at the same time, he admired his decisiveness. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to do it, but upon reflection, if he were shouldering the fate of his race, he might do the same. It was just a matter of different stances. At this moment, the shovel beetles had crossed over the piles of corpses of both their kind and the enemy, starting to charge toward the second line. Behind them, the mother bugs, the rotten queens, were dragging their plump bodies forward little by little. The battle had only been going on for 2 hours, and both sides had already paid the price of 1 million lives. Arrows fell like rain, blood flowed in the battle. An hour later, the second line of the Khador also became cannon fodder, with the Zerg's casualties nearing half, while the Khador had lost over 1 million more. At this time, the most critical issue arose. They were about to run out of arrows. It must be said that this is the most unfortunate aspect for archers. Clearly, they could still fight, but the situation did not allow it. Arrows were continuously transported from the rear to the front, but it was simply a drop in the bucket, and there was even a vacuum period lasting 2 minutes. The outcome seemed irreversible. Some Khador who had no arrows left charged directly into the shovel beetle swarm. This was the first time individual impulsive actions had appeared among the Khador, indicating that despair had shattered their spirits. Lu Xiao sighed deeply and finally stood up. "Since you look somewhat like humans, let me lend a hand." Chapter 41 Special Appearance from a High Vantage Point. Lu Xiao looked down at the slowly moving corpses of the corrupted creatures in the canyon. As the mother insects, they enjoyed a queen-like treatment. Their maggot-like bodies lacking any identifiable heads, their semi-transparent massive forms revealing their plump internal organs and thick green veins. "Whatever, we have plenty of arrows. If there is no blood to turn into soldiers, Lu Xiao wouldn't waste ammunition, but since we have it, we must utilize it well." With the bow drawn, the blood transformed into arrows, aiming at a corrupted creature. Bang, bang, bang. 3 arrows shot out in quick succession. Then he aimed at the next one, firing another 3 arrows. The blood arrows pierced through the corrupted creature's body, and the pus-like green blood splattered everywhere. He didn't care whether the 2 corrupted creatures lived or died. As long as they were within his range, they were just stationary targets. The blood water in his armor continuously transformed into blood arrows, and Lu Xiao began to shoot rapidly, turning into a stationary cannon. Bang, 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 bang. In the sky above the canyon, blood arrows drew red lines, striking the slowly moving giant mother insects. The corrupted creatures were in a tragic situation. They originally thought they were safe in the rear, surrounded by many shield beetles, even if the enemy attacked. But suddenly, they were faced with this unexpected threat from above, shooting accurately from 300 meters high. How do they deal with this? A series of sharp, miserable squeaks filled the air. The shield beetles guarding the corrupted creatures instantly fell into chaos as all the insect race realized the unexpected guest above them. But they couldn't climb the cliff. Looking at Lu Xiao, who was continuously firing above, the loyal shield beetle swarm fell into a frenzy, madly ramming into the cliff below Lu Xiao, desperately trying to climb up. It truly proved the saying, like ants on a hot pot. I can't be bothered with you guys, Lu Xiao thought, ignoring the insects. His target was the corrupted creatures, and every arrow was aimed at them. Finally, with a loud thud, one of the corrupted creatures collapsed to the ground. Whether it was a critical hit or due to excessive blood loss, after taking 7 or 8 arrows from Lu Xiao, it was done for. The shield beetles around it stood motionless at the moment their mother insect died, appearing quite strange. A large number of shield beetles began to pile onto their mother insect, hoping to act as a shield to protect the corrupted creature. Unfortunately, they underestimated the sharpness of Lu Xiao's arrows. This only helped him accumulate more kills without any effect. As more and more corrupted creatures fell into pools of blood, the insect race began to go mad. They started stacking up. Countless shield beetles stepped on each other to build a meat ladder. This method proved effective, quickly climbing to a height of over 100 meters along the vertical cliff. Many shield beetles fell, but more continued to climb up. 100 meters, 200 meters, the speed surprised Lu Xiao. Meanwhile, the chaos in the insect race's rear and the numerous deaths of mother insects shifted the battlefield dramatically. The pressure on Cardor decreased sharply, and the follow-up forces of the shield beetles no longer pressed forward, while many stood dazed on the front lines, allowing them to easily turn the situation around and happily reap the lives of the insects. Just as Cardor was left dumbfounded by this sudden change, they saw countless shield beetles building a wall of flesh on the distant cliff, desperately charging toward the top. Initially, they thought the insect race intended to use this method to reach the cliff top and then attack them from above. But it didn't make sense. These insects couldn't attack from a distance. What was the point of going up? Were they really going to jump from such a height? That would be suicide. A Cardor metamorph, who had learned the skill of distant observation, finally saw everything clearly. He quickly went to the main camp of Cardor and informed the leaders, including Prince Endu. You mean? There's a human ambushing the insect mother from the high cliff? Endu was tall and handsome, his features exquisitely carved, radiating an aura of nobility. Yes, great Prince Endu. I used distant observation and saw it very clearly. That human is an expert archer, and the arrows he shoots are blood-red and unmatched in sharpness. Right now, the insect race is madly attacking him. Endu nodded and continued to observe. Yes. The Cardor metamorph replied and left. Endu turned to his right rear, where a female Cardor stood, her skin like white jade, her flawless face adorned with a pair of pure blue eyes that blinked thoughtfully. Tanya, it seems we're being saved by a human. Endu's expression was stern with a hint of disdain. You shouldn't hold prejudice against humans. There are strong individuals among them. Tanya said earnestly, if it weren't for this human's appearance, we wouldn't escape the fate of defeat. That is only because we lacked enough arrows. If Endu clearly didn't want to concede. What if we fought on the plains? Tanya casually remarked. There's no what if. Endu insisted, but realized he had fallen into his sister's trap, and he swallowed the rest of his words. This human has helped us. Shouldn't we do something in return? My great brother, Prince Endu of Cardor. Tanya gazed at the high cliff, though she couldn't see the human clearly. I know, Endu replied lightly. Then he shouted sternly, all troops advance. Recover arrows along the way. The order was quickly relayed. The Cardor army began to move forward. At this moment, Lu Xiao on the high cliff was pouring firepower down at the corrupted creatures below. Each time a corrupted creature fell, many shield beetles on the meat ladder would lose consciousness and fall down, causing their attempts to climb upward to repeatedly fail and then rebuild. One corrupted creature controlled around 10,000 shield beetles, and there were at least 1,000 corrupted creatures here. In just a quarter of an hour, over 100 had perished under Lu Xiao's arrows. The crazed insect race was no longer just building a meat ladder. They were almost directly filling in a gentle slope with shield beetles. At this point, Cardor was no longer their main enemy. This little human, capable of directly killing the mother insects, was the real threat. If it didn't deal with this human, the insect race would truly be doomed. Lu Xiao glanced at this remarkable insect project below, smirking coldly. Let it be strong, The clear wind brushes the hill. Let be arrogant. The bright moon shines on the great river. In the blink of an eye, another corrupted creature let out a scream, its bloated body ceasing to move. He was somewhat frustrated. None of these corrupted creatures were metamorphs, and after shooting for so long, he hadn't received any rewards for jumping across star domains to kill. If it weren't for the countless merits he had accumulated in the galaxy order, he probably would have quit long ago. If he wanted to run, these shield beetles couldn't possibly catch up to him, which was also the confidence that allowed him to ignore these foolish insects. At the same time, he was contemplating another matter. On the other side, the Cardor army had dealt with the shield beetles entangled in combat and marched forward in perfect unison, capturing the dying shield beetles while collecting arrows from the ground and the bodies. In their eyes, the insect race's actions were utterly insane, as they had built a steep slope with their bodies. Lu Xiao also noticed the approaching Cardor army. It seemed that this seemingly elven race still had some fighting spirit, knowing to take the opportunity to reclaim their honor. Arrows fell in an arc, and a large number of beetles tumbled down from the insect tower. At this moment, the Zerg had completely become targets. Their command system was simple and brutal, likely consisting only of attack this and attack that. The current situation for the Zerg was to attack Lu Xiao, making Cardor the biggest beneficiary, collecting heads. The corrupt Yin, which was farther away from Lu Xiao, had already started to retreat. Given their slow, creeping speed, withdrawing was essentially a delusion. The number of corrupt Yin that had died under his arrows had exceeded 300, with some severely injured but not yet dead. This was nearly 1/3 of the entire Zerg's motherworm count. Coupled with the Zerg that Cardor had previously killed on the battlefield, the Zerg situation had become dire, as Cardor unleashed wave after wave of arrow storms. The meat tower built by the beetles with countless lives had yet to achieve anything before it collapsed in despair. The demoralized Zerg had lost their momentum, and the remaining beetles gathered around their motherworms, forming small circles to hold their ground. Lu Xiao collected the wind, consumed a white pill, stretched his arms, and sat cross-legged. It seemed that this epic war film was nearing its end, and unexpectedly, he had played a role in it. Chapter 42. Tanya looked up at the edge of the cliff, where a human sat leisurely, as if the bloody chaos in the valley was nothing but a child's play, as if he had never been involved at all. What a strange human, she thought to herself, a charming smile playing on her lips. Give me the claw. It was unclear who she was speaking to. Yes, Princess Tanya. Soon, a female Kadori presented a claw. Tanya, what are you going to do? The serious expression on Indu's face softened slightly, but he still maintained his usual authority. I want to meet that human and express the gratitude of the string control elves to him. Before Indu could respond, she had already leaped several times toward the cliff wall. Indu wanted to say something to her, but seeing that she had already run far away, he swallowed his words and sighed helplessly. This sister was really beyond his control. Your Highness, do you need someone to protect her? A servant behind him asked, leaning forward. Forget it. If there is real danger, sending a few people won't help. Out of sight, out of mind, Indu decided to let it go. He was still quite excited inside. This time, he was in charge, as his father, the king of the string control elves, was not by his side. So the tribe members who usually obeyed his father were now under his command. Although there were quite a few flaws overall, they still won in the end. For Indu, who was taking command for the first time, it was as sweet as honey. But all these were just his inner thoughts. Outwardly, he had to maintain the demeanor of a king. In fact, he also wanted to meet that human, no matter how much prejudice he had held against humans before. That person had indeed turned the tide of the battle and presented him with a luxurious gift. It was indeed luxurious. 6 of his tribesmen had achieved the title of Ant Hunter Slaughter, and over 100 had achieved Ant 10 Slaughter. These titles significantly boosted the combat power of the Kadori. A specialized claw dug into the cliff wall, and Tanya, like a nimble spirit cat, quickly climbed up using the thin rope attached to the claw. After stepping onto the previous claw, she shot out another one, repeating this process until she quickly reached the top of the cliff. Something moved on the cliff wall, instantly catching Lu Xiao's attention. The movie was almost over, and suddenly there was another audience member. Turning his head, he was surprised to see a female Kadori with striking blue eyes, stunning beauty, and golden long hair cascading over her shoulders. A few strands were blown by the valley wind, dancing in front of her forehead. Her graceful figure was wrapped in a silvery bodysuit, with a short fur garment on the outside. Only the two pointed ears peeking out from her hair, signifying her difference from humans. To be honest, Lu Xiao had seen beautiful women on Earth. At least he had seen photos, and perhaps he had encountered beauties with the three great evils of East Asia, but none could compare to the one before him. He stood up to face the female Kadori. The longbow on her back clearly indicated that she meant no harm. The two stood about 10 meters apart, and Tanya did not move closer. After some awkward small talk, Lu Xiao decisively spent 100 merit points to acquire the Kadori language. I am Tanya, daughter of the king of string control elves, Musil. I sincerely thank you, esteemed human, for your heroic deeds and bravery. She clenched her right fist and placed it on her left chest, a gesture of respect among the Kadori. String control elves? Well, others call you Kadori. You call yourselves string control elves. That's fine. The name elf suits you better. The king's daughter, so you're princess? Are all princesses this beautiful? However, it seems that the females of the string control elves are quite lovely. Speaking of which, he realized he had actually spoken with an extraterrestrial. This was a first, excluding the Molta people, of course. Just being polite, I'm just passing by, shooting a few arrows. After saying that, Lu Xiao felt a bit low. He didn't have social anxiety. He just didn't know how to communicate with a race other than humans. Fearing he might say something wrong and embarrass himself. For example, being recorded in some Kadori history book. Your heroic deeds have saved us. May I know your name? Tanya's gaze was clear, her words sincere. My name is Lu. Ping Xing. He almost let it slip. Ren Pingsheng. I will remember this name. Why aren't your tribesmen with you? In the original point, lone wolves could hardly survive, and Tanya was puzzled as to why this human was alone. The other humans are busy with their own matters. I'm by myself, Lu Xiao replied honestly. Tanya was slightly surprised. This person was indeed acting as a lone wolf. What surprised her even more was that this human was completely unarmed. Where was his bow? Where were his arrows? Did you know about the situation here before coming to the original point? It seems like every one of you was somewhat prepared. Yes, for this reason. The Elf King convened a royal meeting, something that hasn't happened in hundreds of years. After my father returned, he started making arrangements, and I came with my brother Indu, who is the leader of this string control elf army. Tanya recounted without hiding anything, her gaze drifting down the cliff. This is our first battle at the original point, which is crucial for us, and we were very fortunate to encounter you. You are indeed lucky. At least you knew about the original point beforehand. We, however, had a much more tragic experience. Lu Xiao cursed inwardly at the galactic order. Just look at the treatment others received and then at what they were doing. Did your tribe not receive any news? Tanya looked incredulous. Being thrown into the original point without preparation was akin to seeking death. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her tribesmen if they faced war without preparation. Moreover, this human had surprisingly become such a strong individual without any preparation. Lu Xiao chuckled helplessly. Let us not talk about that anymore, it's all tears. By the way, how did you get up here? Using this. Tanya took out the claw from behind her and showed it to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao stepped closer. He was surrounded by a blood-red aura, constantly radiating a bloody glow. Tanya suppressed her inner nervousness, forcing herself to appear calm. She could feel his amiability during their conversation. But when he truly approached, the sense of oppression was almost tangible. The pressure from his bloody armor was overwhelming. Lu Xiao casually took the claw. He tried hard to focus only on the claw, not daring to linger too long on Tanya's figure and face. What a super beautiful woman. He feared that if he looked too long, he might nosebleed, which would be truly embarrassing. Moreover, he had a blood source physique, meaning he had a lot of blood. While others would bleed, he would probably spray. As he struggled with his thoughts, he examined the claw in his hand, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship and clever design. He really wanted it, but it felt a bit awkward to directly ask. He returned the claw to Tanya. Can I borrow it for a while? Lu Xiao looked directly at the elven princess with sincerity. Is that all right? Being looked at so closely by a man of another race was a first for the elven princess, and an unknown feeling instantly layered over the sense of oppression. making it slightly hard for her to breathe. Yes, of course. Tanya hurriedly replied. That's good. I will return it after using it. In truth, Lu Xiao just wanted to use the claw to cross the Gale Canyon. Saying he would return it was just a formality. But no matter how one listened, it seemed he was afraid Tanya wouldn't lend it to him. No, no, no. Humans control the strings of life without needing to return anything. Keep the claws. I still have plenty, and you are the hero who saved us. If we were in the land of the string-controlling elves, we would host you with the most precious unicorn wine, and we would engrave your name on the stone tablet of the saints, allowing you to forever enjoy the blessings of the string-controlling elves. Tanya Kakababa said a lot in one breath. As a princess of her tribe, it was very rude not to express her gratitude to the hero who saved them. Lu Xiao scratched his head. He had no interest in drinking or engraving tablets, but he was happy to receive the claws. Well then, thank you. This thing is quite useful to me. Feeling that communication with the aliens was quite harmonious, Lu Xiao thought to ask more questions. Aren't you called Cador? Why are you also called the string-controlling elves? Cador is the transliteration of our language, meaning elf. Seeing Lu Xiao step back a certain distance, Tanya felt much more at ease. Our elf tribe also has many different groups, just like your humans. And there are also humans on our planet. Huh, you have humans there too? The surprised expression on the other party made Tanya feel that this human wasn't so dangerous after all. Yes, the humans on our planet are good at business. Trade is their forte. Moreover, they're very clever and like to study strange and peculiar things. My father thinks those things only make people lazy or vain. But I still like some of them and secretly hide them so he doesn't find out. Tanya seemed to think of something interesting, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. This made Lu Xiao feel a bit dizzy. Even without laughing, she looked exaggerated, and if she did laugh, it would be a bit much. Don't look, don't look. It seems that humans exist not only in the galactic order. Lu Xiao muttered to himself. Ah, you. Tanya nervously covered her small mouth while pointing at Lu Xiao. Me? What's wrong with me? Lu Xiao looked confused, thinking he had something strange on his face, and hurriedly reached up to touch it. How did you say the name of your star domain? That's a taboo at the origin, Tanya hurriedly said. My father once warned us that at the origin, we must never reveal the name of our star domain, or we might be retaliated against by other star domains. Huh, is that so? Lu Xiao was dumbfounded. He truly didn't know that. Detected that Ren Pingsheng has questions about retaliation outside the origin. Do you wish to expend 10 Galactic Order merit points to exchange for relevant knowledge? This operation is permitted at the origin. Do you wish to exchange? Yes, yes, yes. Retaliation across star domains and within star domains occurs frequently. Please always be vigilant and do not disclose the name of your planet and star domain. It's over. Lu Xiao had a look as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Chapter 43. Trust don't play like this. Your perspective is still too small. Perhaps those seemingly weak creatures at the origin are actually civilizations with explosive technology on their own planets and star domains. After returning, I still feel unsettled. And with some two-dimensional foil and three-phase waves, they could easily turn Earth to ashes. There's no way to hide from them on Earth. They could just destroy your entire solar system and see where you run to. Lu Xiao stared blankly at Tanya, his expression shifting from sadness to helplessness, then to a flicker of sharpness. This series of changes frightened Tanya. She could clearly sense a fleeting murderous intent from this human named Ren Pingsheng. At this moment, she felt like she had eaten something unpleasant. She thought to herself, I should have kept quiet. Why did I have to remind him? Now he could just kill me. I will definitely keep the secret. I won't tell anyone about the secret of the string control spirit hero. I swear to the Lord of String Control. Tanya hurriedly raised her small hand. There's no need for that. I trust you, Lu Xiao said with a helpless smile. He understood why Tanya was so eager to swear an oath. But killing her would be meaningless. Even if he did, her spirit could return for revenge, and resentment would only deepen. Moreover, he had only mentioned the Galactic Order, not Earth. At least he could console himself with that. And this beautiful elven princess in front of him seemed trustworthy. Her looks were indeed a bonus. This matter, let's treat it as if I never said anything. And you never heard it, okay? Tanya nodded obediently. Lu Xiao was somewhat satisfied and nodded in return. I see you came from the west. Did you encounter any towns along the way? Tanya thought for a moment and then shook her head. We encountered a few gathering points of extraterrestrial creatures, but they weren't large enough to be considered towns. Seeing that Lu Xiao was no longer entangled in the topic, Tanya breathed a sigh of relief. She found communicating with this human to be filled with dangers, far more stimulating than the previous battle, but she found it interesting. Life as a royal in her clan was indeed mundane. I know what you're looking for. My father also instructed us to search for towns. The origin markers are in the towns. After this trial, we must find the markers. I have a rough guess and plan to search north first. If that doesn't work, then west, Lu Xiao said, his gaze directed towards the desert north of the canyon. Tanya nodded heavily. I see. If you're right, then the direction we chose initially was indeed reversed. Not necessarily that you were wrong. You can proceed according to your plan first. If it turns out to be wrong in the end, you could try what I said. After all, our ultimate goal is the same. Lu Xiao continued. Since you came from the west, did you pass through the smoke sand wetlands? Yes, we did pass through a large swamp where there were some mottled people. They looked particularly ugly, but were incredibly strong. Tanya exaggeratedly gestured the size of the lizard-like creatures with her hands, pouting her lips to mimic their large mouths. Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh, finding this elven princess not only naturally beautiful, but also amusing and cute. It seems that we have both cleaned up the mottled people quite thoroughly. Based on the distribution map of the mottled people, it was likely that this unfortunate group had been completely wiped out, with the remaining ones being mere food for Li Tianjia and his team. Ah, really? You encountered them too? Tanya asked, surprised. Yes, some of the mottled people have already transformed. Did you obtain their spirits? Lu Xiao inquired further. Tanya shook her head helplessly. No, we know how to obtain spirits, but by the time they brought the mottled people's bodies to us, the spirits had already disappeared. This is the tragedy of the archers and the class concept. First, the bodies were far away, and they had to carry the bodies to the clan leader's location. And by the time they did that, the spirits had already left the bodies. Then your clan has no transformed beings? Lu Xiao pressed. We do have 7, but they're all scouts, responsible for reconnaissance. They killed the mottled people during their scouting and could search for spirits on the spot. And you? Lu Xiao asked. Tanya shook her head again, pouting her lips in apparent dissatisfaction. With a smile, Lu Xiao reached into the remains and pulled out 2 broken energy crystals, wrapped them in a leaf, and handed them to Tanya. Here, this is a thank you gift for the claws. Tanya looked at Lu Xiao and then at the leaf package he handed over, asking curiously, For me? What is it? Something you and your brother need. One for each of you. Lu Xiao smiled, gesturing for her to take it. Tanya took it with a skeptical expression, opened the leaf, and saw 2 faintly glowing energy crystals inside. Her enchanting eyes widened in disbelief as she looked up at Lu Xiao. This is energy crystals. 2 of them? You're giving them to me? Lu Xiao nodded. This is too precious. Energy crystals are the most valuable treasures. Ren Pingsheng, you may not know, but energy crystals can directly allow someone to become a transformed being and also enable transformed beings to recharge energy at any time. I can't accept this. Absolutely not. Tanya refused vehemently, struggling internally. She desperately wanted the crystals, but her beliefs and the royal values she had been taught since childhood made her strongly resist such charity. This inner conflict was evident in her trembling hands as she slowly extended the leaf package back to Lu Xiao, but her fair hands moved as if in slow motion. I know their value, but you can accept them, Lu Xiao said, casually pulling out another energy crystal. Tanya, the implication couldn't be more obvious. This thing is very precious to you, but to me, it's just a token. As the saying goes, wealth shouldn't be flaunted, but it also depends on the timing. If it weren't for Tanya's reminder, he might have made an irreparable mistake later on. Her warning was crucial for Lu Xiao. Moreover, the greater his value and ability, the heavier the weight of this verbal promise would become. Tanya's hands remained stiff in midair, still hesitating. Even though Lu Xiao didn't care at all, the more this happened, the more Lu Xiao felt his choice was correct, proving that the essence of the elven race was kind. He simply closed Tanya's hands and pushed them back towards her. The moment their fingertips touched, both felt a subtle stirring in their hearts, and Tanya's face flushed red. Tanya struggled to find the right words. She didn't know what to say at that moment, leading to a brief awkwardness in the atmosphere. I'm preparing to leave. Please tell your clan not to shoot me full of holes later, Lu Xiao said, glancing down the cliff to break the awkwardness. Okay, I'll notify them right away. Wait, are you really leaving now? Tanya realized she felt somewhat reluctant to part with this human. Yes, your battle is over, and I should set off too. Lu Xiao couldn't admit that the good show had ended, and it wouldn't make sense for him to linger. I hope you can accept this. Tanya finally accepted the gift. She took off a silver necklace from her neck and timidly handed it to Lu Xiao. This is the only thing I brought from the origin. She didn't explain its specific use, but the fact that she hadn't offered it to Lu Xiao before indicated that this necklace was her cherished possession. Lu Xiao took it in his hand and found that the necklace was lighter than silver, with a beautifully crafted sapphire pendant. Thank you, I really like it. He generously put it around his neck, as this was also a form of gratitude on Earth. Tanya's expression was complex, but her lips curled into a sweet smile. Thank you, Ren Pingsheng. Tanya brought her 5 fingers together and gently placed one palm on her chest. After gazing at him for a moment, she turned around and gracefully stepped away. Lu Xiao did not understand what the different gestures meant. He just nodded slightly, watching her retreating figure. He silently blessed this beautiful and lovely foreign princess. As Tanya was about to descend the cliff along the previous hook, she turned around, looked at Lu Xiao, and vigorously waved her arms. Lu Xiao smiled and waved back at her. In his line of sight, Tanya's stunning figure flew between the cliffs and soon landed on the ground, where many of her kin had been waiting. Surrounded by the crowd, she returned to the central army and, after conversing with an extraordinary male elf, waved again in Lu Xiao's direction. Receiving the signal, Lu Xiao felt no reservations. He might not trust the elven race, but he believed in Tanya's promise, mimicking Tanya's descent with the hooks on the cliff. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy and his posture not very graceful, he managed to land safely. Under the watchful eyes of countless string-controlling elves, Lu Xiao boldly walked from the southern cliff to the north. His overwhelming crimson aura created a strong sense of pressure, but due to the prince's orders, no one dared even raise their bows. Although this human helped us turn the tide of battle and gifted us 2 energy crystals, it did not change my view of humans. They are too cunning and unpredictable. Indu's gaze was fixed on Lu Xiao, who was moving through the central army in the distance. That is your opinion, not mine. Most of the mentor's teachings are correct, but the judgment on humans is too one-sided. At least he is different. Back among her kin, Tanya resumed her regal dignity and authority. And I believe Father would not want a string-controlling elf who does not understand gratitude to accept gifts from others. Indu turned his head, looking somewhat forlornly at his sister, then at the leaf package in her hand. Frowning, he sighed deeply. With his sister's personality, it is indeed possible that she wouldn't give the energy crystal to him. You win. This human has earned my recognition, all right? Tanya smiled slightly, but then coldly said, his name is Ren Pingsheng, not just this human. Remember, he is the hero of our string-controlling elves. All right, he is the great string-controlling human Ren Pingsheng. I will tell Father about his achievements, and whether it could be inscribed on a monument will be up to him. Indu spoke softly, afraid of being overheard by others. Oomph. Tanya snorted lightly, which could be considered an acknowledgement of her brother's attitude. Arriving at the northern cliff, using her hooks to maneuver, Lu Xiao quickly reached the top. Standing on a high cliff, he faced Tanya and waved goodbye. Tanya also vigorously waved her arms, but feeling it lacked regal dignity, the motion gradually lessened. Lu Xiao smiled and turned to leave. Before him was an endless desert, and what lay within it, who the hell knows. Chapter 44. Wind-eroded Yardong. Intermediate danger zone discovered. Wind-eroded Yardong. Galactic Order intelligence life form first entered this area. Galactic Order origin merit points 10. Obtain Galactic Order merit points 1,000. When the area notification lit up, Lu Xiao turned to look back at the path he had come from. The wind and sand had long buried his footprints, and the Falling Star, Eye, and Lingfeng Canyon had also disappeared into the slowly drifting yellow sands. This was a wind-eroded terrain, with hard gray soil and a surface of sand and stones, but it was not a desert. Crossing a black-gray hill exposed on the sandy ground, He looked out over a vast wasteland, dotted with steep hills. This was the Yardong, a magical wind-eroded landform, with hard soil that had been sculpted over the years by wind and sand, resembling statues standing majestically in the wilderness. Lu Xiao did not know what this small world was exactly. Is it a planet or just a fictional space? However, the landscape here was extremely similar to Earth, which often made him feel as if he were exploring an uninhabited area in the northwest. He had been wandering in the wind-eroded Yardong for an unknown amount of time. With no day and night cycle, time had indeed become ethereal. It had been several Earth days since he had drifted from the original point. 4 days? 6 days? During this time, he hadn't slept even once. Yet he did not feel particularly tired. Indeed, with a different body, the biological clock seemed to have reset, and his physical structure must have undergone subtle changes. He still felt he should sleep. Previously, in the forest, he didn't have the conditions for it, as no one knew what might jump out at them in the jungle. But here, in the infinitely open desert, it felt relatively safer. Searching for the tallest mound of Earth, he shot out his grappling claws and climbed to the top with the rope. The top of the mushroom-shaped mound was flat. Lu Xiao took out a piece of bee skin and laid it on the ground, then put on his hood and lay down. The sound of the wind wailed, a noise that seemed like a lullaby in his ears. He closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. In his dreams, he saw university classrooms, familiar smiles from classmates, the lively atmosphere of his dormitory, brushing past the campus beauty while fetching water, and wearing a cap and gown taking graduation photos with classmates under a giant cherry blossom tree, all smiling with hopes for the future. When everyone tossed their caps in the air, Lu Xiao suddenly saw countless branches stretching from the cherry blossom tree behind him, and one by one, his classmates died tragically before him, blood and flesh flying, their smiling faces stained red with blood. He sat up abruptly, his chest heaved violently. He quickly scanned his surroundings. It turned out it was just a dream. Thank goodness, just a dream. But some dreams one never wakes from. The rustling sounds made him suddenly alert. It was different from the sound of the wind and sand. Lu Xiao bent down and gently approached the edge of the mound. He saw a line of creatures stretching for dozens of kilometers from east to west. Below the mound he was on was precisely where this line was passing. The rustling sounds were the noises made by these creatures as they moved. The upper half of their bodies resembled humans, while the lower halves were serpentine. These creatures, called Jiu-yin, though half-human, had completely white eyes and a gaping mouth, making Lu Xiao feel no connection to them as humans. He dare not stand up, so he could only peek at the distance from his elevated position. The Jiu-yin creatures held a variety of weapons, including longbows, which made him somewhat wary. And in the sandy ground, who knows how fast these creatures could run. The only advantage was that these things definitely couldn't climb high, because they had no legs. Countless Jiu-yin passed beneath him, occasionally producing the rustling sounds. Lu Xiao, with nothing better to do, decided to exchange for the Jiu-yin language to listen to what these half-snake, half-human beings were saying. I'm so hungry. I'm hungry too. I want to eat you. Can you move away a bit? I'm really so hungry. When can we get out of here? Your meat must be very delicious. You bumped into my tail. Were you eating a bug just now? It smells bad. Get away. Don't poke me with your fork. Damn, these Jiu-yin are completely useless. Just a bunch of ruffians. Lu Xiao lay back on the ground, gazing at the sky, feeling extremely frustrated in reality. He regretted learning the Jiu-yin language because before, it was just rustling noise mixed with the wind, but now it was all nonsense in his ears. Boom! A loud noise came from afar. Lu Xiao quickly rolled over into a prone position, following the sound source. He saw an incredibly gigantic sandworm poking its head out from the ground. What the hell? This isn't a desert. Where did this sandworm come from? He hurriedly checked the information about this worm through the system. The system information indicated that this creature was not from an extraterrestrial galaxy, but was a native creature of this small world and was not considered an intelligent life form. This meant it was a mindless creature. Well, he had run into a tough opponent. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous loud noises came again. 3 more sandworms emerged from the ground. Their circular mouths were filled with barbs, bottomless, resembling a hell of blades. Just the mouth alone was probably dozens of meters wide. Given Lu Xiao's current strength, extraterrestrial creatures posed little danger to him. After all, the origin laws limited the attribute values of extraterrestrial beings, no matter how powerful. They were still at the level of a traveler. But native creatures had no such restrictions. Moreover, facing such bizarre and enormous creatures, shooting them with bows and arrows, who knows if he could even hit them by next year? Even Lu Xiao was quite wary of these creatures. For the Jiuyin, the appearance of one was a calamity, two was a misfortune, and now, this many was a disaster. The line of Jiuyin instantly scattered in panic. Are you kidding me? We're all long worms. You're thick and big. And I'm thin and short. I've not even got the size to get stuck in your teeth. Why should a long worm trouble another long worm? This long worm will run first as a courtesy. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a self-service party had begun, with giant sandworms calling their friends, continuously emerging from the ground, and on the other side, there were signs of earth and stones shifting. It seemed the Jiuyin were about to be surrounded. When the sandworms slammed their massive mouths toward the Jiuyin swarm, a massacre began. After crashing into the ground, dozens of Jiuyin and sand were swallowed whole. Then they burrowed back underground, their enormous bodies and tails following into the pits they had created. Soon, all the sandworms began to leap through the sand like dragons. And with each leap, the Jiuyin covered by their shadows vanished. This scene was extremely brutal, yet not bloody at all, as there was no blood. All the Jiuyin were devoured alive. Run, run, help, someone come save us. Still the same useless cries, compared to the archery elves. The Jiuyin were simply disorganized and undisciplined, a group of scattered soldiers, though they were slightly better than humans. Lu Xiao was also afraid that one of the sandworms might mistakenly crash into him. He activated his disguise, quickly blending into the mound. But he wasn't sure how the sandworms detected the Jiuyin, since he had never seen their eyes. But these blind Jiuyin, unable to hide, all rushed into the Yardong formations. It was probably because these structures could serve as cover, making them feel somewhat safer. Damn it! Lu Xiao really wanted to curse in Jiuyin language. You all hurry up and get lost. Don't come here to harm me. Chapter 45. Greliga, if previously in Lingfeng Canyon, Lu Xiao was an audience member watching an epic war film. This time, he was witnessing an outdoor circus performance of rampaging beasts. Before, he was merely an observer outside the battlefield, but now he was truly in the midst of it. Moreover, not only would the wild beasts on the field attack him, but even the circus clowns might gang up on him. He really had fallen into a misfortune, sigh. Lu Xiao thought to himself. Could it be due to his blood-source physique? Lying stiffly at the top of the mound, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as 7 or 8 giant creatures leaped and twirled in the distance. Watching the Jiuyin tribe slither around the wasteland with their snake-like tails, listening to the trembling sounds of the creatures hiding in the Yadin formations around him. Lu Xiao suddenly wished he could continue sleeping. Perhaps when he woke up next time, these large and small creatures would be gone. Gradually, Lu Xiao's mindset improved a lot, not only because the sandworms were busy dealing with the Jiuyin in the wasteland and did not come after him, but also because through long observation, he felt a kind of alternative beauty in these massive creatures. With a length of 300 to 400 meters and a width of 40 to 50 meters, their gigantic forms soared through the sand, initially evoking a sense of fear. However, when you realize they are merely animals surviving on instinct, you find they're just going about their ordinary feeding. It is hard to associate them with evil or cruelty. It is like a diver in the deep sea watching whales devour schools of fish. It feels like just a part of the natural ecological routine, and beneath the shimmering waves, every movement of the whale is stunning. Unless it accidentally swallows the diver too. And now Lu Xiao was that diver next to the whale. Stay put. Don't move. Everyone don't move. As long as we don't move, the sandworms won't find us. Commands began to spread among the Jiuyin group, as if they had discovered some patterns in the sandworms' behavior. Could it be that these sandworms, like the blood cherry trees, sense the positions of creatures through ground vibrations? Lu Xiao also began to pay special attention to the trajectory of the sandworms' movements. Sure enough, he noticed that those Jiuyin who remained still in the wasteland were never attacked, while those fleeing were quickly detected and devoured by the sandworms. The Jiuyin lined up like a long snake, and at that moment, the Jiu-In in front and behind began to gather from a distance, maintaining a considerable distance from the hunting ground. Although their individual size could not compare to the sandworms, they had the advantage in numbers. It seemed these snake-bodied extraterrestrial beings were preparing to engage the sandworms in battle. Lu Xiao couldn't quite understand this behavior of the Jiu-In. From any perspective, it seemed like an unwise choice. Firstly, there was no gain. Secondly, the losses would be too great. The sandworms were native creatures. Even if they filled the ground with snake lives to kill one, what would be the point? Unless the sandworms had some other value? He suddenly thought of a question. These Jiu-In had been moving westward along the desert from the east. There was no fresh water or food in the desert. Were they perhaps tempted by the flesh and blood of the sandworms? Just as Lu Xiao was pondering this, a particularly strong Jiu-In emerged from the gathered ranks on the east side. Even from several kilometers away, Lu Xiao could sense its uniqueness. Its scales were exceptionally shiny. Its size 2 circles larger than an average Jiu-In, and it held a gleaming long knife in both hands, looking quite formidable. Was this going to be a one-on-one fight? The Jiu-In swayed its body, its snake tail swaying left and right, gradually accelerating, and then, at an astonishing speed, it dashed westward, quickly entering the battle zone and locking onto an area of the surface where the ground began to churn with a spray of sand. A massive sandworm's head emerged from the ground. The Jiu-In had already arrived close, leaping into the air and landing directly on the sandworm's head. What a spectacular move! The Jiu-In soared up alongside the sandworm's head, raising the long knife high and then driving it down with force, piercing deep into the sandworm's flesh, splattering black blood everywhere. The sandworm, being so large, seemed to feel a slight sting, but it merely trembled slightly. The Jiu-In gripped the long knife tightly, sliding down the sandworm's body while pulling the knife down with all its might, causing black blood to spray like a fountain, nearly ripping open a gash along the sandworm's back. Wow! Wow! Greliga! Greliga! Below Lu Xiao, the Jiu-In hiding in the Yadin formations cheered upon seeing their kin injure the seemingly invincible sandworm. The Jiu-In named Greliga was indeed brave, embodying the spirit of taking the head of a general in the midst of 1,000 troops. The sandworm finally sensed the pain on its body and began to thrash violently while moving quickly forward, like an aircraft carrier rampaging across the land. Greliga clung tightly to the long knife embedded deep within the sandworm, barely stabilizing his position to avoid being thrown off, while also drawing out a short knife from his waist, continuously slashing at the already torn sandworm flesh. The pain had driven this massive creature into a frenzy. With a thunderous crash, the injured sandworm collided with another of its kind, sending clouds of dust flying, and the one that was hit fell dazed to the ground. Of course, while crashing down, it also took dozens of innocent Jiu-In with it. Seeing the dazed giant creature lying down, the surrounding Jiu-In surged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks with various weapons. Although the sandworm was massive, its body was soft due to its adaptation to movement underground, making it easy to cut through its outer flesh. By the time the sandworm regained its senses and lifted its head again, it was already crawling with excited Jiu-In. Unfortunately, they celebrated too soon. The sandworm rolled over, and the Jiu-In on its body vanished without a trace, not knowing whether they were flung off or had become mere pulp. Meanwhile, the sandworm Greliga was attacking began to roll continuously. Just as Lu Xiao thought this valiant Jiu-In might have turned into a puddle of blood, he spotted half of Greliga's head protruding from the sandworm's wound. This guy was fierce, directly cutting open the sandworm's flesh and drilling his entire body inside. A long knife gleamed coldly, continuously hacking and damaging within the wound. Before long, Greliga's figure was completely out of sight, clearly having burrowed deep into the sandworm's body. Lu Xiao had no particular fondness for the Jiu-In tribe, but he couldn't say he hated them either. After all, this intelligent creature was half similar to humans. However, for Greliga, he held a sense of admiration. It was about heroes cherishing heroes. Lu Xiao did not consider himself a hero, at least not one who would confront a sandworm head-on like Greliga did. He merely felt that those who were unafraid of life and death, and who possessed their own combat wisdom, whether friends or foes, were worthy of respect. Liu Xiao couldn't determine what method Greliga planned to use to kill this colossal beast. Simply tearing open wounds was not fatal for the sandworm. After all, the current damage was akin to a child falling and scraping their arm. There was bleeding, but no serious injury. As the sandworm leaped high and crashed down, burrowing into the sand, both Greliga and the sandworm disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, other sandworms continued to thrash through the wasteland like giant whales, while the Join on either side could only watch helplessly as their kin disappeared one by one over the horizon. No second Greliga appeared. Perhaps there were others, but they vanished too quickly. As the number of Join in the active area of the sandworms sharply decreased, the scene gradually calmed down, with only a few scattered Join still trembling in the wasteland. Without the movement trajectories of prey, the frequency of sandworms emerging from the ground also began to decline. For the Join, losing a few 100,000 of their kin was still acceptable. At least most of the Join were still alive, obediently staying in place and not daring to move. For a full quarter of an hour, the desolate plain filled with deep pits was silent, until a huge head emerged from one of the deep pits. But it only poked its head out and then became stuck, remaining motionless and silent. A pitch-black object crawled out from the back of the sandworm, dripping dark blood and revealing shiny scales. This object slowly moved to the top of the sandworm's head, holding a long knife high above, the black blood receding, revealing Grigia's strong figure, standing like an ancient war god atop its trophy. Immediately, cheers erupted from the entire Join clan. Impressive, impressive. Even Liu Xiao couldn't help but want to applaud. This Join named Grigia completely refreshed his definition of a warrior, not to mention how it had killed the sandworm. But the term intelligent and brave was fitting for it. The cheers continued for a long time, for Grigia, and also for the corpse of the giant sandworm, which was enough for all the Join to have a hearty meal, perhaps even some leftovers. But awkwardly, all the Join still didn't dare to move. This was the so-called spiritual support. Another quarter of an hour passed before some Join were forced to move towards the sandworm's corpse. It was likely that the sandworm underground had long since fled, and this group of Join tasked with the mission of crossing the minefield safely reached Grigia's feet, both relieved to have escaped disaster and admiring the hero's dazzling figure. Seeing that it was safe, countless Join swarmed up, instantly surrounding the corpse of the sandworm. They truly went straight for it, opening their mouths wide to eat. The Join were delighted, but Liu Xiao felt a bit restless. These guys clearly weren't going to leave so soon, and he could only be forced to stay on the mound, unable to go anywhere. However, he clearly underestimated the Join's level of hunger and their efficiency in eating. In less than an hour, the entire sandworm was reduced to a huge skeleton, with not even a trace of flesh left in the soil. On the vast plain, millions of Join formed a giant circle and began their journey eastward. Liu Xiao, who had witnessed the entire process, watched them depart while he also set off on his journey northward. Chapter 46. Bloodthirsty beetle. The yellow sand howled across the endless wasteland. Apart from that, there was only the silent loneliness. Wiping the dust off his cheeks, Liu Xiao squinted his eyes and gazed into the distance, which still seemed boundless. Looking up, the sky was gradually darkening. That star resembling the sun had finally finished its work for the day. This also meant that he had survived at the origin for a full 7 Earth days, with no day-night cycle, making time pass so slowly. He quickly climbed to the top of a gray stone mountain, 1 foot stepping on the summit. Ren Pingshang, do you accept the Lingyin interaction request? Accepting interaction will not consume merit points. Yes. Chao Feng, I am Lung Yufeng. So is this guy. Hello, Lung Yufeng. Goodbye, Lung Yufeng. Hey, what kind of farewell is that? I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Speak. Liu Xiao sat cross-legged and looked into the distance. First, your ranking on the merit record has disappeared. They asked me if you exchange for identity protection. Second, it's about time to inform you some information about the origin. Third, as a reserve member of the Hidden Dragon, you need to accept tasks within the group. Liu Xiao's gaze locked onto the horizon. Yes, I did exchange for identity protection. Let's talk about the second point. All right, that is not a problem. Otherwise, some old guys would doubt my judgment in selecting members. As for the second point, When your physical attribute reaches 101, or your spiritual body attribute exceeds 51, you'll have broken through from a strong person to a traveler. I will explain what a strong person and a traveler are later. Then you need to find the origin signpost in the small thousand worlds, right? I know all this. How do you know that? And you even know about the small thousand worlds? Are you telling the truth? Did you already know about the origin drifting? Why would you think that? The higher civilizations and other star domains notified various races before drifting. I don't believe the galactic order didn't inform the civilized nations on Earth. There was a moment of silence on Lung Yufeng's side. Actually, I don't have to answer this question, but I can give you a hypothesis. If the people of Huaxia knew about this before drifting, what do you think would happen to the entire Huaxia? Now, it was Lu Zhao's turn to be silent. If this hypothesis were true, social chaos was certain. Whether it would affect the regime was hard to say, but the basic order would definitely be gone. After all, they had been too comfortable for too long. And suddenly pulling out concepts like alien civilizations and the origin would likely trigger a riot. Perhaps by then, the level of damage to the people would be far greater than it is now. I understand now. My perspective was too narrow. What else do you need to tell me about the origin? To become a traveler will take a long time. During this time, work hard to improve yourself, especially in combat proficiency, and try to avoid getting involved in large-scale wars between races. If you awaken elemental talents, you can search for elemental cores scattered throughout the world. If you sense a deity's call, you can seek out the position of the deity calling you to complete the divine commission. What do you mean by elemental cores? Could it be that you've awakened elemental affinity? Not really, just purely curious. Oomph. I thought you were as lucky as I am. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. I'm much luckier than you. You awakened elemental talent, but I awakened a gifted spiritual body. Elemental cores, how should I put it? Generally present as a special element. For example, a wind elemental core might appear in the eye of a tornado and looks like a cyan light ball. Hee. As for other elemental cores, I'm not sure. Will there be many creatures guarding the elemental cores? Yes, there usually are. Elemental beings tend to gather around elemental cores because it enhances the source core within their spiritual bodies. Got it. In Lu Zhao's vision, countless small sandworms were intertwining in the yellow sand, and at their center was a yellowish light ball. Anything else? Our worlds are segmented, so currently, there are only so many humans in your world. If an emergency arises, I can't help you. Sigh. Sigh? Why are you sighing? I just feel that the information you provided is not very helpful. Chao Feng, I am the deputy leader of the Hidden Dragon. You need to learn to show some respect. All right, great deputy leader comrade. Since our worlds are segmented, what is the use of assigning tasks in the group? We are segmented now, but that doesn't mean it will be the same in the future. By the way, about tasks, I just remembered. You should try to obtain spirit energy crystals as much as possible. Those are strategic resources. Also, the Galactic Order has elevated the human race's classification, and it is said to have tremendous benefits. It should be that the human race has made great contributions. So you can pay attention to the people around you to see if anyone has accomplished something significant or has extraordinary strength. Significant accomplishments? Well, that significant accomplishment is likely something I did myself, and the extraordinarily strong human is probably also me. All right. I will pay attention. What is the current situation on Earth? It is gradually stabilizing. The population of most cities has returned, and specific data is being compiled. There have been some casualties, but they are still within controllable limits. You should be from Qiantang, right? The majority of the people from Qiantang who drifted have already returned. According to reliable information, you encountered an attack from an alien creature. Is that true? Yes, a type of alien creature called Qixiao. It seems you are safe and sound, so I won't waste any more words. The situation in Qiantang has stabilized, so you can rest assured about that. What will happen after finding the signpost? This I know, but I can't say. What do you mean? The origin law restricts me. Lingyin cannot disclose information from outside this world, unless we are on Earth and face to face. Only then can some things be said. I see. It seems you know quite a bit. Of course. You have to consider how long our Hidden Dragon group has existed. All right, I have things to attend to. I'll hang up now. Do you think this is a phone call? Go on. See you later. Lingyin ended. See you later? The three words from Lung Yufeng seem to contain other meanings, but there was no need to delve into it now. If I'm not mistaken, that pearl shining in the dusk is the Earth elemental core. Hundreds of small sandworms clustered around the light ball, bathing in its yellowish glow. It seems that sandworms themselves are elemental beings. No wonder they thrive underground. The small sandworms are small only in comparison to the giant sandworms Lu Xiao had seen before. These small sandworms are at least the size of a truck. They crowded around the light ball, fearing being pushed out by other kin. As the sky darkened, the world.The star was radiating its last light and warmth, painting the horizon crimson. The night of the origin had finally arrived. As the light faded, countless stars appeared as if freed from their restraints, while the wind-eroded Yadin, with no moonlight, was completely swallowed by darkness. Meanwhile, countless points of light appeared on the ground. Clearly some kind of creatures, as each point was constantly moving. Lu Xiao's mind stirred, activating the night owl ability, and everything in his vision gradually became clear. Lu Xiao was very grateful to have obtained this ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible to navigate through the night in the origin. Within his field of vision, he finally realized what the points of light were. They were palm-sized beetles. Within the stone mountain where Lu Xiao was, these beetles were emerging from every crevice or soil layer, searching for something. The stars in the sky and the beetles on the ground both flicker with faint light, making Lu Xiao momentarily unable to distinguish between heaven and earth. He caught a beetle and placed it in his palm to observe closely. Name: blood beetle. Source: native species, so this thing is called a blood beetle. As he was examining the beetle, unexpectedly, it jabbed Lu Xiao's palm with a spike. In an instant, his palm was pierced, and the beetle eagerly sucked 2 tubes of blood. Damn! Lu Xiao immediately flung the creature away. However, the blood beetle crazily came back, unable to fly. It approached Lu Xiao from various angles as if he were the most delicious food in the world. This thing sucks blood. Realizing this, Lu Xiao suddenly understood that to the blood beetle, he was indeed like Tang Seng's meat. He had a blood source physique, capable of continuously producing blood, and the quality of his blood was probably very high. No wonder this beetle went completely mad after just one taste. Blood dripped from his wounded palm onto the ground. A chilling scene unfolded before Lu Xiao's eyes. All the light points in the stone mountain suddenly turned towards him and rushed over, with even more light points emerging from the crevices. What the hell? This scene caused him to explode with fear, a chill rushing from his feet straight to his head. The blood beetles, like the sandworms, are also native creatures of this world, not very intelligent, driven by instinct, with a core craving for blood. Lu Xiao dodged left and right, quickly leaping down the mountain, while the swarm of beetles followed closely behind him, flowing like a river of light. He took out a palm leaf and quickly bandaged the wound on his palm. Perhaps the scent of the palm leaf masked the smell of blood, and the swarm of beetles gradually slowed down, eventually losing their direction. Lu Xiao immediately understood that the sandworms located their prey through ground vibrations, while the beetles relied on scent. Suddenly, he thought of something and smiled wickedly as he looked towards the direction of the light orb, now obscured by the swarm of sandworms. Chapter 47. Rock Element Core. To approach the Earth Element Core, one must pass through a swarm of sandworms, any one of which could swallow Lu Xiao whole in a single bite. Although at this moment these small sandworms are enjoying the nourishment brought by the elemental core, like hungry chicks, who knows when these creatures will suddenly change their behavior and devour anything in sight, just like their parents. Moreover, their very existence might be protecting the elemental core from other creatures, appearing somewhat greedy. Charging in? That's not Lu Xiao style. After all, he is a university graduate and still possesses normal reasoning abilities. That would be called reckless, and he isn't tired of living yet. However, the appearance of the blood beetles gave him a plan. He took out the wind catcher and condensed his blood into an arrow. The metallic scent of blood wafted out, and the surrounding blood beetles immediately gathered around. Aiming at a distant sandworm, the bowstring quivered. A blood arrow flew out into the darkness. With a soft thud, it easily penetrated the target. The damage to the sandworm was not significant, but blood began to ooze from the wound. A large number of beetles immediately pounced on that sandworm. However, It was not the black blood of the sandworm that attracted them, but the blood water transformed from that blood arrow. It seemed the black blood held no allure for the blood beetles. No matter, as long as it works. Whose blood it is doesn't matter. Lu Zhao's lips curled up as he watched a multitude of blood beetles burrow into the massive body of the sandworm, vying to seize the blood water left by his arrow. With thousands of beetles flooding into its body, one can imagine how terrible the sandworm must feel. The giant creature, akin to a freight truck, suddenly twitched and then began to roll incessantly. The more it struggled, the more frenzied the blood beetles inside became, using their needle-like stingers to continuously damage the internal tissues of the sandworm. Interesting. Seeing that the method was effective, Lu Zhao didn't linger any longer. Shooting arrow after arrow, drawing more blood from his wound and sending it out with each arrow, continuously hitting more sandworms. The visible dots on the ground frantically gathered towards the sandworm in the darkness, quickly surging into the sandworm's body, indiscriminately feeding and destroying, before pouring out from the nearly lifeless sandworm's body and immediately rushing towards the next one. The sandworms were utterly helpless against the blood beetles, lacking eyes. They didn't even know what was happening around them. Why were their companions struggling violently, jumping around as if trying to get ahead? The true instigators stood at a distance, silently shooting blood arrows and watching coldly. Each blood beetle that emitted a faint glow gathered together, forming flowing rivers of light like mercury, engulfing one sandworm after another. All for the sake of that tiny bit of Lu Zhao's blood within the sandworms. This is what they call ants eating an elephant. Lu Zhao began to approach slowly. The blood beetles were highly efficient, and a large number of sandworms were already silent. Soon, he climbed onto a sandworm's corpse, still a distance away from the earth element core, as the writhing bodies of sandworms completely blocked his path. A quarter of an hour later, only a path made of sandworm corpses remained ahead of him. His light body leapt between the massive corpses, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the forefront. A glowing object blossomed in the dark night, and only upon closer inspection did he realize that it was not a sphere, but a diamond-shaped stone, suspended above the sand. It should be due to his lack of elemental affinity that Lu Zhao felt no indication of what this glowing stone could bring him from such a close distance. Name: Rock Element Core. Purity: Newborn. Attribute: Earth of the constructed world. Detected that Ren Pingsheng has questions about elemental purity. Would you like to spend 100 merit points to exchange for related information? Yes. Elemental purity. The origin is constructed from the elements of the constructed world. The longer the element exists, the higher the purity, and the greater the elemental energy contained. This isn't the Earth element core. Are you kidding me? This clearly says rock. Why is the attribute Earth in the name rock? Detected that Ren Pingsheng has questions about the relationship between the rock element core and Earth of the constructed world. Would you like to spend 10 merit points to exchange for related information? Yes. The rock element is one of the branches of the Earth element. Damn. After all this, it's a bastard child. Fine, forgive my ignorance. I must have wasted my physics class. Detected that Ren Pingsheng has questions about the purity of the new elemental production. Would you like to spend 10 merit points to exchange for related information? Yes. Newborn elemental purity. The lowest level of elemental purity. Well, that was expected. The purity of the elemental core contained in the small thousand world must be the lowest level, but even so, it has enough elemental energy to attract the surrounding sandworms. Just how powerful is this thing? Lu Zhao slowly approached the light source, but just as he stepped forward, the surrounding sandworms began to stir, many of them raising their heads and facing his direction. Damn, do I have to wipe you all out? Since you don't have eyes, don't force me to summon my little brothers. Drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, the bloodlines flew across. The blood beetles, busy in the back, seemed to receive a command, and rivers of light flowed from the corpses of the sandworms, beginning to scent the blood and circle in for the kill. Half an hour later, the swarm of sandworms surrounding the rock element core was left with nothing but lifeless heaps of flesh. Lu Zhao stepped forward, walking towards the rock element core. Brilliant and sacred, his steps were slow. He held a sense of reverence for the unknown. even though the sandworms were crowded together. They dared not approach the rock element core within 20 meters. There must be a reason for this. Otherwise, given their intelligence, they wouldn't be able to estimate it so accurately. As he stepped into the 20-meter radius, the rock element core changed in that instant. The originally quietly floating diamond-shaped stone suddenly brightened. What is happening? Why did it light up? Did I trigger some mechanism? Lu Xiao quickly retracted his right leg. Just at that moment, with a loud bang, a 2-meter-long conical stone spike erupted violently from the ground he had just stepped on. If his movements had been a moment slower, his entire leg would have been pierced. Bang, 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 bang. The dull sounds continued to echo as stone spikes erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots, one after another, creating a dense network of spikes around the rock element core. The once flat, sandy ground now resembled the back of a porcupine, covered in stone spikes. So this is why the sandworms dared not approach. Lu Xiao, startled by this sudden change, broke out in a cold sweat. In his dazed state, he was very glad he had been cautious. If he had carelessly walked in, he would have been nailed to the ground, stuck in a bone-and-flesh connection. Is the rock element core alive? It actually has self-protective awareness and ability. Lu Xiao's original intention was to take this unowned object away in a defective item, as it was a treasure for those with earth elemental affinity. But the reality was clearly not as simple as he imagined. The rock element core not only attracted sandworms, but could also actively unleash elemental abilities. And it was an area of effect attack. This was a bit excessive. Is it really that difficult to pick up something? Lu Xiao reached out to touch the stone spikes. The rock was extremely hard, and the tips were sharp. These stone spikes not only could injure any approaching creatures, but also wrap the rock element core tightly in the center. Tough. Hard. Today he seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Chapter 48. The core. You know nothing about the rock element actually, at a distance of 20 meters. Lu Xiao could use his grappling hook to directly grab the rock element core. But he did not plan to act recklessly before confirming whether the stone spikes were the only lethal move of the core. If there were any hidden trump cards left, he would truly be in deep trouble. After thinking it over, he decided to make use of his new little friends. He lightly pulled the bowstring, aiming the arrowhead at the rock element core, and shot a blood arrow slowly, without any force. The moment the blood arrow touched the core, it transformed into blood water. The core dimmed, and there was no sign of it trembling from being hit. Even the surface of the diamond-shaped rock showed no scratches. This was the effect Lu Xiao wanted, not to knock it away, but to have the blood water stain its surface, like being guided by a laser. The blood beetles behind Lu Xiao arrived in response and began to accurately attack the rock element core. His blood had an irresistible allure for these beetles. They would almost do anything for a taste. The interlaced stone spikes posed a great threat to a creature of Lu Xiao's size, as the sharp tips could easily pierce through flesh. However, for the blood beetles, they were just a minor inconvenience. They easily navigated through the rocks and soon reached the vicinity of the rock element core, thanks to the stone spikes allowing them to directly climb onto the core. At the moment the blood beetles touched the core, a yellowish light suddenly intensified. Lu Xiao had been prepared and immediately stepped back a few paces, fearing some bizarre magical attack might occur. All the stone spikes shattered with a loud bang, turning into rubble, and then the rubble began to spontaneously roll toward the center, ultimately gathering to envelop the rock element core, forming a massive diamond-shaped stone pillar. With a series of crisp sounds, Lu Xiao's little companions were crushed into powder like stress toys. Clearly, this was another type of rock elemental ability, compared to the previous stone spikes. This one leaned more toward defense. The interplay of attack and defense was quite complementary. Lu Xiao rested his chin on his hand, staring at the stone pillar before him. This all-encompassing closed-off posture was indeed giving him a headache. Was it planning to maintain this state forever? Or would it break down soon? Should he wait? Or should he go all out against it? A quarter of an hour later, the diamond stone pillar remained unmoving, showing no signs of disintegration. It seemed the rock element core was greatly frightened and was determined not to reveal its true form again. This left Lu Xiao feeling frustrated. He circled around the outer edge of the pillar, unable to think of a way to break through this turtle shell-like defense. During this time, He also tried to attract the blood beetles with blood water, hoping to break through with their numbers, but it ended in failure. However, he noticed that there were gaps in the stone pillar that were invisible to the naked eye, allowing the blood water to flow in. Suddenly, he recalled an image. At the moment the blood arrow hit the rock element core, when the core was stained by the blood water, it had noticeably dimmed. What did this mean? Unclear. But he decided to take a chance since he couldn't think of a better method. Blood continuously flowed from his wound, forming a 20-meter-long rod. Lu Xiao pressed one end of the rod against the stone pillar, letting the blood flow along the rod and coat the surface of the pillar. A large amount of blood attracted the blood beetles, and Lu Xiao could only keep throwing solidified balls of blood with one hand to grab the attention of these little creatures. The blood continued to seep into the surface of the pillar, and some had already penetrated through the gaps in the stone. Lu Xiao had a strange feeling. Because of the connection with the blood rod, it seemed that this blood was still part of his body and had considerable vitality. But this did not belong to the blood source ability. It seemed he still did not understand the blood source pearl well enough. Perhaps this ability had even more powerful effects that he was completely unaware of. For now, he couldn't worry about that. Being constantly entangled by the blood beetles, he was starting to feel overwhelmed, with the little creatures crawling all over him, gorging themselves. Unable to break through the defenses of the blood armor and blood rod, they could only scuttle around on Lu Xiao's body. In times like this, he needed to remain calm. He simply closed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to perceive his blood. The strands of blood seeping into the stone pillar were continuously approaching the center through the gaps. It was right there. One strand of blood finally broke through layer after layer of rock and flowed into the hollow area. Lu Xiao could even feel the warmth brought by the light. More blood continuously surged in. If it weren't for his blood source constitution, he would have already bled to death. And if it weren't for the fullness of his spiritual sea, he wouldn't have been able to sustain all these chaotic maneuvers. The inflowing bloodline was slowly rising in the hollow area until the blood water touched the rock element core. In that instant, it was as if the core had its tail pulled and panicked. Lu Xiao couldn't see it, but the dazzling yellowish light dimmed instantaneously, and the newly formed rock trembled and resisted. It did not want to be possessed by any creature. Perhaps it was born to be free. The building element was a substance much more noble and pure than life itself. Even if it lacked intelligence, it still looked down upon all living beings. Blood Pearl Spirit. Passive activation, absorbing rock element. Absorption complete, WTF? Blood Pearl. You. Me? At the same time, the stone pillar collapsed in an instant, turning into a pile of rubble. In the darkness, the yellowish light was gone, and the rock element core was no more. Lu Xiao struggled to shake off the blood beetles on him and quickly moved to a distant position. He felt like a thief fleeing in a panic. Although he had initially thought about taking the rock element core, he never imagined it would end like this. The defiant rock element core, after being touched by his blood, offered almost no resistance and was taken away by the blood pearl in one fell swoop. Truly taken away in one fell swoop. The blood pearl seemed to look down on this newly formed rock, as if picking up trash, casually taking it away, seemingly puzzled as to why its master wanted it to absorb such a thing. Lu Xiao sat on a rock, his expression dazed, eyes unfocused. His thoughts lingered on his panel information for a long time, unable to move on. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Name: Rin Pingsheng. Gender: Male. Title: Blood Demon. Height: 176 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical abilities: Stamina 8, Strength 12, Agility 50, Explosiveness 30, Spirit. Blood Pearl. I. Hidden Blood Source Pearl. Hidden Blood Element Core. Magic: Hidden Rock Source Pearl. Hidden Rock Element Core. Newly formed Hidden Soul 91, Spiritual C 5121, 5 senses. Vision 3, Professions. Bow Mastery. Beginner. Identification: Beginner. Body techniques: Beginner Precision, Passive Body Technique, slightly increases ranged attack accuracy. Dynamic Archery, Passive Archery Technique, archery accuracy unaffected while moving. Hardening, Active Body Technique, temporarily increases the hardness of skin and muscle tissue. Ability: Blood Summon, Blood Source Primary Ability, Active Ability. Deactivate blood within control range. Blood to Soldier. Blood source primary ability, active ability, materialize blood into weapons. Blood armor. Blood source intermediate ability, active ability. Cover the body with blood to form armor. Source blood physique. Source core ability, passive ability. Continuously generate blood as long as the spirit body is unharmed. Blood scent. Blood source primary ability, passive ability. Obtain biological information through the scent of biological blood and perceive the location of organisms within a certain range. Eagle Eye. Intermediate active ability. Consume spiritual energy to summon a spiritual eagle at high altitude. Can share its vision. Night Owl. Primary active ability. Can maintain vision in darkness after activating with spiritual energy. Rock Spike. Intermediate active ability of rock element. Rocks protrude from the ground in a spike shape within a 20-meter range. Dense rock. Intermediate active ability of rock element. Attract surrounding rocks to completely wrap around oneself. Continuously consuming spiritual energy during the process. Rock control. Primary active ability of rock element. Control surrounding rocks. Continuously consuming spiritual energy during the process. The Pearl of Containment indeed has new beads, the rock source bead. Not only that, but there are also directly 3 new elemental abilities, 2 of which Lu Xiao has seen before, 1 for offense and 1 for defense, while the last one, rock control. How's that name sound so similar to face control? Just looking at Lu Xiao's panel, it's really hard to imagine he is a specialized marksman. Anyone would think he is some kind of mage. In fact, he doesn't want to be like this. Really, it's quite embarrassing. Additionally, what's the situation with the Pearl of Containment? Previously, obtaining the blood source bead could be understood as the spirit body of the blood demon colliding directly with his own spirit body, and in the back and forth tugging, the Pearl of Containment devoured the opponent. But this time, it was clearly just his own blood touching the rock source core, and his spirit body was still 20 meters away. How did this succeed in absorption? Detected that Ren Pingsheng has doubts about spirit body talents. Can consume 1,000,000 points of galaxy order merit to exchange for relevant knowledge. This operation is permitted. Would you like to exchange? Some hesitation. After all, this is 1,000,000 merit points, worth hundreds of billions in cash, countless luxury cars, and beautiful women. Could buy several courtyard houses in a first-tier city. 1/10 of his merit points. Gritting his teeth, yes. Known information about the containment spirit body is as follows. First, organisms with the containment spirit body can obtain the essence and blood of the consumed organism's corpse through eating, while also nourishing themselves. Second, the containment spirit body can absorb or devour the spirit bodies of other organisms, and the devoured spirit body will nourish the organism itself. Third, the containment spirit body, as a gifted spirit body, has the potential to grow. The effects after growth are unknown. Fourth, the containment spirit body is a hereditary talent, meaning that only when the original spirit body owner dies will the next owner appear. That's it. This is 1,000,000? Just this. Lu Xiao directly coughed up blood in his chest. What is this? Aside from the 4th point, I already know everything else. And what is the use of this 4th point? It's useless, okay. What I want to know is not these things. I know way more than what the center told me. Do you know the containment spirit body can devour the source core? Do you know the containment can remotely absorb the source core? Central, you know nothing about the true power of the containment. Sigh, my 1,000,000 merit points. Chapter 49. Journey. The Central Authority's understanding of the talent of the pearl-containing spirit body is still in its initial stages. It can absorb physical and spiritual attributes, and this should be all that the Central Authority knows about it. However, this information about the pearl-containing spirit body is worth 1,000,000 merit points. Of course, this is also because the pearl-containing spirit body is a hereditary talent. Only when the owner dies can the next owner of the pearl-containing spirit body appear, greatly increasing the difficulty of acquiring information about the spirit body. If Lu Xiao remembers correctly, the meaning of pearl-containing refers to the pearls held in the mouths of the deceased. Literally, it has a rather ominous connotation, but aside from superstition, it also signifies the most precious possession of the deceased. So, what is that most precious possession? The essence of the flesh and the spirit body. In this sense, it makes perfect sense, but what about the pearl being held? Is it all just a literal interpretation? Can the core of the essence be directly transformed into a pearl? Incredible. The talent spirit body is indeed so extraordinary. The fact that he possesses the pearl-containing spirit body must never be known to anyone. He understands the principle that a common person is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. The more extraordinary the pearl-containing spirit body, the greater the danger once it is discovered. However, he still seems to lack an answer regarding the issue of directly absorbing the essence core through his blood. Perhaps he is thinking in the wrong direction. This part may not stem from the pearl containing itself, but rather from a special attribute of the blood source ability. Yet, where the key issue lies remains unclear. Lu Xiao has asked the system several times without any results. He vaguely feels that when the blood is connected to him, it won't lose its vitality even when it's not inside his body. It remains a part of him, and his perception and spiritual energy can also spread through the range covered by the blood. The effectiveness in this aspect can only be verified through continuous experimentation. This journey has brought significant gains. Absorbing the essence core allowed Lu Xiao to directly obtain the Rock of Rebirth, transforming him from an element-insensitive being into a master of rock elements. Besides that, the use of the blood source ability has given him a new understanding of this special ability. If developed properly, perhaps a combination of different elements could yield even greater effects. The most terrifying part is that if the pearl-containing spirit body can absorb the essence core, it can consume more elemental cores. Isn't that just thinking about it makes Lu Xiao's lips curl into a smile? Standing at the peak of the Rocky Mountain, looking down at the desolate desert below, he suddenly feels a surge of heroic spirit. 70 years ago, the phrase "the people of Huaxia have stood up" resonated throughout the land. Today, Lu Xiao echoes a similar sentiment in his heart. Humanity on Earth will stand taller, because of me. In the dark night, a figure races through the wilderness. The figure stands tall, showing no signs of movement, only slightly bending its front legs, leaning forward, and spreading its arms, maintaining a wind-facing posture. Underneath, it stands on a rock. As the underground rock layers continuously push this stone forward, carrying the figure swiftly onward. Lu Xiao covers his mouth and nose, revealing only his eyes as he gazes ahead. While others use rock control for combat, he uses it to escape. The abundance of spiritual energy allows him to squander it at will, riding the rock control ability across the wilderness. Though not as fast as Lu Xiao running at full speed, it saves physical exertion. Even if his early attempts at using rock control were somewhat clumsy, having fallen a few times, he has become much more proficient now. Previously yearning for the thrill of flying on a sword, he now experiences a smaller version of that. But it still feels like just riding a skateboard. Lu Xiao no longer heads north, but turns west. In the vast darkness, only the starlight above and below accompanies him. He did not have this experience in the city, but looking up at the starry sky in a dim environment feels wonderful. A sense of being engulfed by the galaxy and merging into the night as fear. The bioluminescent blood beetles scatter across the ground. These little creatures have their own natural enemies. A small beast with 3 legs shaped like a tripod and 2 long tentacles that continuously prey on the beetles in the wilderness. Lu Xiao does not hesitate to deal with these small beasts. Whenever he sees one, he shoots an arrow since the blood beetles had helped him before. Moreover, his archery skills are so poor that he can hardly bear to watch. After several battles and long hours of training, he still hasn't improved. He even feels that the origin point is forcing him to abandon the path of physical cultivation. A pack of wild wolves bursts out from a distant valley, initially running parallel to him. When their numbers exceed 20, they collectively turn and charge straight at him. These wolves are massive, almost 2 sizes larger than Alaska Malamutes, one of the 3 sled dog breeds on Earth. As the bowstring twangs, within moments, 3 wild wolves whine and abandon the charge, leaving behind over 10 companions lying on the ground, gasping for breath. The surrounding blood beetles gather, sharing the spoils with Lu Xiao. The journey is long, and Lu Xiao is not in a hurry. He directly lights a bonfire, skins the massive wolf carcass, and places it on the fire to roast. The blood beetles enjoy the blood, while Lu Xiao feasts on the roasted meat. The 2 different species coexist peacefully, each content in their own way. He tries the roasted meat, but finds the blood beetles have no interest, so he reluctantly gives up on teasing these little friends. The savory juices fill his stomach with satisfaction. The rocks around him rise to form a low wall under his mental command. If Lu Xiao had any knowledge of engineering, he could even raise a small building from the ground. The pearl-containing spirit body continuously absorbs the essence of the prairie wolves. But he is not satisfied with a small boost. He adds some blood cherry petals to the roasted meat. Those who don't know might think he is just adding seasoning. Resilience 1. Strength 2. Slight increase in physical attributes from absorbing intelligent biological essence. System notifications keep popping up. Blood surging through his body? Not possible. Lu Xiao's blood has long surpassed that of a normal person, but the swelling pain in his muscles and bones still makes him cautious, not daring to stuff a whole handful of blood cherry petals into his mouth. He doesn't want to suddenly develop bone spurs or turn into a character like Kimimaro from Naruto, with bones growing everywhere. His uncooperative stomach begins to complain softly, and the roasted wolf feast reaches its end. Resilience directly increases by 10, and strength jumps to 22. Now Lu Xiao's physical attributes are resilience, 18, strength 34, agility, 50, explosiveness, 30 if 101 represents the traveler's mirror stage. Lu Xiao aims to surpass 400 directly in the small thousand worlds. After all, no one knows what kind of trouble the subsequent origin points will bring. The stronger he is, the more confidence he has. Moreover, there's still many blood cherry petals left. He is just unsure if there's a limit to their enhancement. If there isn't, that would be terrifying. Rocks continue to emerge from beneath the soil, and a low wall around Lu Xiao quickly rises. The sandy ground is replaced by rocks. With his eyes slightly lowered, he controls the construction method of the surrounding rocks with his thoughts. As his mind flickers, a dome-shaped stone house gradually takes shape. There are no doors or windows, only 3 small air holes that are not wide enough for a person to pass through. When he opens his eyes again, satisfied with his surroundings, he lays the peeled wolf skin comfortably on the ground. It has a bit of a stench, but one cannot ask for too much in this environment. The bonfire beside him crackles warmly, and Lu Xiao quickly drifts into sleep. Chapter 50. No need to be polite. One night passed without incident, and when I woke up, it was still night. I wrapped myself in a coat made from the pelt of a prairie wolf, stuffing the remaining roasted meat into a makeshift bag. With a slight thought, the rocks that formed the stone house began to fragment rapidly until they turned into gravel, disappearing into the dark night. The stone house, which had risen from the ground, completed its brief mission with the departure of its creator. A hard stone slab protruded beneath my feet, propelled by forces from the ground, and silently, Lu Xiao set off again. The temperature in the night wilderness was extremely low, and the wind and sand whipped through, biting like ice shards. He had considered using his rock control ability to directly fashion a stone cart, which would have been much more comfortable and offered some protection from the wind and sand. However, after trying, he ultimately gave up. The reason being that he couldn't apply his rock control simultaneously to assist in the propulsion of the surface rock layers and stabilize the rock structure. And maintaining dual-direction rock control consumed more psychic energy than he could handle. His ideal state was to have his psychic energy recovery and consumption in balance. Sliding quickly on the stone slab seemed simple and crude, but it truly tested his understanding and application of rock control, as he was not controlling the slab beneath his feet, but rather the rising rock layers behind him, forming a downward slope. Lu Xiao was essentially surfing, with the stacked rock layers being the waves behind him. Come on, speed up. He lowered his center of gravity, increasing the slope of the rock layer behind him. His speed kept increasing as he controlled the surrounding rock layers while maintaining his balance. Fly! He dashed toward a steep slope, and with inertia, he soared into the air, awkwardly twisting in midair before landing crookedly, but managing not to fall. Yay! A 360-degree spin in the air. Difficulty level 2. 0. His cheers quickly faded into the wind and sand. For some, loneliness is worse than death, but for Lu Xiao, loneliness had always been his friend. Friends may deceive or drift apart, but loneliness would not. It would always accompany you, whether you wanted it or not. In the wilderness, he roamed freely, his use of rock control becoming increasingly pure and his speed of travel also quickened. Some oblivious local creatures were drawn to his movements. But those with intent couldn't catch up, and those who could get close quickly became side dish. This man, born weak on Earth, had evidently become the apex predator in this wilderness. "Come on, catch me," Lu Xiao shouted, waving his arms enthusiastically. Behind him, the earth surged, and the rocks trembled as dozens of giant sandworms, like sea dragons, twisted across the ground, attracted by the vibrations of the rock layers, chasing their invisible prey. Ha ha ha! So exhilarating. Laughing freely, Lu Xiao felt like a solitary boat in turbulent waves, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet stubbornly leading the tide. He constantly changed his posture and path, teasing the massive creatures behind him. With each daring dodge, his proficiency in rock control rapidly improved, and the rush of adrenaline mixed with the liberating thrill was like a cocktail with ice cubes, making him unable to stop. The ground ahead began to collapse, and he leaped, the rocks beneath him climbing up his body, forming an airtight rock armor. As a sandworm, having taken a shortcut, raised its massive head from the ground. Lu Xiao was already standing firmly atop it, clad in brown rock armor, all in one fluid motion. "Behave," he murmured, hands behind his back. Standing atop, the true master of this wilderness stirred his emotions. Unfortunately, before he could enjoy the moment, the sandworm plunged back into the ground. Lu Xiao continued to glide forward on a stone slab. After a while, he looked back and no longer saw the giant earth dragons. He waved goodbye. Even though no one could see, it felt ceremonious. A sandstorm concealed the stars, and a howling wind swept through, ravaging the land. Lu Xiao sat by the campfire, leisurely chewing on roasted meat, listening to the wind moaning outside the stone house. Next to him curled a nest of small sand foxes. Looking at the meat in his hands with their big, adorable eyes, their parents missing due to the storm brought in by this inexplicable human. Nestled in the soft and warm wool fur blanket, the little sand foxes didn't know whether to be afraid or to enjoy it. Lu Xiao tossed a few pieces of cut meat over, and they hesitated to eat. "Go ahead, it's not your meat." The human spoke. He didn't look so scary. One brave little sand fox stood up, cautiously approached, sniffed the meat on the ground, and found it delicious, taking a bite. Soon, the other little sand foxes gathered around. Lu Xiao smiled as he watched these cute creatures with big ears and sharp mouths, cutting a few more pieces to toss over. Time passed, and the storm gradually subsided. Lu Xiao turned his head to look outside the open door of the stone house. In the dark night, two sand fox heads peeked out. It seemed the little one's parents had come looking for them. He took one last look at the sleeping nest of little sand foxes, hoping they would grow up safely. Then he got up, and the other side of the stone house opened up. Lu Xiao left behind the wolf pelt and the remaining roasted meat, departing along with the stone house, leaving it all for the family. Lu Xiao. English notes. No hurry, I haven't finished reading. It's your turn to write to me. I'm thinking about what to write. Write what you want. Can I write casually? Are you really that casual? No, I won't. I'm very serious, very serious. Then remember to give it to me once it's done. Yes, definitely. The stars and phosphorescence retreated before his eyes, flashing back in solitude like memories. Once wanted to travel the rivers and lakes together. Now he was the only one moving through the wilderness. The harsh cold wind brushed against his face, and he felt inexplicably downcast. Everything on earth felt like a distant memory, seemingly far away yet close at hand, having crossed the Naiha Bridge without drinking the Mungpa soup. He looked up toward the height. There, layers of building lights began to illuminate one after another. Each time a light turned on, a small head peeked out from the balcony, waving at him. Until the last layer of lights went out, the world seemed to really darken. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Rock spikes suddenly erupted from the soil. The muffled sound of flesh being pierced reached his ears. Everything before him returned to clarity. Scanning the surroundings, dozens of emaciated humanoid creatures were pierced by rocks, no longer recognizable as human. One of them had long claws like spicy strips, just over 10 centimeters away from him. Sand ghosts. Looking at the information of this native creature, Lu Xiao's expression turned icy. A dangerous creature capable of inducing others to relive memories and causing various hallucinations, a group of devils wandering in the wilderness. Huh. Lu Xiao sneered. The rock spikes shattered instantly as he held the wind catcher, his gaze cold as he looked at the ghostly sand ghosts outside the rock spike range. Thank you. You've reminded me of things I didn't want to remember, and let me send you a message in return. With a twang, arrows flew through the night. The sand ghosts began to scatter in panic, but their speed was not fast. One by one, they fell onto the yellow sand, until the last one was shot through the head, collapsing into the darkness. You're welcome. Chapter 51, Earth Order. Entering Mirror Lake. This area currently belongs to a war zone. As the system prompt lit up, Lu Xiao stepped out of the sandy soil of the wasteland. Ahead, the endless grassland was blooming with flowers and vibrant greenery, while behind him lay barren land and yellow sand. The eastern horizon had already begun to lighten, and the earth was revitalizing. Lu Xiao didn't expect that the journey from east to west would take a full 7 Earth days. He lit a cigarette, walked onto the grassland, and lay back on the ground. The effect of the blood cherry blossom petals indeed stopped increasing after reaching 50, but the efficacy of the pearl spirit body persisted. However, the enhancement gained from consuming the meat of creatures from the wasteland had become increasingly weak, as if the essence of these creatures' vitality was nearly of no benefit to him at this point. Resilience, 51, Strength, 52, Agility, 50, Explosiveness, 30. Looking at his physical attributes panel, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh and cry. Originally the weakest attributes of resilience and strength had now become his strong points. Since he had arrived at Mirror Lake, there was no need to rush onward. A spirit-manifested eagle soared into the sky, confirming that there were no threatening creatures nearby. The earth loosened, and then a deep pit collapsed directly beneath him. Lu Xiao jumped into the pit, and the upper layer of rock quickly closed over the top, forming an underground stone chamber. From the eagle's point of view, it was hard to discern any traces of what had been buried here. After completing these actions, in the pitch-black chamber, the Galactic Order will conduct a spirit body transmission for Ren Pingsheng. Searching. Origin Law 99 approved for this transmission. Retrieving intelligent biological life status. Meets transmission requirements. Ren Pingsheng's origin body being returned to its original state. Spirit body transmission in progress. He opened his eyes to find himself in his familiar bedroom, sunlight pouring in through the window, peaceful and serene. However, what did all this lush greenery mean? Getting up, he found himself covered in climbing ivy-like plants, their roots embedded in his temples. It seemed this was the result of spending 20 merit points for a body maintenance effect. Lu Xiao's face turned pale, a vegetable person, really turning into a plant person. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. At least it was better than keeping his body at low temperatures. He didn't feel those stiff sensations and seemed to maintain a considerable level of vitality. As he awakened, the plant quickly fell from him. Visibi wiltin at rapid pace. Hearing movement from the inner room, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Lu Xiao widened his eyes, looking at his father who had barged in, followed by his mother, whose face was filled with surprise. His father said nothing, only smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening, his eyes bloodshot. Smile. His mother pushed past his father, rushing him like a madwoman, and hugged Lu Xiao tightly. Tears streamed down uncontrollably as his mother trembled all over, holding him tighter and tighter. You finally came back. You finally came back. His father stepped forward and joined the embrace of mother and son. It's good you're back. It's good you're back. Dad, Mom, how did you come here? What about Grandma? Grandma is being taken care of by your uncle and aunt. She has been very tired lately, so she didn't come with us. Lu Xiao's father kept looking at his child. Why did you come back so late? Most people from Qiantang returned long ago. His mother sniffled, turned to wipe her cheeks with a pile of tissues. Yeah, your dad and I came back 7 days ago. The highway opened just a few days after that. We've been here for a few days already. It seemed Cold Yufeng was right. The living order in Qiantang had basically been restored. One couldn't help but marvel at the capability of the government and the hard-working public. We'll talk about these things later. Has anything changed during this time? Changed? His parents exchanged glances. There have been too many changes. Let me think about where to start, his father casually said. Kulme, let us all sit down and have a good talk. After nearly 2 hours of conversation with his parents, Liu Xiao had a general understanding of the series of changes that had occurred on Earth over the past 10 days. First, the Galactic Order officially intervened in Earth affairs. The United Nations had officially changed its name to the Earth Order Alliance, abbreviated as Earth Order. The original 5 permanent members had gained an additional seat, reportedly from the Galactic Order, indicating that in the future, the Galactic Order would also get involved in significant Earth matters. Secondly, there was an explosion of new scientific research results. Many problems that had troubled human scientists for a long time were resolved in a short period, especially in quantum mechanics, string theory, renewable energy, and medicine. Cancers, AIDS, leukemia, some of humanity's greatest killers, now had treatment methods. The Earth Order introduced the galactic currency, which connected with all global currency payment systems within just a few hours. Its purchasing power was roughly 100,000 relative to RMB, almost equivalent to the merit points Liu Xiao had previously understood. It was said that this currency could be used throughout the entire galaxy, but the access channel could only be exchanged for merit points. Thirdly, shortly after its establishment, the Earth Order issued a series of political decrees, several of which were closely related to Liu Xiao. For instance, they established an origin information sharing platform where anyone providing valuable information on the platform could receive tangible benefits. Moreover, those who made it onto the racial representatives list would enjoy key protection and resource supply from the Earth Order, including their families. Additionally, the Earth Order was also synchronously collecting information on those who had not yet returned and established the Earth Representative Alliance, hoping that metamorphosed individuals, or those with physical attributes above 50, or those who had received elements or faith, would join. Finally, the Galactic Order would provide corresponding support to countries based on the amount of merit points obtained, which included not only theoretical knowledge and technological civilization, but also led to large-scale implementation of origin strategy plans by various countries. For those who had still not returned, various recruitment efforts were underway, and even cases of assassination of non-returning individuals had occurred. Street inspectors were visiting every household almost daily, and because Liu Xiao had not returned, he became a key focus for the street office. Just before Liu Xiao awakened, community workers had delivered living supplies to his parents, showing great concern and emphasizing that they need not worry about anything essential for living, stating that Liu Xiao's non-return was a good thing. In casual conversation, his father learned from the street office staff that currently in Qiantang, the number of those who could be accounted for and had not returned was less than 10,000, each regarded as a treasure. Some vegetative individuals without relatives in Qiantang were directly placed in nursing homes for retirees, with military personnel providing dedicated care. In just a few days, Huaxia had enacted the Floating Personnel Protection Law and the Floating Information Security Law, directly limiting the safety of certain information and individuals from a legal standpoint. As for his parents' experiences in the origin, they were indeed touching. In their small world, millions of people directly confronted extraterritorial beings for a full 3 days. In the end, they could not hold out, and his father, holding his mother, jumped off a cliff. As his mother put it, she didn't expect to experience such a tragic heroism in war at her age. However, because of this event, their relationship deepened. The way his mother looked at his father became even gentler. Everything seemed unchanged, yet everything seemed different. The earth had changed, the country had changed, and even his own home had changed. Liu Xiao asked his parents to prepare dinner while he sat on the balcony, deep in thought. His identity must be kept strictly confidential. Even without much happening, countries had already started assassination and recruitment efforts. It seemed the game on Earth had already begun to unfold in the dark. Once these machines started operating, many things were beyond the imagination of a fresh graduate like him. The street over there should be easy to handle. After all, there shouldn't be many people capable of returning now. 100 merit points are hardly even a trivial amount to him, but for an average person, it would be a sky-high price. Living on Earth also requires some arrangements, but they must be done quietly. Otherwise, making too much noise could easily attract attention. Having the identity of a preparatory member of the Hidden Dragon Group should be useful in some situations. He is not sure how much knowledge beyond Earth civilization the Galactic Order has given to humanity on Earth. but he is certain that some things beyond his understanding will occur, so early preparation is necessary. Taking advantage of his parents preparing dinner, Lu Xiao made a trip to the community. He reported his complete return and conveniently fabricated a story about how he ultimately died at the hands of the Matuo people after fleeing into the forest. The community seriously recorded information about the people in the forest, including the Matuo. Most of these staff members had already died during the cavalry attack. And when Lu Xiao mentioned that there were even more terrifying extraterrestrial beings in the forest, they listened with wide eyes, not blinking. The information Lu Xiao provided was very important to them. After reporting it, they might even receive commendation from higher authorities. However, the news of Lu Xiao's complete return made them very gloomy. It was not easy to have a unique talent in their jurisdiction, and both the district and the street had valued him. But now it seemed he was completely out of the game. Before leaving, the community secretary patted Lu Xiao's shoulder earnestly, encouraged him a bit, and reluctantly let him go. At night, the family gathered around the dinner table and had a good meal. Since Lu Xiao left his hometown to attend university in Xiantang, he had very few opportunities to be with his parents. This time, with the experience of separation and death, the family felt a sense of happiness. When talking about Lu Xiao's experiences at the origin point, he didn't go into detail, partly to avoid worrying his parents and partly to prevent them from knowing too much and causing trouble. However, after dinner, Lu Xiao told his parents that he was already bound by the laws of the origin point and that he would continue his journey there. To his surprise, except for his mother feeling a bit sad, his father actually supported his decision. As his father put it, they would just consider it as him working and living in Xiantang and that he could occasionally return to visit them. His mother's response was more pragmatic, saying that since he died there, he would just come back. Clearly, his parents, who had experienced death at the origin point, had a much more open-minded view on the matter. This completely dispelled Lu Xiao's worries. However, in the end, his mother still set a rule for him. He must not find a monster as a wife. As night fell, his parents went to bed early, and Lu Xiao stood alone on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky. The massive list of agents was still prominently displayed at the top of the firmament, but his coat had long since disappeared. The city forest, made of reinforced concrete, was brightly lit. Ordinary citizens had moved on from the events of the origin point and returned to their normal lives. He kept refreshing the webpage, hoping to learn more information. The internet was filled with news and speculation about the origin point, with most believing that the origin point and reality on Earth exist in different dimensions or realms. The origin point was seen as a simulation game for resource competition among advanced civilizations, and humans who returned were considered eliminated from the game. This time, humanity performed quite well in the game, so the advanced civilizations provided decent rewards, and that was all. Of course, some news caught Lu Xiao's attention. An employee of a certain operator was arrested for selling the list of those who had not returned, becoming the first person to be eaten by crabs since the Fugitive Information Security Law was enacted in a small country. A large number of bodies of those who had not returned went missing, suspected to have been stolen by American agents. In England, someone returned claiming to have become a transcendent and shared numerous details about spiritual transformation. Lu Xiao smiled slightly as he browsed the news. Beside him, in a flower pot, some small stones were mysteriously piling up higher and higher. Chapter 52. Underflow. The next day, Lu Xiao woke up early, or rather, he hadn't slept at all. The transformation of his spiritual body had transcended the original structure of his brain, and he now required very little sleep. Dressed in casual clothes, he jogged leisurely around the community while interacting with the central system in his thoughts, consuming 200 merit points from the galactic order. Redeeming physical ability replication. Physical ability replication completed, a surge of power acted upon him, and his entire body instantly became light and strong, directly replicating the physical attributes and skills from the origin point on Earth. As his physical ability values at the origin point skyrocketed, the merit points required for replication also increased. It seemed that for the galactic order, the importance of biological bodies on Earth was minimal, as they could be replicated using high technology beyond human reach. Otherwise, it wouldn't only require such a small amount of merit points for redemption. Detected that Ren Pingsheng has doubts about the safety of galactic coins use on Earth. This issue does not require merit points for consumption. Galactic coins are the universal equivalent exchange currency within the galactic order, currently integrated into all financial systems on Earth. And all usage operations are encrypted and hidden by Brody information. The user and their actions will not be detected or recorded by any Earth technology. Due to the current technological limitations of Earth civilization, galactic coins have been bound to existing payment accounts of humans on Earth, and users can directly complete transactions using their original payment methods. Nice! The galactic order is indeed very thoughtful. The money doesn't exist in banks, which undoubtedly greatly increases security. Detected that Rin Pingsheng has doubts about identity protection. This issue does not require merit points for consumption. The identity information and achievements of the protected individual will not be disclosed through any information exchange channels of the galactic order. This protection measure includes all biological entities within the origin point and the galactic order. It seems they just won't disclose it without any more practical protection measures. Well, one can't expect too much. Detected that Rin Pingsheng has doubts about the use of spiritual energy outside the origin point. This issue does not require merit points for consumption. The spiritual body is the life source of transcendent space. The use of abilities in any realm or space is unrestricted, but replenishing spiritual energy cannot be achieved outside the origin point. I see. Lu Xiao had tried this last night. He could use abilities while on Earth, but the only limitation was that once the spiritual energy was depleted, it couldn't be restored. It seems that spiritual energy can only be replenished at the origin point. Consuming 10,000 merit points from the galactic order, galactic coin account balance. 10,000. Just a drop in the bucket. I hope there's really a 100,000 redemption ratio. That would truly be the pinnacle of life. Wait, I'm getting carried away. Although there are no safety issues with using galactic coins, once assets are purchased, it involves property rights and tax issues. As a fresh graduate, with a father who is a retired civil servant and a mother who is a full-time housewife, why would I suddenly become wealthy? Damn, now I finally know what it means to have money with nowhere to spend it. Sitting on a bench in the community, Lu Xiao dialed a phone number. Beep. Beep. Hello, how can I assist you? Fine by Ling, okay. I will transfer you right away. Please hold on. Now, transferring to the dedicated line. After listening to a minute or more of soothing music, Bai Ling's voice came from the other end. This is Bai Ling. Is it Chao Feng? Her voice was breathless. It seemed this girl had rushed over. Does the Hidden Dragon Group not provide mobile phones? Yes, I am Chao Feng. I need to consult you about something to see if you can help. Hold on with your matter. Have you come into contact with anyone after you returned? Did you disclose any information about the origin point and yourself? Bai Ling's tone was very serious. It seemed this question was extremely important. My parents, and also some people in the community. People in the community? What did you say to them? Tell me everything in detail about every conversation. Seeing her determined attitude, Lu Xiao described the general situation. The other end clearly let out a sigh of relief. That's good. You've handled it relatively well. To ensure the safety of Hidden Dragon Group members, the identity information of each member is highly confidential. Even as a personal assistant, I cannot indirectly inquire about your real information. You must remember this, Chao Feng. Okay, I understand. According to the regulations of the Hidden Dragon Group, I will ask you some questions. You only need to answer yes or no without explaining the specific situation. You may lie when it comes to sensitive issues. Is there such an operation? I'm starting now. Does your physical ability attribute exceed 50? Yes. Does your physical ability attribute exceed 100? No. Have you awakened elemental affinity? No. Do you perceive divine summons? No. Have you found a town at the origin point? No. Has your origin code ever appeared on the merit record of a race agent? Yes. Has anyone had spiritual sound interaction with you through the origin code? Yes. Does anyone at the origin know your true identity? Yes. Does anyone on Earth know your true power at the origin? No. Have you obtained information about spiritual energy crystals at the origin? No. Have you had interactions with otherworldly beings at the origin? Yes. Do you master at least one ability? Yes. Have you encountered exceptionally powerful humans at the origin? No. Have you experienced special situations at the origin? What is a special situation? I'm not sure either. That is how the question was written, Bai Ling said helplessly. It seems that everything I encountered was a special situation. Then I'll just say no. Is it over? Seeing Bai Ling not continuing to speak, Lu Xiao asked. It's over. Please wait. The sound of a pen scratching against paper continued on the other end. Why not use a computer for statistics? Lu Xiao wondered. For information security. Everything is recorded on paper now, Bai Ling replied solemnly. I see, Lu Xiao nodded. I guess the internet is essentially unprotected for a high civilization like the Galactic Order. But from another perspective, the country isn't completely subservient to the Galactic Order. I've finished asking my questions. Now I'll synchronize some information to you. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening. The Galactic Order had direct contact with the governments of various countries on Earth 7 days ago. The reason is that the total merit value of the human race during this drifting process currently ranks first among all races. The Galactic Order is now indiscriminately providing answers to some scientific research and theoretical problems. But due to the existence of different regimes and ideological camps among humans on Earth, the massive resource support cannot currently be realized. After consultations within the Earth Order, each country will establish its own merit statistics and ultimately allocate all resources from the Galactic Order based on merit ratios. How is it determined which transformee belongs to which country? Lu Xiao asked. Transformees can directly determine their affiliation through the system. You can directly let the system search for the words merit affiliation. So it's letting the system make a direct judgment on affiliation and ultimately tally the merit values. While this is fair, the countries have become the disadvantaged party. Who knows whether these transformees will betray their country? Chao Feng. As a preparatory member of the Hidden Dragon Group, as a descendant of Huaxia, you must stand firm and not be misled by the policies of other countries. Understood. I know what to do, don't worry. Can I ask what our ranking is among the countries right now? Sure. This information can also be seen on the central system. Oh, is that so? Then you don't need to tell me. I'll check it myself later. Do you know what resources are waiting to be allocated? Sorry, my authority is insufficient, so I'm not sure. All right, let's consider them very precious. Just a little bit of generosity could cure diseases that countless geniuses on Earth have failed to conquer for hundreds of years. It's easy to imagine how extraordinary the real goods must be. Whoever gets them might just be able to achieve unification on Earth. That was the first thing I mentioned. Let me continue. This time, the origin drift may cause a reshuffling of national power, so countries have taken a series of underhanded actions against the Transformers. I remind you to strictly keep your identity information confidential, especially during the time you return to Earth as a spirit. Some countries have formed special task forces specifically to assassinate returning Transformers. Damn, if I'm assassinated after returning as a spirit, that would really be the end. I understand. I'm being very careful. Every Transformer still at the origin is a valuable resource. If you encounter any Transformers at the origin, regardless of which country they previously belonged to, try to get them to join us or obtain their identity information. The country will ensure their physical safety and provide substantial resource support. If you have the capability, do your best to assist more people from Huaxia in becoming Transformers. All of this will become your capital for transitioning into a formal member in the future. All right, what other countries are doing, we're doing too. Okay, what else? Currently, the Galactic Order has monitored all mobile signals, and some information about the follow-up at the origin can only be communicated verbally. For now, I can only inform you about some news regarding the current domain of the origin. If it's about landmarks or towns, there's no need to mention it. I already know. Well then, based on your mobile signal and previous government requests, you should be in Qiantang, right? Yes. Lu Xiao slapped his forehead. How did he not think of the mobile signal thing? There's a special task that requires your assistance. Can I choose to refuse? Yes, it's not a mandatory task. Then tell me first, I'll listen. All right, I'll inform you of the general profile of the person. If you choose to participate, I'll tell you the details. A student from university in Qiantang has become a Transformer and has completed the Divine Faith. Currently, his information has been known to foreign forces. I will participate. Tell me the details. Lu Xiao already knew who this Transformer was. Okay, I'll record it. Here are the task details. The student's surname is Li. First name is Tianjia. Currently, his body is being closely monitored at a rehabilitation center in Qiantang. Reliable information indicates that Li Tianjia is the leader of a Huaxia team still at the origin, and several Transformers have appeared in the team. However, one member has leaked the team information to foreign forces, and now hidden forces from 3 countries have infiltrated our country, preparing to carry out destructive actions against Li Tianjia and several other Transformers. Due to uncertainty regarding the identities, numbers, and capabilities of the other party, there may be vulnerabilities in the monitoring task, which requires the participation of Transformers. First, protect the bodies of these Transformers from destruction. Second, find the destroyers. And during the operation, you can execute annihilation. Third, if possible, extract useful information from the destroyers. Understood. How do I participate? How will the security team recognize my identity? I will inform them of your title later, and the code phrase is reporting the peony's deep sleep. One must also keep an eye for the Green Canal. Why is the code phrase an ancient poem? Don't ask me. It's a regulation from above. All right, I'll go soon. What did you want to tell me earlier? I want to use galactic coins for spending, but various asset proofs are very troublesome. Is there a way to solve this? Okay, I'll record that. You can contact me later. I will arrange it. Then I'll hang up. Wait, when you carry out the task, be sure to conceal your face. Transformers generally have photographic memory. You should know this. Thanks for the reminder. Goodbye. After ending the call, Lu Xiao immediately returned to the rented house, greeted his parents, grabbed some things, and headed straight to the Qiantang Rehabilitation Center. Chapter 53. Guarding the Qiantang Sanatorium is not far from the community where Lu Xiao rents a place, but due to the impressive speed of the electric scooter, it took over half an hour to arrive nearby. The sanatorium is located near West Lake, surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, with lush trees providing shade. It has long served as a place for retired cadres and senior leaders to recuperate, and there are 2 hospitals nearby, with a considerable number of people coming and going. If it weren't for the unusual occurrences, this would also be a popular spot for tourists. Lu Xiao parked the electric scooter at a nearby hospital and walked towards the Qiantang Sanatorium. At that moment, he was carrying a large military backpack taller than half a person, which contained a short bow he had trained with before. The quality was quite average, but it was barely usable. At the entrance of the sanatorium, 4 soldiers stood tall, like guardians on either side of the entrance. Lu Xiao's approach immediately caught their attention. Entry is not allowed. One soldier raised his arm to stop Lu Xiao. I'm here to assist with the supervision of the transcenders sent by the higher-ups. Haha, this line from the higher-ups, I actually get to use it in my lifetime. The soldiers scrutinized Lu Xiao from head to toe, dressed in casual clothes. Carrying a large backpack and wearing a mask in broad daylight, he looked quite suspicious. However, the unit leader had indeed informed them that someone would be coming today. Name? Xiaofeng. Right, that is indeed the name. The soldier's expression relaxed a bit. Please wait here. I will report now. Before long, a middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform quickly walked out. Judging by the 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulder, this man's rank should be quite high. Upon seeing Lu Xiao, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, wondering why the report from Yanjing mentioned sending a half-grown child to assist with the guarding. He approached Lu Xiao, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the young man in front of him. Lu Xiao could sense the killing intent emanating from this man. He was someone who had seen blood. Even without the smell of blood on him, the intimidation radiating from him was enough to indicate this soldier was extraordinary. Falling leaves dance in the wind. The foolishness of the ant has no spirit, the middle-aged man murmured. Report. The begonia blooms in slumber. Yet one must keep an eye on the green. Lu Xiao responded with the countercode. The man nodded slightly. Follow me. Without much further conversation, the man led Lu Xiao into the Qiantang Sanatorium. Lu Xiao had been here before. Before the unusual occurrences, the sanatorium also served as a physical examination center. It was a 4-story main building with 10 2-story inpatient buildings distributed on either side, and there were also 4 buildings that were likely residences for stationed soldiers and staff. There were 2 sports fields and a small lake connected to West Lake, with excellent greenery and towering old sycamore trees everywhere. Without saying a word, the man led Lu Xiao into an old building, up the creaky wooden stairs to the 2nd floor, and into an office. Inside the office, an old-fashioned black leather sofa was occupied by a man and a woman, who immediately stood up when they saw the middle-aged man enter. Upon noticing Lu Xiao behind the man, their expressions reflected a mixture of surprise and mild suspicion, which made Lu Xiao somewhat irritated. Agent sent from Yanjing, codenamed Xiaofeng. The man spoke coldly to the two. The man by the sofa saluted Lu Xiao and extended his hand, smiling. "I'm Jiang Tao. Nice to meet you." Lu Xiao wasn't very accustomed to such pleasantries, but he still reached out and shook hands with Jiang Tao. "Hello, Jiang Tao." The woman beside him stomped her right foot heavily on the ground, making a crisp sound, and saluted as well but did not extend her hand. "I'm Feng Xiao." "Hello." Lu Xiao nodded slightly toward her. He then looked at the middle-aged man. The man seemed somewhat impatient under Lu Xiao's gaze and coldly stated, "Wei Qiu." This one really is stingy with words. Lu Xiao fell at a loss for how to respond. "Jiang, brief him on the situation." Wei Qiu sat down at his desk, which had nothing but an old-fashioned telephone and a photograph on it. "Okay, Wei Ying," Jiang Tao said. "Xiaofeng, let us sit down and talk." Compared to Wei Qiu's indifference, Jiang Tao was much friendlier, a smile constantly on his face. The three sat down. Currently, there are a total of 72 unreturned individuals here, of which 5 have been confirmed as transcenders. We have a battalion's worth of guarding forces, totaling 503 people, with 109 doctors, nurses, and caregivers. The 5 transcenders are all housed in Building 9, while the remaining unreturned individuals are arranged in the main building and other buildings. There are 300 personnel on standby within the sanatorium, while the remaining personnel are waiting for orders in temporarily requisitioned civilian houses southeast of the sanatorium. Wow, a battalion of troops to protect 72 vegetative patients. That's quite the expense. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a bit superfluous. Both the main building and the 10 inpatient buildings have sniper teams, and there are no blind spots for surveillance in the entire sanatorium. Each soldier is equipped with electronic fence identification, which can display each person's location in real time. Considering the connection between the Turtle Pond in the sanatorium and West Lake, we have also set up infrared around the pond. Additionally, only 5 people can enter Building 9. Entry requires iris detection. Lu Xiao listened, feeling somewhat bewildered, but nodded in acknowledgement. It sounded as if not even a fly could get in here. That's about the situation. I'll take you around the sanatorium later to familiarize yourself with the environment. Jiang Tao spoke in a clear and methodical manner, exuding confidence in this guarding plan. "Close the door," Wei Qiu said without looking up, his tone indifferent. Lu Xiao's lips twitched. Wasn't this just a dismissal? How much animosity does Wei Qiu have against me? The 3 exited the office, and Jiang Tao made sure to gently close the door. Once outside the small building, Jiang Tao smiled and offered Lu Xiao a cigarette. "Don't mind it." Wei Ying is just frustrated from the setback at the starting point and is still holding on to his anger. "I see," Lu Xiao understood, realizing that the military at Xiantang had been completely wiped out at the starting point, which must have been a tremendous blow to the active duty soldiers. "I was present at that battle, but on the North Bank." Lu Xiao, wearing a mask, couldn't manage to put the cigarette in his mouth. So he tore a hole in the mask and lit it with his lighter. "We originally had a chance to win, but our weapons were limited, and we didn't want to accidentally harm civilians." Feng Xiao interjected with a disgruntled expression, clearly harboring grievances not just from Wei Qiu. "It's too late to say that now. The matter has passed, and the fact is we were eliminated. Protecting these seedlings is currently our most important responsibility." Jiang Tao stretched his muscles. "That side is a battlefield. This side is also a battlefield. Neither is easy. Do we have any leads on the infiltrators from abroad?" Lu Xiao asked. "No, not a single clue," Feng Xiao replied, her voice low and intense, clearly feeling very guilty about the results. "I reviewed the internal briefing. Now, the elite of each country is executing such tasks, and some even have powers as transcenders. It's normal not to have leads at the moment. After all, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light." Jiang Tao comforted, pointing outside the gate. "There are so many different people. Not all of them have blue eyes and blonde hair, and it's truly hard to distinguish among the crowd." After saying that, he turned to Lu Xiao and said, "Xiaofeng, so young, just graduated from military school?" "Oh, forget I asked." Realizing he had asked something inappropriate, Jiang Tao quickly stopped. "Take me to Building 9 to have a look." Lu Xiao's request made the two a bit hesitant. It's not that we don't want to take you in, but the rules there are very strict now. Even you're not allowed to enter. Nodding helplessly, he initially wanted to see Li Tianjia's condition, and he guessed the other 4 confirmed transcenders were likely acquaintances as well. Then I'll just walk around the sanatorium. You two carry on with your work. Both were the mainstays of the guarding troops, and it wasn't appropriate to keep accompanying him. Okay, I'll head back to my post. Jiang Tao was straightforward as well. Before leaving, he threw him a pack of cigarettes with a smile and said, "Special supply from the army." Lu Xiao smiled as he took it and thanked him. "You keep this." Feng Xiao handed him a black round disc the size of a fingernail. "This is an electronic fence identification device. If you don't wear it, some places will trigger an alarm." Okay. Lu Xiao stuffed the disc into his pant pocket. The two of them went their separate ways. Lu Xiao looked up at the main building. He could feel that something there was threatening him. With his keen eyesight, he quickly spotted a cold gun muzzle in the shadow on the rooftop and the pair of vigilant eyes behind it, which seemed to be looking at him through a scope. He could only wave his hand and grin foolishly in that direction. "He found me. On the rooftop," the sniper said. The observer crouching behind him looked surprised. "No way. Can you see him from 500 meters away? That boy with the big-eyed Fong?" "Yes. He locked on me at first sight," the sniper replied with frustration. "You must be guessing blindly. Stop messing around." "I'm not kidding. He's waving at me." The observer. Chapter 54. A Flaw in the Perfection in an Outdoor CAF by Westlake. 3 East Asian faces were leisurely sipping coffee under the eaves. The surrounding environment was extremely noisy, with local people in the nearby tea house cracking sunflower seeds and playing cards, their Mandarin mixed with the local dialect. It was unclear why this CAF had chosen such a location. However, the external chaos had no impact on the 3 individuals, who were intensely communicating through star-patterned spiritual sound. "Matani-san, we must act quickly. We did not return to waste time in Huaxia." "Mukumo, calm down. You must believe that our actions here are worthwhile. Besides, the merits at the origin are not so easily earned. Kitata, stop wasting time with him. This guy has just taken in 2 underground idol trainees at home, and all he can think about now is how to torment those 2 women when he gets back. Bastard. Matani, what do you mean? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have joined this organization. I wouldn't have to come to Huaxia to carry out missions. Idiot. With your ability, you're lucky to have survived at the origin. Earning merits is harder for you than for anyone else. I brought you in solely because your ability is more suitable for use on Earth. The organization values you greatly. What you can gain here is no less than merits. You should be grateful to me, not confrontational. I am the leader, and you must show me respect." "Matani, you know me. That's not what I meant. But does this really make sense? I understand that, but their number of transformers is indeed terrifying. How much can our shogunate really do? You fool. We don't need to worry about ordinary transformers. Only those with innate abilities are our targets. Destroy their physical bodies on Earth, preventing their return, and their merits will no longer belong to their original country. There are indeed many transformers, but they have even more targets to protect, making our actions easier. Innate transformers, indeed terrifying. Those people are the chosen ones, blessed by the gods. They can directly become flag bearers. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of fate. That is destiny. But the organization has said that it is also possible to achieve immortal merits at the origin through physical skills. Once this operation ends, everyone can rest well, enjoy themselves. And the real battle will begin after returning to the origin. Matani-san, I'll follow your lead. By the way, it's really noisy here. Why do these Huaxia people like to make so much noise when playing cards? Leader, target locked, returning now. In the star-patterned spiritual sound, a new voice appeared, and the expressions of the 3 froze simultaneously. "Inugawa, report the information." "Yes, leader, the target is in Building 9, with a number of military personnel between 280 to 310. Each building has a sniper team set up. What is the reason for confirming the target is in Building 9? Building 9 has the least number of people allowed in. Other buildings average over 10 medical staff, while Building 9 has no more than 5. Then it must be correct. The target is in Building 9. How much spiritual energy do you have left? 1/3. There's another situation. I've discovered assassins from another country. Confirmed. They are well hidden, but my spiritual vision can see them. They have been active around here and should be from Southeast Asia. Transformers. Uncertain. Good. Orders. Yes. 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 Order. Action time is set for 4:15 a.m. tomorrow. Inagawa. Immediately relay the target location to those assassins and let them know our action time is 4 a.m. Then return. Yes. The three stood up together, and the one named Kitata paid in fluent Chinese. Soon, the three disappeared into the crowd by Westlake. At the Chintang Sanatorium in the pavilion by Turtle Pond, Lu Xiao finished a phone call with his parents, telling them not to wait for him to eat, as he might be out for a few days. A hawk circled overhead, but its vision here was quite average, as too many trees completely covered the ground. If the assassins were not Transformers, this game of chess would take quite a long time, but that possibility was slim. Firstly, it was too difficult to obtain heavy weaponry. Secondly, the number of assassins would definitely be limited. Facing a battalion of defensive troops, coming unarmed would be suicide. Therefore, the assassins were most likely Transformers. Moreover, the assassination would begin soon. Transformers had a time limit for returning to Earth, and their spiritual energy could not be restored. The return time for those who had not returned was unpredictable. Once they returned, the assassination itself would have already failed. Considering these factors, Lu Xiao could basically confirm that the assassination targeting Li Tianjia and others would not last more than 3 days, and it could even happen today. Spiritual sound could not cross dimensional boundaries. Otherwise, he would really want to use it to tell Li Tianjia to return immediately, which would resolve everything. With nothing to do, Lu Xiao scrolled through his phone. Opening WeChat, he wanted to check his classmates and friend circles and casually ask how they were doing. To his surprise, all his WeChat friends had disappeared. What's going on? Where are my friends? But when he clicked on a system message sent by WeChat, he was dumbfounded. Dear WeChat user, after detection by the security department, you have disclosed your identity as a Transformer in a WeChat group game. This action violates Article 8 of the Free Information Security Law. The real or virtual identities of any Transformers must not be published, promoted, or disclosed via the internet. However, considering your special identity and that the violation occurred before the publication of the security law, you will not be penalized. However, all your WeChat personal information, friends, historical messages, historical location information, and all other operational traces on WeChat will be deleted. The game group will be immediately dissolved, and your WeChat account has been placed on a key protection list. All future operations, positioning, and messages will undergo the highest level of encryption. Please report your identity to local authorities immediately and seek protection. Do not trust any unfamiliar messages. WeChat wishes all Transformers smooth and safe. Thank you for your continued support and trust in WeChat. Damn, how could I have forgotten this? My identity as a Transformer is very likely exposed. There are probably many ways for this to crawl into WeChat chat records. I'm afraid I've already been put on the assassination list. No, the real danger is not myself, but my family. Ordinary people's personal information is completely unprotected, and even a resume could expose all key information. Lu Xiao immediately wanted to call the Hidden Dragon Group, but just as he was about to dial, he stopped. No, if the Hidden Dragon Group intervenes, my and my family's true identities must all be registered. It's not that I don't trust the Hidden Dragon Group, but every organization is made up of people, and as long as they are human, problems may arise. Besides, he believed that with his merits, he could make any country act recklessly. After much consideration, he decided to handle this hidden danger in his own way. He changed his WeChat nickname to Back from the Dead. Then he posted moment, with the content being his sentence. It's so damn terrifying. It's great to be back. This was just the first step. Relocating his family was also urgent. What might have been exposed was only his identity as a Transformer, but he believed that the current assassination operation mainly targeted innate Transformers. At least this round was not yet his turn, and there was still time. With a long sigh, Lu Xiao felt very guilty. One seemingly casual action of his could very likely bring disaster to his family and friends. After the sigh, his expression suddenly turned extremely fierce. Those who came to carry out the assassination task might also come looking for me and my family and friends in the future. Then you all won't be going back. I want all the small fries to know, Qiantang, no one who comes here can leave. Chapter 55. Assassination after having dinner in the cafeteria of the sanatorium. The sky gradually darkened. In the distance, various rhythmic square dance music began to play, mixed with sound from different instruments. During this time, Lu Xiao sat alone in the cafeteria, not moving around, and he hadn't seen Jiang Tao or Feng Xiao, let alone the deeply resentful Wei Qiu. The station troops seemed to have forgotten his existence. Late at night, the energetic elderly finally packed up and went home, and the lakeside returned to its usual tranquility. At 3:50 a.m., in the southeast corner of Qiantang Sanatorium, at Turtle Pond, 4 heads simultaneously surfaced, and silent blow darts disabled the infrared sensors on the shore. On the other side, in a residential building northwest of the courtyard, Mu Zhao was holding a struggling mouse, which even bit his finger. Staring into the mouse's eyes, Mu Zhao lost consciousness for a moment, and Bei Dao supported him, slowly laying him down on the ground. Beside Mu Zhao lay 4 corpses. The mouse that Mu Zhao had been holding had now escaped from his grasp, agilely moving its limbs and tail, occasionally blinking at the 3 towering humans standing before it. Mitsutani attached a small device to the mouse. Act according to plan. Mu Zhao, let's go. Yes, team leader. The mouse then darted out of the residential building, heading straight for the sanatorium. In the second-floor bedroom, Inugama pulled aside the curtains to look toward the sanatorium. At exactly 4 a.m., in the flower bed of the main building, a mouse was looking around anxiously, seemingly waiting for something to happen. All the surrounding buildings were brightly lit as if it were daytime. Just as it disdainfully observed a cockroach passing by, a loud bang echoed. It felt the ground shaking violently. Then came the piercing alarm sound. Action! Mitsutani's voice came through the star-patterned spirit sound. The mouse dashed out of the grass, running into the light, heading straight for Building 9. Soon, it reached the door of Building 9, which had a sliding single-glass door with no gap. So it had to hide in the shadow under the steps outside. A large number of soldiers rushed past it, but none noticed the mouse. Arrive at the target door. What was that explosion just now? Did those people succeed? Uncertain, I can't see from my position, but there hasn't been any sound since the explosion. I propose we detonate it directly. Not enough power. You must detonate on the 2nd floor. It seems those people are fools. We have to do it ourselves. Baida, report the situation. Infiltrating. Infiltration successful. Heading to the 9th ward. In the shadow, the mouse saw a man in Huaxia military uniform walking quickly with his head down toward this side. Spotted Bei Dao. Act according to plan. Mitsutani's spirit sound was a bit excited. The soldier stopped under a tree, seeming afraid of being illuminated by the light. He took out a small jar from his pocket, nodded at the mouse, and threw the jar toward the door. The moment the jar was released, it released a large amount of smoke, quickly enveloping the area around the door of Building 9. Then he threw out an irregularly shaped clay, which stuck to the door. With a muffled bang, the glass door didn't completely shatter, but was dented into a strange arc, revealing a small opening. The mouse, in a panic, dashed into the building through the smoke, while the soldier had already turned and left, walking slowly, completely unaware of what he had just done. It finally found the cracked opening and tried to squeeze inside. It could fit, but the device on its body got stuck. Mu Zhao, have you infiltrated? Not yet. I'm stuck on a bomb. It kept twisting its body, finally finding a suitable angle to inch inside. Need help? Bei Dao, are you still nearby? I've evacuated. The Huaxia people have arrived. 16 Huaxia people are approaching Building 9. Inugama reported. Don't panic, Isle. Mu Zhao, have you successfully infiltrated? Mitsutani shouted anxiously. Mu Zhao. The team leader's shouts echoed in the spirit sound, but Mu Zhao never responded. Just as the mouse was about to break free from the glass's constraint, it saw a terrifying scene. In the smoke, a large masked face appeared behind it, eyes fixed intently on it. Then its tail was grabbed, and a powerful force pulled it out. Just as it prepared to bite through the fuse to detonate the bomb on its back, it felt its body lighten, and it was thrown into the air. Flying through the air, the mouse, whose vision was poor, could only feel the world spinning and the wind howling. But it still remembered its mission and bit down hard on the fuse. But before it could sever the fuse, it felt a chill, something passing through it, and it could no longer exert any force. Opening its eyes, Mu Zhao suddenly sat up from the ground. He didn't use the star-patterned spirit sound, but shouted loudly, "I'm dead. The bomb didn't detonate. I was killed by a man wearing a mask." An angry Mitsutani rushed into the room and slapped him across the face. "Damn it, don't make a sound. The mouse is dead. The bomb didn't detonate." The assailant used a short bow. Inugama continued to report what he observed. "The masked man is examining the mouse's corpse. Wait. He glanced this way. He seems to have discovered us." The usually calm Inugama's spirit sound was filled with anxiety and panic. "Mission failed. Baida. Withdraw from the target area. Evacuate immediately." "Inugama, are you sure the Huaxia people discovered us?" Bei Dao clearly questioned. "Absolutely. He is rapidly approaching us." Inugama shouted. Mu Zhao and Mitsutani ran frantically out of the house, and Inugama jumped down from the second floor, running with them toward the northern woods. In the dark woods, the three moved swiftly, using the distant light to navigate quickly. This was their pre-planned escape route. The woods were not large, but dense with trees and many pits, making it difficult to detect them even with night vision. To the north was a tea village where their prepared vehicles were parked. "Baida, we will meet at point B in 3 hours. Inugama, watch the rear." While running, Inugama quickly looked back, and just a glance made him panic. "That masked man is less than 300 meters away from us. He is faster than us. Damn. Is he alone?" "Yes, just him. I'll hold him off. You two get away." Team leader Mitsutani stopped, turned around, drew his saber, and held it across his chest, while Inugama and Mu Zhao rushed past him. The sound of their footsteps faded away, leaving the surroundings completely silent. In the pitch-black wilderness, Mitsutani focused his energy, preparing to confront the Huaxia man. The eerie silence accelerated his heartbeat. He could only see within a 10-meter radius. Why was there no sound of running? Did the Huaxia man bypass him? No. If he dared to chase alone, it was to save time. He would definitely encounter me. Mitsutani was confident because his swordsmanship was superb, having reached a beginner proficiency, and he also possessed both dynamic vision and basic strength techniques. It could be said that an ordinary person could hardly withstand even a single strike from him. At the starting point, he had relied on his strength to slay 3 outer domain metamorphs. "Since you have disrupted our plan, you will pay with your life." Mitsutani gently moved his steps, holding the knife in the middle stance, with the tip aimed forward. In the darkness ahead, the sound of a bowstring vibrating echoed. In an instant, a blood spot appeared, and Mitani abruptly turned his head, simultaneously slanting his knife to deflect. In the moment of collision, the red line changed direction, grazing his ear as it pierced through. Fast, accurate, deadly, and the opponent could see me. Mitani's heart trembled. "Oh!" A slightly surprised voice suddenly emerged from the darkness. As the voice rang out, it was clearly still approaching rapidly. Mitani did not continue standing there waiting for death. He rushed forward, hoping to close the distance with the opponent. Another dull sound rang out. The noise was now within 30 meters of him. Mitani instinctively dodged, but found no arrows shooting at him. Immediately after, a series of bangs echoed above his head and behind him. Not understanding the situation, he abruptly turned around, but it was too late. His right arm, right leg, and left leg were each struck by arrows, penetrating wounds, bones shattered. The arrows pinned to the ground were eerily turning into pools of blood. The knife fell to the ground, and Mitani knew he was done for. Completely done for. The person did not even pause, firing one last arrow, and then there was no more movement. This arrow struck Mitani's forehead, penetrating into his brain, hitting him while he had no chance to confront this Chinese man. It all ended just like that. Mitani collapsed on the ground, his beloved knife in front of him. Great Yamato had paid a considerable price to send this knife to China, but now, in retrospect, it seemed ridiculous. "I failed. He has already pursued you, Run. This Chinese man is very powerful, extremely powerful. Run. Team leader. Mitani-san. Team leader." Mitani's heart was weary. He did not reply to the star-patterned spirit voice, but stared blankly at his knife. He had to return to the starting point in the final moments, otherwise, his spirit would also wither and die. Just as he was preparing to let his spirit drift away, a system message plunged him into ultimate despair. Intelligent biological spirit has been damaged. Drifting cannot be performed. Now, it was completely over. Chapter 56. The End at the Qiantang Sanatorium. Wei Qiu crouched by the turtle pond, his expression grave as he lifted the head of the corpse in front of him, revealing a blood hole the size of a thumb in the center of the forehead. An arrow? He asked in surprise, his gaze sweeping over 3 other nearby bodies. It's an arrow, Jiang Tao answered from behind him. That kid? Wei Ying inquired. Wei Ying, that kid is called Chao Feng. Wei Qiu stood up, his eyes scanning the subordinates standing straight behind him. You, one and all, are not even as good as a child. Report the battle losses. Yes, Feng Xiao responded loudly. 2 people are missing. Building 9's main door was blown up, but there are no signs of intrusion. 4 assassins were killed on the spot. Which 2 people? One is Wang Wuchuan, who was on standby outside, but the guard said he entered the sanatorium at 4 a.m. The other is Chao Feng. He told us before leaving that he was going to pursue the remaining assassins. Find Wang Wuchuan. Did you send someone to follow Chao Feng? Did you let him go alone? Report. We sent someone, but Chao Feng's speed is too fast. By the time our people chased after him, he was already gone. Wei Qiu felt a tightness in his chest. The assassins had infiltrated from Turtle Pond, disabled the infrared alarm system, and his people had no awareness at all, resulting in a child resolving everything in a matter of moments. That aside, Building 9 had nearly been breached. Although he didn't understand why the enemy only blew up the door and then disappeared, he always felt something was off. But the key issue was that his people had no idea who was behind this. Could there be a traitor among his own ranks? He glanced again at the wounds on the 4 corpses. Arrow wounds, fatal. In the dark environment, 1 against 4, what exactly was this child named Chao Feng? Report. A soldier ran up to him. What is it? Chao Feng is returned with 3 corpses. He is at the main gate kiosk right now. Damn it. Wei Qiu couldn't hold back. Go. He felt that he had not only underestimated Chao Feng, but that this was genuinely a formidable figure. When he rushed to the main gate kiosk, he saw Lu Xiao and the 3 corpses beside him. Where are these? Wei Qiu was still confused about the situation. 4 over at Turtle Pond, 3 here, and 1 is on the run. I'll deal with that one shortly. These are 2 groups. Lu Xiao pointed to a rat corpse not far away. One of them controlled the rat with a supernatural ability. There should be something on the rat, most likely a bomb. I didn't dare touch it. You handle it. Wei Qiu followed where he pointed, but saw nothing. It was pitch black over there. How did the 4 at Turtle Pond die? Wei Qiu knew he shouldn't ask, but he couldn't help it. Shot dead. What about the first explosion? Oh, someone used a spear. It probably had explosives in it, intended to throw it and blow me up, but the aim was poor. Why do you think these are 2 groups? The 4 by the lake communicated verbally. These 3 never spoke, suggesting different forms of communication. Also, the ones at Turtle Pond used blow darts and spears. This one used a Japanese sword. He pointed at the stiff body of Mitsuya. I don't know about the other 2. They died before even making a move. Wei Qiu felt a daze. He didn't deserve to win from the start. Were all metamorphs like these monsters? What was the point of fighting? The casual way Chao Feng spoke was perilous for him. Did he think foreigners would send fools to carry out assassinations? Not to mention that they were all elite figures. And he had resolved everything with a bow that looked like it was of poor quality. Are you all just here to play with me? His expression was indifferent as he unconsciously pulled out a small medicine bottle from his pocket, opened it, and poured a few pills into his mouth. If he didn't take some medicine soon, he felt he would have a mental breakdown. I'm going to find the last one. I have a rough idea of the location. You'd better send a car with me. Xiao Zhao. Immediately take my car to send Chao Feng over. At least he still needed us. Wei Qiu felt a slight lift in his mood. Yes. A soldier behind him immediately responded. Soon, a Hongqi car with military plates drove Lu Xiao away from the sanatorium. After the Hongqi car drove off, Jiang Tao followed Lu Xiao's indicated direction and found the rat corpse. It was indeed a bomb, but the quantity was small. However, if used inside a building, it would be disastrous. Jiang Tao carefully dismantled the miniature bomb from the rat and handed it to Wei Qiu. Wei Qiu waved his hand, signaling to take it away. How come he knows everything while we know nothing? Chao Feng is a metamorph, no longer typical human. We owe him this time. If that rat had gotten in, the 4 at Turtle Pond are Southeast Asian, and these 4 are from the Amado. Wei Qiu interrupted Jiang Tao. If what Chao Feng said is correct, there are at least 4 or more metamorphs accounted for here. Weighing. Wang Guochuan's body has been found in a residential area to the northwest, along with 3 civilian bodies. A non-commissioned officer stepped forward to report. Bastard. Wei Qiu's expression darkened. The people behind this must pay a price. Half an hour later, the Hongqi car returned. Wei Qiu, Jiang Tao, and Fang Xiao ran over from the entrance of Building 9, but saw that besides Xiao Zhao, Lu Xiao was missing, and there was an additional corpse in the car. While Xiao Zhao was in a daze. Where's Lu Xiao? Wei Qiu questioned loudly. He said he dealt with everyone and was going home. The crowd fell silent. Xiao Zhao, tell us what happened. Describe it to us. Jiang Tao still wore a smile. I drove to a park by the broken bridge, as he instructed. When we got there, someone ran as soon as they saw us. He rushed out, jumped, shot an arrow, and ended it. After that, he dragged the person into the car, this one in the back seat. He told me he originally wanted to leave a live one, but this person somehow died. Possibly from poison. That's all. The crowd fell silent again. The light-hearted story felt as simple as if a child had just gone out to grab some soy sauce. Why are you in a daze? Isn't this a good thing? Jiang Tao continued to ask, sensing something was off with Xiao Zhao's mental state. That jump was at least 10 meters high. I've never seen anyone jump that high. And he shot the arrow in midair. Just one shot. Everyone understood why. Is this even human? A 10-meter jump. There's no animal on Earth with that capability. Why not just fly? And how is your shooting more accurate than our gunfire? Don't you aim when you shoot? How do you aim in midair? Other people need absolute stability to shoot arrows. You're jumping and shooting? Wei Qiu unconsciously reached into his pocket for the medicine bottle again, but suddenly remembered he had already taken some. Did he say anything else? About this person? At this point, only Jiang Tao could think clearly. Yes, I remembered. He said this person seemed to be able to see him from very far away. He should also be a metamorph with supernatural abilities. He also said tonight's group was trash. There wasn't a capable one among them. The crowd fell silent again. Jiang Tao, I'll write the report. You handle the rest. Wei Qiu felt unprecedentedly exhausted. He really wanted to go back and do nothing. Yes, weighing. Should we talk to Yanjing about this and express our gratitude? Jiang Tao has always had a good impression of Chao Feng. This boy clearly possesses dragon-slaying skills, but is very low-key. All right, I will contact Yanjing now. After saying that, Wei Qiu walked towards the old building without looking back. Sitting in front of the computer, Wei Qiu struggled to type a section on the report. At 4 a.m., for people infiltrated the defense area by diving, damaging the warning devices. At 4:05 a.m., another assassin infiltrated the defense area, attempting to damage the building of key personnel, but failed. After that, a second batch of 4 people, all killed. Agent Chao Feng single-handedly eliminated 8 people. After finishing, he rubbed his forehead, feeling exhausted. Chapter 57 Hometown 3 bowls of century egg and lean meat congee, a bowl of mixed noodles, for Youqiao, fried dough sticks, 6 fried eggs, 2 baskets of meat buns, and a bowl of soy milk, salty soy milk to be packed for takeout. Back at the rented community, Lu Xiao skillfully ordered his meal at a nearby breakfast shop. All right, just a moment. The owner quickly got to work. At 6 o'clock, just as dawn broke, some office workers who had to travel further to work were already heading out one after another. At this moment, Lu Xiao had changed into a fresh set of clothes. And naturally, he had also taken off his mask. He believed he had handled the early morning guard duty quite well, having dealt with 2 groups of people. Those restless forces could be quiet for a while now. Sitting on the bench in the breakfast shop, he felt somewhat distracted, staring at his own hands. When did it start that he felt so indifferent about killing? Those 8 were not extraterrestrial beings. They were people, he reminded himself, living, breathing humans. But why did he feel no guilt, not a shred of compassion or unease, as if he had done something extremely ordinary and familiar? Others' growth was merely about doing things high profile while keeping a low profile in life. But why was his growth characterized by cold-blooded murder and arson? This shouldn't be due to a transformation of the spirit. Rather, it was a problem within his own psyche. Was he always a pervert? Forget it. The more he thought about it, the creepier it became, and he didn't want to think too much. The world was inherently a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Whether by arrows or money, both could kill, differing only in methods. But the outcome remained the same. Recalling last night, He had been fine in the pavilion at Turtle Pond, but inexplicably, four heads had surfaced in the water. Could he tolerate this? When those four came ashore, they would really be done for in the blink of an eye. Letting the last one throw the spear aimed at him, which was purely due to his unreliable bow, compounded by the fact that the spear thrower struggled to the death, managing to withstand 3 arrows without falling. He must have used some sort of hardened physical technique to endure those 3 arrows. The appearance of these made him feel that things were not that simple, so he headed straight for Building 9, and indeed, he discovered smoke rising from that direction. At the same time, he saw a soldier throwing something into the smoke, being inherently suspicious. He directly used his blood to transform into tiny droplets and cast them onto this person. The explosion confirmed his suspicions, but the safety of Building 9 was more important. He rushed to the main entrance and saw the shattered bulletproof glass door, where a mouse with something on its back was found at the broken spot. He caught the mouse, sensing that what was on its back was either a bomb or a gas grenade or something similar. Hesitating, he threw it high into the air. If it exploded, at least it would reduce damage. The mouse was shot dead in midair, and when it landed, he noticed bloodstains on its teeth. Utilizing his blood-scenting ability, he immediately detected the direction of Mu Mao's position. After that, it was a straightforward task to deal with this assassination group from Yamato. Following that, he used a blood scent to locate the last Inagaka. In fact, Lu Xiao was not sure if the 8 dead were all of them. But this was an excellent opportunity. If these people were not foolish, they would definitely go all out, so comprehensively judging. Even if there were fish that slipped through the net, they wouldn't cause much trouble. The 4 who died at Turtle Pond were not all Transformers, but the subsequent 4 were all Transformers. Mu Mao's spirit could control mice, while Inagaka had the ability to see through and see in the dark. The last one who died had a completely different appearance from when he had seen him in the sanatorium. This person should be able to change his appearance, otherwise he could not have entered the sanatorium. As for the person on the hillside who was preparing to duel him, Lu Xiao had no impression of him at all. He first used an empty bowstring shock to make him lose his balance while dodging, then jumped, shooting 2 arrows in midair. After landing, he shot 2 more arrows, finishing the encounter. The packing was done. The owner handed 2 bags to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao paid and headed home. During this time, he dialed the phone number of the Hidden Dragon Group. "Xiao Feng, it's Lark." Strange, this time there was no customer service to transfer the call. "Why did you pick it up directly?" "Your number has been registered, so it was directly transferred to me. By the way, just to let you know, this number is linked to your real information." Lu Xiao suddenly didn't want to talk to these people anymore. If the country wanted to know who you were, it was too easy. There was nowhere to hide. The original information of the number has been changed. All past records related to this number have been deleted. Additionally, all your subsequent signal frequencies are independently encrypted, so you can use it with peace of mind. "Thanks to you," Lu Xiao said irritably. "You're welcome. It's what I should do. I have already received news that you completed the task. The Hidden Dragon Group is very satisfied with your performance." "Oh, you guys found out so quickly." "Yes, the local garrison submitted a report at 5:12 a.m., stating that you single-handedly killed a total of 8 assassins from 2 different organizations. The garrison also expressed special thanks to you." "Oh well, they can just send me some special supply cigarettes next time. There's no need for thanks." "No problem. I will send them directly to you then. I've already taken care of what you instructed me about yesterday. You will have a new identity, and you can use the name you previously reported to me, Ren Pingsheng. You'll receive materials like your ID card, citizen card, and passport tomorrow." "Sister, I used the name Ren Pingsheng at the origin too. Can we change it? Is that so? Then I'll change it right away. I have one ready. It's called Ren Wuxing. Is this okay? Are you all so casual with naming?" "Not really. This was needed by a previous preparatory member, but that member sacrificed 2 days ago." "All right, isn't that a bit unlucky? It hasn't been given to him yet, so it shouldn't count." "Then send it to me. I don't use that name much anyway." "Okay, you will receive it tomorrow. The electronic ID can be used in 5 minutes. Can I ask how that preparatory member sacrificed?" "Sure, he died in an assassination operation by America." "Okay, I understand. Then let's leave it at that." I'll hang up. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiao's previously pleasant mood was completely ruined. The Hidden Dragon side must have understood all his information. Yes, even his ancestors' 18 generations were known. It was hard to guard against. How could he, a fresh graduate, have thought of that layer? Sigh. There truly is no privacy under big data. Forget it. The new identity is also under the surveillance of Hidden Dragon, so it doesn't make much difference. However, he still needed to find a way to eliminate this layer of risk completely. After having breakfast with his parents, Lu Xiao suggested that the family drive back to Wuqing. He wanted to see his grandmother and other relatives and friends and take care of some matters. Qiandang was only a 2-hour drive from Wuqing. This ancient city in Zhejiang had hardly changed since Lu Xiao was born. In fact, that wasn't a good thing. It could only mean that the city was developing slowly. But no matter what, hometown is hometown. It makes you feel that wherever you go, it's all a dream. And this place is real. The familiarity, the smells, street scenes, dialects, and food felt so intimate. His grandmother, already weak from taking care of his parents in their wandering state, and his uncle's family, appeared even more fatigued. When the family arrived at his grandmother's home, Lu Xiao felt tears welling in the corners of his eyes when he saw the elderly woman, who was over 70 years old. He turned to the side, wiped away the tears, and smiled as he turned back. Seeing her beloved grandson, his grandmother was in high spirits, struggling to sit up with her back against the bed. The adults all left the room, allowing the two of them to chat privately. Lu Xiao had no secrets from his grandmother. He just skipped over the dangerous details to avoid worrying her. After learning that Lu Xiao had become a transcendent and could not return often, his grandmother smiled and gently stroked Lu Xiao's hair, slowly saying, "I used to not believe in fate, but now that I'm old, I feel that a person's fate is already determined the moment they are born. Smile. This is your destiny. Be brave and forge ahead. I can't help you much anymore. Raising you has been the greatest happiness of my life." Lu Xiao didn't speak, his childlike silly smile telling her that his grandmother was still very young, and they would still travel across the country and the world together. They would visit Yinjing and see the alley where his grandmother lived as a child. There were still many good days ahead. His grandmother kept smiling, her skin becoming loose on her palm, and he could no longer feel any flesh between her skin and bones. Lu Xiao held her warm hand, sitting quietly beside her, sometimes talking about things in Qiantang, and at other times listening to his grandmother share her stories. Time passed slowly like this. Chapter 58, Small Goals Until Grandma Fell Asleep. Lu Xiao quietly left the bedroom. Previously, Grandma had been taking care of his parents and his uncle's family by herself, but now his parents and uncle's family were together, taking care of Grandma. It was fortunate that everyone returned early, otherwise, leaving an elderly person to face all her children unconscious at home would not only be a physical torment, but also a psychological one. Some matters had to be arranged as soon as possible, without delay. He immediately contacted Bai Ling, requesting that Grandma be placed under intensive medical care. Intensive care refers to health care for important individuals, which is one of the benefits he received as a preparatory member of the Hidden Dragon Group. In less than 15 minutes, Bai Ling arranged a bed and dedicated medical staff at a local nursing home in Wuqing, stating that Grandma could move in tomorrow. And accommodations for relatives had also been arranged. One must say that national agencies are efficient, and Lu Xiao was quite satisfied with the operational efficiency of the Hidden Dragon Group. Upon learning that his family and Grandma would go to the nursing home to enjoy the treatment of senior officials, his uncle's family was obviously a bit confused. Lu Xiao simply said that a father of a college classmate was a leader, and this classmate had a very close relationship with him, so he helped arrange it. Everyone understood this bit of social nicety and let it pass. After leaving Grandma's house, Lu Xiao stopped by a communication shop on the roadside and used Ren Wuxing's electronic ID to get a new phone card. This was necessary. To be honest, he no longer dared to use the old one, so he would use it to call the Hidden Dragon Group in the future. With a new phone card, Lu Xiao directly sent a group text to some acquaintances, informing them of his new number. Some classmates and friends replied, indicating they had saved the new number. His phone rang. It was a high school classmate. "Hey, Lu Xiao, you changed your number?" "Yeah, Lao Kai. Is it necessary to call for such a small matter? Are you in Wuqing recently?" "Yes, what's up?" "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm counting heads for a high school reunion and was hesitating whether to invite you, a Hangzhou resident. Didn't expect you to text me, so I'm asking you. Since you're in Wuqing, you should definitely come. What's going on? Why suddenly a reunion? You guys haven't organized one in 4 years." It's all because of the drifting apart. Everyone has experienced separation and loss, which makes us cherish life even more. The bond of friendship is precious, right? So we thought we'd get together, boast a bit, chat, and exchange resources since most are looking for jobs. The more friends, the more paths. All right, send me the time and place. If I'm still in Wuching, I'll attend. You better not run. It's tomorrow noon. You'll definitely be there. If you run away, next time I'll bring people to Qiantang and drink you to death. How could I? You know what kind of person I am. Okay, I'll definitely be there. Good, as long as you said that. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Oh wait, will all classmates be there? I know what you're going to ask. Don't pretend. They'll all be there. You have to come whether you want to or not. Lu Xiao hesitated. After hanging up, he sighed. Not afraid of murder and arson, but afraid of a reunion? Well, it's not so much fear. Just that meeting certain people feels a bit unnatural. Forget it. Whatever comes, let it come. He had seen everything. He dialed Bai Ling's number with his previous number. After bothering her 3 times that day, Lu Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Zhao Feng, hello. Bai Ling's voice was still calm. Thank you for taking care of my grandma. This is part of my duty, and thank you for your trust in the Hidden Dragon Group. Understood. I want to exchange galaxy coins for RMB and have the funds transferred to Runwashing's bank account or electronic wallet. Sure, Transformers can consume through galaxy coins. This is also part of the final settlement done by the state, so direct currency exchange is allowed. The exchange galaxy coins will belong to the state. It seemed he wasn't the only one doing this. Is the exchange rate still 100,000? Yes, that rate hasn't changed for now. The national currency has always been stable. All right, I'll exchange 1,000 galaxy coins. How much? Bai Ling's voice became a bit flustered. 1,000 galaxy coins, Lu Xiao repeated. After a moment of silence, Bai Ling adjusted her tone and asked seriously, Zhao Feng, are you sure you have 1,000 galaxy coins? That's 1,000 merit points. Yes. Please hold on. Don't hang up. The amount is a bit large. I need to report to the higher-ups first. Okay. On the other end of the phone, calming music began to play. This time the wait was a bit long. It seemed 5 minutes passed before the music abruptly stopped. Zhao Feng, the exchange is fine. It's not because of the large amount, but because such a large one-time exchange of galaxy coins has never happened before. There have been similar cases, but the exchanged galaxy coins never exceeded 2 digits. For the state, currency is just a piece of data, while galaxy coins are the real valuable exchange item. Let me confirm with you again. Do you really want to exchange 1,000 galaxy coins at once? Yes. Lu Xiao was glad he didn't try to exchange all 10,000 galaxy coins at once. Otherwise, he might have been directly monitored. Okay, I will send the exchange operation to your phone. As a friendly reminder, do not purchase diamond or gem items, and do not buy current medical services. Many technologies and products will undergo thorough innovation in the short term. Okay, thank you. He understood about medical services, but what was the story with diamonds and gems? Zhao Feng, 1,000 galaxy coins means you have earned more than 1,000 merit points, or even higher. I want to ask how many you have earned, nor will I inquire how you obtain these merit points. But this merit is extremely important to the state. Have you completed the attribution of your merit? Not yet. Will the merit value decrease after exchanging for galaxy coins? No. Once the merit attribution is confirmed, what you are counted as is the total historical merit value, so it won't be affected. That's fine. I will confirm it soon. Sister, once I confirm the merit attribution, the whole world will probably know there is a Huaxiao person who must be dealt with. Otherwise, Huaxiao will always be number 1. Okay, as soon as possible. Is there anything else? I need a decent job for my hidden identity. Sure. Do you have any specific requirements? State-owned enterprise. Working in a state-owned enterprise is relatively free. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. In Wuching or Qiantang? Qiantang. Okay, I'll arrange it right away and send you a message when it's done. Okay, thanks. Nothing else, goodbye. Goodbye. Having a personal assistant is great. No need to pay the salary, and they work diligently. Soon, an encrypted message was sent to his phone. Lu Xiao opened it and found it was a QR code multimedia message. Scanning it revealed a path to download an app. It was done professionally. After downloading and opening it, there was no need to register, just fill in his title and the exchange amount. Once completed, he clicked on exchange. With a sound effect, consumed 1000 galaxy coins, galaxy coin balance, 9000. Opening the electronic wallet linked to Run Washing SID, he saw that 100 million yuan had been credited. Liu Xiao carefully counted how many zeros were after the one. This was the first money he earned since graduation. A large sum of money that directly fulfilled everyone's small dreams. Chapter 59. Planning with a substantial amount of money in hand. No one would expect that his first purchases would be 2 pens and a notebook. After that, he hid in a CAF where smoking indoors was allowed. Slowly beginning to plan for the future. Plan before you act was Liu Xiao's consistent style of dealing with matters. He recorded all the information he had experienced and learned, categorizing it into 2 parts, Earth and the origin point. As scattered information was gradually compiled, various keywords and key questions began to emerge. On the pages filled with black ink, questions marked in red appeared. What is the relationship between the origin point and Earth? What is the meaning of spiritual beings in life? How to ensure safety on Earth? In the end, Liu Xiao used 4 words to tell himself how to find the answers to these 3 questions. Be strong enough. Only when he was powerful enough not to rely on anyone or any force would the answers to these questions come naturally. At the origin point, the physical attributes needed to meet the standards of the Walker Mirror stage are over 101, where the spiritual attributes exceed 51. Liu Xiao believed that it would be difficult for current humanity on Earth to achieve this in the short term. Although he could not rule out the existence of individuals like himself who had talent or fortuitous encounters. However, one thing Liu Xiao was certain of was that humanity on Earth could not compare to him in terms of merit points. A ruthless character like blood demon Serkin should not exist in the small 1,000 worlds. His very existence was a coincidence within a bug, not to mention the encounter with himself and being drained by the Pearl of Essence. Once his merit was determined, danger would not only come from foreign forces, but also from civilizations beyond Earth and even other higher civilizations outside the galactic order. As long as he had not determined his merit attribution, no civilization would know which human within the galactic order possessed a terrifying amount of merit. As Song Qing Fong said, there are countless human civilizations within the galactic order. Who would you assassinate? Would you wipe out all planets with humans? Is a galactic order just a farce? However, on the other hand, perhaps Blood Demon Serkin's merit was not that great. Perhaps his perspective was still too narrow, so he believed it was already considerable. He had been scaring himself all along. Putting down the pen, he turned to look out the window at the sky. Countless numbers were lined up, and every short character represented a person struggling for survival. Perhaps this was a road of no return. Perhaps he was just an unknown person on Earth. Perhaps any misstep could completely erase him from this universe. But since he was already standing in the middle of the road, he had to see what the end of this road was. Let those behind him only gaze at his back, and let those monsters in front of him always fear the existence behind him. He picked up the pen again and opened a new page. He drew 4 boxes, the first for archery, the second for blood source, the third for rock source, and the fourth for energy techniques. Then he transcribed the panel information one by one and illustrated each energy technique in a cartoon form. Liu Xiao had a bold idea. The origin point was not a virtual game world, but a real existing space, where all the energy techniques and physical techniques existed as if they were truly mastered, created through years of practice and refinement into a formula for spiritual energy application. They were like a software package composed of countless individual formulas. Relying on system rewards depended on luck, and it was hard to say if there would be more later. So why not create his own? Among the basic energy techniques in Rock Source, there was the technique of controlling rocks, but there was no technique for controlling blood in the Blood Source Pearl. While he had mastered blood summoning, which was clearly a higher level than blood control, this was likely due to the Pearl of Essence randomly absorbing certain energy techniques from certain blood source pearls. However, this led Liu Xiao to sense some possibilities for creating his own energy techniques, and the existence of multiple source pearls even allowed him to try combining various energy techniques. At the same time, the insights from controlling rocks could provide him with more understanding. Of course, everything had to start with blood control. The two large red characters blood control were heavily circled. Galactic Order 932-221-0182 Merit Record 1. Genesis Society 2. America 3. Brotherhood 4. Ancient Philosopher Alliance 5. Azure Dragon Society 6. Church of the Dead 7. Omen 8. Huaxian 9. Exile the Mortal Alliance 10. World of Martial Arts. To Lu Zhao Surprise. The majority of the top-ranking forces in the merit record were not countries, but various unknown forces. The populous Huaxia, which had the advantage in the war, was only ranked 8th. The 9th place also seemed to be a Huaxia organization. What was going on here? Hidden forces? Ancients? It felt chaotic. After drifting away, it seemed the world structure was undergoing drastic changes. Ancient families like Bonaparte seemed to be emerging. The concept of a nation might just be a secular form of political power for them. What they truly revered was the foundation of their families and absolute military power. The merit record only displayed rankings, but did not show specific merit values, making it impossible to assess the differences between rankings. Habitually, Lu Xiao reached for his waist, only to find the defective item was gone. Helpless, he could only put the notebook into his pants pocket. Boss, the bill, please. The next day, the nursing home's special vehicle entered his grandmother's residential community. Lu Zhao's family and his uncle's family traveled light and accompanied the vehicle to the nursing home. Wuching was not large, and after 20 minutes, they arrived at the nursing home located in the northern mountains. The moment he opened the car window, he could feel the warmth of nature, lush mountains, clear waters, birds singing, and fragrant flowers. A mountain spring flowed down from High Point, merging into the pond of the nursing home. There was no worldly noise, nor polluted air. Everything made Lu Xiao very satisfied. His grandmother's residence was arranged in a standalone 2-story building, equipped with dedicated nursing staff. Although the living environment was a bit outdated, it was warm and comfortable. 3 meals a day would be provided with targeted dietary arrangements, while the accompanying staff could only eat in the restaurant. Everyone was very satisfied, except for his grandmother, who seemed a bit anxious and kept telling Lu Xiao that living at home was perfectly fine and he didn't need to trouble himself so much. With Lu Xiao's continuous reassurance, his grandmother reluctantly accepted, saying she would stay for a while and then leave. Apart from Lu Xiao, the rest of the family would stay at the nursing home to provide care, which eased Lu Zhao's mind significantly. After all, the elderly needed not only medical care, but also the companionship of family. Approaching noon, Lu Xiao left the nursing home and headed independently to the designated location of the class reunion, preparing to meet his high school classmates whom he hadn't seen in 4 years. The gathering place was a locally popular trendy CAF that had emerged in recent years. A light luxury CAF that had been renovated from an old house, providing tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle, blending classical and modern styles. A rather elegant place. Lu Xiao didn't have a habit of being late, and certainly didn't have the flair of making a grand entrance. After estimating the time, he rode his mother's scooter and headed over. A Land Rover quickly sped past him, but slowed down ahead. When his small scooter was parallel to the driver's seat, the passenger window opened. Lu Xiao. Hearing someone call his name, Lu Xiao turned to look. He recognized the girl sitting in the passenger seat, but couldn't recall who she was at the moment. Who are you? I don't recognize you. It's Xia Junqin. What kind of eyes do you have? Lu Xiao helplessly thought. With such heavy makeup, she didn't resemble the Xia Junqin in his memory at all. Oh, it's you. You've changed so much after 4 years. Xia Junqin glanced at Lu Zhao's scooter, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. I'll go ahead for a bit. See you later. All right, see you later. The window closed, and the Land Rover accelerated, instantly dashing away. Lu Xiao glanced over and noticed that the license plate was actually from Qiantang. Inside the Land Rover, the man driving sneered and asked, "Is this your classmate?" The level is quite low. Xia Junqin's face turned awkward as he explained, "Just graduated, still counts as half a student." The man continued to tease. "It seems your class reunion isn't that interesting." "Not really. There are a few people from good families. I'll introduce you to them later." Xia Junqin forced a smile. "I hope so," the man said casually. Chapter 60 Gathering. When Lu Xiao arrived, the small alley outside the CAF was already filled with private cars. It seemed that his classmates were doing quite well. The LCD screen at the entrance displayed a welcome message for the graduating class of a certain grade from Wuching Middle School, which looked quite formal. The CAF, named Separation, was transformed from an old blue brick house, and its decoration style matched the name, unique and elegant. After the entrance screen, there was a square outdoor garden, about 100 square meters in size, surrounded by a circular corridor. Inside was a Sihuan courtyard house, with 2 stories, where ancient and modern elements complemented each other. Although it was called a CAF, tea and meals were also provided. At this moment, 2 long tables were set up parallel in the garden, with 4 rows of chairs arranged on either side. The tables were filled with various fruit drinks. It seemed Lu Xiao had not arrived too early. There were already over 40 people seated, chatting enthusiastically in circles. As he scanned the faces, for years had passed, and while their appearances had not changed much, their temperament, attire, and the light in their eyes were vastly different. He saw Xia Junqin, who he had encountered on the way, sitting next to a serious-looking man whom Lu Xiao didn't recognize. That man was likely the driver he had seen earlier. Lu Xiao is here, someone shouted, and everyone turned to look at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Xiao, some faces broke into sincere smiles, while others merely glanced and turned away. A few people assessed his outfit, but did not engage further. Lao Kai waved vigorously at him, signaling him to come over. Lu Xiao smiled and approached. His high school buddies were mostly gathered in that area. I was worried you wouldn't come. I was about to call you repeatedly. Lao Kai, whose full name was Kai Yongshun, had a way with words and could thrive anywhere. Back in high school, a group of them had sneaked out to an internet CAF at midnight, only to be reported and caught by the teachers while climbing the wall. All their parents were called, yet Lao Kai managed to charm the principal into forgiving him with his persuasive skills. How could I not come with such a grand occasion? You've been in Xiantang for 4 years. It's like you've vanished from the world, said Li Lei, slapping Lu Xiao's back. So, have you forgotten your Wuching brothers, now that you're doing well over there? Not at all. You know how remote my school is. Even getting into the city is a hassle, let alone trying to meet up with you guys. In fact, many high school classmates were also attending university in Xian'an, but they rarely kept in touch. The universities were spread across different parts of the city, making it quite peculiar. Lu Xiao was also a source of trouble back in high school. He was often in the spotlight for both praise and criticism. Luckily, his grades were decent. Otherwise, he would have been a prime target for the dean's attention. As old friends reunited, the conversation flowed easily, ranging from school to jobs, from majors to gossip, eventually circling back to the topic of the current situation. Lu Xiao ordered a latte and quickly blended in. You guys have no idea. We were directly charged by a monster with 4 legs and 4 arms at the origin. It attacked anyone it saw. Our community has over 3,000 people, and we initially thought we could fight it, but we ended up defeated at the first encounter. Ugh, don't even mention it. A classmate who was still in Xiantang sighed heavily. You guys in Xiantang are useless. At least we had some back and forth with the land octopus monsters. Seriously, no bragging. But I personally took one down. That monster was covered in slime, and its blood was green, so disgusting. I still wash my hands 5 times a day. You guys are fine. I'm the one who suffered. I was in Australia, facing a bunch of foreign guys with a pile of crap like meatballs. Those foreigners are no good. When we meet, it's all hello, how are you? But once there, they form their own groups and push us to the front for the dirty work. After that experience, I immediately left and said goodbye to democracy and freedom. It's all nonsense. The speaker was tall and thin, and despite his seemingly frail appearance, he was quite formidable back in school. I heard you were doing well in Australia. Why did you suddenly come back? How's it over there? Any news on the Transformers? Someone immediately asked. Huh, you think I have news about the foreigners' Transformers to sell? If I had any, I would have sold it on the platform long ago. It wouldn't be your turn. Cut it out. That's boring. The tall and thin guy continued. However, the survival skills of foreigners are indeed strong. Labor costs are extremely high abroad. So many do their own research and work from home. Their practical skills in the wild and use of cold weapons far exceed ours. While you were attacked by monsters, we were actively looking for fights. But our bodies are weak. We might catch them off guard initially. But soon we were taken down by a bug called the knife scythe. Hey, is it true what they say online? That killing aliens earns you merits. And 1 point equals 100,000. Someone asked. It's true. This information is public in Australia, but must be done by Transformers, the tall guy replied. But not all aliens give merit. You have to kill the Transformers among them. Killing one monster is tough enough. And now we have to take down the Transformers. How is that even possible? I heard that if you kill an alien Transformer, you can also become a Transformer yourself. Is that true? Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but it seems to have some truth to it. Otherwise, how would Transformers appear? They can't just materialize out of nowhere, right? No wonder the unreturned are so sought after. When people on the street found out, I came back alive. Their faces were as dark as could be. Not all unreturned are Transformers, and not all Transformers are unreturned. ISNT, there a post circulating online that claims Transformers can return to Earth at any time? I've seen that post too. So, when these Transformers come back, don't they become gods? Not exactly, but they're definitely no longer ordinary people. Whether we in Huaxia can rise to the top depends on these people. We, on the other hand, are like those eliminated in a game. No more chances. Since you say that, could any of us possibly be Transformers? It's possible. Who among you is one? Hurry and confess. Get out of here. Hey, I heard our Huaxia is barely in the top 10 for merits. Who knows? We might drop out of the top 10 tomorrow. Someone sighed, and the mood darkened among the crowd. No one wanted to see their country appear weak at such a time. That might not be the case. We have a large population base. So there must be many unreturned and Transformers. Lu Xiao interjected. That is true, but becoming a Transformer isn't necessarily a good thing. Right now, there are many cases of Transformers and unreturned being reported missing or harmed in the country. With so many people talking and with information so easily accessible now, it's too easy for those with ulterior motives to find out, Lilei sighed. How do you know this? Did you catch someone in your prison? Lilei had been working a local prison for a year after attending a police academy. You hit the nail on the head. We have caught quite a few, but they aren't the ones coming over to carry out assassinations. We only catch those selling domestic information to foreigners. These people were once called traitors. Now they're treated as spies. What is the use of assassination? Those people are living well at the origin. Why be afraid? You don't get it. If a person's body on Earth is killed, do you think that person can still be considered an Earthling? Their personal merits won't belong to any organization on Earth anymore. Simply put, they become a black household. Is there really such a rule? Who decided that? The Galactic Order decided it. No wonder, no matter how strong the Transcenders are, on Earth they are just like vegetables, easy to eliminate. That's why now the unreturned and Transcenders are treated like treasures. If anything happens to these two groups under your jurisdiction, the local leaders are definitely finished. Now, developing GDP and other achievements are secondary. The main achievement depends on how well the local unreturned are resettled and protected. Let me tell you, those confirmed as Transcenders are no longer under the local government's management. There are direct agencies responsible for them, while the local government only needs to take care of the unreturned. Damn it, I should have been less brave back then, found a place to hide, and just survived. Haha, who says otherwise? I now feel that finding a good job is all nonsense. It's better to become a Transcender at the origin, solving everything once and for all. Even if I die in the end, it doesn't matter. I can come back to enjoy luxury cars and beautiful women, and the country will still support me. Sigh. Such a good opportunity missed. What a pity, what a pity. Not to mention, Lu Xiao learned a lot of practical information from classmates' gossip. Moreover, the information about the origin and Transcenders online seems quite accurate, likely sourced from some Transcenders' own statements. The discussion grew more intense, and the scheduled time had arrived. Buzz. The electronic music started. Old Kai stood in front of everyone with a microphone. Dear fellow villagers and comrades who have been tormented by Teacher Sue for 4 years, please pay attention. Everyone stopped talking and turned to look at Old Kai. Today is our first class reunion for the graduating class of Wuching Middle School after 4 years. I am personally very excited and a bit nervous. As he spoke, he pretended to wipe away tears, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The reason for our gathering today is not only because we have spent the 3 most painful years together, but also because everyone has recently experienced life and death. Truly experiencing what it means to live and die. Emotions distinguish us humans from other beings, and friendship is the bond that connects us, not to mention love. I won't say much. Today's reunion has some small programs arranged, but the main purpose is to let everyone talk about life, careers, and experiences, so that we don't let our feelings for each other fade or break. Shouldn't there be applause here? Haha. Everyone started clapping. Old Kai nodded in satisfaction. Some classmates haven't arrived yet, but it's not like anyone's time is free, so we won't wait. Anyone who is late will be punished. How to punish them will be decided by everyone. Another round of applause and cheers erupted. And don't create any small circles. There are names under each seat for everyone. Listen to my instructions and sit in the position with your name on it. 3, 2, 1, go. Everyone obediently stood up and searched for their seats. Lu Xiao found his position and sat down. At that moment, he noticed that the boys and girls were actually mixed up. He was surrounded by girls. And the seat in front of him was empty, clearly an arrangement meticulously designed by Old Kai and the others. Once everyone was seated, Old Kai's voice continued to ring out. Very good. Everyone is very obedient. I, Teacher Kai, am very satisfied. Get lost. Instantly, a crowd of people started to heckle. All right, now we begin the first segment. Form groups of 6, select a group leader and a group name. Then the games will follow. Let's start. Lu Xiao glanced his left and right. Their group also had 6 people, and the seat in front of him was empty. But Xia Junqin was sitting right next to him, and she had brought her boyfriend, making a perfect 6. So, who will be the group leader? One former top student in the group spoke up. Bounding you, you've always been the class monitor. What's up? Don't want to be the group leader now. Xia Junqin said with a smile. The man behind her seemed uninterested in everything, just scrolling on his phone. That's fine, but we should at least consult everyone's opinion. Lu Xiao, what do you say? Bounding you looked at Lu Xiao with indifference. You can do it. Lu Xiao replied casually. All right, since everyone agrees, then I'll be the group leader. I've thought a group name, the best in the world. A chill went down Lu Xiao's spine. He really wanted to strangle this guy. How could he end up in the same group as him? Good, let us call it the best in the world. Our group has a huge advantage. 4 boys and 2 girls will definitely win the games. Xia Junqin said excitedly. My boyfriend is from Qiantang Sports University. He's definitely top tier. Bro, what's your name? Bounding you asked, extending his hand. Jiang Weihe, said the man Xia Junqin brought, shaking his hand but appearing indifferent. I'll be starting a job at a foreign company soon. Where are you working, Brother Jiang? Jiang Weihe, dressed in branded clothes and looking handsome, clearly came from a good background, which piqued Bounding Yu's interest in befriending him. Congratulations, congratulations. Jiang Weihe said dismissively, showing no further interest. Clearly looking down on someone who just got a job, even if Bao Ningyu graduated from a prestigious university. Seeing the other's reaction, Bao Ningyu felt a bit embarrassed, but decided not to push it further, becoming more convinced that Jiang Weihe definitely had some background. Bao Ningyu, not bad. Found a job at a foreign company so quickly. You really are a top student. Another girl in the group said enviously. Oh, it's nothing. We're all just trying to make a living. As soon as the topic of employment came up, the group started gossiping about various things. And Bounding You generously shared some of his job hunting experiences. Only 2 people in the group didn't pay attention at all, Jiang Weihe and Lu Xiao. But their expressions were completely different. Jiang Weihe was cold as ice, while Lu Xiao wore a smile. Whose seat is that? Bounding You asked. Group leader. Check whose name is written under the empty seat. There were 7 empty seats in total. And Xia Junqin wanted to see who the empty seat in her group belonged to. Apart from her, the other was a typical Annie-type girl, which made her feel very superior, but the empty seat still worried her a bit. Hearing this, Bounding You reached under the empty seat and pulled out a slip of paper. It had 3 characters written on it, Qi Dongxue. Upon hearing that name, Xia Junqin's face immediately fell. Lu Xiao had a similar reaction. He glared fiercely at Old Kai, who was spouting nonsense, and wished he could eliminate him right now. However, the other 2 boys in the group, including Bao Ningyu, looked delighted. Chapter 61. Secrets. Chapter 61. Secrets. All right. Everyone. Old Kai picked up the microphone again. It's game time. But before the game, we need to punish Zhang Chun, who just arrived. Amidst the cheers, a slightly shy, handsome boy walked up to Old Kai and stood in front of everyone. The method of punishment is decided by his group leader. So now I ask Zhang Chen's group leader to stand up. A girl suddenly stood up and stomped her foot heavily on the table. Get lost, Old Kai. You dare to punish my person? Zhang Chun, come here. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Chun really ran over to the girl, who wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him forcefully. This scene left everyone stunned, and the venue fell silent. But soon, a thunderous cheer erupted. Sister Qing is mighty. Sister Qing is domineering. Sister Qing, I want that too. After more than 10 seconds of a long kiss, the girl suddenly pushed Zhang Chun away, and his face was already flushed, as if he might faint at any moment. That's enough, the girl shouted, raising her chin at Old Kai. Enough, enough. Old Kai immediately became obedient. This girl's name is Yi Qing, known as the Big Sister during her school days. Her father is a leader in the Wuqing military district, and she has inherited his hot-tempered personality and has trained in martial arts, so no one around dares to provoke her. It's rumored that she has a crush on the introverted Zhang Chun, and it seems to be true. Now, let's continue the game. Before we start, each group will take turns reporting their group names. I'll go first. Our group is called the Best in the World. Bounding You was the first to stand up. A few people in the group clapped, but the others reacted coldly. The next group, after all groups reported their names, the game officially began. The first game is simple, yet not simple. Everyone must share a secret about another classmate's past. The secret that causes the most uproar will earn that group a point. Good. Everyone cheered in agreement. Now, everyone think for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, each group will send one person, and after one round, the next person will take their turn. Start. As expected, Old Kai has all kinds of tricks up his sleeve. This kind of person is the legendary ghost at the drinking party, with too many ways to play. But the key is that he is particularly popular. Who is going first? Bounding You scanned the room, and his gaze landed on Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, you go. Sure enough, good things never come to me first. I was the first to think of this. However, gatherings are for fun, so Lu Xiao didn't mind. But secrets are secrets. They are secrets for a reason. What could he say that would be funny without hurting anyone involved? Just as he was racking his brain, the game had already started. I'll go first. To break the ice, even if what I say isn't explosive, everyone should at least give a little encouragement. A boy stood up. Do you all remember that one time during evening self-study when our Chinese teacher, Teacher Mao, suddenly had a stomachache? It was during Xiao Xiao Yushi, halfway through the reading, when she suddenly covered her backside and ran out. Who doesn't remember that? The crowd started to cheer. The smell was apparent. Just remember that. That time, Li Lei and Wang Chong put laxatives in Teacher Mao's teacup. I saw it with my own eyes. Oh, the boys erupted in uproar, and everyone looked towards Li Lei. You're a real piece of work, you dare to say that. Li Lei and the tall, lanky Wang Chong rushed in front of the boy, grabbing his neck and shaking him violently. All right, not bad. The first secret is quite juicy, Old Kai commented, but the response was mediocre. I noticed the girls were silent. Perhaps the secret was too intense for them. Next, I'll go. A heavily made-up girl stood up. The secret I'm about to share isn't that intense, but I believe everyone will be surprised. As she spoke, her gaze darted to Lu Xiao. This glance left Lu Xiao confused. This is about our classmate Dong Shui. Oh. Before she even finished, the boys had already started to cheer. In her 3 years of high school, Dong Shui was only called to the teacher's office once. Of course, those praises don't count. Does anyone know what really happened that time? The girl kept winking at the crowd, and the feeling of being expected made her particularly pleased. What happened? Tell us. Stop keeping us in suspense. Because Qi Dong Shui exchanged notebooks with a male classmate. The notebook's contents should be understood by everyone. Oh, this time, not only the boys but also the girls began to cheer. This was groundbreaking news. Qi Dong Shui cannot just be called a class flower, but rather a goddess-level figure. This goddess refers not only to her looks and academic performance, but also to her purity, without any impurities. But you only have the beginning of the secret without the end. What's the point? The uproar continued. I'm not done yet, the girls said triumphantly. The entire venue fell silent, waiting for her to continue. Once after evening self-study, I even saw someone escorting Qi Dong Shui home. Oh, this was getting a bit scandalous. Keep going. Who is it? Who is the bastard? I Li will be the first to castrate him. Brothers, get the knives ready. At this moment, Lu Xiao lit a cigarette, remaining silent the whole time, showing no expression on his face. Who is this boy? The girl feigned mystery, scanning the boys present, finally landing on Lu Xiao, who was the only one with his back to her. It was him, Lu Xiao. Oh, huh. The cheers exploded, but then abruptly stopped. Lu Xiao, what's going on? Why him? How could it be him? Are you kidding? Li Lei, who had been gripping the bench tightly, squinted at the girl. Lu Xiao hangs out with us all the time. How could we not know about this? Yeah. How could Dong Shui possibly like? Bounding Yu started to shout, but realized he had misspoken and swallowed the rest of his words. Everyone present was staring at Lu Xiao, but Lu Xiao neither denied nor confirmed it, appearing indifferent, which instead validated the girl's words. Indeed, he didn't want to deny it, nor would he ever admit it. Those memories were deep within his mind, unwilling to share with anyone. Is it true? A girl with long bangs and black-framed glasses leaned close to him, asking softly. Not bad, Lu Xiao, hiding it very deep, exclaimed Xia Junxin loudly. I didn't see it coming. Our class's most beautiful peach has been picked by you. Cut the crap, Lu Xiao muttered under his breath, turning his head to glare at Xia Junxin. For a moment, he wished this chatterbox would drop dead on the spot. No matter how good-tempered he was, some taboos, when touched, would lead to death. Under his gaze, Xia Junxin instantly fell silent, her smile frozen on her face. What are you looking at? Behind Xia Junxin, a man twisted his neck and stood up, clearly wanting to defend her. Lu Xiao remained silent, his gaze shifting to the man named Jiang Weihe. This man suddenly felt his whole body tremble. Even the bluestone slab under his feet seemed to be vibrating. But since he had already started, he couldn't back down, still holding his ground and staring at Lu Xiao. Not bad. This secret is definitely explosive. Of course, a secret is a secret. It cannot be verified for authenticity. If you believe it, it exists. If you don't, it doesn't. Everyone, don't get too tangled up in past secrets. Old Kai timely appeared to ease the atmosphere. Jiang Weihe snorted coldly, sat back down, and he found that he stopped trembling after sitting down. The atmosphere has eased, but everyone has started to whisper, and the focus must be on Lu Xiao and Qi Dongshui. Is it true? Dongshui and Lu Xiao? I don't believe it. Who is Qi Dongshui? She was directly admitted to Yenjing University, and I remember Lu Xiao was from second-tier college in Qiantang, not even considered a first-tier. Could it be that Lu Xiao was the one exchanging notes with Dongshui? I think it's quite normal. What's wrong with Lu Xiao? The spoon was drawing circles in the coffee cup, and Lu Xiao remained silent, trying to reassure himself that the past doesn't need to be taken to heart. Until someone exclaimed, Dongshui. Chapter 62. Shortened Lu Xiao raised his head, following the focus of everyone's gaze toward the screen. Behind the translucent glass screen, a girl slowly walked out, dressed in white, her dark hair peeking out from under a baseball cap. Her fair neck was as elegant as a swan. Her almond-shaped eyes seemed to hold two dark grapes freshly picked from a vine, still clinging to the morning dew. Her petite nose looked as if it was delicately carved from jade, translucent and exquisite. Her cherry-red lips were naturally rosy, and her white, oval face sparkled like winter snow. She appeared cool and reserved, silently standing by the screen, her gaze sweeping over her classmates. Finally, she spotted Lu Xiao among the crowd. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she stepped lightly toward him. Behind her followed a boy of similar age, whose features were strikingly handsome, exuding an air of superiority and disdain. A mischievous smile lingered on his wickedly beautiful face. Dongshui, you're here. Bounding Yu stood up eagerly, smiling as he invited the girl to sit beside him. The girl nodded slightly, but kept her gaze fixed on Lu Xiao. Hello, I'm Bounding Yu, the former class monitor of Qi Dongshui. Bounding Yu extended his hand toward the boy. The boy didn't even glance at him, just closely following the girl, slowly sitting opposite Lu Xiao. The girl tilted her head slightly, her eyes searching Lu Xiao's face for something. You've lost weight. A melodious voice rang out. Not really, you've gained weight. Lu Xiao replied with a grin. The girl frowned slightly, her lips pouting. Can't you say something nice? You're prettier, Lu Xiao said lightly. Since our classmate Qi Dongshui is late, shouldn't we have some punishment? Old Kai began to stir the atmosphere. Yes. The crowd immediately responded. Bao Ninggu, flat monito bao. You decide. Old Kai instantly passed the buck to Bao Ningyu. Me? Bao Ningyu was a bit taken aback, pondering for a moment before saying, "Then let's have Qi Dongxue introduce this handsome guy who came with her." "Good." This time, the girls responded even more enthusiastically. Who would T want to know who this movie star-like handsome guy was? Get lost. Unexpectedly, the boy showed no mercy, snorting coldly. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. "I'll do it." Qi Dongxue took the microphone Bounding Yu had handed to the boy, casting a cold glance at him. "Hello everyone, it's been 4 years since we last met. I miss you all. This is my classmate from Yanjing. His name is not convenient to say, and we're currently teammates." So they were classmates and teammates. Qi Dongxue directly clarified their relationship, instantly cooling the crowd's gossiping enthusiasm. "Just at the door, I heard a secret from my past, so I want to clarify it here." Hearing that the person involved was going to continue the story, everyone perked up their ears. Qi Dongxue looked at Lu Xiao and continued, "Those things were true. It was Lu Xiao who often took me home and exchanged notebooks with me." The entire room fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. At that time, we were indeed in a relationship. Oh, the revelation dropped like a bomb, shocking everyone. If Qi Dongxue hadn't admitted it herself, no one would believe that such a goddess-like figure could actually be in a relationship with someone like Lu Xiao, a nobody. Who is Qi Dongxue? She was guaranteed admission to Yanjing University, arranged by the school to stay in the classroom building, usually serious and unsmiling, gentle to others but always keeping her distance. She represented not just beauty and intelligence, but also mystery and aloofness. And what about Lu Xiao? Just a little transparent? Not really. Indeed, Lu Xiao was quite good-looking, but academically average from a regular middle-class family, and had an introverted personality. These two had almost no intersection. A group of boys pinned Lu Xiao down, laughing and scolding this brother who had reached for the sky, someone who usually mingled with them, but had quietly won over the goddess. They felt they had to teach him a lesson to ease their own resentment. The commotion continued for a long time. The handsome boy tilted his chin up, speaking softly behind Qi Dongxue. "Did you come here just for this? Does it concern you?" Qi Dongxue replied coldly. "Did I ask you to follow me?" "Oomph." The boy sneered, taking a step forward. "Lu Xiao, right? I'm Hua Feng." He extended his hand, a wicked smile on his face. The crowd pushed Lu Xiao out from among them. They weren't foolish. This guy was undoubtedly a rival to his current companions, and he couldn't show weakness at this moment. Although Qi Dongxue said they were ex-couples, it implied that there was still a chance in the future. "Lu Xiao." Lu Xiao stood up, extending his hand to shake Hua Feng's. The moment their palms touched, a burning pain surged from his palm, while Hua Feng gripped his hand tightly, shaking it up and down. "I'm curious about what kind of person Dongxue was with in the past. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed." Hua Feng smiled, tightening his grip on Lu Xiao's hand. Lu Xiao's palm turned red, and a smell of burnt flesh began to waft between their hands. "Hua Feng," Qi Dongxue exclaimed, rushing to pry their hands apart. Everyone noticed something was off between the two, realizing that Lu Xiao's hand was already charred. The pain was unimaginable, but Lu Xiao remained expressionless, as if the hand was not his own, maintaining eye contact with Hua Feng. "Turns out you're also a metamorph, a gifted element. But so what?" No one noticed, except Hua Feng, who saw Lu Xiao's indifferent expression as he twisted his neck, a chilling smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, a surge of tremendous force came. Hua Feng's eyes widened, the force causing his right hand to go limp. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but it was firmly pinned in place. Lu Xiao's face slowly leaned toward him. "Dongxue must have a tough time in Yanjing, always surrounded by flies." Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed. Their hands finally separated. Hua Feng's face contorted, his right hand almost deformed. Lu Xiao was no better off. His palm was charred and cracked, the flesh beneath already 3/10 burnt, a layer of blood flowing over the surface. "Your hand!" Qi Dongxue exclaimed, quickly supporting Lu Xiao's right hand and covering it with her own, revealing glistening ice crystals. Lu Xiao's injured hand was quickly enveloped in a thin layer of ice. "You?" Lu Xiao looked at the girl beside him in disbelief. She was also a gifted metamorph. "Hua Feng, how dare you?" Her exquisite face showed anger for the first time. This time, she was genuinely furious. Hua Feng looked pale. Indeed, Lu Xiao's hand was burnt, but his bones were almost shattered. You feel sorry for him, but what about how your old lover treated me? This guy's strength is too much. Is he a bear? This was truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. The group had regulations against using abilities on Earth, but he thought he could take advantage during the handshake, and it backfired. I remember you, Lu Xiao. Huafeng spat out viciously. Dongxue, come with me now, or I will report your purpose for coming to Wuqing to the group. It hurts, right? Qi Dongxue was unfazed by Huafeng's words, softly murmuring as ice crystals floated around her palm, unwilling to let go. It wouldn't be good if someone sees us. Using abilities in front of ordinary people was equivalent to exposing their identities. It was too dangerous. What's wrong with that? Didn't they see it before? A typical non-answer. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. At such a close distance, that familiar fragrance seeped into his nostrils, and the various images buried deep in his heart burst forth like a flood, drowning his mind. I have to go. Qi Dongxue didn't look up, her voice tinged with reluctance. So soon? I came up with a reason to run here. Because of this Huafeng? Not entirely because of him. I can't stay on Earth for much longer. 14 days? Lu Xiao said softly. Yes, huh? Qi Dongxue suddenly raised her head, their eyes meeting. She saw her own reflection in Lu Xiao's obsidian-like eyes, and the question she intended to ask slipped her mind in that moment. Once upon a time, that gentle gaze always made her forget her troubles and feel a true existence. Keep going. There aren't so many shackles over there. Lu Xiao smiled, looking down at Qi Dongxue, who was gazing up at him. I will. She lowered her head again, shyly murmuring, it's been a bit unstable lately. You need to be careful in Qiantang. Aren't you leaving yet? Huafeng had already walked to the door and turned back with a low shout. A black sedan had its back door open, parked at the entrance. I'm leaving. Qi Dongxue gently stroked Lu Xiao's palm, saying with concern, I'm sorry. It's not burnt yet. It's medium rare, just right to serve. Lu Xiao chuckled. Qi Dongxue smiled, not really amused, still so glib. I'm leaving. After saying that, she took 2 steps back, looked at Lu Xiao, turned around, and walked toward the door. Everyone watched her departing figure until she sat in the back seat and the car door closed. The window slid down, and Lu Xiao looked at that stunningly beautiful face. Qi Dongxue looked at him too, gently taking off her duckbill cap, revealing her clean, neat short hair, which paired with her delicate face, exuded an indescribable youthful beauty. Lu Xiao smiled, his fists clenched tightly, and the entire CAF's blue bricks trembled at that moment. The black sedan with the military plate slowly drove away. We agreed that if 4 years passed and I hadn't changed towards you, when you see me again, I would cut my hair short, very short. For years ago, a girl with hair down to her waist, at the moment she stepped into the security check, turned around and shouted loudly to herself. Chapter 63. Betrayal. Qi Dongxue's departure left the gathering slightly desolate. After the excitement, there was a touch of blandness. That Huafeng earlier, was he a transcender? Someone spoke up in the silence. It seems so. Look at Lu Xiao's hand, it's burned. I noticed that guy had nothing on his hands. After that, Qi Dongxue's ice. 2 transcenders appeared right in front of us, and they clearly weren't ordinary transcenders. Everyone, old Kai didn't use a microphone, and I believe you all know the safety information law, so everything you saw today, I know, that's enough. Don't tell anyone outside, it's illegal. Your hand. Is it all right? A girl with large black glasses walked over to Lu Xiao and asked softly. Don't worry, it's just a small issue. A small issue? It's almost like a pig's trotter. Anyone can see how badly burned that hand is, but at this moment, his red hand was already covered with a layer of ice crystals. Jiu, Lu Xiao is already Qi Dongxue's person. You can give up now. Can't you see? Lu Xiao, you actually have 2 beauties by your side. On the left is our goddess Qi, and on the right is our Shui Jiu, holding one on each side. Xia Junqin teased with a smile. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Sooner or later, you'll fall for that mouth of yours. Li Lei said coldly, then slapped Lu Xiao on the back, saying, enough man, even with your hand like that. You didn't back down. You and Dongxue are a pair. Go to the hospital. Shui Jiu was concerned about Xia Junqin's words, nervously watching Lu Xiao's injured right hand. Her voice trembling. It's fine, Jiu, don't worry, just a little injury, you'll be fine soon. Lu Xiao comforted the petite girl who always cared for him. apologizing for worrying them because of his issues. If it were at the starting point, this would indeed be a small injury. Just take a white pill, and it'll be fine immediately. Damn, Earth is still not satisfied. All right. The microphone crackled with old Kai's voice. The little incident had wasted some time. Just now, after discussion among the organizing committee, it was decided to end the first round of the game and move on to the next segment. Boo! The crowd erupted. The second segment is to introduce your current state and future plans, one by one, starting with the first group in the world. It was clear that everyone was a bit unsettled by what had just happened, and the atmosphere was noticeably less enthusiastic. The appearance of two gifted transcenders right before them, one of whom was a classmate they had spent 4 years with, made it hard for anyone to remain completely calm. Suddenly, Xia Junqin stood up and said sweetly, "As for me, even though I just graduated this year, my plan is to marry Wei He and then have a baby, becoming a happy and beautiful mom. On the wedding day, you must all come. Consider this your invitation." Oh, cheers erupted, some offering blessings while others expressed dissatisfaction. What do graduates fear the most? Wedding invitation bombs. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei, he seemed completely oblivious, standing at the end of the garden, constantly tapping his phone screen. Wanting to give her boyfriend a declaration of love, Xia Junqin found him unresponsive, and feeling a bit deflated, she could only sit back down. Though it was clear she held no resentment towards Jiang Wei He. The crowd merely thought Jiang Wei he was busy with something important. But Lu Xiao was fixated on his phone screen. At this distance, ordinary people couldn't see it, but he could see it clearly. On that screen, Jiang Wei he was clearly typing a line of text. These two are definitely gifted element transcenders. Make an offer. I have photos of both. Lu Xiao felt the blue bricks under his feet crack, and a piece of apple-sized green rock slowly rolled from beneath his feet to his left hand. Suddenly, his left arm swung out, and the rock flew straight out. With a dull thud, Jiang Wei he fell to the ground, a purple-black blood mark appearing on his temple. Xia Junqin screamed hysterically upon seeing her boyfriend fall, rushing through the crowd towards Jiang Wei he. But someone was much faster than her. Lu Xiao directly reached Jiang Wei he's fallen spot, picking up his phone and quickly scrolling through the chat box. "You bastard! What did you do? Why did you hit him?" Xia Junqin punched and kicked Lu Xiao, but he remained unfazed. His brow furrowed as he scrolled through the chat records. Everyone was bewildered by this sudden turn of events, unsure of what had happened. Why did Lu Xiao suddenly attack Xia Junqin's boyfriend? Should we call the police? Someone asked Li Lei, since he was part of the police system. Wait a minute. Before Li Lei could respond, Lu Xiao said, "There's been a small incident here. I will decide whether to call the police after confirming." Calmly, he took out his phone, and with his right hand inconvenient, he could only hold the phone between his neck. "Xiao phone, hello. Balan, I encountered someone named Jiang Wei. Wei from Health, he from River. He is selling information about transcenders through an app. How should this be handled? App name? Break line. Understood. I have locked your location, and the national security people will arrive shortly. The information about Li Tianjia was leaked by this person. Are you sure? Yes, he has deleted previous chat records, but there is relevant evidence in the recent records. This person should have just returned from the starting point and is a member of Li Tianjia's team. Okay, are you in danger? No, he is preparing to sell information and photos of the other two gifted transcenders. Two gifted transcenders. Wait a moment, this matter has escalated. I will notify the Special Affairs Bureau now. All right, I'll wait here, let them hurry. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiao looked back at his classmates and said calmly, "This person is selling information about Huaxia transcenders through his phone. The evidence is in the phone, and someone will come to handle it soon. Everyone please wait." Xia Junqin looked incredulously at the phone in Lu Xiao's hand, then back at the unconscious Jiang Wei he on the ground. "Impossible, impossible. You're lying. You must be lying. Wei he would never do such a foolish thing. Absolutely impossible. I know, you must like me, and because you like me, you resent Wei he. Lu Xiao, you are not human." Lu Xiao looked at the woman who had fallen into madness with pity. "I'm different from him. I don't like to lie. Also, Xia Junqin, do you really think I would like you?" Xia Junqin was stunned. Yes, Qi Dongshua's former lover. Would he really like her? Lost in her heavily made-up and beautified self. Xia Junqin thought every man coveted her beauty, unaware that those who looked down on her simply couldn't be bothered. Everyone protect the scene. Boss, close the door. Li Lei realized the seriousness of the situation and shouted loudly. The boss, a middle-aged man with a beard, was equally clueless about the situation, but upon seeing someone lying in the garden, immediately ordered 2 waiters to close the door. Xia Junqin sat slumped beside Jiang Weihe, tears streaming down her face. Weihe, why did you do this? We were about to get married. Why did you do this? Lu Xiao couldn't be bothered with her. The phone couldn't be turned off, so he held it tightly in his hand and continued to scroll through Jiang Weihe's WeChat chat records, hoping to find more evidence. After a while, he placed a phone screen in front of Xia Junqin. Xia Junqin looked up, glanced at the screen, and her expression quickly changed. That was a record of Jiang Weihe sweet-talking with other women and exchanging private photos, with explicit language and indescribable images. You liar, Jiang Weihe. You bastard. She stood up and kicked Jiang Weihe, who had lost consciousness, heavily with one foot after another, until she was too weak to continue. She collapsed on the ground, crying uncontrollably. The classmates began to calm down from their shock, and 2 girls came over to help Xia Junqin up, supporting her back to her seat. Xia Junqin was indeed not likable, but she was also a victim. There must be something detestable about a pitiful person, but the premise is that she is pitiful. A quarter of an hour later, there was a hurried knock on the door. The boss opened the door, and more than 10 men in casual clothes filed in, closing the door behind them. Where's the person? One of them asked. Lu Xiao raised his hand. The newcomers immediately ran to his side. Lu Xiao handed them his phone and pointed to Jiang Weihe on the ground. A slightly plump middle-aged man quickly flipped through the chat records, then patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder. Well done, kid. Seeing Lu Xiao's right hand, he asked in surprise, injured? Just a minor injury, unrelated to this person. The man nodded, didn't say anything further, turned around to face everyone. This person is suspected of selling information on floating personnel, and we will arrest him immediately. We will thoroughly verify the case, and we won't wrong good people or let criminals go. The subsequent matters are not related to you all. We hope you won't spread this outside. The floating information security law, I'm sure you've all heard of it. The crowd nodded numbly. In such situations, cooperating honestly was the best choice. You need to come with us. I won't go. You can handle it yourselves. No, that's the rule. You must come with us. The man was very persistent. Lu Xiao felt helpless. It seemed he wouldn't be able to continue with the reunion. All right, he replied, then went back to the classmates. Sorry, I have to go with them. If Lao Bao comes, remember to kick him for me. What are you talking about? I've never liked that Jiang whatever. Well done. Don't worry, when Lao Bao arrives, I'll make sure he gets double the treatment. After a brief farewell, the personnel from a special affairs bureau lifted Jiang Weihe into the business vehicle outside, and Lu Xiao got in as well. The classmates all came out to see the convoy off at the door. I feel like I can't see through Lu Xiao more and more, Lao Kai said. As if you could see through him before, Li Lei snorted, teasing, hurry up, the person is gone. The tea can't get cold. Let's continue. Lao Kai shot him a glance and picked up the microphone again. Chapter 64 Departure. As night fell, a figure leaped through the wilderness until standing atop the northern mountain. Lu Xiao lowered his hood, the city lights reflecting in his eyes. This city carried too many memories, some of which were buried deep in the lake of his heart. Painful to unearth. But once that short hair appeared, everything became clear. The snapshots of smiling faces, once just blurry silhouettes, became vivid again. The night breeze tousled his hair as he gazed at the starry sky, laughing freely, without reservation. Previously, Lu Xiao had questioned his ability to compete and seize opportunities. He lacked social status, wealth, and connections. Besides his youthful dreams for the future, he had nothing. But the world had changed. There was a path that allowed him to stand firm, where he alone represented everything. Blood surged from his pores, enveloping him. As he experienced the subtle control of blood flowing in an orderly manner, he attempted repeatedly to divert the blood flow from his blood armor, letting the blood threads roam according to his will. The blood source pearl radiated crimson light within his spiritual body, and several blood threads gradually emerged from the armor, stretching outward with his thoughts. He extended his hand, and the blood threads slowly crawled up, beginning to wrap around his arm. Silently, All the blood threads broke apart like kites severed from their strings, shattering in midair, transforming into blood that scattered with the wind. Again, they shattered, and again they shattered. The surrounding rocks continuously converged, forming various shapes before Lu Xiao, as he felt the understanding of rock manipulation while controlling the blood flow. Different elements had different affinities. Blood was more inclined towards water elements, but it was more reactive than water, as it was part of the body. That barely perceptible affinity constantly drew Lu Xiao and the blood together. In the east, dawn broke. At the top of the northern mountain, two figures faced each other. One was the focused Lu Xiao. The other was a humanoid figure formed by intertwining blood threads. The humanoid's outline was somewhat crude, but held together. As Lu Xiao's thoughts guided him, the blood figure began to change its posture, its features gradually becoming clearer, its form growing more rounded. Perception of blood source ability, blood control. Blood control, a primary active ability of the blood source, allows for the manipulation of active blood within control, continuously consuming spiritual energy during the process. A prompt from the central system appeared. The blood figure and Lu Xiao simultaneously clenched their fists. At that moment, Lu Xiao validated his guess. Abilities were not just granted by the system, but were achieved through personal understanding, experimentation, and creation. He took a significant step forward. Back at the nursing home, Lu Xiao handed his phone to his father, instructing him to post on his social media account periodically. He also explained how to use his payment account, advising him not to respond to any messages and that for urgent matters, he could make a phone call. Naturally, to Bai Ling. His father sensed that Lu Xiao was going back to the origin and didn't ask too many questions about the large sum of money. He simply reminded him to be cautious, assuring him that he and his mother would take care of his grandmother, so he needn't worry. After chatting with his grandmother for a while, who still hadn't fully accepted the nursing home environment but was much better than when she first arrived, she encouraged him to venture forth, assuring him not to worry about her. After finishing all his farewells, Lu Xiao left the nursing home. However, instead of heading towards the city, he walked into the mountains. He searched for a rock wall in the northern mountain. When he arrived at the front of the rock wall, the hard rock strangely opened to the sides, revealing a passage that could accommodate him alone. Once he entered, the rocks behind him closed up again, leaving no trace of the entrance from the outside. Inside, centered around Lu Xiao, the surrounding rocks continuously arched upward, forming a dome-shaped space of several dozen square meters. Numerous fist-sized holes in the dome led to the outside, which Lu Xiao had prepared as ventilation holes for himself. He sat cross-legged in the dark space, with only a few beams of light shining down. He placed plants on his temples to sustain his body. Closing his eyes, spiritual body transmission in progress. The rock layers above his head retracted to the sides, and sand fell from above. Wiping the yellow sand off his face, Lu Xiao was lifted from the ground by the rock beneath his feet. Initiating spiritual sound interaction. Target 87242-82441-32345-5473. Lu Xiao? The voice of Li Tianjia came through the spiritual sound. Yes, it's me, Li Tianjia. Are you still at the Falling Star Eye? Yes, still here. How's it going on your side? Just returned from Earth. I need to talk to you about something. You went back again? You're so carefree. What is up? Is there someone in your team named Jiang Weihe? Yes, I remember that person. He was from Qiantang Sports Institute and died in a battle against the Matua people before night fell. What happened to him? After returning to Earth, he sold the identity information of several of your team's metamorphs to foreign powers. Now your bodies left on Earth are being targeted by assassins. What? Damn. Is this for real? The first batch of assassins has already been taken out by the military. Your bodies are currently safe and have been relocated to the Qiantang nursing home, with military personnel providing round-the-clock protection. There shouldn't be any immediate concerns. But if you have a chance, you might want to go back. Okay, I'll arrange that. By the way, after you left, we cleared the entire mountain of the Falling Star Eye. Now, there are 161 metamorphs, and the team size has exceeded 700. So many people have successfully transformed? Lu Xiao was somewhat surprised. Yes, just yesterday. Wait, was it yesterday? Anyway, it was more than 20 hours ago. We went to the sinkhole, and guess what we found? A massive tree that had been burned down to charcoal. That's not the key part. The important thing is that we found a lot of spiritual energy crystals on the ground, a huge amount. Lu Xiao was speechless. It turned out to be the energy crystals he had overlooked. If you knew how many I had among my defective products, you would be calling it a huge amount. Congratulations. Your team had a lot of people. Be careful to protect your identities. If anyone returns to Earth, make sure the metamorphs' bodies are protected. Otherwise, it could get very troublesome. Understood. I didn't know there were so many energy crystals in the sinkhole. No wonder those Matoa people had so many metamorphs. We plan to build up our strength here and absorb more people. And once the team is formed, we'll take the next steps. Li Qianjiao was clearly still reveling in the joy of finding treasure. You need to pay attention to a type of petal that turns into stone, called blood cherry petals. Those petals are edible and can enhance toughness and strength. But be cautious of blood energy surges. They can enhance up to 50. Huh, those stone petals are edible? I saw them in the sinkhole, but I thought they were just burnt petals and didn't pay much attention. Can they enhance that much? Yes. The Matawa people should have frequently consumed those petals before, but you must be careful of the risk of energy surges. This information should not be made public for now. Focus on collecting the petals and let trustworthy people enhance themselves first. Wow, there's so many good things in this sinkhole. If only you were here. Wait, how do you know all this? Do you think I haven't been there? Oh, okay. Is it chaotic over there on Earth? You'll find out when you go back. Right now, various countries and powers are secretly vying for power, and metamorphs are the most sought-after group on Earth. The advantage of a team is that more people mean more strength, but keeping information closed is also very difficult. Your name, background, and appearance could all become clues for those with ulterior motives, and people's hearts are hard to gauge, so you need to be extra careful. Got it. I will discuss it with Yishan and the others. By the way, I didn't get to say this last time you left in a hurry. Yishan is a gifted water element metamorph. Oh, she is naturally intelligent and has a gifted element, which will definitely be a significant asset for you all in the future. You don't seem surprised at all. Surprised? I am very surprised, absolutely shocked. I already have 2 pearls in my spirit body. It would be strange if I weren't surprised. If it were before, I would have been cursing in the streets. You have 1 gifted belief and 1 gifted element. Anyone would be envious and jealous, but now, I am the exception. I have to tell you some information. The world we are in is called the Little Thousand World, where a large number of extraterrestrial intelligent beings are roaming. Their purpose is to kill each other, nurturing strong individuals through slaughter, and then find the domain marker, which is the towns of this world. As for what happens next, I am also looking for the answer. Why does it sound so much like raising a goo? We are just the poisonous insects in the goo. Your historical biology is really good. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. Haha, so what counts as a strong person? Physical fitness above 100, spirit body above 50, would be called a walker. That should be considered quite strong. That's quite a high requirement. That's still a long way off. Don't forget the blood cherry petals. Oh, that thing can be consumed infinitely? Yes, until 50. That doesn't seem too high. So this raising goo doesn't mean much. Do you think everyone has blood cherry petals? Moreover, under the premise of not having violent energy, it may not be possible to consume continuously, so handle it carefully. Also, after I left the Falling Star, I went north through the Lingfeng Gorge, then entered the Wind Erosion Yardong. Along the way, I encountered the insect race, the elf race, and the serpent race. And now I'm heading west into the Mirror Lake area. Elf race? Are they beautiful? Your focus is quite strange, but yes, they are very beautiful. TSK. Do you recommend we take this route later? I'll only provide information. How to choose specifically needs your decision. The Lingfeng Gorge has a very steep vertical drop, and you need a hook lock over 300 meters to pass, which will take a lot of time, and the risk of crossing is also not small. The Wind Erosion Yardong is a desert, and the biggest threat inside is the sandworms that are hundreds of meters long and the occasional dust explosions. Of course, at night, there's a type of blood armor bug that likes to suck blood. I remember that. Sounds quite dangerous. Yes, from east to west. Entering the Mirror Lake, I used an entire original point night. If it were you, it might take 10 times the time. You can estimate your distance to the Mirror Lake one by one. I suspect the Aiden in the previous Matawa people's map is the town. We have more people, and our speed of movement is slow, but at least you have information about the roads you've traveled it's hard to say about other places. Once races encounter each other, they will go to war, but races like the elf race can communicate. If you meet them, you can look for their princess, Tanya, and just say you are friends of Rin Pingshan. Elf race. Princess Lu Xiao, you have quite the fortune with women, even getting close to an elf princess. Big brother, can you focus on something normal? Okay, but the combination of elf and princess indeed creates quite a vivid image. Just like the image in your mind. Lu Xiao. What? Thank goodness for you. Can you be a bit more mushy? I mean it. That's enough. I'm about to enter the Mirror Lake. This is a war zone. All right. We are not in a hurry to go to the Mirror Lake. The stronger the team, the greater the chance of survival. Correct. Just like our war with the Knights, it is happening all over this world. Even if individuals become walkers facing such warfare, the chances of survival are very small. Understood. Then let's leave it at that. If there are any new developments, I will send you a spirit message. Do you have any messages to pass on to them? Let me think. Tell them that every elf is as beautiful as a celestial being. That's it. Got it. Take care. Take care. Spirit message ended. Lu Xiao re-entered the grass and began to head towards the Mirror Lake. Chapter 65. The fairies still in the realm of war. Having returned from Earth, why is there still fighting? The grassland undulates with vast expanses, flowers bloom everywhere, and birds and insects flutter about. Walking upon it, one unconsciously forgets that this place is still amidst the blood and chaos of war. Feeling only the peace of heaven and earth, a sense of tranquility and joy. A type of plant resembling dandelions rises straight into the air when someone passes by, its fluffy hairs spreading out in the breeze, drifting away into the distance. As Lu Xiao walks by, these plants seem to shower him as if welcoming him, making him stop and gaze in wonder. When he first arrived at the origin point, everything was cautious, fearful of being inadvertently harmed by this strange world. But now he understands to view it with a different perspective. If this small world had not been invaded by various creatures, it would truly be beautiful. Or perhaps Earth before the emergence of Homo sapiens was like this, primitive and wild, natural and pure, only gradually transformed into its current state by humanity. Reaching the top of a high slope, the so-called Mirror Lake finally comes into view. Well, the name is truly something else. The entire lake is like a sky blue gem embedded in the green earth, its tranquil surface showing not a ripple, perfectly reflecting the colors of the sky. It is hard to judge its size, but it should be several times larger than the famous Qian'an Lake. In the center of the lake stands a solitary city, not built on the shore, but surrounded by water on all sides, with no bridges connecting it to the land. Around the lake area, there are high walls, and one can see many tall buildings within the city, especially a pointed round tower that stands out prominently. The lonely city near Lu Xiao's side has a small dock where a few small boats are moored. They are truly small boats, resembling canoes. Is this really the only means of transportation between the city and the outside world? Indeed, it is quite peculiar. Shifting his gaze to the lakeside, he sees small boats quietly docked on the shore, with a boatman leisurely sitting at the bow, seemingly waiting for passengers. And the passengers? 3 factions are gathering into 3 large circular formations, occupying 3 directions on the shore, confronting each other, none daring to make a move. The number of people in these 3 factions isn't large, estimated to be around 1 million, and it seems that getting here has cost them considerable losses in battle. No side has the confidence to eliminate the other 2 factions before them. Everyone maintains a distance of about 1 kilometer, leaving a V-shaped passage leading to the lakeside. Among them, Lu Xiao recognizes one faction. It is the Jiuyin clan. The other 2 factions include one called Nodolon, which has tentacle-like dreadlocks hanging down from their heads, while their bodies are quite similar to humans. The other faction is even stranger, small creatures the size of a palm, called hake, each with its lower half embedded in the head of an animal, seemingly to completely control it. Therefore, their faction encompasses a wide variety of creatures, ranging from a tiny mouse to a mammoth. The hake faction is practically a wildlife zoo. Lu Xiao is at a loss for words. These 3 factions have boldly blocked the way to Mirror Lake. There is indeed a passage, but who would dare to cross it? No matter how bold he is, he wouldn't dare to brazenly walk through the formations of the 3 factions. Just as Lu Xiao is at a loss, Movement occurs at the dock of the lonely city. 6 beings from different races board a small boat and slowly head towards the shore. There are clear movements within the 3 circular formations, each dispatching a small team towards the shore. The small boat moves slowly. The boatman not rowing but silently standing at the bow, as if the boat's progress is entirely autonomous. It's unclear what the boatman's role is. Upon reaching the shore, the 6 beings disembark one by one, 3 from each faction quickly rejoining their comrades. Soon, the 3 circular formations begin to stir, slowly retreating towards the periphery of Mirror Lake. What is going on? Lu Xiao is somewhat puzzled. A few people come out from the city and then leave? Is this like a late-night study session? Just checking attendance and leaving? During this time, from the 2 factions near the lake, people continuously throw things into Mirror Lake. Lu Xiao carefully observes and realizes they are tossing the bodies of their kin into the water. The lake's water appears very strange, no matter what falls into it. It doesn't splash at all, yet the bodies quickly sink and disappear, giving the impression that the entire Mirror Lake is a large jelly. The process of throwing the bodies continues for a long time, with some peculiar rituals occurring simultaneously. It seems these 3 factions have not been in a stalemate, but have fought a few battles prior. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many bodies on the scene. After the Join and Hake finish throwing the bodies, they begin to withdraw in an organized manner, moving away. While the long-waiting Nodolon takes over the area that the Hake had previously occupied, also starting to throw their kin's bodies into the lake. When Nodolon concludes their bizarre actions, Lu Xiao can no longer see the main forces of the Join and Hake, only a few scouts watching Nodolon from a distance. Eventually, Nodolon also begins to leave. It's unclear where they came from or why they are leaving. The once bustling lakeside is now left with only 2 small boats waiting for passengers. The scouts from the 3 factions also disappear from the eagle-eyed observable range. Confused, Lu Xiao, filled with questions, begins to move quickly towards the lakeside. To attract 3 different races, Mirror Lake may soon welcome a 4th or even a 5th faction. Taking advantage of the current tranquility, he hastens to see what is happening. As he approaches the lakeside, the smell of blood becomes stronger, and the signs of destruction on the grass become increasingly evident. But the battlefield has been cleaned up relatively well, with no obvious severed limbs or body parts. At the shore, 2 small boats quietly rest on the mirror-like smooth surface of the lake. The 2 boatmen wear matching deep red robes, their faces hidden in dark hoods, maintaining an eerie standing posture, with one leg straight and the other coiled around their waist. Even as Lu Xiao reaches the shore, the 2 boatmen pay him no mind, not even turning to face him. I want to go to the town. Lu Xiao isn't sure how to communicate with the boatman, so he directly speaks in Huaxiao language. The boatmen show no response, creating an awkward situation. How do I get to the town? Can I board the boat? Excuse me. Can you say something? Lu Xiao feels he's experiencing the greatest social crisis of his life. Just then, he notices a line of small words engraved on the boat. Transformers board here. Well, it seems I was reckless. It turns out there are tips for visitors here. Lu Xiao directly leaps onto one of the small boats. As soon as he does, the boatman places his coiled left leg back on the boat, and it begins to move slowly. At this moment, Lu Xiao sees another line of small words. Non-transformers get lost, unless you have a crystal. Huh? What does this mean? Can I bribe the boatman? Is it this blatant? There is no disciplinary committee at the origin to manage this. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Now he understands why the boatmen were so dismissive of him. He is a transformer, and according to the rules, he can board the boat directly. If he weren't, the boatman might have been willing to chat with him more. The small boat moves at a turtle's pace on the lake, as if wrapped in a layer of plastic film, appearing particularly surreal, without a single splash of water. It seems the boat is gliding on the surface rather than moving through water. A glance beneath the lake's surface sends chills down his spine. Countless corpses, as if imprisoned, float motionlessly beneath the water, a horrifying sight that compels him to look a few more times, suppressing the impulse to reach into the water and investigate. Lu Xiao understood the saying that curiosity killed a cat. The mirror-like lake exuded an eerie vibe, and he certainly didn't want to capsize in this ditch, or rather, in this jelly. Moreover, judging by the boatman's demeanor, this guy would definitely not save him. The 1,000-meter waterway took over half an hour, and thankfully he was mentally prepared. Otherwise, he would have suffocated from boredom. During the trip, there was no interaction between the boatman and him, and he didn't attempt to communicate with the robed figure again. As the small boat reached the shore, Lu Xiao sprang up and stepped onto the dock, walking towards the city gate without looking back. Discovery: Yading City. Yading City is the location of the original landmark in this trial domain. Trial exploration reward received. 3 free physical attribute points. Language acquired. Original language, Chapter 66. Shopping the system prompt flashed by. But Lu Xiao didn't pay much attention to it. Next to the doorway stood a stone tablet with 3 simple characters inscribed on it. Aiden City was not in the Huaxia script, but Lu Xiao could understand it. Indeed, this was Aiden from the Matuo people's map. It seemed the lizard men had also been here. The gray-white city walls were not made of stacked stones, but rather appeared to be a single piece of rock that had been simply polished and formed. Although it was rock, Lu Xiao's rock control ability had no effect on these stones. When he touched them, he could feel that the surface was covered by an imperceptible, thin film, which prevented the rock from being controlled by the rock source pearl. Though it was called a city gate, there was no actual door, just a 3-meter-high arched opening. It seemed this town was not worried about external attacks. The so-called city walls and gate were more of a decoration, or perhaps just a way to keep outsiders from seeing what was happening inside the city. Looking through the archway, a layer of water curtain ripples blurred his vision, and there was no sound coming from within. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiao quickly walked inside. The moment he passed through the water curtain, everything in front of him changed instantly. A bustling crowd, lively shops, and noisy sounds surged forth, startling Lu Xiao into a freeze, unable to move for a while. He turned his head to look back at the rippling water curtain, which, just like from the outside looking in, appeared equally blurred. Gone was the reflection of the mirror lake. The ripple completely separated the 2 worlds inside and outside. The contrast between the wilderness outside and the prosperity inside was striking. On both sides of the street were small 2-story buildings shaped like gourds, varying in size, but similar in style. Creatures of different clothing and forms leisurely strolled through the streets, occasionally entering what appeared to be shops. Outside the archway, everyone was fighting for their lives, blood and flesh flying, but here it was peaceful and orderly. Could this be the so-called safe zone? The system did not provide an answer to his doubts, indicating that the question itself did not exist. This place was not absolutely safe, but was governed by certain rules and order that made all creatures refrain from violence or deemed it unnecessary. Lu Xiao noticed that almost every building had a character carved above its entrance, and these characters were different, not in Huaxia script, but in the original language, which he could understand. Words like hunt, kill, trade, paint, appraise, eat, forge, and exchange represented the industries engaged by these buildings, and their meanings were relatively easy to grasp. Lu Xiao had no intention of moving just yet. Having suddenly entered a civilized society, he didn't mind observing a bit more. One thing that particularly caught his attention was that none of the creatures wandering the streets were ones he had ever seen before, not just in their forms and appearances, but also in their attire. In his days at the origin point, from a human's black bodysuits to the Matuo people's chest plates, from the silver-white shirts of the Cardorians to the naked torsos of the Joeen, he had hardly seen a decent piece of clothing apart from his hunter disguise. But here, the creatures were completely different. Their clothing was elaborate, and none were naked. Even the grotesquely ugly half-beasts donned long brown-black robes made of burlap. This discovery led Lu Xiao to a hypothesis. These creatures were not drifters. They had always existed in Aiden City. Their level of civilization was higher, and their purposes for being here were different from his. They possessed far more than he did. It could even be said that they were not the poisonous insects of the goo, or that Aiden City no longer fell within the realm of the goo. Lu Xiao recalled that he had automatically acquired the original language upon arriving at the dock. The Central would not make unnecessary moves. The original language should naturally be the common language at the origin point. Perhaps, upon arriving in Aiden City, he had truly entered the origin point. With a clearer understanding, he naturally felt bolder. Lu Xiao stepped onto the street, brushing past unfamiliar creatures. The absence of shouts and killings made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. At a central location near the entrance was a building with a character for trade hanging above it, where creatures were frequently entering and exiting. Driven by curiosity, Lu Xiao also walked inside. Inside was a spacious area of over 100 square meters, with various items hanging on the walls. Some were plants Lu Xiao had seen at the Falling Star Eye, though he wasn't sure of their uses. There were also parts from various animals: teeth, leg bones, horns, even hearts and tendons. In addition, there were numerous different colored ores and seeds, some of which he had encountered in his appraisal knowledge. All these items were sourced from this world. It seemed to be a local shop. Lu Xiao suddenly had a sense of entering a specialty shop for local products in a tourist area. No one reached out to touch the items on the walls, and he certainly wouldn't try either. There were no salespeople. Only customers moved back and forth or whispered among themselves. A stone tablet stood abruptly in the central area. Noticing a creature place its palm on it and step back, Lu Xiao imitated the action and touched the tablet. Star pattern connection completed. Trade House, Sana Trade Alliance. At your service. Current price list. Bay leaf, 217 stalks energy crystal, broken. Cabbage, 162 stalks energy crystal, broken. Sandworm blood, 47 pounds energy crystal, broken. Mammoth tendon, 71 pounds energy crystal, broken. So that's how it works. This stone tablet allows for a connection to the star pattern spirits, similar to the internet on Earth, which is quite convenient. The prices were all settled in energy crystals. No wonder energy crystals were so valued. It turned out that besides allowing the spirit body to evolve, they functioned as currency at the origin point. The shop also had a second floor, but Lu Xiao had no plans to go up for now. He directly exited the trade house. Now he felt more assured. Where there was commerce, who would want to fight for no reason? He wandered into the neighboring appraisal house. The room was small, divided into two areas by a long table. Behind the table floated a creature that looked like a winged sprite or small demon, currently fanning its wings and carefully examining a piece of animal bone. Upon seeing someone enter, the little creature raised its head with an unhappy expression. "Customers, get out. Can't you see the sign at the door?" This little thing was only the size of Lu Xiao's palm, but its voice was not only rough but also startlingly loud. After being shouted at, Lu Xiao hurriedly retreated. Turning to glance back, he indeed saw a sign at the door indicating customers, implying that there was already someone inside. It seemed the appraisal house could only accommodate one person at a time. Having learned this, Lu Xiao shrugged and continued along the main street deeper into Aiden City. Aiden City was not large. The main street twisted like a snail shell, extending in a circular pattern inward, with small alleys connecting the streets, making for a convenient layout. As he walked and observed, Lu Xiao gained some understanding of the buildings within the city. The forge house was akin to a blacksmith shop, engaged in the forging of metal objects. The pharmacy sold various finished potions. The eatery was straightforward, serving meals. The art house sold various maps and illustrations of creatures. The appraisal house, besides the one at the city gate, Lu Xiao discovered another one inside, which was for appraising unknown items. The tailor's house was like a tailor shop, selling various clothing. The bodyguard house, which he initially didn't understand, he later learned was for hiring bodyguards. The hunter's house allowed for the hiring of hunters to hunt local creatures. The guide house offered guides, but Lu Xiao, having nothing to do, wouldn't waste money on that. The e-house cannot truly be called a house. Rather, it is a large open space where one can sit on the ground and display their items. Whether to sell or trade is up to the stall owner. The Liao house, which Lu Xiao did not enter, is likely a place for treating hidden ailments. Akin to a hospital, the Du house is undoubtedly a gambling house. Gambling is an innate nature of all beings, no matter where they are. However, unlike the casinos on Earth, the games here are not poker machines or roulette, but rather the outcomes of wars between different races in the star domains outside Yading City. The intelligence work of the gambling house is extremely detailed, even providing live footage and assessments of the wars. Perhaps because Lu Xiao is not a gambler. He was kicked out before long, but he noted some information. There are surprisingly 100 star domain races in this world. Yes, exactly the integer 100. If calculated based on the number of humans who have drifted here, there are as many as 1 billion beings released into this place. The betting board also showed the estimated number of a human race of the stellar order, 12,000 people. It seems that the number of scattered humans is still considerable. The Geo house, where there is food, there must be drink. This needs no explanation. It's a place for leisure. In addition, there are some special places. The Do platform is a circular stone stage over 2 meters high and about 50 meters in diameter. Logically, it should be a place for contests. But it was empty when Lu Xiao passed by, so its purpose remains unclear. The Ming house is a place for meditation. He doesn't understand its purpose. Could it be yoga? The Lian house resembles a martial arts hall or gym, and given the burly and fierce-looking beings at the entrance, Lu Xiao dismissed the impulse to explore further. The Xing house has an unclear specific purpose, but it seems related to star patterns. The most mysterious is the Sure house. As there is no explanation or anyone entering, Lu Xiao could never figure out what this character means. However, there was an elderly human sitting inside. Finally, he saw one of his kind, and the old man looked quite familiar. But when Lu Xiao approached to chat, he immediately tasted the harshness of society. Indeed, he was ruthlessly kicked out by the old man without any reason given. The Sure house is one of the liveliest places in Yading City, and the reason is simple. It is the place to post and accept tasks. Lu Xiao checked some task content through the star patterns, and indeed, there were all sorts of tasks, mostly focused on collecting materials and intelligence. He hadn't heard of any of the material names, and regarding intelligence, it was aimed at certain races, leaving him completely clueless. The only task that caught his eye was someone looking for elemental cores, hoping someone could provide relevant intelligence. He knew about this, but finally, he reached the end of the street, and here lies the center of Yading City. Chapter 67. The ruler at the end of the street is a semi-enclosed open square, which is oval in shape. At the center of the square are 2 independent stone platforms, each about 5 meters high. At the top of each platform stands an archway, with the door frames flowing like a curtain of water reminiscent of city gates. The 2 archways differ slightly in material and color. One is made of silver white wood with a character for walk embedded at the top, while the other is built of gray-black stone with a character for travel. It is unknown what these 2 doors signify, but their presence at the core of Yading City indicates their importance, though their exact purpose remains unclear. Apart from these 2 stone platforms, there is only one building in the square, a cylindrical spire that can be seen from outside Yading City. The spire, less than 100 meters tall, tapers towards the top and is a milky white color, making it a landmark in the city, especially since the other buildings are all gourd-shaped, and this one stands out as unique. The tall spire serves as a secondary building, while the main building is a square 3-story residence with a wide-open vermilion door upon which hangs a character, City. As Lu Xiao looked around, he noticed a tall, slender creature standing by the door, about 2 meters tall. It wore a purple, form-fitting outfit trimmed with gold, had human-like skin, and a pair of white eyes without pupils. Its long arms, extending past its knees, were crossed over its chest as it leaned casually against the door frame. In this vast space, only Lu Xiao and this creature were present. Due to the lack of pupils, Lu Xiao could not tell if the creature was looking at him. Bug? The creature spoke. Huh? Lu Xiao responded, confused. Indeed, the creature replied. A hand emerged from behind it, scratching its cheek. Come in with me. After speaking, the creature slowly turned and stepped inside. At that moment, Lu Xiao noticed that the creature had 2 very short arms behind it. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao followed. The first-floor hall was very spacious, and it was evident that the owner favored purple and red, as the walls and decorations were primarily in these colors. In the center of the hall was a sunken fire pit, devoid of fuel or smoke, yet flames continuously burned within it, surrounded by a circular red carpet. With no seating, the creature gestured to the ground, indicating Lu Xiao to sit, and then sat cross-legged itself. Following local customs, Lu Xiao complied and sat opposite the creature, with the flames between them. Sensing Lu Xiao's curiosity about the fire, the creature spoke. Years ago, in the trial realm, I met a human friend. The first time he saw the fire here, he had the same expression as you. Lu Xiao looked up at the creature's white eyes and asked, "What happened to your human friend?" "He died," the creature replied calmly. Lu Xiao pouted. He had grown accustomed to the tendency of people here to kill the conversation. Has this round of trials already been going on for so long? The creature answered itself. It seems it has been quite a while. You bugs have already found your way here. I know very little about the origin point. If possible, I would like to know what Yading City means to us and what the signpost is, Lu Xiao stated, wanting to cut through the idle chatter. Actually, this question shouldn't be answered by me, but you came too early. The creature glanced inward and continued. Normally, bugs enter the Watchtower City 10 days after the trials begin. At that time, I would have to organize a grand welcome ceremony to welcome your arrival and also to welcome you to leave promptly. It seems we are not very welcome. Lu Xiao wondered. You'll understand why later, the creature replied. Just then, a human dressed in formal attire walked out from the inner room, carrying a tray with 2 teapots and 2 teacups that Lu Xiao recognized. Lu Xiao was surprised as the human approached, bowed, and elegantly placed the teapots and cups in front of the creature and Lu Xiao before turning to leave. This is the human friend I mentioned earlier. I don't like him, but some aspects of your human civilization are quite good, like. The creature lifted a teacup to its lips and took a sip. Didn't you say he was dead? Lu Xiao asked. Do you think he is still alive? The creature countered. With a twitch of his mouth, Lu Xiao decided not to pursue that topic further. You must be the master of Yading City, Lu Xiao tentatively asked. Indeed, I am also the ruler of this trial realm. The creature replied leisurely as it set down the teacup. My name is Slow, Ruler Slow. You don't need to remember this name, as you are merely a passerby here. I imring pingsing. Though Lu Xiao did not fully understand what a ruler was, he felt that this creature had considerable power. Human names are always so strange. Do you know what you need to do next? The creature raised the teapot to pour tea for itself. I don't know, Lu Xiao admitted honestly. Ha! The creature laughed heartily. Yet the teapot in its hand did not tremble. Didn't T, the star domain you are, and tell you anything before the trials began? Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. It was not that the Galactic Order hadn't said anything, but rather that the human authorities chose not to mention it. I'm very curious about which star domain you come from that dares to act this way, but you don't have to tell me. I'm just curious. Participating in the origin point trials without knowing the trial content is no different from sending you to die. Lu Xiao chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging Slow's point. Since your situation has brought some fun to my boring life, let me, the ruler, tell you why you are here and what you are supposed to do. Lu Xiao shifted in his seat, straightening his posture, knowing that the important information was about to come. Why aren't you drinking tea? You can give it a try. It tastes good, Slow said leisurely. Seeing Lu Xiao lift the teacup, Slow continued. The place you are in is called the Little Thousand World in the origin point. The Little Thousand World is divided into 3 types: the newborn realm, the primitive realm, and the symbiotic realm. The newborn realm refers to undiscovered worlds, where everything is unknown, just like a newborn baby. The primitive realm has been partially explored, but does not have a ruler, and there are native intelligent creatures within that are generally quite powerful. The symbiotic realm has a ruler and is a fully explored world. Indeed, this is the symbiotic realm, and this realm has its own name, Yading. So what do you mean by the trial realm you mentioned earlier? Lu Xiao asked. The origin point has requisitioned the symbiotic realm as a trial location. Because of your arrival, many people and many things can no longer operate normally, which is not what I wanted to see, Slow said, spreading its small hands behind it in a bizarre gesture of helplessness. This is the reason we are not welcomed, right? Lu Xiao asked. That's just one aspect. The number of bugs participating in the trials this time is too large, causing damage to the realm itself. Additionally, some bugs will remain here for a long time, leading to instability in the Yading realm, Slow explained. Lu Xiao nodded, understanding, but we're also forced into this. Of course, just like I am also forced to be the ruler of the Yading realm. Slow seemed to touch on a painful subject, its expression turning somber. You should have noticed the 2 stone platforms at the door. Lu Xiao nodded. The silver one is prepared for you. Once you become a traveler, you will be qualified to pass through it and leave here for the Middle Thousand World. I see. We're meant to leave here for a new world. Lu Xiao suddenly realized, but he wanted to learn more, as Slow clearly knew what was about to happen next. What happens next? Where will I go? What do I need to do? Where to go is up to you. You can later go to the exploration house to ask someone. There might be people from your star domain or race there who can guide you. The Central Thousand Worlds, haha, that place is the true origin. These residents in the city shouldn't be participants in the trial, right? Lu Xiao asked. Oh, did you figure it out? Indeed, they come from the Mylan realm, the upper realm of the Yadding realm. The other dark-colored signpost on the stone platform leads to the Mylan realm. Lu Xiao seemed to understand, but not completely. He asked, "Will I also go to the Mylan realm in the future?" Slow laughed. "No, you can't go there. If you do, you'll die." Chapter 68. The origin of Earth I don't understand. Why? Lu Xiao asked. Haha. In the trial realm, different star domains and races maintain a balance of quantity and ability. But in the middle thousand world, it's completely different. The dominant races in the Mylan realm are the Kellen, Haber, and Huanghong. These three races fight against each other. But they have one thing in common. They all hate foreign races. So if you go there, it's death. What about the star domains? Shouldn't humanity have branches in different star domains? Don't the star domains intervene? Lu Xiao questioned. Slow smiled and elegantly poured himself some tea. Star domains are merely regional organizations outside the origin point. They can only restrict you outside the origin point, but is that physical body really important? The growth systems of different races are completely different. How do you think the star domains allow thousands of different races to continuously grow stronger? In your human terms, like attracts like, when the star domains no longer have any restraining power or benefits for you, what value do they have? Only races are the most primitive and solid bonds. But if that's the case, the spiritual bodies of all beings are independent existences detached from their physical forms. The so-called races are just physical shells, Lu Xiao countered. Slow nodded. You're not wrong. Even races are like a set of clothes worn over the spiritual body. However, the inheritance of civilization is deeply rooted. Can you understand this? Lu Xiao agreed. Indeed, as humans, we have inherent cultural heritages, moral concepts, and even living habits. Even if we change our physical forms, these cannot be erased. I understand your point. Ruler Slow, since the Mylan realm is your upper realm, don't you face any danger? The three races you mentioned won't be a threat to you? Of course not. Slow laughed, because I'm a Kellen. I see, but I don't sense any hatred towards foreign races from you. Instead, I think you're a very nice person. Lu Xiao said sincerely. The Kellen named Slow, as the ruler of the Yadding realm, was willing to share so much knowledge with him, which surprised him. Slow just smiled. Perhaps it's because I have a human friend. Can I call you Slow directly? Or do I have to prefix it with ruler every time? Haha, Slow is fine. I'm quite easygoing about this. Thank you, Slow. What is our purpose for drifting away from the origin point? I still haven't figured this out. Is it just for races to slaughter each other? And in the end, the surviving strong ones leave the small thousand world for the upper realm? The fact that you can ask this question shows that your human civilization hasn't reached level 1 yet, and you're still trapped on a single planet, lacking the qualifications to participate in the distribution of resources in the star domains. Am I right? Lu Xiao nodded. He understood some of the classification standards for cosmic civilizations. An Earth-S civilization was indeed only a level 0.7 civilization. If I tell you that the origin point can determine the level and resource distribution of races and star domains throughout the universe, then tell me, what would be the meaning of your coming here? This question suddenly led to such a situation that Lu Xiao felt a bit bewildered. Could it be that those who survived were fighting for their own races and star domains? From a value perspective, that's the case, but not entirely. Your race and star domain only share the fruits of your efforts, but in the end, the one who benefits is always yourself. Slow. What you said I can't fully understand right now, but I believe I will in the future. Since you've already learned some answers, what do you plan to do next? Slow asked with interest. I should continue to train in the Yadding realm, and when the time is right, I will go to the upper realm. Lu Xiao didn't hide his plans. Oh, Slow was surprised by Lu Xiao's choice. You've already reached the walker stage. Why not leave immediately? The trial realm has little significance for you now. To be honest, the lack of understanding of the origin point makes me feel insecure. The survival laws and order in Yadding City should have more in common with the Middle Thousand world. By integrating more here, my survival in the upper realm in the future will be more assured. Moreover, for an unknown world, I still feel that accumulating stronger power before facing it is the right choice. Both strength and understanding of unfamiliar environments are very important. Of course, in the language of my hometown, I am quite cautious. With his fingertips rubbing the teacup, Lu Xiao became more resolute in his decision during the conversation with Slow. Slow nodded slightly, showing an appreciative expression. In every trial realm, the first walker to pass the sign will receive a considerable reward. If you choose to leave now, the reward would be yours. Don't you feel tempted? Lu Xiao remained calm. In the past, he would have been tempted. But after receiving the kill reward from Blood Demon Seekin, the insignificant reward no longer stirred any waves in his heart. Fortunately, I have a good mindset. Shlu, I plan to stay in Yadin City for a while. I hope that won't displease you. The other party was the ruler and the city lord, equivalent to the master here. If Slow didn't welcome him, he really needed to leave quickly. Haha, what do you think? Stay here. I've been here for over 100 years. Occasionally chatting with strangers is also a form of entertainment. That's good. Hey, you've been here for over 100 years? Why? Aren't you a Kellen? Why don't you return to the Mylan realm? Slow sighed and said helplessly, because I am a ruler. Rulers cannot leave their own realms. Huh? Why? Lu Xiao thought that becoming a ruler meant being the highest authority in one place, but he didn't expect it to mean being confined to a specific area. I have merged with the core of the realm. Although I am not the Yadin realm itself, I cannot leave here. This is the fate of a ruler, and also the greatest reliance of a ruler. I cannot control the Yadin realm, but if the ruler dies, Yadin will detach from the origin point and become a lonely star. Lu Xiao blinked. There was too much logic in Slow's words that he couldn't understand. I know what you're confused about. The current Yadin is not a planet, not even a celestial body. It is merely a realm of the origin point. But when it detaches from the origin point, it will become a planet like the one you inhabit. At that time, will this planet be the same as it is now? Lu Xiao asked. Exactly the same, Slow replied. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he realized something. I want to ask a question. I know what you want to ask. Yes. Every planet in the outside world was once a part of the origin point, Slow said solemnly. All living beings in this world originate from the origin point. Chapter 69. Food is heaven. Lu Xiao rubbed his forehead, feeling his head heavy and burdened. He didn't doubt Slow's words, but the implications were too shocking. On Earth, people had speculated about the relationship between the origin and the Earth, and those conjectures aligned more with Lu Xiao's understanding. The origin was just a virtual world, a place similar to the metaverse, where spiritual entities could travel back and forth, but there was no actual connection between the origin and Earth. Yet the reality told him that it seemed not to be as everyone imagined. The Earth he lived on was originally part of the origin, once merely a small world, and even all living beings on Earth originated from the origin, or rather, the earliest ancestors were humans who existed in the origin. Suddenly, countless scenes from a movie popped into his mind, featuring a man waking up in a shell-like closed chamber, his body filled with metal tubes. The movie was called The Matrix. Why did he think of it at this moment? Because Lu Xiao could no longer distinguish which side was real. How? Hard to accept? This was the first time Lu Xiao furrowed his brow and fell silent during their conversation, prompting Slow to ask with a smile. Yes, very hard. It needs to be digested slowly, Lu Xiao replied. This is what I just said. The gap in understanding makes many of my choices in the origin have to be made cautiously. Making up for this is not something that can be done in a day or two. Shlu nodded, but then two small hands behind him suddenly gestured in front of his eyes. His expression darkened. Clearly something had happened. Sorry, our conversation needs to end early. With that, Slow stood up. I should be the one apologizing for bothering you for so long. Lu Xiao followed suit, expressing his regret. No, it was a pleasure to communicate with you. Saying this, Slow surprisingly extended his palm. Lu Xiao was somewhat taken aback. A handshake was a human social etiquette, but he also happily extended his hand to shake with Slow. Slow stood at the door, watching Lu Xiao's departing figure, while behind him, a human dressed in formal attire approached. How long has it been since I spoke to my own kind? Slow turned his head, looking at the expressionless human behind him. His child is good, right, Slow? But the human remained silent, his eyes hollow, indistinguishable from a dead man. Food House Lu Xiao sat alone by the window, gazing outside, his thoughts still lingering on the conversation with Slow. Typically cautious, he didn't even consider why a ruler, a Kulan person, would share so much with him, since deceiving oneself brings no benefit, and the information about the laws of the origin could lead to countless reflections. The Aiden realm is the lower realm of the Malon realm, which means that the creatures of the Malon realm can come here through separation or other means. However, as a traveler who has passed the trial, his next destination remains unknown. From Slow's tone, it seemed he still had the right to choose. This point was crucial. If he made the wrong choice, it would indeed be, as Slow said, a death too tragic. Of course, the most unsettling issue for him was still the origin of Earth. If the current Aiden realm was compared to Earth before it departed from the origin, there really wasn't much difference. The only distinction was that the Kulan people would control this planet. Could it be that the rulers of Earth at that time were humans? And as Kulan people, they could also originate from different star domains, with subtle differences in ethnic heritage, indirectly confirming why there are yellow, black, and white people among Earth's inhabitants, and why there are significant cultural differences. Could it be that these groups originated from different star domains? Additionally, ancient humans' worship of faith and elements also seemed to derive from the legacy of the origin. However, after separating from the origin, their spiritual abilities could not be restored, leading to the gradual disappearance of these abilities. And future generations could only marvel at the shock brought by magic in film and television works. Everything seemed to make sense, but it was precisely because it all made sense that Lu Xiao felt an overwhelming fear. It wasn't that some disaster was imminent, but rather that the two worlds suddenly had a meaningfully tangible connection, instilling in him a sense of dread regarding the existence of the origin. Too many uncontrollable and incomprehensible laws existed, and who could say when Earth might return to the origin, becoming a battlefield for countless beings? Under the laws, everything seemed trivial. His thoughts were interrupted by a large plate of fragrant roasted meat appearing before him. A female raccoon with golden brown fur stood at the table, extending her paw toward him and beckoning with her fingers. She was voluptuous and robust, but this kind of beauty was not something Lu Xiao could appreciate. He took out a broken energy crystal and placed it in her palm. The female raccoon skillfully placed a handful of crystal particles on his table and turned to leave, her plump backside swaying exaggeratedly. Lu Xiao picked up a crystal from the table and examined it closely. It was about the size of a fingernail, appearing as a sphere, but was actually a geometric polyhedron with 12 faces. The surface of the crystal bore no words or patterns, but he could vaguely see purple star patterns inside, outlining the